Chapter 121. Jiang Xiao also discovered that Lu Han's partner contract income was legal, but tax-free. Jiang Xiao checked the cleanliness level. Because she left home early today, it had dropped to 80. She happily washed her hands, over and over again. As Lu Han emerged, he heard the waitress next to him mutter in dissatisfaction. "Is that woman a misophobe? She's washed her hands over 10 times. Lu Han raised an eyebrow and looked over. It was Jiang Xiao. He walked over and tried to pat her on the shoulder. Jiang Xiao muttered to herself, an income of 100,000 means he's at least 1 million. It's not too much for me to fleece him, right? He still wants Wang Po's carrots, so selling them for 10,000 isn't too much either. Split it 30/70ths with Wapao, 70/30ths for me, that should be about right. Lu Han, ? He's already shared his profits with her, and she's still thinking of fleecing him. Fraudulently fleecing him is fine, but what's the point of splitting it 30/70ths with Wapao? Aren't they supposed to be partners? For some reason, Lu Han felt his head feel heavy, like something was weighing him down. He saw a child wearing a hat walking past him. Yes, that's right. It felt like a hat, and it was quite heavy. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked up, startled, and turned to look at Lu Han, bewildered. It took a moment for her to react. What a coincidence. You're here for free too. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, I'm treating tonight. He was here to solicit investment. 100,000 coins received, source, partner contract. Another voice added another entry. Jiang Xiao blinked. Lu Han, don't you want Wang Po's dishes? How about I sell them to you for 10,000 coins each? You must really need them. After all, he's going to a business war, Lu Han, So he's quite embarrassed, pinching his brows. Thinking the other party might not have reached their mission quota yet, he changed his words. Okay. Jiang Xiao's heart leaped with fear. Big client. She's almost completed her mission. Jiang Xiao turned around, pulled out the remaining radishes, stuffed them into Lu Han's arms, and extended her hand to him like a money grubber. She. A bandit. Send me money. Lu Han, Livestream. So funny. Brother Han looks like he's just discovered his wife is being deceitful, and can't bring himself to tell her. My Shizi worked so hard to get these Easter eggs, so exchanging them for money isn't normal. They're Easter eggs for conquering NPCs. But Brother Han doesn't need them. When Brother Han was in the business war, after learning that NPCs had betrayal points, he changed his strategy and started his own projects to attract investment. After all, once he got the investment, it was still up to Brother Han to decide whether the project would survive or not. This way, he could only cheat the NPCs, not them. Everyone has their own strategies, and Brother Han's tactics are as ruthless as ever. Whispering, NPCs have betrayal points. Didn't Shizi tell him that? That makes a lot of sense. Brother Han's got it right. Aw, that. Money is just a thing. It should be given to your wife, right? Yes, you're all right. Brother Han, thank you, you found an excuse for me. You're a role model for modern netizens. With money exchanged, the two men secretly completed a trade of several large carrots near the bathroom. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's phone rang. She looked down. Her face changed. She quickly called Chen Mingming. Xiao Xiao. A scream cut Chen Mingming's voice to an abrupt end, and the call was disconnected. Chapter 122. What's wrong? Lu Han asked. Chen Mingming is in trouble. Jiang Xiao frowned. I need to go back. I take you there. Lu Han said. Aren't you at the drinking party? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Lu Han, he might be a suspect. Several of the more active players, who posted messages in the forum recently haven't posted anymore. Although Jiang Rong didn't say it, he knew that the more frequently a player posts in the forum, the more likely they are to reveal their whereabouts. That's why the forum is almost dead now. But Chen Mingming is an NPC. They probably won't attack NPCs. Jiang Xiao frowned. No, but what about waiting for them? Lu Han said, you can't be sure you haven't leaked the address, right? Jiang Xiao thought seriously. Okay, I go tell Sister Yun and the others. Before returning to the private room, they saw Junjun coming out. Zhang Minsheng and Sister Yun were talking, and the topic turned to Zhang Minsheng's daughter. Learning that Jiang Xiao was leaving, Zhang Minsheng hurriedly said, You're almost done eating. I take you back. Jiang Xiao was about to speak when Lu Han approached. No need. I take her back. Sister Yun, Uncle Zhang. Seeing Lu Han, Zhang Minsheng and Sister Yun instantly understood. Sister Yun, Uncle Zhang, we're leaving first. Jiang Xiao said goodbye and left with Lu Han. Gazing at their backs, Junjun stroked his chin with a complicated expression. Are all women so fickle? Jiang Minsheng sighed. Looking at them reminds me of us back then. It would be great if we could be together, and not miss so many years like we did. Sister Yun suddenly said seriously, I don't think it was a missed opportunity. If we had insisted on being together back then, we wouldn't have made it to the end. I've been very happy these years, because Junjun's father is such a good man. Minsheng, I don't deny that you and I had a wonderful past, but my marriage to Junjun's father was just as wonderful. I loved him dearly, and that love doesn't cease to exist just because he's gone. Of course, if you mind, I hope you reconsider. I'm not the same person I was back then. No one remains the same despite the passage of time. The reason he feels her as beautiful as ever is because his feelings are lingering on the regrets of their original lack of fruition. Jiang Minsheng's marriage was unhappy because it was a business marriage. He didn't love his ex-wife, and she didn't love him back then. But Sister Yun wasn't like that. During the time they were forced to break up, she was deeply hurt and heartbroken. Junjun's father often made her laugh, and was her source of joy. He would pick a flower and pin it on her head when he got home, bringing her romance and touching feelings, and love seeped in. Therefore, she never felt that she and Jiang Minsheng had missed out. If they hadn't separated back then, insisting on being together against their elders, experiencing the daily grind of life, it wouldn't necessarily have been as wonderful as she imagined. After all, Jiang Minsheng was indeed weak back then, unable to escape the family's control. If Jiang Minsheng thought that simply relying on past regrets would allow the two of them to reconcile without grudges, he was gravely mistaken. Jiang Minsheng was stunned. At that moment, the woman before him suddenly became unfamiliar. She wasn't the gentle, considerate woman who shared his rapport with her 20 years ago, but she was more vivid, more dynamic, more three-dimensional, and still full of charm. Junjun lowered his head and said nothing. At that moment, he confirmed what Jiang Xiao had said. Sister Xiao hadn't lied to him. Mom loved him, and loved his father. So, his father had no regrets. Junjun looked up at Jiang Minsheng and said, Uncle Jiang, it's not that easy for you to win over my mother. After all, she's a woman in her 40s, but she still retains her charm. Sister Yun, ? Where did that brat learn that? What does it mean to be a woman in her 40s, but still retains her charm? Chapter 123. Is she a contestant? I heard Jiang Xiao is right here. 3 people were in a group, 2 of them talking. I think she looks like her. Try it. One of them pushed the burly man. The man named seemed a bit out of place and shuddered. What if she's an NPC? New here, just try it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Oh. Lu Daong pulled a large hammer from the warehouse, and was about to bring it down on Chen Mingming, who lay on the ground, when he suddenly exerted force and began to spin. The 2 people nearby were simultaneously knocked to the ground by the powerful blow. They all cried out in unison, Fuck! What are you doing? I hammer you to death. Lu Daong raised the hammer high and struck again. One of them instantly disintegrated into white light. Stop! From a distance, Jiang Xiao and Lu Han could only see a figure about to strike the person on the ground. For a moment, it was impossible to tell if it was friend or foe. Most likely an enemy. Jiang Xiao pulled out a dart and, without a second thought, hurled it at the opponent with pinpoint accuracy. Just shoot. Damn. Lu Daong clutched his abdomen. Stamina -20. The opponent, using special equipment, pierced your torso, causing moderate bleeding. Your stamina will continue to decrease by 1 point per minute. Lu Daong quickly fetched a bandage. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han arrived. Jiang Xiao quickly dragged Chen Mingming aside. Lu Han, already dagger drawn, saw the other person, and asked, Is it you? Friendly. I'm an undercover agent. Lu Daong quickly introduced himself. He realized what was happening and turned back to look for the other person, but they had already vanished. It's over. Jiang Xiao looked up, her voice familiar. Lu Daong? They gotten away. It's over. I can't go back. Lu Daong looked innocent. Jiang Xiao? Who? Lu Han had indeed seen a shadow, but it was too far away. Jiang Xiao realized, Are you an undercover agent? Lu Daong nodded. Yes. Speaking of how Lu Daong became an undercover agent, he was, of course, being tracked down. The other party thought they could take out Lu Daong alone, but Lu Daong wielded a massive weapon and unleashed a devastating blow, beating the 2 suspects to death and becoming an undercover agent himself. Jiang Rong asked me to lurk inside and snoop around. I saw someone give your address, and I wondered if I knew him, so I came over. Since I was new and wanted to show off, I joined. This undercover agent hadn't even started yet, but now it seemed he'd been exposed. As expected, Lu Daong noticed he'd been removed from the post. Your undercover identity has been discovered. The criminal gang has memorized your face, making it impossible to disguise yourself. It's over. Lu Daong's fake criminal suspect identity was gone. You mean, someone reported Jiang Zhao's address? Lu Han frowned. Yes, there's someone specifically managing the post, just like the bounty posts on Tiaba. At least 10 participating players' information is posted every day. Lu Daong said. Lu Han turned to Jiang Zhao and asked, where did you reveal your address? Jiang Zhao frowned. Aside from being very careful about my daily comings and goings, I revealed almost no information. The only thing was the agency. Jiang Zhao remembered. I entered my identity information at the agency, and entering your identity information automatically displays your residential address. Lu Han paused. It seems the second stage won't be a simple task either. Maybe a disaster will strike on the 10th day? But that doesn't make sense. There's no hint about the number of days. The first stage mentioned the number of days because there were clues. The NPC dialogue alluded to the rainy season and the number of days, but the second stage didn't mention it after entering the game. Jiang Zhao paused. So maybe it's not the number of days? Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Zhao. The number of people. Lu Han remembered. Tiaba forums have a record of the number of people when you enter them, and crime forums also have a record of the number of people. Lu Han suddenly asked Lu Daong seriously, are all the suspects players? Lu Daong was stunned. He really didn't know. Jiang Zhao frowned. Do you suspect NPC involvement? Lu Han scoffed, precisely reporting the locations of 10 players in the competition every day. No other player could be so clear, except for the NPCs. Chapter 124. Chen Mingming woke up, a flash of fear in her eyes. Seeing the person next to her, Chen Mingming's eyes instantly turned red. Xiao, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Chen Mingming hugged Jiang Zhao and cried uncontrollably. Jiang Zhao consoled her for a long time, telling her to move to a safer, better neighborhood. Chen Mingming sobbed. Jiang Zhao could only say, I make you something delicious. Chen Mingming finally stopped sobbing. I want some yam and glutinous rice cake. Jiang Zhao thought about it and realized she had the ingredients at home to make it. Chen Mingming went out and saw Lu Han and Lu Daong sitting in the living room. She immediately exclaimed, that's him. That fat guy. They're in the same group. Lu Daong slapped his thigh. Great. My undercover job is a mess. Not only was he accidentally injured by friendly fire, but the NPCs mistook him for a villain. Daong complained online. ? No, he's our friend, undercover among the bad guys. If he hadn't saved you, we wouldn't have seen you. Jiang Zhao explained, and Chen Mingming finally felt relieved. Really? Undercover? Are they the kind of cops hiding in criminal gangs? Yes. That's right. Lu Daong said righteously, but because of you, I'm exposed. I guess I can't even go back to where I live. Chen Mingming looked guilty, but then thought it was natural. You're a people's policeman. Isn't it your duty to protect the people? Lu Daong, that seemed to make sense. You guys chat first, I go make dinner. Jiang Zhao said. Lu Han twisted his hands in thought. Lu Daong looked up. Brother Han, why aren't you talking? Lu Han suddenly asked Chen Mingming, what's a criminal gang? Chen Mingming looked puzzled. It's a criminal gang. Every year, criminal gangs appear in Nan City, disrupting public order, but... Chen Mingming frowned. But what? Lu Han asked. But these guys are very cunning. Chen Mingming sniffed. It's like stealing chickens. They cheat, deceive, and leave no trace. They usually can't catch them, and the police are helpless. What can we do? Lu Han asked. Chen Mingming was puzzled. I don't know. Jiang Zhao came out. What are you talking about? Nothing. Chen Mingming said unconsciously. Lu Han said directly, talking about criminal gangs. Jiang Zhao saw Lu Han looking at her, and instantly realized what was happening. She looked at Chen Mingming and asked, are the people who attacked you today part of a criminal gang? Chen Mingming said, I think so. Who else would do something like this? Hidden clue. Nan City is mostly neutral NPCs, and the criminals are part of a criminal gang. Jiang Zhao asked, then do you know how to take down this criminal gang? Chen Mingming shook her head, I don't know. But looking at Jiang Zhao, Chen Mingming suddenly realized, but there's one bad guy who should know. His father is a high-ranking official. Lu Han, ? Is this the difference between having goodwill and not having goodwill? She remembers it when Jiang Shao asks her, but can't remember it when I ask her. After saying this, Chen Mingming's face darkened. But that guy is just a playboy. I guess he doesn't know anything. High-ranking officials? Speaking of high-ranking officials, Lu Han and Jiang Shao exchanged glances. Both of them thought of the same person, Zhang Yuan. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han. Have you contacted Zhang Yuan? Lu Han looked at Jiang Shao. Have you contacted him? The two shook their heads. Then Jiang Shao let out a look of disdain, and he still has a 50% favorability with Zhang Yuan. Lu Daong was completely bewildered. What was going on between the two of them? Livestream. It started again. The chemistry between a husband and wife is so hard for others to observe. Ha ha ha, I don't know what they connected, but this is the first time I've seen Brother Han and a girl so in tune in a game. Does Lu Daong look like a 3 million yuan light bulb? This is killing me. Lu Daong, I'm single, so I deserve to be disliked? You're talking as if none of the above aren't single. Brother Han hasn't officially announced it. Does it matter whether Brother Han has officially announced it or not? It doesn't matter. That's right, we didn't let Brother Han spend a penny on betrothal to marry a wife. What's wrong with that? You're taking it for free with my Shuzi. So, Brother Han's 10% is the betrothal? Yeah, right. You can't get a wife for free. It's the betrothal. It's the betrothal. Chapter 125. The yam cakes were steamed, 12 in total. The soft and glutinous yam cakes had a unique flavor. By the time Lu Han took a bite, Lu Daong had already stuffed a second one into his mouth. Delicious, delicious. Jiang Shao, your cooking is always delicious. I'm just wondering, we all have the same hands, why is yours so different from mine? Lu Daong wanted to take a third one, but Lu Han frowned. This guy eats so fast. Doesn't he chew his food? Chen Mingming snatched it away. What are you doing? Xiao made this for me. Lu Daong took nothing. He looked innocent. He was accidentally injured and suspected. Couldn't he eat more to replenish his blood? Chen Mingming made a face at Lu Daong. After their midnight snack, Lu Han took Lu Daong away. Lu Daong had been exposed, and leaving him outside was dangerous. Taking him to the police station might yield other useful clues. Before leaving, Lu Han said to Jiang Shao, move as soon as possible. I arrange accommodations. There will be both players and NPCs, so it'd be easier with more people. Jiang Shao didn't refuse this time. I tell Lu Yuqing. Lu Han left, taking Lu Daong with him. Lu Daong sat in the back seat. Huh? What are these? Lu Han, you're a guy, and you like eating girls' snacks. Wow, this one even boosts stamina. Lu Han realized he had forgotten to give Jiang Shao her snacks. He said coldly, don't move. Lu Daong, if you don't want to move, then don't move. Who cares? He doesn't like sweet snacks. No way. Lu Daong quickly grabbed a jelly, intending to tear it open and stuff it into his mouth while Lu Han wasn't paying attention. He only ate one. Who told him not to put it in the warehouse? Lu Han. That's for Jiang Shao. Lu Daong. Oh, you should have said it earlier. Then I wouldn't have touched it. And then I put it down obediently. Lu Han. ? Livestream. So funny. Brother Han has no intimidating power, but when you mention his wife, they put it down. Ha ha ha. By the way, Brother Han's wife seems to have become a favorite of the group. Have you noticed? I noticed. Unknowingly. Some magical charm. But because of Brother Han's wife, Brother Han seems to have become more humane. What kind of divine book is that above? Brother Han is humane? It seems he's indeed becoming more humane. Brother Han used to trade interests for personal gain. Self-preservation has always been his motto. Although a bit cold-blooded, but actually many people like it, because no one likes saints. But what does being humane have to do with saintliness? Chen Mingming realized this place was unsafe and whispered, Xiao, should we move somewhere else? Jiang Shao nodded. Sure. Will you live with me then? Okay. Chen Mingming said happily, but then her mood quickly withered. But I don't have any extra money for rent. Jiang Shao patted Chen Mingming's shoulder. It's okay. I pay the rent for the new place first, and you can pay me back when you have money. It's impossible to give it away for free. The NPC bill must be in place. Chen Mingming happily agreed and turned back to her room. How could she, Chen Mingming, live here for free? Looking at her phone, she gritted her teeth and tearfully called her mother. Jiang Shao checked her remaining stamina and made 90 servings of hangover soup. A high stamina limit is always good. Plus, thanks to the stamina-boosting meal she had the night before, she still had plenty. It was a shame she didn't pack anything up today. After washing up, Jiang Shao went straight to bed. Second stage days 8. Triggered the single deluxe package. Jiang Shao also received the proceeds from Zhengshan's 120 servings of hangover soup last night, totaling 75,600 after tax. Add to that the 200,000 yuan from last night's partnership contract and the tax on Lu Han's purchase of 5 radishes, totaling 45,000 after tax. Jiang Zhao's completion rate for Task 2 has now increased significantly. Task 2 completion rate, 830, 167/1000000. Having triggered the package for 2 consecutive days, she saw a solid after-tax income. Jiang Shao was content. After exercising early in the morning and reaching her stamina limit of 230, she went back to wash up. While waiting for Zhengshan to pick up the hangover soup, she suddenly heard a system notification. All participating players, this notice is being sent to all players, including but not limited to those participating in the competition, those disqualified, and criminal suspects who are continuing to compete as replacements. The number of criminal suspects in Nan City has reached 10,000, triggering a city crisis. There are hidden criminal gangs in Nan City, and they are continuously expanding. During the remaining time of this phase, please use NPCs to find clues, trigger the military control conditions, investigate the crimes, and protect Nan City. The later you wait to trigger the military control conditions, the greater the damage Nan City will suffer. By the final day of the phase, Nan City will have completely become a city of criminals. A city of criminals is lawless and disorderly. Without the protection of the law, all neutral NPCs not conquered by players will embody human traits such as betrayal, selfishness, cold-bloodedness, and brutality. Friendly reminder, there are 3 conditions that trigger military control. Each time you discover a condition, successfully submit it to the police through system verification, and the condition panel will be updated for all players to view. The system paused for a long time. Just when Jiang Shao thought it was over, the final notice was issued. You can choose to stand aside, ignore it, and protect yourselves. Peace always comes at a heavy price. The triggering conditions may be harmed, and there may be sacrifices. Chapter 126. Viewers in all the live streams also saw the rules. Oh my god, these rules are out, and I don't know why I'm suddenly so excited. Me too. The battle to defend South City. I saw an undercover agent actually find the first clue. But he was almost discovered. So dangerous. Which one? I want to see it too. Will the undercover agent be killed if he's exposed? Isn't Lu Deong okay? I can only say it depends on how the game is set up. I'm so nervous. Jiang Zhao's first reaction to the news was, stock up. With every passing day, the city becomes more chaotic. Zhengshan, who happened to be coming over to get some hangover soup, was stunned for a moment, frowning. Damn it! We haven't made enough money yet, and chaos is about to start? Jiang Shao said, only the players have received the news now, but the NPCs don't know. Hurry and stock up and find a safe place before chaos breaks out in South City. The North District has the most people. If chaos breaks out, it will definitely be the first to fall. The East and West districts are actually safer, as the East District is a wealthy area with ample security. The West District is a heavily industrialized area with a sparse population, perfect for hoarding supplies and surviving. The South District is a no-brainer. The commercial and financial district won't be spared in the event of chaos. Zhengshan nodded. What about the hangover soup? Jiang Shao promised Zhengshan 300 servings of hangover soup, and after counting the 90 she just gave out, she still needs 90. If chaos really breaks out in South City, the hangover soup won't fetch a good price. They only have 2 days left. I'm not going out today. I make you another 90 servings later. Jiang Zhao's stamina was perfectly adequate, but it was running low, and she had to lie down again in the afternoon. As for the extra 30 promised to Zhengshan, she have to wait and see. Jiang Shao suddenly remembered, Zhengshan, that big brother you know, that's the big brother, right? What's your favorability with him? It's 60, but it seems it's been hard to raise since I helped him win Sister Ling. Zhengshan rubbed his head. Jiang Shao said, it's okay. You heard the system message. Find out what you can. If you have any clues or guesses, verify them. If you don't know, tell me and I verify them. Just as she finished speaking, the system issued a new message. A player had found the first clue. A criminal gang possesses a list of criminals. An undercover player is required to infiltrate the gang, find 10,000 lists, and submit them to the police. Current urban crisis mission progress. 1. Criminal list 0/10,000. 2. Not verified by players. 3. Not verified by players. Zhengshan was stunned for a moment. So fast? Jiang Xiao was quite clear. Among the players, there are many who can find clues. Plus, the second phase's mission is ostensibly about making money, but the disaster that erupts is an urban crisis. It's possible that some players' identities and circumstances might just be able to find relevant clues. After all, there are over 300,000 players in the competition, scattered across Nanshur. But this is an urban crisis, and it actually has nothing to do with the player competition mission. Zhengshan's face was stunned. He expressed his confusion. We're all players. Why are there such big differences? He finally found something he excelled at, 857 disco, drinking and selling products. And now he was being told what clues to look for. He often felt out of place because of his low IQ. Forget it, let's go up first. I give you the hangover soup. Jiang Xiao went upstairs. Her stamina cap had reached 230 after exercise, and she now had 200. After serving 90 servings of hangover soup, her stamina was down to 20. She needed to sleep until at least 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After giving Zhengshan her things, Jiang Xiao prepared for bed. Before falling asleep, she saw a message from Lu Han. I'm looking for a house in the East District, a villa. The security there is better, and there are over 10 rooms. I have a few players here. How many do you have? Jiang Xiao replied, and sent another message to Wapao before falling asleep. Chapter 127. Wapao returned to Nanshur, helping Wangpa harvest the vegetables. Grandma, can we harvest these potatoes today? Wapao bent down and asked, looking at the message Jiang Xiao had sent. Wangpa smiled kindly, of course. After you harvest them, send some to the mayor and his men. Just keep a few at home. The peas in the fields will be ready in a few days. Wapao quickly harvested the potatoes, about 30 in total. Happy potatoes *32. Description: the vegetables Wangpa personally cultivates have a taste of happiness. Simply cooking them increases the NPC's favorability and happiness towards the cook. Wapao quickly sent 10 to Jiang Xiao, then explored the mountains and found several nests of pheasant eggs. In the first stage, there weren't many wild resources, but after the second stage, the wild resources in the mountains of Jiangnan town actually increased. Importantly, Wapao is the only player here. Suddenly, Wapao's phone rang. Looking down, he saw anonymous player 29327 on the forum. Brother Pao, is that you? I'm Ji Ming. Wapao was stunned. Ji Ming, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for days. Ji Ming, hey, of course you're busy, bro. Brother Pao, take it. Don't complain about it being too little. Player Ji Ming is offering you 200,000 yuan. The source of the funds is legal, but accepting cash gifts is subject to certain taxes. Do you want to accept it? Wapao couldn't help but ask, where did it come from? Ji Ming, don't worry about it. Wapao was silent. If you don't explain clearly, I won't take the money. Ji Ming paused. I've been looking at that post for a few days. There's only one person who makes the most money. It's okay. I just had a small problem in the game. It's no big deal. Brother Pao, we sincerely want you to complete the game. If you don't accept, we'd be really sorry. After a moment's hesitation, Wapao decided to accept. Wapao soon received messages from several more IDs. After all, he had posted so many messages that people would find him quickly. Anonymous player 18273. Brother Pao, I earned this by stripping in a nightclub for a few days. It's not much, but don't be offended. Anonymous player 23333. Brother Pao, I'm not very successful. I just picked up bottles for a few days. But you know what? Picking up bottles is quite profitable. Hey, I can pick up a carnival in a day. It's only a matter of time before I reach the pinnacle of life. Anonymous player 39281. Brother Pao, don't panic. I earned this by breaking my own legs and kneeling on the rooftop playing Air Quaning you one by one. It's absolutely clean. Bit by bit, after paying taxes, it totaled 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Livestream. It's so touching, it brings silence to men and tears to women. Am I right? I think I might be right. But, this style. Not only can't I cry, I can't help but grin. Hee hee. I saw that doctor on that streamer. He was choking on his kidneys, which instantly reduced his maximum stamina by half, causing kidney deficiency. And then he was clinging to that 36D nurse and wouldn't let go. That girl was so aggrieved, it made me so angry I almost had a nosebleed. It doesn't matter whether I hug the girl or not. What matters is that I want to experience the kidneys, enrich my life experience, and nurture my short-sightedness. Practicing Erquin Ingwe? The one on the overpass where they're posing like they're trying to kill someone. The one next door to him who plays guitar and sings folk songs. So angry that the streamer had to give him half his money and beg him to stop pimping for him to see. I remember that bottle picker. He stared at the school gate at the child who hadn't even finished his water, snatching the bottle after he finished drinking mineral water, causing the child to wet his pants at school every day. Why do these actions sound so much like Brother Han? Maybe. You can't make money otherwise? Brother Han isn't that shameless. Isn't that too exaggerated? Brother Han's actions are a little more advanced. Young people still have a lot to learn. I get it. They were actually sent by Brother Han to protect Brother Pao. We're hooked. CP Lock. Chapter 128. Jiang Xiao slept until 5:30 p.m. When she woke, she received 4 messages from Lu Han, Jiang Rong, Lu Yuqing, and Zheng Shen. Her hands were so busy that they felt overwhelmed. Jiang Rong, mass message. Contestants, please take a look at the pinned post. Saving Nan City requires your cooperation. Interested contestants, please contact me. At some point, Jiang Rong had become a moderator. It seemed like an official privilege. Speaking of which, there were a total of 100 servers in the first stage, from A01 to A100. Jiang Xiao hadn't seen a single player attempt to gain the police's favorability. But that made sense. Considering the nearly 60-year-old mayor, no one in their right mind would chat with him all night, let alone for 7 consecutive days. The probability of that happening was only 1%. Lu Han, I signed the contract with Li Na tomorrow, and I come pick you up to move in. Which floor are you staying on? Jiang Xiao, thinking it would be inconvenient for several girls to live with boys upstairs and downstairs, replied, 3rd floor. Lu Yuqing, I finally reached 50 favorability with an NPC after conquering them. On their way back that afternoon, they encountered a criminal NPC and had their bag robbed. I rescued them. She said Nanshire has been getting less and less safe lately, and the authorities are starting to stop doing anything. Things like this happened a few years ago. I asked her if she had any solutions, and she said there's nothing a small group can do. If you don't make a big fuss, no one will handle it. I think what she said is related to the clue. Jiang Xiao fell into deep thought. Lu Yuqing was straightforward, giving all the necessary information. Don't make a big fuss. What does make a big fuss mean? Number of people. Severity? It should be number of people. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Income, 126,000. Source, share of the hangover soup sold by co-player Zheng Shen. Jiang Xiao took a look, clicked on the personal tax app, and paid her taxes as usual. After tax, it was 113,400. Task 2 completion, 943-567/1-000-000. She was just one step away from completing task 2. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao saw a message on the personal tax app that appeared after every tax payment. Thank you for paying your taxes diligently. As a legal taxpayer, you will enjoy the fair rights and protections due to citizens and to live. Fair rights and protections? Protections? Jiang Xiao tried to send a message to Lu Han. The clue that triggered military control was related to legal taxpayers. Information accuracy, 100%. Another attempt. The second clue would be triggered when the number of legal taxpayers reached a certain number. Information accuracy 0%. It has nothing to do with the number of people involved. Jiang Xiao frowned. Several of the subsequent clues had guessed incorrectly, either the amount of money or the number of taxpayers harmed, but none of them were right. She simply went back to the thread to search for clues. Clicking on the thread, she found a pinned post. I'm the undercover player who triggered the clue. I need help. The original poster said, I accidentally triggered the undercover game. I entered the criminal gang, triggered the undercover NPC, and learned about the list mission. But there are a lot of rules for triggering the list mission. Every time an undercover agent reveals a list to the police, the criminal's hatred for them increases by 1 point. Every time the hatred increases by 1 point, the chance of being exposed increases by 1 point. This means that if the hatred reaches 100, the undercover agent will definitely be discovered. The second poster also said, if the number of undercover agents triggering the list mission exceeds 100, 50% of them will be exposed and retaliated against by the criminals. Only when the undercover agents die will the number of undercover agents decrease. It's like a suicidal search for clues. Also, once you're in here, you can't leave, and you can only contact them by phone. Is anyone willing to join? You may not be able to imagine what happens here, but it's too real. Even if it's a game, I can't accept it. If Nan City becomes a crime city, then what happens here will happen every day in the city. It took nearly 20 minutes for the third poster to reply to the post. Third floor. Does the death of the undercover agent mean they can't continue playing? Are there any other rewards? Original poster replied to third floor. No. Fourth floor. The rules don't say you have to complete the game. Players can just hide. Fifth floor. This is terrifying. I decided to find a place to hide. Jiang Xiao noticed the numbers. Current urban crisis mission progress. 1. Criminal list. 33/10-000. 2. Not verified by any player. 3. Not verified by any player. This means the poster has a 33% chance of being exposed. Chapter 129. Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment before moving and replying to the original poster. Be careful to conceal yourself. Refrain from any rash actions for a certain period of time. This is to test the hidden rules of the game to see if prolonged inaction will reduce hatred. The original poster quickly replied, Thank you, but time is tight. Only 12 days. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. I'm alone here now, and I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Xiao replied again, Pay attention to NPCs and players to see if you can frame or accuse someone to hide yourself. Also, are there any requirements for being an undercover agent? After a moment, the original poster replied, Yes, players whose information has already been posted on the crime forum cannot participate. Entering will 100% be discovered, effectively sending ahead. I will update the player list promptly, but players who enter will not be listed again. This information was enough. Most of the subsequent replies sent messages saying they didn't want to go. Only a small number mentioned going. Jiang Xiao didn't know whether they did or not. She couldn't go anyway, her information had been published. Jiang Xiao logged out, and Lu Han just happened to reply, It has something to do with the number of people involved, and maybe the method. Jiang Xiao was still pondering. Lu Han sent a message, Legal taxpayers can report to the city government and meet the conditions, triggering a clue for military control. Oh right. Jiang Xiao just remembered that there was a prompt shortly after entering the game. Protect consumer rights, report via the hotline. There were also players in the post who were punished for reporting, so the second clue should be the same. Jiang Xiao clicked verify. Sure enough, the information was 100% accurate. Jiang Xiao quickly sent it to Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong excitedly said, Okay. I go find the NPC and hand it over. 3 minutes later. A player has already found the second clue. A criminal gang is causing serious trouble, and NPCs are hiding in South City, concealing their activities. 10,000 legal taxpayers are needed to report their crimes to the Municipal Bureau. Current urban crisis mission progress. 1. Criminal list. 58/10-000. 2. Reporters. 0/10-000. 3. No player has verified the information yet. Second clue found. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a surge of accomplishment. Lu Han quickly sent a message. Triggered? Ready to report? Jiang Xiao replied, Yes. My power is limited, but I do my part. After all, I can't participate in the undercover game, and going would be like giving myself away. People fear fame, just as pigs fear being fat. Being too famous isn't a good thing. Lu Han sat in his car and looked outside. Perhaps because of the triggering of the urban crisis, criminals were appearing on the once peaceful streets of South City, engaging in robbery. The police were chasing them, but couldn't catch them. According to the rules of the survival game, for players who are sure to clear the game, it is best to stock up on supplies and find a place to hide at this time. After a pause, Lu Han replied, Reporting will definitely trigger the reporting rules. You can see what's going on first. We go together tomorrow after we move. We have more people to analyze it together. Livestream. Wow. Brother Han, are you planning to join? No way. That's not Brother Han's style. Honestly, with this city reduced to criminals, Brother Han will definitely thrive. After all, in a lawless world, Brother Han is the king. Right. Brother Han is a man who can single-handedly build a bunker and fire a machine gun at NPCs. Just whispering, sad face. Brother Han actually inquired about NPC munitions. Oh my. Brother Han was led by his wife to become a good person. Go check out that undercover streamer's livestream. It's moving me to tears. There's more than one undercover, but that streamer found the right NPC and triggered the undercover mission, allowing the others to learn about it and return to complete it. One undercover was incredibly unlucky, just like Brother Han. He was spotted and arrested by the criminal NPC at just 3 points of aggro. The streamer was there. Chapter 130. Underground in Nanshur lies a city of sin, a paradise for criminals, and a hell for mortals. On the surface, Nanshur lives by the rules, abiding by the law. Every citizen fulfills their duties and strives to live. Underground, in the city of sin, there are bright lights, revelry, and a disregard for the law. Women scream, the cowards wail, the strong assault, and the triumphant laughter of the victorious. Gu Chaoyang had long been an undercover agent. After becoming an undercover agent, the system prompts you to enter the city of sin and to seek refuge with criminals in Nanshur. To enter the city of sin, you simply tell the NPC who receives criminals that you are being pursued by the police and need to hide for a few days. But once you enter the city of sin, you can't leave for 20 days, so he never entered. He only entered after seeing a post on the forum. There are many ways to make money in the city of sin: gambling, fighting in illegal boxing, and trafficking all kinds of contraband. They are like maggots in the gutter, hiding in the dark and conducting dirty business. After accepting the mission, Gu Chaoyang began collecting criminal lists. He could collect criminal lists by finding the ID cards of NPC criminals. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the criminals after finding the third one. What bad luck! Only a 3% chance of winning. If he had known, he would have bought a lottery ticket. Gu Chaoyang was tied up when he heard the system prompt: your identity has been exposed. The criminals will torture you severely and suffer physical pain. You will no longer be able to contact anyone. After 3 hours, you will die a heroic death, and your life to live will end prematurely with a special ending. However, this special mission plot is for demonstration purposes only. The plot is normal. You can choose to block your perception. Of course, you should, only a fool wouldn't block it. Soon, a man with a whip entered and lashed Gu Chaoyang hard. Tell me, who led you in? Do you have any accomplices? Hey! It doesn't hurt. But Gu Chaoyang's acting skills took over. His face twisted in agony as he screamed. Speak or not? No! Gu Chaoyang gathered all his strength, acting like a heroic martyr. I never betray them. You bastards who take human life for granted. Hey! It still doesn't hurt. He's just acting. Life is a play, and play is life. Suddenly, Gu Chaoyang spotted the figure at the door. Although he couldn't see his name, he had a green sign above his head. Undercover partner. His eyes lit up slightly, but realizing that speaking might expose him, he turned away. Wang Xianzhu, the player who triggered the clue quest and the streamer, thought he was alone and posted a message asking for help. To his surprise, he found other companions, but by the time he saw them, they had already been discovered. At that moment, Wang Xianzhu saw Gu Chaoyang, covered in blood and brutally treated. He saw himself, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to give in. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. The whip inflicted brutal wounds on his body, and blood continued to flow. He was in excruciating pain, but he never revealed himself. Wang Xianzhu clenched his fists. Livestream. I'm about to cry. With trembling hands, he filmed it and posted it on social media. He gritted his teeth and turned away. After half an hour of acting, Gu Chaoyang closed his eyes. He was sleepy. When would these 3 hours be over? Forget it, I just get some sleep. To live backstage hall. Xiaoguoli frowned at the scene. Is it really that painful? This child, having received the clue, resolutely chose to return for the mission. Although the real situation was far more brutal, their sacrifice was to spare these children from such pain. Besides, it was just a game. The staff member said, this player's ending is already determined. Players can block out this plot. Xiaoguoli couldn't help but ask, did he block it? It doesn't look like it. The staff member hurriedly checked. Yes. Xiaoguoli twitched his lips, raised his hands in the air, and his face seemed to tremble with excitement. Give him a chicken drumstick. Chapter 131. Jiang Xiao wasn't so stubborn as to report immediately. She definitely had to report, but before she did, she had to understand the rules of the reporting game. The city is in crisis, crime is surging. If we don't find all the clues and trigger military control, Nanshur will become a city of criminals. Then we have to hide, so stocking up is our top priority. Jiang Xiao said, stock up quickly while the situation isn't serious yet. She still had some satiety points left to stock up, and now that she had money, she naturally wouldn't hesitate. Learning from her previous experience, she skipped the market and went to a chocolate shop instead. Chocolate provided a high satiety value, perhaps because it was high in energy. Like cake, it was expensive, but the supplies in the warehouse were only used when fresh supplies were truly scarce. Rich chocolate gift box. Description: imported rich dark chocolate, 8 bars/box. Effects: increases stamina by 80, increases satiety by 10. Price: 8,999 coins. Jiang Xiao had stockpiled a lot of stamina-boosting snacks, and now she needed to boost her satiety. Although stockpiling stamina-boosting snacks meant she didn't need to rest, it still felt a bit extravagant. Deluxe white milk chocolate bars in a box. Description: creamy white milk chocolate, 20 bars/box. Effect: satiety plus 200. Price: 80 coins. Jiang Xiao blinked. That's it. 20 bars/box means 1 bar adds 10 satiety, but you can stockpile more. She bought 100 boxes in one go, and the extras were stored in her backpack. One of her storage boxes was empty, so Jiang Xiao went to the nearby market and bought rice, noodles, flour, soy sauce, and a bunch of other seasonings. She found a corner and put them in the storage box. Then she bought some small bottles and cans, and fresh meat and mushrooms at the market, preparing to make some seasonings. After her shopping, Jiang Xiao's hands were filled with bags and bags, and her warehouse was overflowing. Warehouse: 20 L of mineral water *99, a cleaning travel set *99, an energy drink *99, a box of hardcover white chocolate *99, 5 specially made darts, a single deluxe meal *5, a snack box, snacks, yogurt, drinks, and cakes, a first aid kit, fever reducer *20, mosquito repellent and anti-itch patch *20, hemostatic bandage *70, burn medicine *20, antidote *20, anti-diarrheal medicine *20, frostbite medicine *30, a multi-purpose garbage cart with a high-intensity flashlight, camping tent, cold weather clothing, military blankets, sleeping bags, and other tools, and a storage box, rice, flour, seasonings, and spices. After completing these preparations, Jiang Xiao returned home at 8 p.m. carrying her things. Just as she set her things down, she received a system notification. Player Lu Siyuan sent you supplies from Jiangnan Town on the A61 server. Happy potatoes *10. Pheasant eggs *20. Jiang Xiao was stunned. So many pheasant eggs. Jiang Xiao messaged Wapao, I received the supplies. I give you a cut of the profits after selling them. The highlight is, there were pheasant eggs. Free supplies like these are certainly better than buying them. In Nanshur, the price of supplies that increase stamina proportionally is about 1:100, meaning 1 stamina point is worth around 100 coins. While they're available, the cost effectiveness isn't great. Restoring 800 stamina points costs around 80,000, making it unaffordable for most people. Also, as your satiety level decreases, stamina depletes faster. Resting at full satiety restores stamina, so it's better to stockpile these supplies, which offer a better value. Stamina supplies are best reserved for special tasks. But with so many pheasant eggs, what could I make that I could eat whenever I wanted? And stack them? Wapao, just received them? I sent them this morning. Jiang Xiao, 0.0. Maybe the courier takes a while? Wapao, oh. Jiang Xiao, how much do you want for the pheasant eggs? Wapao, we have a lot of them, and I'm not sure how much to sell them for. You decide. I'm still over 300,000 short of completing the second mission. My brothers want me to clear it, and I don't want to let them down. Jiang Xiao nodded in understanding, then pick up some more wild game, like wild mushrooms or something. You can sell them too. If that didn't work out, she'd take it. Snacks are only for a quick snack. Eating too much really makes you emo. Jiang Xiao minced the ground meat, soaked the bamboo shoots, crushed the chilies, and added beef, chicken, and other items. She planned to make a few meat sauces to stockpile. Meat sauces can be used with rice or as a main course. Pickled pepper beef sauce, pork and mushroom sauce, chicken and fermented black bean sauce. These can be stored and eaten slowly. They don't increase stamina, but they do add flavor. Jiang Xiao had already chopped the seasonings and was preparing to stir-fry when Lu Han sent a message. Chapter 132. Lu Han sent a message. I contacted Zhang Yuan. I wait for you to move in tomorrow night and invite him to dinner at your new place. My favorability rating with him is only 70, and his favorability storyline quest didn't appear until the end of the previous session. Perhaps the NPC character conditions weren't triggered. I'm trying to raise his favorability with Wang Po's dishes. Jiang Shao wiped her hands and replied, okay, how about pheasant eggs? Or Wang Po's potatoes? Fresh. Just arrived. Lu Han, how many? Jiang Shao, how many do you want? If it's not enough, you can have Hua Pao pick it up. Lu Han replied directly, how much is he short of? Jiang Shao understood immediately. Lu Han was trying to help Hua Pao complete the quest. Because Hua Pao was in Jiangnan town and had no accounts, he couldn't sell supplies there. So Jiang Shao replied bluntly, 400,000 short. Lu Han breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only 400,000. Jiang Shao, he and I split it 30/70ths, 7 for me and 3 for him. I'm a black-hearted monopoly distributor. Lu Han, Why did he suddenly feel like Hua Pao wouldn't agree to a buyout and insisted on handing it over to Jiang Shao because the two of them were colluding to screw him? Lu Han's mind was buzzing, and he almost wanted to send a message telling Hua Pao to go out and sell himself. Suddenly, Lu Han realized. No, he was working with Jiang Shao, not Hua Pao. Why should he help Hua Pao? He didn't have to help. Lu Han snorted and prepared to type. Jiang Shao sent a message. I make you tea eggs with pheasant eggs. They should keep well. Lu Han paused and deleted the original text. He'd pay up front, and you owe him first. Funds were insufficient, so Jiang Shao received 10% of each transaction. The remaining amount was subject to tax, and the amount was based on the funds received. He had indeed completed his mission, but now he only had a little over $1 million in liquid funds. It seemed he still wasn't making enough money. Jiang Shao, you're trying to get something for free again. This is just empty promises. Lu Han scoffed, not for free. Don't you know all my income? Jiang Shao thought about it, and realized it was true. Lu Han only had about 2 million, I guess, watching the two interact in the live stream. This is hilarious. Brother Han should write a book called, I Not Only Have to Support My Wife, but My Wife's Adulterer Too. I used to think Brother Han was so rich, but now I realize. Supporting a wife is so expensive. Why is Brother Han so poor? I'm worried he run out of money, and his wife will run away. Why is everyone so poor in this round, even though they're rich? They were so happy in the first round with only 2,000 coins. The above person is overthinking it. What did everyone eat in the first stage? They were so broke by the time they cleared it. Except for Brother Han, who's doing better with the girls. Look at the others. They're just eating bread, they're so dirty, and they're just trying to be clean. The second stage has a lot of supplies, but they're also expensive. Yes, everyone's stats are higher, but they also deplete faster. Cheap supplies can't meet stat points right now. And there are criminals, who are more vulnerable than in the first stage. The more stamina-boosting items, the better. Pheasant eggs are really the best value for money. Finally, Jiang Shao decided to exchange Wang Po's dishes for a set of the same type of ingredients for 10,000 coins each, 10 pieces per set, or 1,000 coins per egg. The game Hua Pao collected, such as pheasant eggs and wild mushrooms, would add 10 to 100 points of stamina when cooked, but they all needed to be processed into cooked food. Therefore, pheasant eggs were 30 coins each, and wild mushrooms were 20 coins each, which was the direct price given to Hua Pao. Lu Han directly deposited 300,000 coins to Hua Pao as a down payment, and Hua Pao shuddered upon receiving the money. You want me to collect 10,000 pheasant eggs? Thankfully, Wang Po's dishes were available, and the price was reasonable. So, while Hua Pao helped Wang Po weed and repair houses in the village, he roamed the mountains collecting eggs and game, a truly rustic experience. Chapter 133. Chen Mingming hadn't left the house all day. After Jiang Shao finished cooking the ingredients, she also prepared dinner, and asked Chen Mingming to come out for dinner. Chen Mingming hesitated. Jiang Shao had made a steamed bun with vegetables for dinner. She had stir-fried the potatoes that Hua Pao had sent her, added her own sauce, and tofu skin. Eat first. Jiang Shao cut the bun open with a knife, stuffed it with shredded potatoes stir-fried with green and red peppers, and added the sauce. She handed it to Chen Mingming. Chen Mingming took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this bun is so delicious. The sauce has meat in it, and the potatoes are a versatile side dish. Jiang Shao baked the bun until it was crispy on the outside, and had a slightly sweet taste. The NPC, future top fashion designer Chen Mingming, has a favorability of 100 and a 0% chance of betrayal. Once the favorability reaches 100, the NPC will tell you everything. We're moving to the East District tomorrow. It's been a bit rough around here lately. Jiang Shao tentatively asked, Ming Ming, are your family worried? Should you tell them? Qin Mingming swallowed her steamed bun, sniffed, and looked at Jiang Shao. My mom hasn't come back yet. She's abroad. Shao, if I told you my family is incredibly wealthy, would you believe me? Jiang Shao blinked. Then you can't owe me the rent for moving. Qin Mingming smiled suddenly, then said helplessly, actually, I wasn't hiding it on purpose. My family is very wealthy. My mom is very successful and owns a publicly listed cosmetics company, but she's not in South City right now. She wanted me to take over her cosmetics company, but I didn't like it, so I left. My mom won't give me money, so I have to rely on myself. My mom said that if I could earn a junior fashion designer title and produce 3 impressive pieces within 2 years, she'd let me continue doing what I want to do. Otherwise, she'd make me work for her company and arrange blind dates. So that's how it is. His family is a publicly traded company. Yu Qian, as Jiang Shao suspected, was the same, but Jiang Shao hadn't guessed it wasn't in Nanshur. Perhaps it's the game's expanded map. Right now, the competition is just a way for players to showcase the game's rich content. Many features, like the opening of new classes, aren't fully experienced by participating players. Jiang Shao suspects that the class Easter eggs that appear during missions are just a way for players to quickly accumulate funds to clear the game. I know. I see that bag you left on the sofa is quite expensive, but you don't use it often. Jiang Shao smiled. Qin Mingming was surprised and stuttered for a long time. When I first started working at my first fashion design company, I brought that bag with me. My colleagues all ostracized me, and that's when I realized having money isn't always a good thing. They get jealous and gossip behind my back. At the time, there was a girl who was really close to me and used all my stuff. I thought she was really into me, but then she asked me for money, and I didn't have any, so she started saying bad things about me behind my back. So, I left. Jiang Shao nodded, yeah, I get it. Qin Mingming said cautiously, Shao, you're not angry, are you? I kept it a secret from you for so long. Jiang Shao said naturally, why should you be angry? That's your family. It doesn't matter whether you tell her or not. She simply wanted to reduce the chance of betrayal to 0, so she wouldn't leave any future trouble for herself. Qin Mingming suddenly smiled, Shao, you're really different from others. I was right. Eat well, Jiang Shao said without hesitation. Oh right. Qin Mingming suddenly remembered something. Those photos we took earlier were pre-sale images for the e-commerce launch. Deposits have already exploded, with over 70,000 pieces sold. Even though each piece is only 200, the designer gets a 1% commission, plus the 20,000 second place prize. That's a total of 160,000. I agreed with Yu Xiao that he get 20%, so I split the rest with you. A few tens of thousands of dollars wasn't a small amount for Qin Mingming right now, but she rather split it with Jiang Shao. After all, Jiang Shao gave up $1 million annual salary to become her exclusive model. After Qin Mingming finished speaking, Jiang Shao heard a system notification. 64,000 received, income source, NPC Qin Mingming's design dividends. Task 2 completed. Congratulations to the player for completing the mission objective ahead of schedule and advancing to the next stage. Be patient and wait for this stage. There will be a summary after it ends. Chapter 134. Qin Mingming washed the dishes. Jiang Shao washed up and returned to bed. She'd been out carrying some things today, so she didn't want to make hangover soup now. Her stamina was too high. She had to move tomorrow morning, so she decided to go to bed early. Before she did, she checked her progress and the forum. City Crisis Mission Progress 1. Criminal List 86/10-000. 2. Reporters 0/10-000. 3. No player verified. She frowned. The first one was difficult, and progress was slow, probably because there weren't enough undercover agents. But the second one hadn't had anyone yet. That shouldn't be right. She entered the forum, and a new, popular post appeared. Let me show you what a city of crime looks like. The poster was the same undercover player. They had posted 3 videos in total. The first one showed a dim underground crime city. A woman was being dragged and raped. The criminal NPCs showed no concern, punching and kicking the woman when they got upset. The video contained the poster's voice. This is Crime City. There are at least 40,000 or 50,000 criminals here, or perhaps even a rough estimate. Some of them haven't returned yet. If they leave Crime City and leave South City like this, I think it will become hell. The second video shows an undercover agent being tortured. The video was filmed with trembling hands, and the poster quickly left, his voice choking with sobs. He saw me but never said anything. My hatred level is already 43. I'm actually quite timid. Even though I'm a game streamer, I'm terrible at it. Now I'm terrified I'd be next. The third video shows the poster mumbling to himself while walking in a dim hallway. The system notified me that my companion had died and told me to search for his identity. There's no reward, but I just want to know his name. The poster reached the secret room from the beginning. It was empty, only blood covered the floor. The poster picked up an ID card with a message written on it. From the moment I entered darkness, I lost my name and my sense of self. The world was originally without light, but I knew I would find it. I kept exploring and moving forward in the darkness. I wasn't afraid of falling into the abyss, for you were right behind me. I would find the light and illuminate the way ahead for you. So, don't be afraid. Keep moving forward boldly. The light will only grow brighter. Your companions left the drama of life early and received a special ending. This special ending pays tribute to the unsung heroes who sacrificed their lives in the fight against crime. A simple message touched everyone's heart. Jiang Xiao blinked, tears falling, which she quickly wiped away. The poster said, "Okay, I may not be able to post anymore. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward boldly. The light will only grow brighter. I know what my ending is. Keep going, everyone." It took a full hour for someone to comment on the post. Second floor, "What the hell am I afraid of? I'm broke and I'm going to sign up." Third floor, TSK. "It's just a game, who's so scared? Wait for me upstairs." Fourth floor, "Everyone, don't panic, don't push. The number of spots is limited. Too many people can't get in, and we don't know how many people there are yet. Don't overcrowd it." Fifth floor, "I'm in there, there are 6 of us right now, and there's still room." Sixth floor, "What are you all doing? Are you rushing to reincarnate? I can't make it through this stage anyway. Leave it to me. Let me reincarnate first." Jiang Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the comments. Laughing and crying. After a pause, she sent a message to Lu Han, "I go to the municipal bureau early tomorrow. No one has reported me yet. I guess the rules are complicated. I go check it out." Lu Han, "What time? I pick you up." Jiang Xiao, 8 o'clock. Lu Han, "Okay." Chapter 135. Number of days for the second phase, 8. Urban Crisis Mission Progress, 1. Criminal List, 118/10-000. 2. Reporter, 0/10-000. 3. No player verified. Jiang Xiao saw the progress of the Urban Crisis Mission as soon as she opened her eyes. Since the phase mission had already been completed, there were no further reminders. Triggered single deluxe package. Income, 2,000, income source, partner contract. Income, 3,000, income source, partner contract. Oh, both the food and the money were credited, perfect. Jiang Xiao stretched and sat up in bed. Seeing the time was 6 o'clock, she went to the kitchen first. There were still some diced mushrooms, diced meat, diced chicken, diced bamboo shoots, and diced carrots left over from yesterday. First, she put the black beans, soybeans, and peanuts she had soaked last night into the soy milk maker and set it on time. Then, she cooked the cabbage and leeks, tore off the cabbage leaves one by one, let them cool and dry, and then steamed some hot rice. First, I went for a run. After an hour of exercise, my stamina maxed out at 240. I returned to wash and refresh myself. The hot rice was ready, with just the right amount of water and rice, and I scooped it into a winnowing basket. Then I began to stir-fry the ingredients in oil. The sizzling aroma rose. Jiang Xiao tasted the ingredients, then turned off the heat, poured the hot rice in, and began to mix it. After the snow-white rice was coated in the fragrant sauce, I put on disposable gloves, spread out the cool cabbage leaves, wrapped them around the rice, and tied a knot with cooked chives like a rope. A round, mouth-watering blessing rice roll appeared, delicious blessing rice roll. Description: a delicious home-cooked meal, full of flavor. Effect: satiety level +8. Eating about 4 or 5 will top up your satiety level. Jiang Xiao eagerly ate one, her cheeks instantly puffing out. Chew chew chew. It took her 30 minutes to wrap 30 of them. Jiang Xiao packed them into 2 lunch boxes, leaving only 10 in the pot. Then she poured a pot of hot soy milk from her thermos, and slung it over her like a shoulder bag. Just then, Lu Han sent a message, "I'm waiting for you outside the complex." 7:45. Jiang Xiao packed up and hurried downstairs. Lu Han was outside the complex, not getting out of the car. From a distance, she spotted a figure running towards her, carrying a backpack and a water bottle slung around his waist. She looked exactly like she was going to kindergarten. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Xiao handed over the lunch box. After all, it was so early. Lu Han took it. Cleverly, he hadn't replenished his hunger this morning. Looking at the beautifully wrapped lucky bag, Lu Han found it quite novel. He opened the 2 lunch boxes and began to eat silently without saying a word. Jiang Xiao ate 5 and stopped, then took out her kettle and poured herself a cup of hot soy milk, about to drink. Lu Han, having stuffed 2 lucky bags in one go, hadn't swallowed them yet. He puffed out his cheeks, glanced at them, and mumbled, "Tired of drinking, huh?" Jiang Xiao understood. Soy milk. Seeing Lu Han's "Where's mine?" expression, Jiang Xiao helplessly replied, "I don't have your cup." Lu Han quickly downed the half-empty bottle of mineral water next to the car and handed it to Jiang Xiao, who swallowed her food. "Take a sip." Jiang Xiao, Hasn't this guy already had water? The live streamer slammed the table and laughed wildly. Brother Han, ha ha ha. What are the comments down below? Brother Han doesn't like soy milk. Especially sweet soy milk. Brother Han's personality. I want to eat whatever my wife eats, and I want to drink whatever my wife drinks. Commonly known as a wife follower. Han Shuida. Are you really blaming my Shizi? By blaming? How can you even call me that? Also, you can change your address. Please call your streamer, Madam Han. Who remembers Brother Han's early live streaming style? He was like a scoundrel. Later, as his popularity and rank rose, he was still shameless, but not overly so. Why is he back to his old ways now? Han Shui's fans are exactly like Han Shui. I think so too. There's a discrepancy between the two. What do you mean? No, I'm praising you for sharing the same wonderful qualities as Han Shui. Chapter 136. Jiang Xiao packed 2 boxes, eating 5 herself and Lu Han 5. She thought she couldn't finish the remaining box, so she was about to put it away. When she turned around, it was empty. Where's the lunch box? She glanced at Lu Han. Lu Han remained calm, steering the wheel. Let's go to the city government first. Then, at 11 a.m., we go to the notary office. Li Na and the lawyer will be there. Let's sign your lease agreement first, and then go to the court this afternoon to change custody. Yeah. Jiang Xiao pouted. By the way, there are snacks in the back seat of the car, Lu Han said. Jiang Xiao glanced at them and, before leaving, got up to grab them. 2 large pink boxes. Sakura jelly pudding. Jiang Xiao was surprised. And it adds stamina. How much does it cost? Sakura jelly pudding gift box *3. Description: Sakura jelly pudding tastes cool, even better when frozen. 10 pieces /box. Effect: increases stamina by 100. That means 30 of them add 300 HP. The problem is, Jiang Xiao had never seen this snack before. Lu Han said leisurely, "It's free, a gift from an NPC." The other party had originally wanted to give something else, but seeing the NPC's child enjoying the treat, he switched to snacks. Jiang Xiao blinked. Awesome. When it comes to freeloading, he's the best. Jiang Xiao simply tore it apart and packed it all into the snack box. Lu Han drove to the municipal bureau. It was in the heart of the South City, but since it wasn't a commercial area, it wasn't crowded. However, it was quite close to Sister Yun's house. Jiang Xiao had originally planned to look for a place in Sister Yun's neighborhood, but now she hadn't considered it and moved directly to the East District. I parked the car. You get out here, Lu Han said. Jiang Xiao nodded. She looked around. This area was mostly filled with government affairs centers, notary offices, law firms, the municipal bureau, and the civil affairs center. Across the street was the courthouse, and not far away was the police station, where Jiang Xiao had visited last time. There were very few people around now, and most of the people coming and going were NPCs. Jiang Xiao walked towards the municipal bureau. As she got closer, a reminder suddenly rang in her mind. Enter the informant game. The rules are as follows. The report box is open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The informant needs to prepare a letter with their ID card and personally place it in the report box. Even if the report is successful, there are criminals lurking near the report box. Snipers have a 100% chance of hitting. Note, snipers cannot be killed. The closer a player is to the report box, the greater the chance of the sniper firing. If hit, there is a 100% chance of dying, achieving a special ending. Currently, the player is 10 meters from the report box, and the sniper's chance of firing is 0%. Jiang Xiao frowned. Does this mean that with every step closer, the sniper's chance of firing increases by 10%? No wonder no one has successfully reported yet. Lu Han came over. Triggered? Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded. Lu Han stood beside Jiang Xiao and triggered the game rules as well. After hearing the rules, Lu Han understood why no one had successfully reported for so long. Jiang Xiao frowned. This game's rules look like a sure-win situation. Lu Han admitted, that's just how it looks. There will definitely be sacrifices. Jiang Xiao agreed. The problem is how to minimize them. First, go back and prepare the informant's letter. Are we moving today? And get a few of the tournament players together. Come back tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Lu Han's pupils constricted, and he looked behind Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao reacted quickly and turned around, her pupils constricting. The girl, clutching the letter, ran frantically toward the report box, drawing ever closer. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced her head. The girl's eyes widened, trying to speak, but no words came out. She collapsed 3 meters from the report box, a deep bullet hole in her forehead. Blood flowed from the back of her head onto the ground. It took a full 10 minutes for her body to disappear. Only an ID card remained on the ground, but no one could pick it up. Chapter 137. Lu Jiejia was an ordinary player who had luckily made it to the second round. She had seen the first clue when it appeared, but she hesitated at first. It wasn't until she saw the video in the post that she suddenly found courage. So she came here early in the morning. She noticed a few people behind her and not far away across from her, but they were hesitant. They must also be players. Lu Jiejia mustered her courage and encouraged herself. Who knows, the sniper's shooting speed will be slow. If I run fast enough, the bullet won't hit me. She gripped the envelope tightly. Don't be afraid, move forward boldly. In this game, she wanted to be the one who found the light. 9 meters, 10%. 8 meters, 20%. 4 meters, 60%. She was getting closer and closer to the report box. 3 meters, 70%. She was almost there. Just as she took the next step, bang, a gunshot rang out. She fell. A sniper shot you, and you have died a heroic death. Thank you for your contribution to protecting this land, and receive a special ending in this game of life. To achieve the game's effect, your body will disappear after 10 minutes, and your ID card will be picked up by the next player who arrives. She died, but she failed to successfully report the incident. 10 minutes, don't move. Lu Jiejia saw several people not far away, and someone took out their phone to film. She was the first one, but she believed there would soon be a second, a third, someone would definitely succeed. Behind the scenes of To Live. Qiuguli watched, his eyes moist. This game segment was designed to hold special and memorable significance. Behind him, a man in a green military uniform approached and patted his shoulder. Do you know why she's willing to do this? Qiuguli supported his hand and gave a shallow salute. General Zhou. It was General Zhou Wentao, a military general who had heard about the design of this game and wanted to get involved. Zhou Wentao looked at the screen with emotion. This is the power of faith, the power of the blood flowing through this land, the faith in our bones. Inspired by this game, their excitement boiled. Qiuguli nodded in agreement. Originally, this game was a game involving the police and government, but after the military learned of it, they shamelessly intervened. Both of them represented various parties. Zhou Wentao said, kids these days love playing games, and my son does too. But games like this are the ones that have a purpose. Recently, fewer and fewer people have joined the military. I just want them to see that they can play games peacefully, because there are people quietly protecting the peace of this land. You police officers won't blame us, the military, for being shameless, will you? Qiuguli said generously, of course not. We're all working for the future of our country. For these children to remember their mission and defend their land, they are getting older, and those who participated in the land war are gradually passing away. Ultimately, the future will be handed over to these children. This kid's great. Everything he said is spot on. Minimizing the sacrifices is absolutely correct. Zhou Wentao, captivated by the on-screen conversation, pointed at Jiang Xiao and then turned his attention to Lu Han. This kid's investigative skills, his judgment, he's got this talent. Why doesn't he join the army? Qiuguli was silent for a moment. This kid's been in juvenile detention. He made some impulsive mistakes when he was young. Zhou Wentao smacked his lips. Under 5 years, right? Under 5 years. Just write a report. It won't affect anything. Qiuguli glanced at him, but remained silent. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wentao pointed at the screen again. This kid's not bad, very smart. She make a great female soldier. Qiuguoli? ? You want to bring everyone you see into the army? Who taught you that? You're so shameless. He twitched his lips. I don't know, but they're watching next door. Why don't you go ask? Zhou Wentao excitedly said, okay. I go ask. By the way, what crimes did this kid commit as a child? Send me a detailed file, so I can take a look. Qiuguoli, okay. The next door is a solid block of steel. It won't kill you. You just know how to fleece the police. Chapter 138. That's too much of a sacrifice. Lu Han looked around and analyzed. Jiang Shao nodded. It would be best to test whether multiple players can enter the game simultaneously. What's the maximum number of players, how many snipers there are, and whether the number of snipers will increase depending on the number of players. Lu Han said, I'm guessing there will only be 1 or 2 snipers. If the game is realistic, then the snipers and sniper rifles should also retain realistic characteristics. Sniper rifles are longer than ordinary firearms. For accuracy, firepower, range, and speed, most heavy-duty sniper rifles use a bolt-action mechanism. To test the sniper's bolt speed, the rifle's performance, the sniper's aiming habits, and the firing time, we need to see at least 3 bullets fired by the sniper in a sniper battle. Jiang Shao frowned. I don't understand that, but I know the outbound distance is 10 meters, and the return distance is also 10 meters. The fastest recorded time at the Olympics was 0.83 seconds, while the average person takes between 1 and 3 seconds. Throwing the report letter takes 1 to 2 seconds, and then quickly evacuating. The entire process takes about 10 seconds. If there's only 1 sniper, the number of casualties from multiple players participating simultaneously can be reduced. However, too many players shouldn't be too many, as this might affect the speed of the letter's throw. The specific analysis depends on the sniper's next bullet firing rate. Lu Han thought for a moment and said, at a range of 9 meters, the probability increases to 10%. Even with that 10% chance, the sniper might still fire, but the timing of the second bullet is uncertain. We need to gather at least 10 players for testing tomorrow. I contact Jiang Rong to gather the players and conduct a series of tests to observe the sniper's shooting habits and speed rhythm. Jiang Shao said, okay. This should be the correct trigger method. If a single player, a sniper, were to shoot from the report box, there was a 100% chance of hitting the target. Even if they were lucky enough to succeed, Jiang Shao estimated that based on this probability, 300,000 players might never return, a huge sacrifice. Based on the mission sacrifice rate for the first clue, the final number of people might be between 200 and 400, and the second clue should also be manageable. With 10,000 informants, if the test is successful, the sacrifice rate could be significantly reduced. Looking at the ID card on the ground, he could only wait until the sniper game ended before picking it up. The two men discussed their respective areas of expertise, their expressions equally serious. Yet, they both possessed a pleasant look, creating a harmonious and beautiful look together. The live stream instantly filled with a perverted look. Why do I feel so handsome when Han Zui says that? Even though I don't understand what he's saying, it doesn't make him any less handsome. Hee hee. Of course. Brother Han is a master with guns, the king of tomorrow. Otherwise, why do you think so many people follow him? Besides, even if he doesn't say that, he's still handsome. Okay. Han Zui is a little bit worthy of Shuzi. The person above is too confident. Brother Han is a gaming influencer with nearly 40 million followers, okay? My Shuzi is a national first-class athlete. She won the junior division of the International Darts Championship at the age of 14. She represented the national team the first year after darts was successfully included in the Olympics, winning the silver medal in her first competition. She was only 16 that year. This status. It's Brother Han who's unworthy. Then Han. Brother. Can he still have a wife? Maybe, probably. Maybe let them divorce after the game is over. I don't care. She's still Brother Han's wife. I'm a believer. Me too, slightly. The day after the city crisis was triggered, the streets were noticeably less safe than in the previous few days. Not only were the suspect players involved, but criminal NPCs were also taking action. It was 9 o'clock. Li Na and the lawyer arrived at the notary office at 11 o'clock. Lu Han decided to go to the police station first to find Jiang Rong. Jiang Shao also planned to ask Jiang Rong about the third clue, as it wasn't far away anyway. On the way, they happened to pass an old woman carrying a vegetable basket. She was trembling as she walked towards the police station, seemingly crying. Jiang Shao stopped in confusion, not for any other reason, but because she gave her a very similar impression to Wangpa. Chapter 139. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Jiang Shao walked over and put her hand on the old woman's shoulder. The old woman turned, her hands trembling. Nothing, nothing. Jiang Shao felt that the things in the old woman's basket looked familiar, as if they had been seen before. Grandma, tell us what's wrong. Maybe we can help you, Jiang Shao said. The old woman sighed and pulled 5 silver coins from her pocket. My hometown has been through hard times. I grew some vegetables and collected some eggs to sell. This person bought my eggs and gave me 5 silver coins. They're fake. I want to go to the police station and report this. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao and said gravely, it's a good opportunity for us to go to the police station as well. The 3 of them walked together to the police station. Jiang Shao noticed the basket of radishes on the old woman's back and couldn't help but ask, Grandma, are you selling these radishes? The old woman nodded. Yes, I grew them myself. I have a few left. Do you want them? 1,000 coins each. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then said, then please pack them up for us. I take them all. She only had 3 gold coins on her. Since the other party wouldn't accept wire transfers, only cash, Jiang Shao could only look at Lu Han. Lu Han realized what was happening and quickly felt around, searching his pockets from top to bottom, before pulling out 2 gold coins and handing them over. You're such kind people. They all complain my radishes are too expensive, but they're worth it. Wang Po's voice trembled. 5 large radishes were obtained. Jiang Shao took the radishes. As expected. Happy radishes *5. Description: the vegetables grown by Wangpa herself have a taste of happiness. Simply cooking them will increase the NPC's favorability and happiness towards the cook. Lu Han was somewhat surprised. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han. Split-line NPCs, Easter eggs that haven't been conquered by players, may appear randomly as encounters. Although they're also called Wangpa, they're not the Wangpa from Jiangnan Town on our A61 server. Similarly, other NPCs are the same. While they may share the same name and even the same plot, they're actually different people. Just like the old village chief in the old game, when you go to town and see an identical one called the town chief, they might just be wearing a different colored scarf, triggering a different plot. Otherwise, how would other NPCs enter Nanshire, a major transit point? Wouldn't they bump into players with similar favorability and strategies? Clearly, this Wangpa from another server hadn't been conquered by players and had managed to survive the mudslide, bringing her own vegetables to sell. As they approached the police station, the weather was a bit hot, so Jiang Shao poured Wangpa a cup of soy milk. After thanking her, Wangpa finished the drink and recounted the events of her town, following the same plot lines. As she approached the police station, Jiang Shao suddenly received a system notification. A player has found the 3rd clue. Someone from the criminal gang is hiding among high-ranking NPCs in South City. 3 statements from key NPCs are needed. Urban Crisis Mission Progress. 1. Criminal List. 129/10-000. 2. Reporters. 1/10-000. 3. Key Statements. 0/3. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and turned around. She hadn't walked far, but someone had actually successfully reported someone. Instinctively, Jiang Shao opened the forum. Sure enough, there was a post for Clue 2. The reporting game's rules are truly brutal. My friend tried it, and one successful one asked me to record it. The original poster said, 3 of us were playing a game together. I wasn't qualified to compete, so I couldn't even enter the game area during that time. But my friend told me the rules, so I posted them here for everyone to see. According to the rules, as long as you reach the report box, the sniper has a 100% chance of firing, and the chance of killing you is also 100%. My 2 friends entered at the same time, and there was only one sniper. He fired twice. The first one was killed before he reached the report box, and the second one dropped a letter but didn't leave the shooting range. As he was about to leave, the sniper fired a second shot. Chapter 140. Lu Han also noticed Jiang Zhao's movements and opened the Tiaba video. The video showed 2 boys, laughing and joking. One of the bright-eyed boys smiled brightly at the camera. Take a good picture of us. We're going to make a heroic sacrifice soon. The photographer gave him an okay sign. No problem. The other boy tugged at him. All right, get ready. Run as fast as you can. The sooner we get to the report box, the better. I know. Grab the envelope. Don't lose it. The 2 of them prepared. One yelled, run. The two of them ran towards the report box simultaneously. They were getting closer and closer to the report box. 5 meters, 3 meters. When the two were about to reach it, bang! The sniper fired, a bullet hitting one of the boys in the head, blood splattering on the other's face. The camera shook. The sight was still heart-wrenchingly real. The photographer reacted and shouted, "Hurry up and throw it!" Another boy reacted and quickly dropped the letter into the report box. His companion on the ground was dead, but his body wouldn't disappear. The boy ran back and saw an ID card on the ground. With a wave of regret, he bent down to pick it up and ran desperately towards the camera. Just as he was about to leave the range of the gun. Bang! Another sound. Just one step away, but blood splattered on the phone's camera, staining the screen red. With a snap, the photographer's phone fell to the ground. The camera was facing the clear blue sky, and the glaring blood red painted the screen, outlining a tragic scene. A short video, barely 20 seconds long. One moment, two boys were laughing in the sun, the next, they were victims of bullets. Jiang Xiao fell silent. The live stream was silent too, because neither Jiang Xiao nor Lu Han had blocked the live stream at that moment. 10 seconds later, the photographer picked up his phone, his camera shaking, his emotions completely different from the beginning. His friend fell to the ground, clutching an ID card. The photographer walked over and picked up the ID card. I was afraid, but I never regretted taking this step. Even though I was still young, I knew that if I wasn't brave, we might not have a future. The enemy seeks to encroach on our land, and even at gunpoint, we must defend it. Because we hope the seeds on this land will sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. Don't be afraid of blood. The blood we shed will nourish the future of this land, allowing it to look forward to a brighter tomorrow. Your companion exits the drama of life early, receiving a special ending. This special ending pays tribute to the brave martyrs, who once sacrificed their lives defending their land. A long-lost memory flashed through Jiang Xiao's mind. "Coach, why do I have to get first place?" The 8-year-old asked this question a year after joining the national team. This was the first darts training team organized in China. She was the child chosen by the coach. She was the most talented one in the junior team, but also the youngest. The coach knelt down and touched her head. "Does Xiao Xiao like being bullied?" The little girl shook her head, no. Before joining the national team, she was in an orphanage, where many children her age bullied her. Our nation was once very weak, and many bullied it. To protect our nation, our ancestors suffered many injuries, and sacrificed many lives. To avoid further sacrifices, our nation has pushed itself to become stronger. And your first place win represents our nation, and declares to the world that our nation is growing stronger. Even in areas where we are not strong, we can achieve excellence. And our people will be proud of you. Because you have recognized our nation's strength, they will become more confident and united. The Olympics embody a spirit of perseverance, and our first place win is a declaration of our spirit to the world, drawing our people together with even greater strength. As long as the spirit endures, the nation will endure, and no one will bully us again. As long as the spirit endures, the nation will endure. Chapter 141. Lu Han rewatched the video. His eyes flickered as he silently counted, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out from the video. Jiang Xiao came to her senses. 10 seconds. The second bullet takes 10 seconds to fire. Lu Han put his phone away and looked at Jiang Xiao. Even if the first bullet fires with a 10% chance of success, it still gives the second player a 10-second chance of success. He didn't succeed because he reacted 2 seconds late when his teammate was shot, and he lost time picking up the ID card. Jiang Xiao knew the chance of firing is higher when it's over 50%, but it's a gamble. No one knows when the first shot will fire. However, the later the first shot is fired, the better it is for the player. The 10 seconds in between can buy several players time to drop the envelope and evacuate. Even if the first shot is fired with a 10% chance, there's still 10 seconds. If the players act quickly enough, at least 5 out of 6 players can succeed, or even more, and all of them can escape unscathed. This keeps the sacrifice rate below 20%. Lu Han nodded. If we can know when the third bullet is fired, we can understand the pattern of the shooting time. If the time is increasing, then the more players involved, the better. If the time is decreasing or the same, then it's best to keep it within 10 players. More players will have a negative impact. However, there's no way to precisely calculate this, as everyone's running speed and throwing speed react differently. So, there's no way to give a detailed plan. If we know when the third shot will be fired, that's best. Otherwise, we can only analyze it this way. Lu Han looked again, suddenly puzzled. If you're hit, there's a 100% chance of you dying? Jiang Xiao nodded. Realizing the situation, she suddenly asked, you aren't? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Oh, so she was too. How much are you? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but ask. 96%, Lu Han said. Seeing Jiang Xiao's surprised expression, he repeated with a smile in his eyes, only 96% for me. Yes, she heard correctly. That's 96%. He still had a 4% chance of survival. Livestream. Wow. Brother Han is showing off to his wife. His chance of dying is 4% lower than hers. Hi, hilarious. Ha ha ha. Brother Han is practically cocky, okay? I can see it. Is he sure his wife won't be upset by saying that? Why is Brother Han only at 96%? I want to ask. Shouldn't the above person focus on Brother Han showing off to his wife? Ha ha, his expression seems to be saying, do you think I can handle this? Serious question. If Han's Hui goes with Shiuzi, will he only open one? Regarding the gun situation, do you think the sniper shot at Shiuzi or Han's Hui? Great. That's a brilliant question. Mickey Mouse is back in Meow Meow house. Shut up upstairs. Brother Han, don't you have any respect? Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment, then suddenly said happily, then it seems like going with you shouldn't be a problem. A 4% chance of not getting killed is quite auspicious. Lu Han, question mark. What does that mean? A flash of lightning flashed between their eyes, one brimming with confidence, the other inexplicably nervous. As the two of them exchanged words, Wangpa froze for a moment, hesitating. Girls, are you still going to the police station? Go! Go! The two of them reacted in unison. Chapter 142. The police station is packed today. Why are there so many people reporting crimes today? We're almost overwhelmed. Where's Jiang Rong? The female officer approached and asked, noticing the group. Are you here to report a crime too? Jiang Xiao said, yes, this woman is here to report a crime. She was scammed and given counterfeit money. The female officer frowned. Was it a large sum? Let me see the counterfeit money. Mrs. Wang handed over the counterfeit money, saying, my name is Wang Huijin. I live in Jiangnan town. Sure enough, it was different. Jiang Xiao remembered that the woman Wang on her server was called Wang Huimin. 500 yuan. The female officer wrote it down, frowning. We received the case. We're going to confiscate the counterfeit money first, but these 500 yuan are real. Take them. Once we catch the criminals, we deal with them and make them return the stolen money. Jiang Xiao realized that this kind of case usually goes unsolved. The amount was small, and they didn't provide any details about the case. The other party probably had dealt with this kind of thing many times, so they just wanted to appease her mother-in-law and let it go. Grandma Wang nodded. We must catch them. They scammed an old woman like me, who knows how many more people they scam. Taking the money, Grandma Wang finally smiled. The female officer nodded and looked at Grandma Wang. Do you want us to take you to the station? Grandma Wang shook her head. No, I walk back. I know the way. I walked here yesterday too. Isn't this a bit too far? The female officer frowned. Grandma Wang shook her head stubbornly. It's not far. We get there in less than a day. When I was young, I could walk a lot in one go. We all walk step by step back then. Okay, slow down. The female police officer stopped insisting. Grandma Wang was carrying a basket, the same one she'd been using for the radishes. Jiang Xiao had just noticed it contained only half a bottle of water and half a pancake. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Xiao followed and quietly placed a bottle of water and 2 slices of pancake inside. Fortunately, Grandma Wang was slow to react and didn't notice, turning back slowly. Goodbye, Grandma. Jiang Xiao waved sweetly. Grandma Wang smiled kindly at Jiang Xiao. It had to be said that Jiang Xiao felt quite accomplished. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. This is a survival game. The kid was quite kind. Jiang Xiao curled her lips. Yes, a game. He was such an ungrateful idiot. She didn't know if she would have done something like this in desperate circumstances. It was precisely because it was just a game, and she wasn't desperate for supplies. She also knew that Grandma Wang was a good NPC no matter which server she was on, so she did what she could to reassure herself. Lu Han scoffed, unable to resist raising his hand to rub Jiang Xiao's head. Jiang Xiao? Question mark. His bangs drooped, covering his eyelids, making them visibly disheveled. Damn it! A head can be broken and blood can flow, but a hairdo can't be messed up, don't you know? Squinting at Lu Han's back, his calves tensed, and he quickly rushed forward, leaping 3 steps at a time, and grabbed a handful of Lu Han's hair, twisting it into a mess. Lu Han? Jiang Shao landed in a perfect position. Huh? She reached out in surprise, only to see a few strands of medium-length black hair tucked between her white fingers. Her eyes widened. You're losing hair at such a young age. Do you have an endocrine disorder? Lu Han? There's an endocrine disorder in games? She just yanked it right off. Okay. Lu Han narrowed his eyes, trying to pull the rubber band off her hair. Jiang Shao raised an eyebrow, a challenge in her eyes. Tug her and I run. She looked like a triumphant child. You're here. I'm so busy. Just then, Jiang Rong came over. I finally found the third clue, and I wanted to ask you for advice. Both of them instantly became serious, ready for action. Chapter 143. Jiang Rong glanced at him. Are you prepared for the second whistleblower game? Lu Han nodded. This method doesn't work for everyone. He briefly explained that the second bullet would arrive in 10 seconds, which everyone knew. The specific coordination would depend on each player's running speed, on-the-spot reaction, and on-the-spot testing by participating players. And no one has yet tested when the third bullet will appear. Jiang Rong was puzzled. Lu Han thought carefully. Another thing, my sacrifice rate is only 96%. This might be because my stamina is 310. Anyone below 310 would likely be killed with one shot. Based on this, the sniper rifle's damage could reach 300 stamina points. So we need to consider when to report. Because the second round has an Easter egg, exercising for 1 hour daily can increase your stamina limit by 10 points. Players who obtained the stamina Easter egg in the first round and found a way to increase their stamina limit on the first day of the second round only need to wait a few days for their report to be successful. If they survive a single shot, then the survival rate should be 100%, right? Jiang Rong frowned. Jiang Shao quickly said, After Effects. Being shot can cause sequelae, such as immobility or severe bleeding. They need the help of their teammates. If their teammates can't come to their aid in time, they could also die. After all, this is a teamwork-based reporting game. Lu Han narrowed his eyes. If that assumption holds true, then all we need to do is find enough players with 300 HP or above to protect a player with less than 300 HP who reports them, lowering their chance of hitting them. As long as the sniper doesn't accurately kill the player with less than 300 HP, we can achieve a 100% survival rate. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han in surprise. Lu Han muttered to himself, It's the same with testing the third bullet. With enough players who have enough stamina, we can test the timing of the third bullet's arrival, or even more. Jiang Rong's eyes lit up. I'd post this right away. Tell everyone this news. While we need to strive for speed and time, we shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. Jiang Rong himself only needs 3 more days for his stamina to reach 300. Lu Han raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Shao, as if to say, Well, what do you think? Jiang Shao smacked her lips. Quite clever. SOSO. Just a little bit. To live backstage hall. Qiuguoli observed Lu Han with great satisfaction. You're truly a promising talent. You're adaptable and adaptable. This is due to your impulsive youth. Otherwise, he didn't finish his words. Applause echoed from behind. Excellent. When we fight in a team, the key is cooperation. We need to complete the mission while minimizing casualties. Many tactics we used to come up with were improvised. Some commanding minds, hard work, are useless, they require talent. Qiuguoli froze. Why is this hair-pulling monster here again? Zhou Wentao, having watched the entire process, said with great satisfaction, Haha. I saw a few promising youngsters, but this one is the one I like the most. Calm, quick-witted, not the rigid type. With a little practice, he has potential. A few promising youngsters? Qiuguoli's eyebrows twitched. For no other reason. Because among the ordinary players, some are trainees promoted from the police force, and they're all quite good. General Zhou, don't you think this girl is good too? Have you asked her? Qiuguoli couldn't help but curl his lips. Zhou Wentao paused. He quickly spoke seriously. Female soldiers aren't my responsibility. Let them worry about it themselves. It's because the neighbor's childcare center locked the steel door shut. You can't even dig it out with a pickaxe. Chapter 144. Jiang Rong quickly posted the information on the forum and asked players, with a collective strength of 300 or above to gather in front of the municipal bureau tomorrow morning. After posting it as quickly as possible, Jiang Rong said, By the way, I found a third clue, the confession, but I'm having a bit of a problem. To explain how Jiang Rong found the third clue, we have to start from the second step. After arriving at the police station, there was a prisoner in the back of the cell. A single cell. Everyone only knew he was a prisoner, but they didn't say. How long he was incarcerated was also unknown. Jiang Rong sensed that this person might be an NPC with an Easter egg, so he chatted with him every day. As everyone knows by now, most NPC favorability is gained through conversation, perhaps because NPCs often feel a bit lonely. So Jiang Rong chatted with him about everything from the stars to the moon, from life philosophy to poetry and song. He reminisced about his childhood, including the time he exploded a bulldoze cannon and got sprayed all over himself, and the time he jumped so hard on the wooden plank of his hometown's toilet that it broke, sending him careening into the pit and becoming a scumbag. He told him everything he knew, finally raising the NPC's favorability to 50. The NPC ordered him a glass of red wine and grilled a steak, then slowly and cryptically explained that he'd been imprisoned for someone else's crime. Jiang Rong sensed something more was going on, and he wanted to continue his pursuit until his favorability reached 80. Oh my god, it hit the upper limit. I think he's the first clue. The clue might be finding him and getting him to confess, but he won't say anything, Jiang Rong said. Jiang Xiao paused. When the favorability reaches 100, the NPC will tell you everything. Jiang Rong frowned, but the second stage NPC favorability cap is only 80. Jiang Xiao simply tossed a carrot and a potato over, use this, but you have to cook it yourself for him. Cook? How can I cook? Jiang Rong said subconsciously. Boiled potatoes are fine, Jiang Xiao said. Just dip them in salt and sugar, and you can eat them as a staple food. He's in prison anyway, so it's up to you to decide what he eats. What about radishes? Jiang Rong said. Boiled? That old man is really picky. He wants Western food in prison. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment. Pickled radishes will be fine too. They go well with rice. I give you a quick recipe. Cut the radish into strips and marinate with salt for an hour. After draining the moisture, add half a cup of white vinegar and half a cup of sugar. You can use more sugar. Chop 2 chili peppers and soak them in the marinade. Refrigerate them, and you'll be able to eat them the next day. They're sour, sweet, and spicy, and go really well with rice. They're also easy to make. Jiang Rong was stunned. Wait, I write this down. This stuff isn't cheap. He quickly wrote it down. Jiang Xiao said, free support, no charge. Okay, I get it. Jiang Rong nodded. I do it today and try it tomorrow. If I find any clues later, I post a message in the thread. Although there are suspected criminal players, I always had a question that puzzles me. What's the question? Lu Han asked. Jiang Rong frowned. If suspected criminal players replace players and continue to compete, are they criminals or players? Players certainly don't want Nan City to become a city of criminals. But criminals, that's not necessarily the case. Lu Han narrowed his eyes, thought seriously, and chuckled. Of course, they have their own rules. Xiaobuli looked at Lu Han on the screen and frowned. Did this kid guess something? Chapter 145. Yang Lisan had a drink in a bar in the city of criminals. His brow furrowed. His status was different from the others, so he didn't understand. What kind of game was this? He was being asked to play with a bunch of kids. It was a bunch of shabby rules. He couldn't even pass the first round, and was thrown into jail for several days. He accidentally killed a player, becoming a suspect again, and had no choice but to come here. What kind of game? Release after passing the levels? Yang Lisan had absolutely no interest in this game. It was just a matter of words. At worst, I just screw in a few more years. A woman's screams filled his ears. A man grabbed her hair and slammed her to the ground, ignoring her nakedness. After a moment of pleasure, the man looked up and said, in a few days, the city will be in chaos, and we have it all. Yang Lisan remained unmoved. He's seen it all these days. Those kids were locked up in the cell over there, blood all over the floor. I don't quite understand why a game can be played like this. Has he fallen behind after being locked up for too long? Have you noticed? Someone's been acting suspiciously lately. I heard there's a mole. Suddenly, someone next to him said, the police have quite a few undercover agents here. They're new faces. Keep an eye out. There's a reward for catching them. Yang Lisan stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, the NPC next to him said, look at that kid. Is his behavior suspicious? Yang Lisan looked up and saw a young man in a white shirt acting suspiciously. At first, he didn't want to intervene. He saw several NPCs handing over the task to the management. Yang Lisan stood up and walked over to the boy. The boy seemed oblivious to the others, muttering to himself, "If I keep this up, the chances of being discovered will be over 70%. Jan Leeson paused. Although he didn't follow the rules of the game, the boy looked young and childish. He casually said, "Let's go. You've been discovered." The boy suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be trying to harm him, but he wasn't an undercover teammate. He didn't know what the other party was, perhaps an NPC. Coming to his senses, he whispered, "Thank you." He quickly stuffed his ID card back in his hand and left. As the boy left, the management rushed over. Before Jan Leeson could react, he was violently thrown to the ground. His head and knees slammed against the ground, aching and numb. Someone grabbed his scalp and demanded sternly, "Is it you? Did you reveal our identities?" Jan Leeson was about to speak when a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. "Do you take the blame for the undercover player's lurking crime? If you do, you will bear the criminal's wrath and punishment and sacrifice yourself. However, your sacrifice will not be in vain. The other party's hatred will be cleared, and you will be granted one chance to leave the dungeon." Jan Leeson was stunned. He frowned, wanting to say he arrested the wrong person, but then he saw the young man in the crowd looking at him with worried eyes. He suddenly remembered the year he was taken away by the police, and his young, naive son had looked at him the same way. He asked him, "Dad, when will you be back?" Back then, he knew he couldn't escape, and when he impulsively killed someone, he thought about it the moment he was caught. He was upset, but he accepted it. Now, he suddenly remembered that if his son grew up, he'd probably be around this age. A wave of subtle emotion suddenly surged within him, a wave of guilt. "That's all." Jan Leeson uttered a hoarse yes. "It was you." The NPC who caught the undercover agent quickly took Jan Leeson to a confinement room and tied him up. The whip landed on Jan Leeson's body, tearing his skin and flesh. Jan Leeson gasped in pain. He didn't quite understand. Why were these kids playing such a painful game? They were just looking for trouble. A child in white stood quietly at the doorway, watching him. Chapter 146. The NPC had been beating Jan Leeson for over an hour, leaving him covered in blood. He felt the real drain of life. Without any warning, Jan Leeson knew he was likely to be sacrificed. The NPC said viciously, "Want to be a good person? Dream on." Then he left Jan Leeson here to fend for himself. Jan Leeson thought, he's already been beaten, and he's not someone who can't bear it. Why deny it now, and let the child suffer the consequences? The boy came in shortly after the NPC left, walked up to him, and sniffed. "Are you an NPC?" Jan Leeson trembled with pain, his breath escaping. "No." The boy was stunned for a moment. "Are you a player?" Jan Leeson paused, then uttered two words. "Prisoner." "A player? Not really." Thinking it was some special NPC, the boy bowed to Jan Leeson. "Whether it's an NPC or something else, thank you, uncle. We will complete the mission." "Still playing?" Jan Leeson was confused and couldn't help but groan. "Is it that serious?" "It's just a game. Time to go for a walk." Why bother going through all this suffering and getting beaten for nothing? It hurt so much. The boy paused for a moment, then said seriously, "Although it's just a game, it symbolizes our determination to fight criminals. Precisely because it's just a game, we can complete the mission without any worries. But if we can't even complete a game, then when we return to the real world, we be nothing but prey to those conscienceless murderers. A game is a game. It's also a test." Jan Leeson sneered. "Some people commit countless crimes, yet the law still protects them. So what if I kill them? I'm a prisoner, but I killed someone who deserved it. He committed murder intentionally because he'd been deceived. Even if he reported the crime to the police and went to jail, the maximum he could get was 3 years. He refused to accept this. He had to show that person the consequences of deceiving him. So, he had no regrets. What a lousy law. Forget it." The boy was stunned for a moment, frowning. This statement had nothing to do with the game, but after hearing it, he wondered if it was a special NPC. He had to think seriously about it. After a moment, he said, "The law is fair and protects the rights of all. If someone truly violates the law, even if they know they're facing the death penalty, they must be dealt with by the law. There are good people and bad people in this world. If we don't resolve cases through the law, many people will kill those they deem deserving of death. And what constitutes deserving death, and what shouldn't be killed is a different concept in everyone's mind. The justice of the law is meant to control and prevent chaos in the world. If everyone assumes someone is guilty of a heinous crime and takes it upon themselves to kill, then more and more people will do the same. They switch from killing those they deem deserving to kill those they want to kill, and the world will become chaotic. So-called fairness and justice are meant to give everyone the opportunity to recognize their mistakes and prevent misjudgments. The facts and the outcome will be determined by the law. The purpose of the law is not to punish, but to constrain, to instill a sense of awe in people. Self-discipline is also about maintaining public order and preventing crime. Yang Leeson was silent. For years, he had been stubbornly naive, never believing the person he had killed was innocent, and instead blamed the law for not punishing him severely. And now, a child was telling him this truth. The boy didn't receive any special prompts, still believing the other person was just a replacement NPC. He bowed to Yang Leeson again before leaving. An hour and a half later, Yang Leeson's in-game identity died. He only heard a single prompt before leaving the game. Your identity is special. Death leaves no identity behind, but you have earned a chance for redemption. Chapter 147. It was almost 11 o'clock after leaving the police station. Lu Han had to sign a contract with Li Na, obtain a lawyer's appointment, notarize his will, and then go to court. After all, it was Jiang Xiao who introduced Lu Han to Li Na, and Li Na and Zhang Minxing also had to sign the office building lease, so Jiang Xiao went along. After not seeing each other for a few days, Li Na's face had turned grim. In the 23-degree weather, she was wearing a woolen sweater, and her whole body looked like a layer of flesh had been peeled off. Jiang Xiao knew Li Na would not be long, so she glanced at Li Fei beside her. Li Na sorted Li Fei's clothes. Fei Fei, when I'm gone, let brother Xiaohan and sister Xiao take care of you. Li Na needed a video recording, signatures, fingerprints, and a notarized will. Zhang Minxing's lawyer also brought the contract to Li Na for her signature. After signing, Li Na made a phone call and turned back to ask, "Can you transfer the money now?" Zhang Minxing's lawyer nodded, of course. Everything went smoothly, though the process was a bit tedious. There were constant documents to be issued, people constantly coming to Li Na for confirmation, and repeated inquiries. Lu Han only had to provide his ID card, and then he was free. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Jiang Xiao secretly took out a small piece of cake to nibble on, sharing one with Li Fei, and noticed Lu Han looking at her. "Aren't you hungry?" Jiang Xiao said. "Yes." Lu Han nodded. Then you can eat your own." Before Jiang Xiao finished her words, she saw a lunch box in Lu Han's hand. It was the leftover Fuchi rice roll from morning. Jiang Xiao. Surprise. Lu Han. It's still warm. He raised an eyebrow at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao? Question mark. How could he have the nerve to eat her food and show off in front of her? Why didn't he just change his name to Xior, Lu Xior? Lu Han casually handed over the lunch box. One? Jiang Xiao, She cooked this. How could this person shamelessly treat it like it was his own? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiao's eyes narrowed. No, I have food. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Could she have done something else secretly? Then he saw Jiang Xiao pull out an egg, white and round. Jiang Xiao cracked the shell, and it slid open with a slurp. Lu Han frowned. What is this? Jiang Xiao was satisfied. A wild swan egg. It boosts your stamina. Where did you get it from? Lu Han had never picked up any wild swan eggs before. Oh. Jiang Xiao blinked. It's from Huapao. You don't mind, do you? Hey, after all, you still owe me 700,000. But it doesn't matter when you pay back the 1 million. Don't worry, at worst, the supplies will be withheld. It won't be too late to give it to me once you saved up 2 million. Yes, she had just received the supplies from Huapao. Player Lu Siyuan sent you supplies from Jiangnan Town on the A61 server. Pheasant eggs *32. Wild mushrooms *8. Wild swan eggs *1. Huapao also sent a message. I feel like even if I pick for another 10 days, I still won't be able to collect 10,000 pheasant eggs. There aren't that many pheasants in the mountains. I think you might need these wild swan eggs right now, so I send them to you. Jiang Xiao replied, game is fine too. Also, do you have any of Wang Po's dishes left? Different kinds. Logically, Lu Han paid for the goods, so they should belong to him. But through Jiang Zhao's hands, they were directly confiscated. After all, she was the distributor, and the profit split was 73% with Huapao. Huapao got 300,000, so Lu Han still owed her 700,000. Rounding up to 1 million, let him save up 2 million for her. That's fine, right, Lu Han? Question mark. Now they're ripping him off so openly, aren't they hiding it? Is that polite? And since it's a profit-sharing contract, at least the money passed through him, so I know how much Jiang Xiao got. Now the goods passed through Jiang Zhao's hands, and he didn't even glance at them, and they were seized. For a moment, he felt a complex mix of emotions. He took a bite of his rice roll, and the delicious taste dissolved his complexities, instantly simplifying things. Forget it. Just in case she got unlucky and got shot dead, a little extra stamina would be helpful. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Han asked, "What's your current stamina limit?" Jiang Shao stood up and threw away the eggshell. 250 was perfect. After saying that, she felt something was wrong. From behind him, Lu Han said quietly, "Quite auspicious." Chapter 148. After everything was notarized, Lu Han received a system notification. You have become the guardian of NPC Li Fei. Li Fei is a special NPC with no favorability. You can obtain guardianship of Li Fei by completing Li Na's commission mission. You have received a special NPC blessing. Blessing. Description: it's invisible and intangible, but it can increase your chances of learning luck in the game, such as making it more likely to win the lottery. Lu Han frowned. This blessing. Li Na smiled weakly. Lu Han, I have Li Fei settled in within 3 days at the latest. I let you know before I leave. I'd be bothering you in Jiangshao then. Lu Han said, Okay, I already arranged everything at the welfare agency. Let me know before you take Li Fei there, and we go together. Li Na nodded, then looked at Jiangshao. Jiangshao. I know entrusting Li Fei to you like this will cause you trouble. If Fei Fei ever recovers, I hope he can live a normal life. So, I hope you accept this money. Consider it a request to you to take good care of Fei Fei. You don't have to visit him every day. Just visit him occasionally, okay? Li Na's voice was weak. She should be in her prime, yet she possessed the vicissitudes and fatigue of old age. Jiang Shao was stunned when she received a 400,000 yuan gift from NPC Li Na. She didn't refuse. It wasn't for any other reason, but because completing the second stage according to Lu Han's method would require a large amount of stamina items, which meant money. So, Jiang Shao finally understood the purpose of this stage's profit. That puts my mind at ease. Li Na looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao accepted her money. Jiang Shao didn't have to do anything about this. Honestly, as someone with AIDS, no one would be willing to help her. She hadn't told Jiang Shao she would pay her at the outset, so Jiang Shao wasn't motivated by money. This alone made her far superior to those vampires. If she hadn't known her time was running out, she might have found a better way to settle Li Fei. But now she had no other options. Li Na took Li Fei home first, agreeing to send him to an orphanage within 2 days. Lu Han drove out of the parking lot. After Jiang Shao got in, Lu Han asked directly, moving now? Jiang Shao nodded and checked the city crisis mission data. The data had grown significantly, now exceeding 400 entries. Although Jiang Rong had posted a method for reporting game completions on the forum, people were still trying. There were already 6 people reporting it. Oh, right. Lu Han said to Jiang Shao, becoming Li Fei's guardian comes with a special Easter egg. Would you like to hear about it? Jiang Shao responded quickly, what Easter egg? Lu Han finished explaining the Easter egg. To be honest, this Easter egg is a bit mysterious. Jiang Shao was surprised. Is that so? Lu Han, yeah, that's surprising. Perhaps whoever is Li Fei's guardian has this mysterious secret. Jiang Shao murmured, fools are lucky. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao in the rearview mirror. Jiang Shao blinked, I wasn't talking about you. She was talking about Li Fei, fools are lucky. Exactly, Lu Han didn't argue with her. He simply said, if you need it, I can give you custody later. Jiang Shao was surprised, then quickly and decisively said, no need. Keep it. See if metaphysics can change the fate of a non-African. She's got luck. She's not afraid, Lu Han, ? He rolled down the car window and spotted the lottery shop nearby. His gaze was sharp. Want to try? Chapter 149. Still 20 coins scratch-off tickets. Still 10 tickets each. 20 minutes later, Lu Han and Jiang Shao emerged from the lottery shop, one after the other. Lu Han's lips curled up, as if a great event had just happened. Jiang Shao, watching Lu Han's back, couldn't help but mutter, is it really that worth celebrating? Lu Han opened the car door and said meaningfully, you don't understand. Jiang Shao was a little embarrassed. I really don't understand. The live stream was speechless. I don't understand. I don't understand why Brother Han is so happy. Brother Han is as happy as a woman who hasn't gotten pregnant in 10 years, just got pregnant with twins. I don't understand. Why are you so proud of scratching off 10 more coins than last time? Really? Shizzy won over 5,000 coins, and he's not so proud? You know nothing. You don't understand Brother Han at all. Is it just about 10 coins? It's about respect. Seriously? You European emperors will never understand the pain of the unlucky. These 10 coins symbolize that the unlucky have been told they're allowed to immigrate to Europe. It's more than just 10 coins, it's a plane ticket, a ticket to Europe. Got it? Oh, I suddenly understand, that's how it is. I get it. Even though I don't necessarily get on the plane, I'm thrilled to have the ticket. Just like getting the acceptance letter, even though I didn't go to university, is exciting. I get it, too. Even though the plane I'm on to Europe might crash, this joy is worth celebrating. Thank you, Sister Han, for giving me the European flight voucher. I give Sister Han 10 carnivals. Thank you, Sister Han, on my behalf. I'm so relieved. I finally know that even the unlucky can change their fate through metaphysics. Jiang Shao didn't have much to move. There were only a few bottles of shower gel left from Lu Han, and the other vegetables and other items could be put in the warehouse. However, moving Chen Mingming's things was more complicated. Chen Mingming waited at home to finish packing. When Jiang Shao returned, she told her, Xiao Xiao, my mom will be back in 2 days. She can still come back? Then will you leave? Jiang Shao asked. Of course not. Chen Mingming said, although I didn't get the title this time, something happened to me. After all, my mom is still my mom. I told her I was moving soon, and she was worried, so she came to check on me and make sure it was safe. Lu Han said, it's safe. There aren't many people there. A small crowd means easier management and better order. Okay. Jiang Shao helped Chen Mingming move things. Chen Mingming's models, all sorts of things, took the 3 of them several trips. Lu Han's car's trunk couldn't even be closed, and the rear driver's seat was packed. Chen Mingming squeezed herself to the side when she got in, and only realized it after Lu Han started the car. By the way, I want to know how big the room is. Does it have a private bathroom? Is it crowded? Chen Mingming realized it belatedly. Jiang Shao said, you realized it now. Aren't you afraid we sell you out? Oh, I forgot. You told me there was a safe place with lots of people, so I agreed. Besides, I trust you. Chen Mingming acted coquettishly, then sighed, remembering some gossip. By the way, when we move in, will you 2 live together? Jiang Shao thought unconsciously, how can that be? There's the Mediterranean Sea and the Strait of Gibraltar between us. Lu Han, ? Chen Mingming looked puzzled. What's that? Oh. Game NPCs don't have a map concept. Jiang Shao patiently explained, it's the dividing line between Europe and Africa. Lu Han, Chapter 150. Security was indeed very strict where they lived. As Lu Han's car entered, Jiang Shao and Chen Mingming also had to show their ID cards for verification. The complex was large, with rows of single-family villas in the distance. Across the street was a golf course and an outdoor swimming pool. It was obvious that this was where the wealthy lived. Chen Mingming couldn't help but say, Xiao Xiao, the rent here is very expensive. Her bonus wasn't much. 200,000 a month, Lu Han said, but with so many people living there, it's not expensive. Jiang Zhao's face twisted. The rent there was only 600 coins a month. Chen Mingming was a little worried. How many people live there? Lu Han thought for a moment. About 10. There were 7 rooms on 1 floor. And several were empty. So many? Jiang Shao frowned. Are they all players? Lu Han, do you mind? Jiang Shao paused. Can you trust them all? Lu Han raised his gaze. I picked them. She could rest assured. Lu Han was quite strong in this area, but his team never had any girls, and Jiang Shao was the first. If she hadn't snatched up a few of Lu Han's desired Easter eggs, Lu Han probably wouldn't have noticed her. Arriving, Lu Han got out of the car and opened the trunk. Jiang Shao was also preparing to help Chen Mingming move things. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Brother Han is back? Hey! I just changed into my uniform and was about to go out to work. A man dressed in shabby gray came out and greeted Lu Han excitedly. Looking behind Lu Han, he said, Hey! Jiang Shao. Long time no see. He moved to approach. Jiang Shao was puzzled, the voice sounded familiar. But honestly, his clothes were tattered and dusty, like a beggar from a TV drama. His hair was a long, tangled mess, as if it hadn't been washed in a month and was now tangled in strands, hanging down his face. It was a bit of a waste for her to recognize him. Lu Han instinctively stood in front of Jiang Shao and said disdainfully, Go away. Stay away. Oh! Realizing that her battle suit might be frowned upon, She stepped further away, pulling her long hair away from her face, revealing her large face. Sister Xiao, it's me. Shen Jingden. Jiang Xiao, surprise. Lu Han frowned. Hurry up. Oh. Shen Jingden glanced at him. Then I get to work. As they passed by Jiang Xiao, seeing her dazed expression, Shen Jingden suddenly extended his hand. Sister, please be kind. Give me something. Jiang Xiao, question mark. Lu Han looked helpless. Jiang Xiao hadn't spoken yet. A boxed lunch suddenly appeared in Shen Jingden's hand, and Jiang Xiao was startled. Wasn't it her own deluxe meal for one? She quickly checked her storage, her face quizzical. Something was wrong, the meal wasn't missing. Shen Jingden was surprised. Wow. So what you guys stole last time was an Easter egg blessing. Hee hee. Thanks for the gift, girl. I'm leaving now, back to work. You guys get busy? Then Shen Jingden happily left. He brushed past Chen Mingming. Shen Jingden couldn't help but extend his hand again. Girl. Please be kind. Just give me something. Chen Mingming was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes turned compassionate. Wait a minute, I get my wallet. Jiang Xiao then watched as Chen Mingming gave Shen Jingden a gold coin. Shen Jingden was puzzled. It's an NPC. Jiang Xiao quickly realized and couldn't help but exclaim, wow! What a powerful blessing! It's incredibly powerful. Chapter 151. I'm leaving. Shen Jingden slouched away. Lu Han noticed a faint glint in Jiang Xiao's eyes, seemingly interested, and lowered his head to explain, professional Easter egg, beggar. Jiang Xiao, professional? Have you been a professional beggar for the past 2 years? This is practically a licensed freeloader. Yes. Lu Han nodded and explained again. Professional, beggar. Professional description, wear combat uniform, and work for 3 hours daily, maintaining a clean appearance during work. Simply say please be kind. Give me a little. To others and you can beg. There's a chance you receive 1,000 coins, or any food item from an NPC. Asking for items will grant players 1,000 coins, or one of their own blessings. You can also join a peer group to discuss territorial matters and prevent territorial disputes. Class description, after acquiring this class, you cannot purchase anything, including any real estate, or engage in other work, part-time jobs, or trade. All income must be earned through begging, and you cannot conquer any NPCs. Destroying your armor is considered giving up this class's Easter egg. Jiang Xiao blinked and rubbed her chin. How did he get such a bizarre class Easter egg? Lu Han was silent for a moment before concluding, by being thick-skinned. Shen Jingden's focus was different from everyone else's. On his first day, he had no idea what kind of job could earn him so much money. More importantly, none of them seemed easy. One day, he saw a beggar on an overpass counting money with his broken bowl. Don't look at it, it was quite a lot. The bowl held 20 or 30 coins, a mix of silver, gold, and copper. Shen Jingden estimated there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 coins. Wouldn't this skill make money faster than finding a job? Then the old beggar stealthily placed the coins in his pocket. Then, holding the broken bowl containing 1 coin, moved to another location to continue his shameless begging. Shen Jingden, on a whim, took advantage of the old beggar's counting and went over to help him. 1, 2, 3. After counting, Shen Jingden placed the coins in his pocket. The old beggar pointed a trembling hand at him, stammering, You? Shameless. You even. You even steal the beggar's money. Shen Jingden responded, Rob. What's wrong with you? I'm a beggar too. The old beggar fumed and glared, then walked away. I never thought that meeting on the overpass would ruin my life. Shen Jingden had followed the old beggar for 3 days, stealing his food. The old beggar could earn over 10,000 coins a day, and Shen Jingden was making a killing by stealing from him. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable than working? It wasn't for any other reason, but simply because Shen Jingden realized that no other beggar wanted as much as this old beggar. Finally, the old beggar couldn't help himself and patted Shen Jingden on the shoulder. Young man, listen to my advice. Don't be so shameless. You have good hands and feet. Go to the other side of the bridge and beg on your own. Then he received a system notification. The NPC old beggar's favorability towards you has reached -50, triggering the class Easter egg. Beggar's description continued to annoy the old beggar, causing his favorability to drop below -100 to obtain this class. After hearing this, Jiang Zhao's face was filled with a wow. That's it. Jiang Shao held back her compliments for a long time, only able to utter slowly, "It suits him quite well." Lu Han whispered, "Stay away from him, especially when he's not wearing his uniform. With his current job, he can't buy anything. Even though he's rich, it's all freeloaders. The point is, he's even better at whoring than I am." Jiang Shao was instantly alert. Got it. Chapter 152. But Shen Jingbin accepted this career Easter egg, effectively giving up the competition. Because all income from this profession is illegal, he still failed the mission with a big 0. Qin Mingming had a lot of stuff, and halfway through moving it, Jiang Shao saw another boy coming back. He was Song Yusheng, whom she had met before. He looked honest and reserved, and simply called Lu Han, "Brother Han." He nodded to Lu Han. Then he helped move the things in. The villa was large, with a garden on the first floor. The first floor was about 300 square meters. Lu Han pointed, "I'm in the first room on the first floor. The one at the end of the corridor, because it had a small balcony." Jiang Shao took a look. The layout of the first 3 floors was similar, with a very fancy spiral staircase. Only 200,000 yuan a month here? Jiang Shao was puzzled. Lu Han nodded. After all, it's not commercial property. The whole place costs 30 million yuan. This NPC isn't in Nanshur and doesn't come back often, so I rented it cheaply through the NPC. Just like if Jiang Shao asked Sister Yun to help her find a place, Sister Yun could do the same. But Jiang Shao didn't like to bother others. Lu Han was different. His NPCs were squeezed to the last ounce of value, used to their full potential. It didn't matter if they couldn't get the Easter eggs, they could use their connections. In short, as long as they were a living person who could talk and didn't give her supplies, she could always pry something out of them. Qin Mingming was very satisfied. Although the room was smaller than her own, it was much larger than the rental house. She didn't have to move her things into the living room. She could do it right there. She moved her fabrics and models in. Lu Han looked at the time, and it was almost 6 o'clock. "Zhang Yuan will be here at 8 p.m., Lu Han said. Qin Mingming was carrying things, a strange look on her face. Jiang Shao nodded. "I'm going to buy groceries." "Together. Mingming, you stay home? We go out first," Jiang Shao said to Qin Mingming. Qin Mingming nodded. Most of the vegetables in the wealthy area are ordered and delivered fresh. Since they weren't NPCs, they didn't have anyone to deliver them, so they had to drive to buy them themselves. After getting in the car, Lu Han said to Jiang Shao, "I had people prepare a lot of supplies, including rice and noodles. There's a basement under the villa, and I had them all moved in. There are several large refrigerators and freezers with frozen meat, seasonings, and other things. The villa has an automatic power system, which will automatically activate if there's a power outage. The longer it goes, the harder it will be. If the city crisis isn't resolved, there'll be enough for us to get through several stages. Now that we have enough money, we can buy pork and other things in large quantities." Jiang Shao glanced at Lu Han in surprise. He was indeed the man of tomorrow's number 1. "It seems you're a top-notch stockpile expert," Jiang Shao subconsciously complimented. Lu Han curled his lips, his mood brightening. "I also had someone prepare something in the industrial area. There's an old air raid shelter over there with some supplies. We can go there if the city crisis isn't resolved." Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly became complicated. "You're treating this like a post-apocalyptic wasteland survival game," Lu Han said. "Your chances of completing it are very high this way." Jiang Shao suddenly felt a sense of regret. If I were in a post-apocalyptic game, I probably wouldn't survive more than 3 days. Because this game is an exploration puzzle, if it really were the apocalypse, she wasn't sure how long she would survive. Lu Han disagreed. "You underestimate yourself. What if it were her in the apocalypse?" Lu Han felt that Jiang Shao would be like a hamster, finding a place to store a huge amount of goods, then scrounging away alone, only emerging to forage when supplies ran out. Jiang Shao said, "It's hard for a girl to survive the apocalypse without superpowers. Superpowers only exist in novels. Girls, given their inherent physical weaknesses, need to stick together and, more likely, rely on others to truly survive the apocalypse." Jiang Shao isn't someone who enjoys relying on others, nor does she particularly enjoy grouping. She knows a little self-defense, and while she might be able to take on 2, she couldn't possibly take on 10, let alone 100. So, she sincerely doesn't want Nanshur to become a city of sin, where crime runs rampant and ordinary people struggle to survive. Lu Han sneered, "Don't I still have you?" Looking in the rearview mirror, Jiang Shao suddenly shuddered. This guy is so picky about food, he'd probably tie her up and force her to cook for him every day. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao quickly clasped her hands together and prayed to herself. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Shao. Is Shen Jingbin rich? A profession that only takes in money but never spends out, seemingly poor, but actually like a miser, often reveals unexpected results. Lu Han raised an eyebrow, and saw Jiang Shao's eyes sparkle in the rearview mirror. Oh, the kid wants someone else to pluck his hair. Chapter 153. Jiang Shao and Lu Han bought a lot of vegetables at the market. Although Lu Han had prepared some supplies, most of them were frozen. He didn't know what Jiang Shao was going to do, so he followed her around like a shadowy figure, watching her fumble around, pick up some kimchi, and then some beef. Braised radish with beef, you do it, Jiang Shao said. Lu Han, I stew. Yes, aren't you trying to win Zhang Yuan's favor? Jiang Shao said, Zhang Yuan should be a hidden clue to the larger plot, so we have to win his favor. Lu Han was silent for a moment. Will he eat what I cook? Jiang Shao said, no problem. I watch you make it. A simple stir-fried potato, and a stewed beef with radish. Jiang Shao figured cooking shouldn't be difficult. Besides, as long as Zhang Yuan eats a bite, it's fine. Okay. Lu Han no longer hesitated. Are there only two types of favorability dishes? Jiang Shao paused, lowered her head, and sent a message to Jiang Rong. See if anyone has come across the Wangpi Easter egg on the road. What if there is? Lu Han nodded seriously. Livestream. Brother Han cooking? Can he even tell the difference between sugar and salt? Don't think too badly of Brother Han. He's a very capable learner. We're not talking about learning ability. You know cooking? It takes talent. Even a dog wouldn't eat what Brother Han cooks. Are you insulting a dog? Dog, I still want to eat meat. Place your bets. Just ask if what Brother Han cooks is edible. Don't even mention NPCs. An NPC might eat one bite if tricked, but he might eat a second. I give Brother Han 10 carnivals. The bets upstairs are a bit high. With Shizi watching, it shouldn't be a big deal. We have some confidence in Shizi. After all, Brother Han already has a ticket to Europe, right? Place your bets. I bet 10 cents on the NPC taking a second bite of Brother Han's dish. I be generous and bet 20 cents. It's okay if I lose, it's just a small amount. After buying groceries, we returned home at 6:10. Blanch the beef first, drain the blood, then cut and stir-fry. Jiang Shao explained the steps, but when she saw Lu Han already adding oil to the wok, she was stunned. Blanching the beef first. Lu Han's mind went to, blanching? What's that? I didn't understand. Automatically filtered. Just stir-fry anyway. Jiang Shao said dryly, how about washing and shredding the radish? Make some vinegar-fried radish. Oh! Lu Han obediently put down the beef and went back to tinker with the radish. Because Jiang Shao wasn't sure if her involvement would affect anything, she proceeded verbally, peel the radish and then shred it. Lu Han was obedient and only peeled the skin. It was surprising that someone so skilled with a dagger could peel the skin, but not have much knife skills. When Jiang Shao finished preparing the beef and bamboo shoots, and was about to stir-fry the beef and bamboo shoots, she turned around and saw that Lu Han had already chopped the radish. It looked more like French fries than shreds. Jiang Shao frowned, chop it thinner. Lu Han gathered the radish strands one by one, and cut them into barely coarse shreds. Lu Yuqing, Jiang Rong, and the others returned and smelled the beef Jiang Shao had stir-fried in the kitchen. What a nice smell. Jiang Rong had brought 2 boys with him, and they took a curious look into the kitchen. What did I see? Brother Han is cooking. Brother Han is actually cooking. Is he cooking for them? What had they done to make Brother Han so displeased that he want to poison them? Is it too late to run now? Lu Yuqing didn't understand. She looked over and couldn't help but ask, Master Han Zui, what are you doing? Shredding radish? Let me do it. The shredding was indescribable. Jiang Shao said, no need. He's cooking for the NPCs. No one else can help. Oh! Lu Yuqing didn't notice the others sighing in relief. Luckily, Brother Han wasn't cooking for them. Chapter 154. Jiang Shao kept things simple. Since there were so many people, she didn't plan to feed everyone. It was simply because Lu Han wanted to gain Zhang Yuan's favorability today. Jiang Rong came over to share some information. Someone on the forum has run a test. Up to 10 people can participate in the whistleblower game simultaneously. Those exceeding the limit will be unable to enter. Lu Han nodded. Well, have you gathered everyone? A few of our players have over 300 HP. Jiang Rong hesitated. Only Ah Chang. Lu Yuqing leaned over and said, my HP is 220. It'd take another 8 days to get to 300. A strategy guide has been posted on the forum. There are 100 servers, and each server must have a number of elites. Lu Han remained silent. On the 15th day of the game, the criminals in the dungeon will be released. We only have 6 days. After the test tomorrow, we notify players on the forum. Players with HP below 200 will be given priority. Someone on the forum had already posted a message. The clues in the underground city of Sin indicated that once they were released, disaster would begin for South City. It would be very dangerous to leave at that time. Jiang Rong nodded. Stats with HP over 300 have a survival rate. If tomorrow's test is successful, I apply for funding from higher-ups. However, police funds are generally limited, so we ask players to donate. Also, someone tried to find the sniper, but couldn't find him. The bullet's direction is uncertain, so we likely won't find the sniper. This mission requirement is mandatory. Also, Aqiang found Wang Po's vegetable, tomatoes, and is on his way back. He quickly finished all the news. Jiang Xiao said, then make another tomato salad. Slice it, sprinkle it with sugar, and you're done. She had extremely lowered her expectations of Lu Han. Jiang Xiao wiped her hands, and asked Lu Han to boil some water, and blanch the shredded radish. It only take 2 minutes. Then Jiang Xiao briefly looked at the amount of shredded radish. Chop 1 scallion, half a garlic clove, 1 tablespoon of sugar, 2 tablespoons of light soy sauce, 3 tablespoons of vinegar, 4 tablespoons of chili oil, and 1/3 of a teaspoon of salt. Remember? Lu Han nodded. Lu Yuqing looked at the two people in the kitchen and thought subconsciously, I didn't expect that Han Shueda looked so aloof on his live stream, but he's so approachable in real life. He even cooks. Jiang Rong touched his nose and kindly reminded, Brother Han's cooking, just give it to the NPCs, don't eat it later. Lu Yuqing, ? Jiang Rong was very serious. If you want to survive, remember this, don't eat Brother Han's cooking, even if you starve to death. Lu Yuqing was stunned. Jiang Xiao still had several dishes to prepare: garlic vermicelli, braised fish, sweet and sour spare ribs, and blanched shrimp, along with a dipping sauce. She bustled back and forth, completely ignoring Lu Han. Lu Han began adding the seasonings. He pulled out 2 spoons, a white porcelain spoon and a delicate aluminum spoon, and wanted to ask Jiang Xiao which one to use. Turning around, he saw Jiang Xiao busily deveining the shrimp. Lu Han frowned. Wouldn't it make him seem useless to ask Jiang Xiao about such a simple matter? Looking at the 2 spoons, he began to call out orders. Whichever spoon he called, he would use. A look at Woohoo in the live stream. When Brother Han pulled out 2 spoons, I knew my 20 cents were gone. Why didn't he ask? Brother Han, why didn't he ask? Ah, maybe? Saving face? Oh damn, man's pride. It's over. Will the NPC eat it? They won't even be able to take a single bite. Same question. Will eating it, and then spitting it out increase your favorability? Please, Brother Han, I don't have high expectations. I don't want it to be delicious. I just want the NPC to eat it. Chapter 155. Lu Han finished just as Jiang Xiao finished. She looked at the vinegar-fried shredded radish on Lu Han's plate, and noticed it was a bit darker. Lu Han quickly said, I added it just as you said. It's just that there's a little too much broth, which doesn't look good, so he poured some off. Jiang Xiao scooped up a handful with her chopsticks, and put it in her mouth, her face stiffening. Lu Han was a little nervous. How does it taste? Jiang Xiao listened to the system voice in her head. The taste buds were severely damaged, irritating them, leaving food tasteless for a short time. This lasted for half a day, affecting her appetite. This could be alleviated with the use of an appetite stimulant. She didn't swallow it. She was afraid that swallowing would lower her stamina. Jiang Xiao turned her head, and casually spat out the shredded radish in her mouth. You only added 1/3 of a teaspoon of salt? Yes. Lu Han was absolutely certain. Jiang Xiao searched around, her eyes fixed on the extra porcelain spoon on the cutting board, and she suddenly felt a little choked. The porcelain spoon held the equivalent of a small tablespoon. He was stunned for a long moment. Jiang Xiao took out another radish. Make some radish soup, and the potatoes too. Potatoes are the main course tonight, so don't add anything else. Peel and chop the tomatoes, and sprinkle them with sugar. Lu Han, Some things don't need to be spelled out explicitly. Placing the shredded radish in the microwave, Lu Han began to make radish soup. Radish soup is much simpler. Slice, boil, and add salt. Wang Po's radishes have a natural sweetness when cooked, and so do potatoes, tomatoes, and everything else. Jiang Shao felt like she might have embarrassed Lu Han. At 7:50, the dishes arrived promptly. A winnowing basket held several sliced potatoes, the main course for tonight. One for radish soup, and one for a cold tomato salad, both Lu Han's creations. The rest were Jiang Zhao's stir-fries. Lu Han checked his phone. Zhang Yuan's here. To be exact, he'd been there for over 10 minutes, but no one answered. Lu Han hurried to fetch Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan knew Jiang Rong and the others well, having gone with him to volunteer for the mayor's office. Long time no see. You didn't contact me after arriving in Nanshur. I thought you'd forgotten me. Zhang Yuan always remembered the time, the unexpected encounter with danger, the rescue, the gathering to help distribute supplies, and then the chaos that ensued. Seeing the people looting supplies, even at the cost of killing, he was forced to hide with Jiang Rong and the mayor. That memory was very special to him. Let's eat, Lu Han said. Wow! Girl! Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Shao grinning. You're just in time. Jiang Shao blinked. Lu Han, Jiang Rong, Zhang Yuan, Aqiang, Liu Yuqing, Song Yuxing, Jiang Shao, and Chen Mengmeng made 8 people, and a few were still outside. Jiang Shao called out, Mengmeng, come down for dinner. Chen Mengmeng finally finished packing her pile of things and walked down the stairs. Zhang Yuan happened to look up, and their expressions suddenly changed. Why are you here too? Zhang Yuan grumbled unhappily. Chen Mengmeng's expression quickly turned cold. If you can be here, why can't I? 2 NPCs knew each other. The 3 girls sat together. Lu Han sat in the middle of the boys, across from Jiang Shao, and across from Chen Mengmeng was Zhang Yuan. Chen Mengmeng couldn't help but lash out at Zhang Yuan. Hey, where's your beautiful internet celebrity girlfriend? Didn't you say we meet in person? Why didn't you bring her here today? A memory flashed through Jiang Shao's mind. A beautiful internet celebrity girlfriend? Zhang Yuan, as if caught in a sore spot, said, she can be busy today, right? She's prettier than you, so don't be jealous and stop caring about me. But you're still single, right? You're right. Every blind date you go on is a sure thing. Chen Mengmeng gritted her teeth. Being single for life is better than having a low-class guy like you who makes all unmarried women lose hope in men. The 2 of them exchanged barbs. No one tried to dissuade them, their minds spinning like rattles, their faces shifting between them. Chapter 156. Chioguli watched the group of children, all bustling with activity. He didn't pay much attention. The mission was one thing, life was another. Officer, Yang Lisan is awake. The young officer next to him came over and handed over the documents. During this test, he didn't initiate any attacks. The few who did were provoked by others, but he passed the test. Chioguli nodded. I go see him and discuss it after one final question. Yang Lisan finally emerged from the game. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the familiar prison and its iron bars. This was real reality. The officers quickly led Yang Lisan out. Yang Lisan, because the victim had misappropriated 500,000 yuan of your investment funds, leaving you with nothing, you were enraged and called the police. Upon learning that the victim could only receive a prison sentence of less than 5 years, you were unwilling to accept this, and committed premeditated murder. Chioguli looked at Yang Lisan. You were sentenced to 16 years. You served 11, leaving 5 years remaining. You demonstrated excellent behavior, and are applying for a sentence reduction. Is there anything else you would like to say? Yang Lisan was silent. He had nothing to say. Have you seen your son? He's in the game too. Yang Lisan's eyelids twitched, and he thought of the young man in white. Chioguli had the video replayed. In the video, the sunny man was filming the video, saying, please make sure we look good. We're going to make a heroic sacrifice soon. The boy's smile was very familiar, but he couldn't quite place his features. He was only 9 when he left. Yang Lisan's mind flickered, and he could still vaguely discern the boy's features, but he recognized them. After he was imprisoned, his wife divorced him, and their son was given to his father. Bang! The teenager was shot. Yang Lisan's heart trembled, a feeling he hadn't felt since his impulsive crime and his imprisonment. Chioguli said gravely, your son wanted to apply to the police academy, but because his father is serving a prison sentence, he didn't pass the political review and missed the opportunity. He then looked at Yang Lisan. Yang Lisan's resolute face finally couldn't help but tear up after 3 minutes. He spoke hoarsely, I was wrong. He was truly wrong. If he hadn't been so impulsive, his son wouldn't have ended up like this. Chioguli sighed and stood up. I approved your commutation application, and will submit it to the higher authorities. The specific time frame for the commutation will be discussed later. I will try to contact your family, and arranged for you to meet. After Yang Lisan's actions, his father, in a rage, severed all ties with him and raised his grandson alone. His wife divorced him, and no one had visited Yang Lisan in the past few years. Yang Lisan sobbed. Xiaoguli had the door closed and asked, "What about the others?" The young officer said, "Besides some who didn't pass, there are also several suspects who are posing as players. We've given them several warnings, but they remain unmoved." Xiaoguli nodded. "Well, it's okay. People who are still obsessed with the game have extreme personalities. If they were released into society, they would have a high chance of reoffending. They'd be incarcerated for as long as they can. Once this phase is over, the criminal test will be over." The young officer nodded. As soon as he left, Xiaoguli saw Zhou Wentao. Zhou Wentao frowned at Xiaoguli. No, this kid. The information you gave me. You were keeping an eye on him from the beginning. How did he end up being a game streamer?" Xiaoguli scratched his head. This. When Lu Han left the juvenile detention center, he hadn't been promoted or involved in this project. When they later remembered to contact him, they discovered that Lu Han's family hadn't come to pick him up. He'd been desperate to make money out there and joined a rip-off live streaming company, wasting a year before finally leaving. Zhou Wentao raised an eyebrow. "You originally approached this kid to recommend him for an undercover assignment in the serious crime unit, right? But he's so exposed now, he can't be an undercover agent. Why not give him to us? I've seen him in other games, and he's very talented with guns. It would be a shame to leave him without one." Xiaoguli frowned and said impatiently, Here. When the game's over, go ask him yourself." Of the million-player tournament, fewer than 30,000 were specially invited, though these people didn't know. Chapter 157. Chen Mingming and Zhang Yuan argued for a long time. Jiang Xiao, after finishing an orange, tried to mediate. "All right, let's eat first." After tugging at Chen Mingming, she said, "For Shishu's sake, I won't argue with you anymore. Eat. Eat," Lu Yuqing said hurriedly. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be stubborn. "I'm a great man who doesn't care about the mistakes of a villain." Chen Mingming held back. Finally, they could have a good meal. The group breathed a sigh of relief. If the two were players, they would have tried to mediate long ago, but since they were both NPCs, they wanted to see what happened. But aside from exchanging insults and belittling each other, the two didn't say anything else. Zhang Yuan naturally couldn't resist Jiang Zhao's cooking. He had tasted delicious food before, but Jiang Zhao's cooking was simply too good. Plus, Zhang Yuan loved meat, so his mood instantly brightened. Chen Mingming came to her senses and whispered to Jiang Xiao, "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao." She knew she'd been impulsive, but she couldn't help herself when she saw Zhang Yuan. Jiang Xiao whispered, "It's okay, but I'm curious why you two have such a deep grudge." Chen Mingming's expression was complicated. This was a long story. "I tell you later," Chen Mingming said. Elsewhere, Lu Han politely helped Zhang Yuan with food, scooping a bowl of carrot soup with half a potato and pushing a bowl of salad tomatoes in front of him. Zhang Yuan, with a look of disgust, tried to push the plate away. "Why do you always serve me vegetarian food? I only been here a short time. Let's eat meat." Jiang Rong said, "Brother Han cooked for me personally. He knew you were coming, so he had to do everything. Try it yourself." Zhang Yuan glanced at Lu Han. He seemed polite and smiling, but something inexplicably chilled his heart. Eat. Brother Han cooked this himself, so of course I have to show some respect." Jiang Xiao understood, NPCs could actually be intimidated. Zhang Yuan tasted the radish, it was quite sweet, and took a sip of the soup. It was a shame the soup was bland, the radish itself was quite good. He looked up, very politely. "This radish soup is good. Come on, try it." Lu Han pushed the tomato over again. "Try it." Zhang Yuan, What's so good about salad tomatoes? How could they be any more flavorful than others? He took a piece. Zhang Yuan choked instantly. The tomatoes themselves weren't too sour, fresh, and sweet, but there was so much sugar that it melted and became a syrup that stuck to the tomato, making it unappetizing and choking him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, and wanted to strangle someone. Seeing Lu Han's expression, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. "This cold tomato salad is great. It goes well with wine." Lu Han paused. "No staple food today, so let's eat potatoes. It's good for your health." Zhang Yuan, he wants to eat meat. An idea flashed in his mind. Not bad. He picked up a piece of stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots and placed it between the potatoes. He said contentedly, Delicious. This stir-fried beef. It's got a kick. A reminder echoed in Lu Han's mind. The NPC, Zhang Yuan, a wealthy second generation from Nanshire, has a 100% affinity with the player and a 0% betrayal. Zhang Yuan has some hidden secrets and concerns that he won't reveal easily, even with a 100% affinity. But he also doesn't want to lie to you, unless you get him drunk, in which case you might be able to get some information. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao and sent a message to Jiang Rong on his phone. Jiang Rong understood immediately and said with a smile, "It's been a rare reunion since we last met in Jiangnan town. Would you like to have a drink today?" Zhang Yuan instantly perked up. "Yes, of course. Of course you have to drink when you're with your brothers." Chapter 158. The boys wanted to drink. Jiang Shao didn't want to join, and Chen Mingming didn't want to either. She quickly finished her meal and told Jiang Shao to go upstairs. Evidently Chen Mingming was in a bad mood. Jiang Shao let them drink, and the boys all joined in. Jiang Shao didn't want to join, and Li Yuqing didn't want to join either, so they followed along. On the stairs, Jiang Shao received a message from Lu Han. "Help me make some hangover soup." Jiang Shao raised an eyebrow and typed, "Add money." Lu Han chuckled and quickly replied, "I go make some money tomorrow after the test mission is done, okay?" Halfway through, Li Yuqing saw Jiang Shao stop. Shao, you're not going up." "I'm going to the kitchen to get something, you go up first," Jiang Shao said. Cooking the hangover soup was quick. She probably made a few servings. After it was done, Jiang Shao put it in the pot and sent a message to Lu Han before going upstairs. "Ming." Jiang Shao knocked on Chen Mingming's door. Chen Mingming finally opened it after a long moment. Jiang Shao studied her face, showing no emotion. Chen Mingming reacted, "I'm not going to kill myself over that idiot." Jiang Shao pulled out a large bag of snacks. "I wasn't full down there just now. Do you want some?" Jiang Shao wasn't full because Lu Han's actions had left her with a loss of taste and appetite, so she could only eat small snacks. Chen Mingming wasn't full because Zhang Yuan was there. The two of them sat cross-legged in Chen Mingming's room. Chen Mingming even brought over a soda and poured each of them a glass. They talked about her and Zhang Yuan. It wasn't surprising. Chen Mingming's mother and Zhang Yuan's mother were business partners. After Zhang Yuan's parents divorced, Zhang Yuan was awarded to his mother. When Chen Mingming graduated, she arranged for the two to meet on a blind date, which led to the conflict. "I was a bit chubby when I was little, and at school, people would always tease me about my weight behind my back," Chen Mingming said. "By the time I got to college, I weighed a full 150 pounds and had no friends. That's when I decided to lose weight. Without friends, I worked hard to finish my studies. I finally got down to 100 pounds, learning makeup and fashion. More and more boys started chasing me, and they talked about me behind my back. You know what they said? They said I must have had an abortion because I was so thin, that I only used good products and must be kept by a man." Chen Mingming lowered her eyes. "That's when I learned to fight back. I argued with them, and sued them for defamation. My mom went to school about this, and they finally shut up. Although I was thinner, I still had some baby fat on my face. Seeing that I'd grown up, my mom introduced me to Zhang Yuan." Jiang Shao took a look and saw that Chen Mingming was indeed quite thin, with a small frame. Chen Mingming curled up against the back of the bed. "When I first saw Zhang Yuan, I thought he looked quite gentlemanly, so I suggested we get along. But after a few dates, he revealed his true colors and told me I looked like a pig. He even asked if I weighed over 100 pounds. Chen Mingming gritted her teeth. "He's really mean. I said I wasn't over 100 pounds, just a little chubby, and he actually said any girl weighing under 100 pounds is either flat-chested or short. So I threw a glass of water at him and left." Elsewhere, Zhang Yuan was also starting to get tipsy, and was talking to Lu Han about Chen Mingming. She was a bit fatter than, pale, and with a chubby face, just like a piglet. When I went out with her, she wanted dessert and milk tea. I was joking with her, trying to tease her, but she threw water in my face. I was baffled. There were so many people around, and she just threw water on me and walked away. I thought I'd gone too far in my joke and wanted to apologize, but then I saw her telling everyone I was a nobody, calling me a shrew. How could I be a shrew? Zhang Yuan gulped down another glass. Jiang Rong and the others, Interesting. This NPC's love-hate dynamic is truly incomprehensible. Chapter 159. A friend of mine asked me what happened between me and Zhang Yuan, and I told her about it. Later, she told others about it, and then Zhang Yuan came looking for me. Anyway, Chen Mingming frowned. I did say that. I was just angry. What right did he have to call me fat? He said he was fat, and went to find someone with a better figure. Chen Mingming's eyes welled up as she spoke. I just feel the world is unfair. No matter what I do, no matter how well I achieve it, it never seems good enough. They say I'm fat, that I'm just rich, that I have a bad personality. Jiang Xiao was silent. She recalled her first Olympic silver medal, missing gold by a mere 0.7 seconds. Darts must be on the target for 5 seconds to be counted, but her last dart fell off at 4.3 seconds, ruining all her previous perfect performances because of that one mistake. Those regretful looks at the Olympics, the voices of her teammates in the training room. With all the great resources on the team, she only came back with a silver medal. Isn't that shameful? How could she be so embarrassed to laugh? The coach is biased. Why did he train her separately and not us? She grew up with the coach, so of course he's biased. He started training at age 6, unlike us who joined the team at 12. But then she still didn't win the gold medal. The coach covered her ears. Don't listen. Don't care what they say. They're talking to you. Even if you win the gold medal, there will still be people talking behind your back. Just remember these 0.7 seconds. We get it back next time. Prejudice is everywhere. Don't listen, don't care. If you have a dream, go after it. Jiang Xiao raised her soda and clinked glasses with Chen Mingming. No one is perfect. It's others who have the final say. As long as you're doing well, why bother caring about what others say? You can't change everyone's prejudices, because there will always be people who view you through a narrow lens. No matter how well you do, even the slightest flaw will be seized upon by these people. But no one is perfect. If you argue with such people, letting them distract you from your goals, you're only allowing them to succeed. The more you're looked down upon, the more you must strive to blossom through those gaps. You will definitely succeed. Jiang Xiao looked at Chen Mingming. Chen Mingming's eyes were red. Jiang Xiao, you're really good. Jiang Xiao smiled with relief. Because she too had been influenced by others, trapped in the prison of prejudice. Behind the scenes, Chen Gang watched this scene with a look of relief. A year of living on his own hadn't been without reward, and inviting her to this game wasn't a mistake. Chen Gang had watched Jiang Xiao grow up, and only he knew the weight of responsibility and mission he had placed on her. He reflected on this before, but once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. Besides, this child was truly gifted, not just physically, but in her judgment and analytical perception. She could sense her weaknesses, and find the training method that best suited her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Coach Chen, it's General Zhou. Zhou Wentao entered with a smile. Coach Chen, come on, I want to talk to you. I contacted our female soldiers. I was abrupt last time, and you might have misunderstood something. Being in the military isn't as difficult as you think. Chen Gang interrupted Zhou Wentao. General Zhou, we all have our own missions and responsibilities in our respective positions. I know the national military has been short of talent in recent years, so you're trying to select this way, but let's be honest, this girl has been injured, seriously injured. She can't serve in the military. Regarding Jiang Zhao's sudden retirement, everyone only knew about her injury. Injuries are common among athletes. Sports training is meant to unleash their physical potential. However, Jiang Zhao's hand injury was severe. Even the best rehabilitation could only restore 80% of her strength. She couldn't even meet normal training standards, let alone participate in military training. Chen Gang also understood why Jiang Xiao enjoyed participating in holographic games. Because holographic games don't injure you, and there's no physical pain in your hand. She was simply numbing herself, but it also meant that her dream wasn't truly extinguished. Chapter 160. Chen Mingming and Jiang Xiao drank half a bottle of soda. They burped together, they both laughed out loud. Chen Mingming, get out here. Is this here? Is this here? Zhang Yuan's voice came from outside. Chen Mingming listened to a clattering noise outside. What's wrong with Zhang Yuan? It was a headache. The NPC was going crazy. There was no way to stop him. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to kick Chen Mingming's door shut, it opened. Zhang Yuan. What's wrong with you? Chen Mingming glared at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan burped, his feet instantly freezing. He stood up straight, bent over, and pointed at Chen Mingming's nose. Chen Mingming, just tell me, was I good to you when we were together? Chen Mingming, the movie you wanted to see, the afternoon tea you wanted to have. Every time I didn't take you there. Zhang Yuan's hands trembled. Chen Mingming's face tensed. Also, didn't I order the dress you like? I'm giving it to you. Zhang Yuan frowned. Chen Mingming snorted. Then why are you saying that about me? I'm not good at all. You're saying I'm worthless. Zhang Yuan patted his chest. Zhang Yuan. How have I wronged you? Who told you to be foul-mouthed? Chen Mingming looked at the group of people. Lu Han and the others automatically backed away. Me? Even if I'm foul-mouthed. It's just a little bit. But have I ever been mean to you? This is my first time in a relationship. I made a small mistake. Is that all right? Zhang Yuan straightened his neck, blushing and speaking arrogantly. Chen Mingming was instantly irritated, and finally glared at Zhang Yuan in humiliation. Okay. Yes, I apologize. I was wrong, okay. You were just joking when you called me fat, and you were teasing me for my own good, okay? I'm petty, I'm too narrow-minded to tell others about you. I deserve to be angry, and keep it to myself. Bang. Chen Mingming slammed the door again. Turning around, Jiang Xiao stroked her chin. Have you ever thought that when too many people pass on a message, the meaning changes for the person who hears it? Chen Mingming was silent. Does it matter? It doesn't matter anymore. He had indeed only said it verbally. She didn't like people calling her fat. Once, twice, 3 times, he still shrugged it off as a joke. Maybe she's just being sensitive. He heard someone say a few things, and then turned around, and said something about her. Do I believe it? Chen Mingming is spoiled, and has a bad temper. She needs to be coaxed into anything, and she can't stand my jokes. Anyone who wants to marry a woman like that can marry her. An apology is fine. I just let this matter go. I don't want to argue with him anymore. Jiang Xiao was about to say something when Lu Han texted, the plot is too clashy. Zhang Yuan's emotions are completely focused on Chen Mingming, so I haven't been able to find out anything useful. Let's see if I can get any information from Chen Mingming. Jiang Xiao, What does the plot is too clashy mean? It's like 2 people are having a normal conversation, sharing their innermost thoughts, when suddenly someone annoying and provocative shows up at the next table, and their emotions are taken away, causing the original topic to be interrupted. Jiang Xiao paused and asked Chen Mingming, by the way, I remember Zhang Yuan's father worked at the municipal bureau. Do you know what he did? Chen Mingming blinked. I don't know. I heard from Zhang Yuan's mother, but they're divorced. He's been promoted quite a bit in recent years, but I don't know the details. I don't remember his official position very clearly. Do you have any help with Zhang Yuan? Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes, there's something. Chen Mingming said casually, that's probably not going to happen. Zhang Yuan had his friends ask for help before, but his mother wouldn't allow it. She didn't want Zhang Yuan to cause trouble for his father. Jiang Xiao frowned, analyzed the situation, and quickly sent a message to Lu Han. Chapter 161. 1. Zhang Yuan's parents divorced, and after the divorce, Zhang Yuan's father rose rapidly, reaching a high position. 2. Zhang Yuan's mother still has feelings for Zhang Yuan's father. Jiang Xiao quickly sent the message to Lu Han. Lu Han raised an eyebrow after reading it. They had feelings, but divorced, and after the divorce, a rapid promotion? The third clue was clearly stated when it was triggered. An NPC in the municipal bureau was concealing information, and 3 confessions were needed. This confession must be from the mastermind behind the incident. They helped the drunken Zhang Yuan to the guest room. It seemed the only way to trick him after he woke up was to find out if he was a key NPC. That night, Shen Jingbin returned, having already changed out of his battle uniform, but he was starving. He had nothing to eat. He went to the kitchen and found a few dishes, cold tomato salad, boiled carrot soup, and boiled potatoes. TSK? Why are they all vegetarian? Shen Jingbin frowned. Never mind, I just make do with what I have. I don't feel like cooking anymore. There was still rice in the rice cooker. Initially, it hadn't been served because Zhang Yuan had been given potatoes, so there was quite a bit left. Shen Jingbin added more rice, and turned to find a bowl of vinegar-fried radish on the microwave. Hey! This goes well with rice. My brothers are so nice to me. He happily took it away. 10 minutes later, a scream rang out from the restaurant. Hearing the scream, Jiang Xiao hurried outside to see what was happening. Lu Han, Jiang Rong, and the others had all emerged. Shen Jingbin collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and rolling his eyes. Who wants to harm me? They actually poisoned me. All he could see was the vinegar-fried radish that Shen Jingbin had shoveled into the rice. The already salty radish had been marinated overnight, making it even more flavorful. Shen Jingbin took a bite of the cold-boiled tomatoes and choked. He swallowed it with pain, and quickly scooped a large mouthful of the shredded radish mix with the rice. He ate hastily, like a starving ghost. Lu Han, Jiang Shao paused. Didn't you pour the shredded radish? Lu Han touched his nose. I forgot. Jiang Shao subconsciously said, it seems boys aren't very good at cooking. You probably haven't cooked much. It wasn't just Lu Han. Lu Han was silent for a moment. I only done it in games. He hadn't cooked before he was 15, but after he turned 15, he got some for free. After he turned 18, he joined a live streaming company, which provided food and accommodation, as well as boxed lunches. After leaving that company, he started streaming on his own, ordering takeout. On a Sunday, cooking didn't need to be delicious, just grilled meat and edible was enough. Of course, if there was something delicious, he would always choose it first, and he would never cook if he could avoid it. Oh! Jiang Shao noticed Lu Han's eyes darken. She stopped talking. Jiang Rong helped Shen Jingbin up. Shen Jingbin wiped his nose in tears, crying like Lin Dayu. You must be so disgusted with me, that you actually poisoned me. I know you don't like me normally, but I'm not easy. If it weren't for the desire to gather more information, I endured humiliation and infiltrate the largest gossip group in South City. That was made by Brother Han. I left it somewhere, and forgot to pour it out. I didn't expect. Jiang Rong consoled. Oh! Shen Jingbin instantly perked up. You should have told me Brother Han made it. I have eaten it even if it cost me my life. Brother Han's cooking isn't poison, it's love that's as deep as poison. Lu Han's expression was impassive. He raised his hand, and placed the shredded radish on his plate in front of Shen Jingbin. Then you eat. Shen Jingbin, that's unnecessary. With Brother Han like this, he never find a wife. What's a gossip group? Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask. Shen Jingbin said, it's the beggars group. You don't know how fascinating that group is. I'm always on the gossip, and I'm completely aware of everything going on in South City. Our sect is absolutely the best information exchange group. Just yesterday, someone jumped from a building in the East District, and I was the first to know. I got the news faster than Jiang Rong did. Jiang Shao asked, is the information useful? Lu Han said, not really. It wasn't some meaningless gossip about a man and woman having an affair in the South District, with the wife beating up the mistress in the street only to discover she was a man. It was something like a married wealthy East District tycoon bringing a female celebrity into his mansion, or some story about men's underwear disappearing in the North District, revealing some kind of moral decay. Shen Jingbin was immediately displeased. Who said it's useless? I actually have some useful news today. Chapter 162. Everyone waited for Shen Jingbin to speak. Shen Jingbin spread his hands. I'm still hungry. I don't have the energy to talk. Jiang Rong tossed 2 pieces of cake over. Shen Jingbin swallowed them hastily. I might have found the entrance to the underground Sin City. It's in the West Industrial Zone. So if I need to hide, I might not be able to hide there. All undercover players are blindfolded before entering the underground Sin City, so they don't know where the entrance is. From yesterday to today, several old beggars saw someone coming from the West District. Upon entering the city, they immediately killed several people and then hid in the North District. Everyone knows there will be more and more criminal NPCs. Jiang Shao said. Lu Han asked Jiang Rong, does the police force have enough personnel available right now? Jiang Rong shook his head. The police force isn't very large. South City has a population of 4 million, but fewer than 10,000 police officers. Except for the industrial zone in the West District, every other district has a few police stations, each with only about 100 or 200 officers. Each sub-district office has one, scattered here and there, and the headquarters has fewer than 800. Honestly, there are more prisoners in prison than police officers. But the armed police have guns, and they're a strong deterrent. Lu Han stroked his chin. If the criminals are about to riot in a few days, will they smuggle weapons in? The armed police's guns must be untouchable. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Brother Han is trying to rob again. Shen Jingbin said passionately, Brother Han, you don't have enough manpower. Just a few of us. Tomorrow will be enough. Lu Han turned. Jiang Shao blinked. Lu Yuqing tugged at Jiang Zhao's clothes. Master Hans, you're playing this doomsday game. Jiang Shao said helplessly, if it becomes a city of criminals, it'd be like a doomsday game. After washing up, Jiang Shao looked at her phone for a while. A post on the forum was completely overwhelmed. I don't know what you're all working so hard for. Isn't this a game? Wouldn't it be better to just have a gunfight? OP, isn't City of Criminals fun? Everyone relies on skill. My big gun is dying for it. Second OP, do you have a gun? OP replied to second OP, No, but I have one when chaos breaks out. I can just grab one then. Third OP, you're just kidding. You're a legal citizen, an ordinary citizen. How can you get a gun? How many guns have ordinary people never seen? It doesn't matter if you don't have the means. What are you going to grab? You be the first to get shot when you rush in. Fourth OP, you thought it was tomorrow? NPCs automatically give you guns when you complete quests. You can get materials and blueprints by killing monsters, and you can even craft safe houses? You're overthinking it. The game setting is different. You're just an ordinary person. This post is purely a criticism of the OP. Most players are reasonable, and earning money is fine based on skill, but not many people can handle this kind of combat-based game. Jiang Xiao turned off her phone and closed her eyes for a rest. What if this stage turns into a criminal city? Number of days in Stage 2, 9. Triggered single-player deluxe package. City Crisis Mission Progress, 1. Criminal List, 788/10-000. 2. Informant, 167/10-000. 3. Key Confession, 0/3. Jiang Xiao woke up at 6 a.m., washed up, and went out for a workout. After an hour of exercise, her stamina limit increased to 260 points. After finishing her workout, she saw Lu Han, Jiang Rong, and Aqiang coming out. The three of them greeted her, and Jiang Xiao nodded. She returned to the kitchen to make breakfast. What should she have for breakfast? Jiang Xiao thought of Lu Han, Jiang Rong, and Aqiang, who had woken up, and decided to make bamboo shoot beef noodles. While making noodles, she saw Li Yuqing getting up and greeting her, so Jiang Xiao made 5 servings. Chapter 163. Lu Han, Jiang Rong, and the others returned. Jiang Xiao had already finished her noodles, but the aroma still lingered in the kitchen. Wow, that's great. Breakfast's ready for us. Jiang Rong held the noodles. Finally, we don't have to eat steamed buns anymore. Lu Han chuckled. Yeah, she's in a good mood. Handy. Jiang Xiao wouldn't cook for no reason. The first part proved it. Probably because it was almost 8 o'clock, and they had to do a game test first. The bamboo shoot and beef were freshly fried and wrapped in noodles, making them particularly fragrant. Some of the group could cook, but their cooking skills were mediocre, the kind that often needed more food after eating. Zhang Yuan wasn't awake yet, but Lu Han didn't have much time. He asked those who were short on stamina to stay, and then sent a message to Jiang Xiao. Li Yuqing also went along. There were exactly 5 people. Jiang Rong said, a total of 18 people have arrived. Elites from each server. Lu Han nodded. I saw quite a few people participating in the second round of the game yesterday. Jiang Rong nodded. Yes, they organized themselves, but the pace was very slow. Only 9 players succeeded at once, and quite a few were sacrificed. Arrived at the municipal bureau. The 18 people had already arrived. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 acquaintances, and one of them was someone Lu Han was familiar with. Lu Han. He was also a game streamer who often collaborated with Lu Han. Lu Han nodded. The game starts at 8 o'clock, and more players will be joining. Are your stamina levels at 300? I'm exactly at 300. Me too. 2 people stepped forward. Because a maximum of 10 players can participate at a time, we don't need to test the third bullet. Lu Han asked, turning to look at Jiang Xiao, do you want to join? Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded. Li Yuqing quickly followed, me too. Each person only has 1 valid vote, so you have to be quick. However, players who have voted can play again, but their votes will be invalidated. Lu Han said, they all enter together. Let's try a different method to ensure at least 8 players succeed in each round. What? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Lu Han counted the number of players and entered the game circle. 10 meters, 0% chance of sniper fire. Lu Han looked at the distance. With 10 people entering the game circle, my stamina limit is the highest. I leave first. From my perspective, the probability of a sniper fire will increase. Aqiang, you act as a rescue. If a sniper fires at me, you all move immediately. If I survive, Aqiang will be responsible for getting me out of range. You have 10 seconds. Remember, everyone count to 10 in your head. Regardless of success or failure, you must be out of range within 10 seconds. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. That's right. This guarantees a 100% chance of hitting the first player whose HP exceeds 300. Lu Han chuckled, then suddenly became serious. Remember, as soon as the gunfire sounds, I definitely be hit. Don't hesitate. Drop the letter immediately upon hearing it. Ah Chan will provide support and get me out of range. Don't delay. Yes. Almost instinctively, everyone shouted in unison. The test doesn't necessarily require HP above 300, girls also need to be able to run fast. Lu Yuqing and Jiang Xiao were also in the first round, letters in hand. They simultaneously entered the game area and received a system notification. The maximum number of players participating simultaneously has been reached. The game area is closed, and no more players can enter. Are you ready? Lu Han frowned coldly. Alright. Even Jiang Xiao couldn't help but speak, looking at the mailbox hanging nearby. 10 people stood ready. Lu Han raised his foot, and the system notification sounded in his ear. Distance, 9 meters, sniper's chance of firing, 10%. Bang. A bullet hit Lu Han right in the forehead. Everyone, that's too fast. Only a 10% chance of firing. Why didn't you take a few more steps? You caught everyone off guard. Chapter 164. You have been shot. Your health has been reduced by 300 points. You have been paralyzed. Your limbs are paralyzed, and you cannot move. This can be removed by restoring more than 30% of your health. You have a near-death bleeding buff, losing 1 point of health every 2 seconds. This can be removed by using a tourniquet. You need your teammates to rescue you, otherwise you will die. Lu Han couldn't help but curse inwardly as he listened to the system's voice. Perhaps the shot came too quickly, and everyone was stunned for a second. Run! Jiang Xiao reacted quickly. His calves tensed, and he sprinted to the mailbox. He quickly delivered the letter in 1.3 seconds, and then quickly returned. The others reacted and took action. 876. Lu Yuqing was the slowest. Within 3 seconds of reaching the mailbox, she turned and sprinted out of range. Finally, at the last second, she stepped out of the circle. A Chong had already moved Lu Han out of range and found him unable to move, and the wound on his head had not healed. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. With over 300 HP, he can't move after being shot. Why is the wound still bleeding? Lu Han, For the first time, he felt what paralysis felt like. This was it, and he couldn't speak. His HP was rapidly draining. Finally, Jiang Xiao took out a hemostatic bandage and applied it to Lu Han's forehead. The wound healed. Lu Han still couldn't speak, and he felt a little numb. At this moment, he felt like a patient unable to care for himself, at risk of incontinence at any moment. Despite death, he felt like a patient. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Huh? You still can't move? Jiang Rong, is your HP too low? Low HP makes you unable to move. Oh! Jiang Xiao pulled out her snack box and stuffed a HP-boosting chocolate into Lu Han's mouth. Fortunately, Lu Han didn't have to chew it, he could just use his stamina to restore it. Jiang Xiao stuffed a good portion of the stamina snack into Lu Han's mouth, but he didn't move. Just as she was about to stuff a piece of pudding into Lu Han's mouth, Lu Han suddenly lifted himself up and swooped in front of Jiang Xiao, closing the distance between them at lightning speed. Jiang Xiao jumped. The pudding she had just torn into fell right into Lu Han's mouth, looking like a couple hand-feeding each other pudding. Lu Han's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed it, his eyes blazing as he stared at Jiang Xiao. Livestream. Ah, Sister Han finally gave us some sweets. Wow, Sister Han fed Brother Han a heart pudding. This couple is the sweetest I ever seen. Barely any other. I declare, Brother Han and Sister Han absolutely don't need to divorce. I can see the deep affection in their eyes. An announcement suddenly appeared in the live stream. ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet generously spawns romantic train *99 ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet generously spawns wedding castle *99 ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet generously spawns love offering *99. Holy crap, the toilet boss shows up again. The toilet boss isn't cleaning toilets anymore. Looks like this is really going to happen. Wow, my Shiazi's eyes are red. He looks so wronged. Is he heartbroken? Jiang Xiao was indeed heartbroken. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she met Lu Han's eyes, her conscience pounding in her chest. You're not even going to chew? Sakura jelly pudding adds 10 HP. With that taste, how could you resist swallowing it without even chewing? It's no different than Zhu Beiji swallowing a ginseng fruit whole. This is absolutely insane. Absolutely heartless. Exploiting nature's gifts. Heh. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, then chuckled as he realized what was happening. He quickly stood up and stroked Jiang Xiao's alopecia. I give it to you next time. Jiang Xiao, angry. The words sound like I pay you back in a few days. Chapter 165. The man next to him said, Lu Han, your luck is still as bad as ever. You should at least hold on for 3 or 4 seconds. 1 second is nothing. A sniper shot at a 10% chance. Really, that's a bitch. Lu Han snorted. Don't worry about it. As long as the method works, it's fine. Jiang Rong, how many people succeeded just now? 8 out of 10 succeeded, no casualties. Jiang Rong said, it took 20 seconds. I recorded everything and posted it on the thread. This way, the stamina requirement isn't too high, and it saves time. A Chong said, Brother Han, I take over next. You go vote. Jiang Rong nodded. Jiang Xiao said, this drains a lot of stamina. Each bullet consumes 300 stamina points. Even volunteers need to supplement that. If we can successfully target a group of 8 people in 20 seconds, that's 24 per minute. If we gather all the players, we can target 1,400 people. We could submit all the reports in a day, but we don't have enough stamina. Jiang Rong had already thought about it. The game stamina item conversion rate is roughly 1:100, which means we need at least 30,000 coins per round. If we can successfully target 8 people at a time, that take 1,200 to 1,300 attempts. We also need a lot of hemostatic bandages, at least 40 million. I'm going to open a fundraising channel on the forum. After collecting the funds, we purchase supplies together to ensure that volunteers with stamina above 300 don't run out of supplies. Not many people have a stamina limit of 300, and it's impossible to let them recover slowly through rest. Time is money now. Lu Han turned around. Many players had arrived at the municipal bureau and had seen the results of their test. No one had been killed, and 8 had been successfully targeted. At this rate, 10,000 letters of denunciation can be successfully thrown in a single day. Not counting the time it takes to resupply and recover, it should take at most 2 days. Speed, Lu Han said. Jiang Rong immediately called the crowd together. As you can see, we tested a new method that doesn't require any casualties. We find volunteers to help take the first bullet, and strive to complete the mission without any casualties. However, each bullet requires 30,000 coins in supplies. I post the fundraising link on Tiabo. Any amount helps. Anyone else who wants to throw a letter of denunciation, please join us. Me. Someone quickly raised their hand excitedly. Me too. More and more hands were raised. Everyone, please listen to the rules. Even if a teammate is shot, don't hesitate. Vote. Don't rush. Jiang Rong said. In the second round, Achium goes first, and Jiang Rong rescues. At 40% of the time, after the sniper opened fire, Lu Han took the lead and quickly voted to return. Jiang Rong got Achiang out of range, and used a bandage and health-restoring item. One girl was a step too slow, and nearly fell from her nervousness. Liu Yuqing quickly helped her out of the firing range. Thankfully, there was no danger. Ah, we did it! The girl, and the 2 girls next to her hugged each other excitedly. I almost thought one of us was going to die. Many of the participating players had tears of excitement in their eyes. This game is all about unity. After watching, Lu Han said to Jiang Rong, open the donation channel quickly. Supplying the necessary resources is crucial for completing this game's mission quickly. Don't worry. Lu Han glanced at the others, including his longtime collaborator, Biao Hu, and raised an eyebrow. The other man put his hands up. I know what you mean. We take care of things here. As long as the supplies are there, there's no problem. You go raise the money. Lu Han nodded, turned to Jiang Xiao, and said, are you relieved now? Jiang Xiao muttered doubtfully, why should I be worried? This isn't just her game. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. He turned and prepared to leave. Her help wouldn't be needed next. Just wait until the donation channel opened. Liu Yuqing hurried to follow. Where are you going? Lu Han asked. Back home to make tea eggs, Jiang Xiao said. Lu Han said, I take you there. Liu Yuqing's eyes widened. Honda, why aren't you taking me there, just Jiang Xiao? Lu Han glanced at the back of the child's head, lowered his voice, and changed his tone. You guys? Oh. He said it so reluctantly. Liu Yuqing gave him a meaningful look. She understood. Chapter 166. Wapao delivered another load of game. Jiang Xiao now had over 100 pheasant eggs, and 2 more game items were delivered, a wild snake and a pheasant. We can have game tonight, Jiang Xiao said excitedly. Lu Han tilted his head and asked, what time does dinner start? Liu Yuqing remained silent, her eyes scanning the 2 of them. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment. Let's have something nice tonight. Chicken with young ginger and braised snake with green peppers, plus some vegetarian dishes. Dinner should start promptly at 8 p.m. Is there anything for lunch? Lu Han asked. Jiang Shao replied bluntly, no. There were too many people, and she didn't want to cook 2 meals. Okay, I'll be back before 8 p.m. Lu Han felt a little sorry. But it still depended on Jiang Shao. If Jiang Shao was willing, she'd cook. If not, forget it. Lu Han left, and Jiang Shao searched the house and took out some tea. She bought it after seeing it on the street for 1,000 yuan per liang. Ginseng wasn't affordable, but this tea was worth a few liang to try. Premium Longjing tea. Description: skillful cooking techniques yield special effects. Because tea eggs are different from other types, the braising liquid can be reused for several days. One pot can only hold 20 eggs, so Jiang Shao cleaned the pheasant eggs first. Liu Yuqing came over and said, "Let me help." "Yes, yes." Jiang Shao nodded and asked Liu Yuqing to wash the eggs. She wrapped the tea leaves in gauze and soaked them in cold water for 15 minutes. The pot for boiling the eggs was small, while the one for braising the tea eggs was a large soup pot, which could hold 40 to 50 eggs. After boiling the eggs in cold water for 5 minutes, until the egg whites solidified, Jiang Shao asked Liu Yuqing to turn off the heat, then remove the eggs and place them in cold water to cool, cracking the shells with a spoon. The two of them sat in silence. Liu Yuqing, watching Jiang Shao intently, couldn't help but ask Jiang Shao, "Do you think Brother Han is interested in you?" Jiang Shao blinked. Really? Yeah. I watched Brother Han's live streams, and I never seen him so proactive with a girl. Liu Yuqing couldn't resist gossiping. Girl's nature. Jiang Shao said seriously, "He's trying to take advantage of my luck. And he wants a free meal." Oh. Liu Yuqing was shocked. Did he get it? Jiang Shao blinked. He's lucky. Liu Yuqing expressed confusion, but she mentioned it casually. Seeing Jiang Shao didn't seem interested, she didn't delve into it further. It wasn't that Jiang Shao didn't understand what Liu Yuqing was saying. She had never been in a relationship before, and last time, she had a sudden thought and almost misunderstood. Besides, if Lu Han really liked her, wouldn't he tell her? Jiang Shao wouldn't flatter herself. She's seen it before, back when she was in the training team. A girl from Team 2 wasn't paying attention during practice. She kept thinking the weightlifter next to her was watching her. It turned out she was just nearsighted and hadn't worn glasses during practice, which made her look awful. After finishing the eggs, Liu Yuqing asked Jiang Shao, "Do you need any help?" Jiang Shao looked in the refrigerator. She remembered she bought a lot of groceries. "I want wontons for lunch. I want to make some. Do you know how to make them?" Liu Yuqing shook her head. "I don't know, but I can learn." "Okay, I teach you." Jiang Shao took out the flour Lu Han and the others had bought, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to get to work. As usual, she put a song on the microwave, a soothing remix of Lovesick. "Jiang Shao, do you like listening to music?" Liu Yuqing noticed that Jiang Shao didn't talk much while she was working. She seemed to enjoy doing these things alone. "No, I just think listening to some music cheers me up." Jiang Shao smiled. "Could you wash the pork, cut it into slices, grind it in a meat grinder, and mix it with chopped ginger?" "Sure," Liu Yuqing said quickly. When Shen Jingbin woke up, he noticed noises in the kitchen. He came out to see Jiang Shao and Liu Yuqing busy in the kitchen. The music was soft, and there was something indescribably comforting about it. "Oh my god, this feels so good." Shen Jingbin quickly pulled out his phone to record a video. This house actually had such a satisfying, everyday feel. More importantly, he felt like he had lunch. He had to show them off. Chapter 167. Lu Han hadn't reviewed a few investments yet. Intermediate investments take time to succeed, and he hadn't visited a few investment NPCs yet. The second clue to resolving the city's crisis required a significant sum of money, so he had to follow up. Ding. The phone rang. Shen Jingbin. "Ah. See? Our men's den is finally feeling the warmth of life. Ha ha, I don't think I have to ask for anything anymore." The video was simple. Two girls busy in the kitchen, one chopping meat and mixing stuffing, the other rolling out noodles. Lu Han couldn't help but zoom in. The child was rolling out noodles. Perhaps so engrossed in the process, she didn't notice that her face and hair were covered in dough, making her look a bit funny. She worked hard to make the dough thin, then folded it together, and cut out a square dough sheet. She placed it in front of her, carefully examining the thickness. Suddenly, she noticed Shen Jingbin's phone pointed at her. She put the dough sheet down, stared at the camera, and asked, "What are you doing?" The shaky video ended. Shen Jingbin. "No. Let me see what tasks are in today's post." Hey, the donation channel is open. Jiang Xiao wiped her hands and picked up her phone. Sure enough, it was open. After some calculations, she set aside 200,000 yuan for backup and donated the rest. The donation channel has only been open for a short time, but the 40 million yuan fundraising fund has already reached over 20 million yuan. Some people donated 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, while others donated 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. I guess most of those who wanted to donate have already donated. The channel is not only for competitive players, but also for ordinary players, so raising 40 million yuan shouldn't be difficult. I checked the posts and found another method besides the one I filmed this morning. The people reporting the game next door are almost outnumbering us. Those of you playing undercover shouldn't hurry up. Jiang Xiao narrowed her eyes, revealing a small canine tooth at the corner of her lips. Why is it curled up? The live streamer was stunned by Jiang Xiao's smile. My Shuzi's smile is so comforting. Woohoo, so sweet. Brother Han has good taste. It's a pity Sister Han is so clueless. Ha ha ha, I took a screenshot. I'm going to use it as my screensaver. My Shuzi is so heartwarming. She makes so many wontons, maybe so others can cook their own if they don't want to eat the food. Why don't you buy frozen ones? Frozen ones are machine-made. You have no idea how awful they are. I can't eat them anyway. It's good enough to have something to eat. Why are you so picky? Shit and chocolate look alike, but they taste different. What are you eating? Tell you all a secret. Brother Han next door is watching Sister Han's videos and rewatching them multiple times. He's already on his way back. Jiang Xiao counted them and found a total of 400 wontons, all ready to be frozen. She wanted to eat the wontons, but discovered the filling was gone, but some of the dough was still left. How about we make some noodles for lunch? Jiang Xiao said, and Shen Jingdan came over. Well, Jiang Xiao, I haven't eaten either. You know my job, I can't buy anything, so I just eat out. Jiang Xiao said, I give you some noodles. Cook them yourself. Shen Jingdan couldn't help but say, noodles? I don't know how to cook them. The taste is worlds apart. How about you cook some, and help me out too? Jiang Xiao sighed, I want to cook too, but I don't have the money or the energy. Shen Jingdan, ? What does cooking have to do with being broke? After a moment, Shen Jingdan realized, tell me, I ask you to cook a bowl. How much is it? Jiang Xiao counted on her fingers, adding in the meal you snatched from me yesterday. 10,000 coins isn't too much, right? She had just donated her family fortune, and she was broke. 10,000. Shen Jingdan gritted his teeth. A bowl outside is only 20 coins. Never mind. Jiang Xiao turned around and prepared the seasoning. She scalded the dough, beat an egg drop, added some soy sauce, scallions, and lard, and a fragrant aroma emanated. Shen Jingdan was alerted by the smell. It smells so good. Eat. 10,000 is 10,000. Oh, the price has gone up now, so it's 20,000. Jiang Xiao was serious. It's up to you, or not. Shen Jingdan thought to himself. Holy shit, what a swindler. After half a minute, Shen Jingdan gritted his teeth and said, eat. I want some egg drop soup too. He turned around, and 20 gold coins clattered off his body. He covered his head, oh my. Where did my money go? I can't find it. Did someone pick it up? Since I can't buy directly, there's no way to sign a player contract. Jiang Xiao, wow. He can even afford wontons for 20,000 coins a bowl. He seems to have a lot of money. Chapter 168. When Lu Han returned, he saw Shen Jingdan squatting at the doorway, holding a bowl, crying as he ate. It's delicious, but too expensive. He slurped down the soup and licked the plate clean. Looking up, tears streaming down his face, he said, Brother Han, you're back? There was an indescribable sense of grievance in his voice. Yeah. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Shen Jingdan wiped his face. It's so hard to get a normal meal. Shen Jingdan's profession relied solely on begging, and there were limits on how many times he could go. He couldn't buy anything or sign contracts. When he begged from NPCs, most restaurants would only give him stale food. Furthermore, the begging profession had hidden rules. NPCs and players who had already begged couldn't beg again, especially NPCs, as they were more likely to be beaten. So, he often had to go further afield to find other people to beg from. Fortunately, there were 4 million NPCs in Nanshire, and hundreds of thousands of players. Going to a crowded place, you could easily pass thousands of people in 3 hours, but Shen Jingdan always felt it wasn't enough. He waited until he earned enough money before destroying the suits. What if there were other requests for money later? Lu Han ignored it. When he came in and out, he found Jiang Shao, Lu Yuqing, and Chen Mingming all eating. Huh? Jiang Shao looked puzzled. Didn't you go out to make money? Lu Han paused. I forgot something. Jiang Shao, ? Eat? Lu Han asked naturally. Anything else? Jiang Shao, We all have warehouses. Don't pretend to be big shots just because you have a couple of scallions in your nose. Lu Han touched his nose. Zhang Yuan came out of the guest room, holding his head. Oh, how much did I drink? Why am I still so dizzy? Seeing Zhang Yuan still standing, Chen Mingming said, I go upstairs and eat. You? What do you mean? Zhang Yuan observed Chen Mingming's attitude. Chen Mingming turned around. We talked it out last night. Don't bother looking for me unless it's necessary, okay? Zhang Yuan was bewildered. What did he say last night? No way. Zhang Yuan quickly turned around and looked at Lu Han. What did I say last night? Lu Han pondered for a moment, then said to Jiang Shao, I just wanted to clear things up with Zhang Yuan. Jiang Shao glanced at Lu Han and turned back into the kitchen. Lu Yuqing blinked. TSK, a man scheming. So Lu Han successfully served 2 bowls of noodles, just enough to scoop up the last bit. Then Lu Han took Zhang Yuan aside to chat about his drunken life the night before. Drunk, Zhang Yuan had no recollection of what happened to Chen Mingming, but when Lu Han finished explaining what happened to her, and then mentioned that he let slip that the increasing number of criminals in Nanshi and the delay in issuing orders to deal with them were related to the municipal bureau, Zhang Yuan's expression changed. Jiang Shao glanced at him. NPCs are really easy to trick. Lu Han is quite the con man. Jiang Shao took a nap and woke up. Chen Mingming had left. She regained some of her stamina, and when she woke up, the progress of the urban crisis had significantly increased. It seemed like everyone was getting more and more courageous in their quests, fueled by the excitement. Urban Crisis Quest Progress 1. Criminal List 1648/10-000. 2. Informant 3383/10-000. 3. Key Confession 1/3. It's estimated that the second quest will be completed before the first. 10,000 coins received, source, partner contract. 3,000 coins received, source, partner contract. 30,000 coins received, source, partner contract. Money. Jiang Shao glanced at the donated funds. It was already approaching 30 million, so her little bit wouldn't be much of a problem. She happily accepted it. Suddenly, Chen Mingming sent a message. Xiao. My mom seems to be being held hostage. I'm scared. What should I do? Should I bring them over? I'm panicking. There are 4 of them. Chapter 169. Jiang Shao then remembered that Chen Mingming's mother had come. She quickly realized that if her favorability wasn't 100%, Chen Mingming would have brought them along. Without any preparation, she might have been killed without even realizing it. Jiang Shao felt a wave of fear. Luckily, she wasn't a risk-taker. She wouldn't trust an NPC unless they were 100% certain. After reporting the news to Lu Han and Jiang Rong, Jiang Shao suddenly remembered Zengshen. She quickly sent Zengshen another message. Where are you? Zengshen, I'm with Big Brother. South City is dangerous these days, and it's safe here, Big Brother. For some reason, Big Brother's protection made it easy to lose oneself. Jiang Shao asked, in the Jihai Villa district? She remembered Zengshen vaguely saying so. Zengshen, yes. Jiang Shao, do me a favor. I might have 4 kidnappers here. See if you can ask Big Brother to lend some men over. It's urgent. After sending the villa number to Zengshen, Jiang Shao knocked on Lu Yuqing's door and asked her to prepare. The boys were all out, leaving only the 2 girls at home. Lu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, and she pulled a tang sword from the storage. I'm not sure if they have a gun, Jiang Shao said. A sniper rifle deals 300 damage to HP, but a pistol should do less. While it won't be fatal, it will definitely injure. Cold weapons and firearms are on a completely different scale. Jiang Shao quickly went to the kitchen. The tea eggs were already braised in the kitchen. Folk-style tea eggs. Instructions. Premium Longjing tea is used as a braising sauce, and fresh wild eggs are nutritious and the flavors are just right. The combination is exquisite. Effect. Stamina plus 30, satiety plus 10. Stamina can surprisingly be increased to plus 30. This is a mini health potion. Jiang Shao copied out a system warehouse and said, these tea eggs, you take half and I take half. Copy down the warehouse location and put them there. The warehouse's direct location is like a shortcut to entering a dungeon. You can get them directly. You need to take out the storage box before you can put them in it. Jiang Xiao took 30 tea eggs, and Lu Yuqing took 26. The two hid in the first floor study. One was behind the door, and the other was behind the opposite wall. There were 4 of them, and it was uncertain whether they had firearms, but most NPCs were incapable of fighting. There were security guards here, carrying stun guns. Chen Mingming felt her mother was being threatened because she had been squeezing her hands while in the car, her palms sweating. The 4 men didn't look like bodyguards. Their words were sinister and threatening. When they got out of the car, she noticed one of them had a gun on his waist. There were only 2 security guards at the gate today, and Chen Mingming had wanted to call for help. But unexpectedly, the other party pulled out a gun and placed it against Chen Mingming's mother's waist. Little girl, you seen it too. I advise you not to have any evil intentions. Guiqin quickly stood in front of Chen Mingming and said nervously, she's just a child. Child? The leading man stroked his chin and looked at Chen Mingming. She's not a child anymore. Chen Mingming was overcome with fear at the sight. Approaching the security booth, Chen Mingming produced her ID. The 4 men followed suit, one even smiling at the surveillance camera, arrogant and unscrupulous. Chen Mingming reached the villa, trembling. Wait, there's no one in there? The man asked. Chen Mingming cleared her throat. No one. Opened the door and went in. Jiang Xiao and Lu Yuqing instantly became alert. 3rd floor, check. Remember to draw your weapons. At that, Jiang Xiao knew. The other party had a gun. Chapter 170. Lu Yuqing was a little nervous. She mounted Jiang Xiao, who fell silent. Footsteps reached her ears. Jiang Xiao was standing behind the door. The footsteps approached, bit by bit. The muzzle of a black gun appeared at the door, and Lu Yuqing's heart leaped. Hee. A filthy-looking man entered, his eyes suddenly fixed on Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing's heart began to panic, but she dared not look in Jiang Xiao's direction. The man pointed the gun at Lu Yuqing, his tone flirting. I didn't expect there was a girl here. He quietly closed the door with ulterior motives, but he didn't realize he was exposing his back to Jiang Xiao. The man, completely unaware, twisted his neck and looked at Lu Yuqing. Little girl, don't be afraid. Put the knife down first. I won't hurt you. I'm the gentlest person I can be to little girls. Jiang Xiao's eyes glared, and she gripped her dart tightly. She leaped onto the man's back, covering his mouth with one hand and twisting his head. With the other, she thrust the dart into his throat, twisting it hard. A blood vessel ruptured, and blood splattered all over Lu Yuqing's face. Woo! Woo! The man's eyes widened as he tried to pry Jiang Xiao's hand away, trying to shake her off. The gun fell to the ground with a slight noise, but his throat was severed, and blood was flowing into him, rendering him unable to make any sound. He could only spit out blood without a sound. What are you standing there for? Jiang Xiao whispered. Lu Yuqing wielded her tang sword and struck the man, sending him plummeting to the ground. Those outside were completely unaware. His eyes widened fiercely, his whole body trembling like a madman, clutching his throat. He hadn't expected to be defeated by 2 girls. Finally, it disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of blood. Jiang Xiao's hands were covered in blood. She panted, deliberately letting Lu Yuqing out of sight. Lu Yuqing felt her heart leap. Jiang Xiao's moves were so effective. Xiao, you're amazing. Jiang Xiao had played other holographic games before, and there were NPC monsters, but she mostly used sneak attacks, and couldn't handle them head-on. Shoo. Jiang Xiao quickly picked up the gun from the ground and checked its properties. Pistol. Description: highly lethal firearm. Remaining bullets: 6. 6 bullets left. But she didn't know how to use this thing. Using something you don't know how to use is tantamount to seeking death, and it could easily expose you if it goes off accidentally. Jiang Xiao asked Lu Yuqing, do you know how to use it? Lu Yuqing shook her head, no. Jiang Xiao could only temporarily throw it into the warehouse. Brother, there's no one on the 3rd floor, but there's a kettle, and it's still hot. Brother, there's no one on the 2nd floor. A voice came from outside. Jiang Xiao looked out the study window and spotted a figure outside. She gestured to Lu Yuqing, let's go. What about the 1st floor? Ah, Jean? The leading man kept staring at Chen Mingming and Guiqin. When he didn't get a response, his face darkened and he stood up, his gun in hand. Everyone, come down. Blood oozes from the study floor. The man quickly aimed his gun, but only saw the open window. A ground floor villa has one advantage. The doors and windows open on all 4 sides, and there's a garden outside. I was so scared. Lu Yuqing slapped her chest. I feel like I'm in a cop/spy movie. Jiang Shao, why are you? So? Jiang Shao blinked. I don't want him to talk. Besides, the throat is the most fragile part of the body, without any bone protecting it. My darts are fastest only at the throat. They might not penetrate anywhere else. Darts are small and sharp. Hitting them elsewhere will only cause minor injuries, not serious ones. The back of the head is also fragile, but hitting it makes too much noise. So she used to pierce the throat. Chapter 171. I mean, Lu Yuqing couldn't help but look at Jiang Shao. How do you know so much? Jiang Shao said, I knew from my previous career. Most athletes engage in extreme sports and must train to the limit. Accidents are not uncommon during training. For example, the women's shot put next door. Jiang Shao was worried about the weight of the shot put. What if it accidentally fell and hit her head, or the weightlifters? What if the barbell fell and got stuck in their necks? Even the hurdlers across the way were worried about tripping mid-stride. So, when training, it's important to pay attention to the vulnerable parts of the human body. As long as they don't break bones, they're minor injuries. But injuries to the spine, throat, or nerves can be fatal to an athlete. Oh. Lu Yuqing seemed to understand. She wiped her face. Someone came over with a few people from a distance. Zhang Shun. Jiang Shao recognized him. Hey! I'm still looking for the villa number. Zhang Shun raised his hand and pointed behind him. I borrowed a few guys from Big Brother, Ada, Air San C. Jiang Shao took a look and saw that the bodyguards all looked quite similar. Perhaps the planning and modeling weren't good enough, and their naming ideas had run out too. Help! They escaped? Chase them. Qin Mingming and her daughter took the opportunity to run out of the villa's main gate. Seeing this, several bodyguards drew their pistols and aimed. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't the bodyguards who fired the shot, but the armed police brought in by Jiang Rong and Lu Han. The criminal fell to the ground with the blow. Qin Mingming and Guiqin screamed in fear. Lu Han quickly came over and picked up the fallen NPC's pistol. Turning around, he saw a figure on the second floor of the villa. There's more! I go after them. He pulled the trigger, loaded his gun, and entered the villa directly. The armed police officer looked at him and frowned. These people have been getting more and more aggressive lately. Zhang Shun looked at the bodyguards, and suddenly felt that bringing them along didn't seem to be much help. Jiang Shao quickly turned to Ada, Air, Asen, and ACI and said, Brothers, could you please keep an eye on the area around the villa to prevent them from escaping? The bodyguards nodded, shielding their weapons, and forming 4 defensive lines around the villa to prevent anyone from escaping. Bang! Another gunshot rang out from the villa. The listener's heart trembled. 5 minutes later, Lu Han appeared from the second-floor balcony, twirling his pistol with one hand and saying leisurely, For people, huh? Jiang Shao nodded. Carefully, he moved back. She was afraid of an accidental discharge. It's okay. Come in. Lu Han casually rested his hand on the balcony, his brows raised, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Lu Yuqing couldn't help but grab Jiang Shao. Ah, Master Hansui is so cool. What a shame I didn't see how he operated just now. Jiang Shao touched her chin. Control with your hands? Behind the scenes of the game to live. Zhou Wentao excitedly said, See? This kid's judgment and insight. Although there's a difference between holographic games and real-life operations, as long as he's healthy, he can achieve the same reflexes in real life with training. So-called reflexes all start with the brain. After the brain develops consciousness, it stimulates and strengthens the body's subconscious reactions. Holographic games are entered through a game pod, connecting to the real world and recreating real scenes. These are actually all neurological perceptions. However, the speed of a child's development is determined by their natural instincts. Some people need 10 or 20 years of training, relying on the instincts of long-term life and death encounters to develop these skills. A gifted child may only need a year or 2 to develop excellent reflexes and anticipation. Chapter 172. Qiuguli's ears were calloused from hearing this. I know. Luckily, the kid can't hear, or he'd be so distracted. Just now, Lu Han's first move was to draw his gun, and his second was to give chase. His hiding position after entering the villa was also perfect, knowing how to lure the enemy into firing without giving them time to reload. His reactions were excellent in every way. Whether he's a soldier or a police officer, he's a promising talent. Zhou Wentao became more and more satisfied with his performance. Qiuguli couldn't help but criticize him, saying, It's not forced conscription. You're satisfied, but who knows if others are willing. Zhou Wentao is such a thief. He's plundering the police force, catching every promising talent without a single one left. The ones Lu Han often plays with are all good. There's just one who's a little older, because he's a disabled veteran. Zhou Wentao thought for a moment, and then lowered his head. So how did you initially plan to recruit? Tell me. Zhou Wentao's intuition told him that Qiuguoli had definitely made preparations. Get him all the wool he could. Qiuguoli knew why Zhou Wentao was anxious for new recruits. The border region had been unstable for the past 6 months, with frequent challenges to my country's territorial control and probing along the border. The military had already issued a war preparation order. Once war breaks out, there will be sacrifices, and the army must be prepared. The Navy, Army, and Air Force can still use anti-aircraft weapons, but the use of large-scale lethal weapons would be a massive drain on resources, and the situation would continue unabated. While the aftermath of the battle could be covered by the Navy and Air Force, the League of Nations had strict regulations regarding the use of large-scale lethal weapons, which should be avoided as much as possible. Therefore, when the two countries engage in war, they shift to territorial warfare, primarily using land forces and small, casualty-reducing weapons. Land-to-land warfare is like putting the conflict between the two countries on a chessboard, a battle of controlling pieces, minimizing casualties, and leading the charge. Every soldier is tasked with sacrificing themselves to complete their mission and defend the homeland. They are the elite of the elite. This game unleashes the inherent virility of the children, and they must also be made aware of it. Killing, not for personal gain or gratification, but for the greater good of peace and protection, is truly meaningful. When Zhou Wentao asked this, Qiuguoli didn't react, and subconsciously said, "This kid doesn't like to owe favors. He always repays what he owes, and always takes what he owes. He's very clear about gratitude and resentment. But if someone helps him unconditionally, it's a huge favor to him." Zhou Wentao, you mean, do you know what this kid's problem is? Qiuguoli shuddered and looked at Zhou Wentao warily. Zhou Wentao gave him a cheeky grin. Inwardly, he was furious. You're just trying to fleece someone, but you're also trying to take advantage of someone else's wealth. That's too much. Jiang Rong led the armed police into the house. The bodies of the 4 criminals were gone, but marks remained at the locations of their deaths. The armed police inspected the room. Did you leave anything behind? Lu Han said. A gun? Just fired. 5 bullets. Lu Han handed the gun over. The armed police nodded. Nanshur has been quite peaceful lately. You should be careful when entering and leaving the house. How did these criminals get in? Chen Mingming supported Guoqin. Guoqin frowned. I left the airport and took a taxi. I met the driver on the way. It was one of them. It was just one person at first, but when they heard I was coming to see my daughter, a few more people got on. They had guns, so I didn't dare say anything. We report this to the higher-ups. We take this gun with us. The armed police looked at Jiang Rong. They're all your friends. If anything happens, just report it directly to the police. Chapter 173. Yes. Jiang Rong agreed. Several police officers left. Jiang Xiao poured Guoqin a glass of water, and Chen Mingming introduced Jiang Xiao to her. Several boys inspected the villa again. Zhengshan smiled apologetically and passed out a few cigarettes to the bodyguards, who then left. It's too dangerous here. You and Mom should go back first. This happened right after arriving. Guoqin wasn't happy. Nan City wasn't safe lately, so she thought about taking Chen Mingming with her. Chen Mingming looked at Jiang Xiao cautiously. Jiang Xiao, why don't you come with us? Jiang Xiao was silent. The game didn't say you couldn't leave Nan City. Without a doubt, leaving Nan City was the safest option. But Jiang Xiao shook her head. I'm not leaving. Guoqin was about to buy a plane ticket, but was surprised to receive a notification that the airport was closed starting tomorrow, and no travel was allowed. What's going on? Guoqin panicked and quickly called to inquire. Jiang Xiao saw Lu Han and Jiang Rong talking, and followed them to check the basement. The basement was empty, but there were indeed plenty of supplies. Rice, flour, seasonings, vegetables, and frozen meat. Just as Lu Han said, if chaos really broke out, these supplies would be enough for them to eat for more than half a year. How's the supply collection going? Jiang Xiao asked. Jiang Rong nodded. We raised most of it, and I already sent Aqiang and the others to buy more. Wholesale markets don't have supplies that increase stamina. Only large supermarkets and boutique snack shops have them, but they're not plentiful. Jiang Xiao handed Lu Han a tea egg, and Lu Han was surprised. It adds 30 stamina. Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes, maybe it's because I used high-quality tea to cook it, and it's pheasant eggs, so the stamina increase is extra high. Ingredients with special effects, while expensive, grant them extra benefits. Just like tea and ginseng. I wonder what cooking with ginseng would do? Lu Han handed it to Jiang Xiao, and Jiang Rong took a look. 30 stamina points. One of your eggs is worth 3,000 coins. I cooked about 50 or 60. Jiang Xiao said, I figured even if the clues for the second mission were completed, if the criminals accidentally caused harm, there would be heavy casualties. Adding stamina points equals adding health points. Oh, and we might not have enough tourniquets. Have you guys stocked up? Yes, we got 99 tourniquets each, and there's plenty in the basement too, Jiang Rong said. Lu Han lowered his eyes, his mind lost. Jiang Xiao saw him pull out a gun and cock it. Jiang Rong was puzzled. You still have a gun? Didn't you hand it in? I handed in one, and I still have two. Lu Han shrugged. But they're not very good. Jiang Xiao asked, you want a gun? Yes. Lu Han nodded. As expected, the criminals will have firearms. Without them, you can't protect yourself. Cold weapons are only effective against ordinary NPCs. For players without firearms, facing criminals with powerful firepower is a disaster. Today was already unexpected. Lu Han examined the scene and found few signs of a fight. The kid was quite clever. Not only was he not injured, he even managed to kill someone. He didn't linger in the fight, having thoroughly analyzed his own abilities. He knew it was because the enemy let their guard down that he had the opportunity to strike back. I know who has the channels. Jiang Xiao thought about it. Lu Han and his team's ability to protect themselves wasn't a bad thing for all of Nan City. If it really became a criminal city, it would be good for players to unite and have the ability to protect themselves. Chapter 174. Zhengshan. Jiang Xiao left. Zhengshan was still sitting on the sofa. This sofa is so soft. How did you find this place? Ah, I'm here. Jiang Xiao looked at Lu Han. He conquered an NPC, so there should be a way to get guns. You want guns? Zhengshan was surprised. Is there a way? Lu Han asked. If the criminals really knew how to transport weapons, they would definitely need a few guns to rob. Zhengshan frowned. I haven't asked, but since you mentioned it, I can ask. Jiang Xiao took out a tomato and tossed it to Zhengshan. I remember your NPC favorability was around 90. Zhengshan grabbed the tomato. I'd give it a try. I'd let you know when I have news. Then I'd be leaving. I see you guys again when I have time. Zhengshan really wanted to play with the players. After all, he and the NPCs were often on different wavelengths. Jiang Xiao checked the time and asked Lu Han, are you done with your work? Not yet. Lu Han said, but tomorrow will be the 10th day, and the situation will get worse. I went out today, and many NPCs have already left Nanshire. The NPCs on the top floor must have been the first to get the news, so it's natural for them to run away. I wonder what happened to Sister Yuan and Zhang Minsheng? Junjun's school is about to start, right? Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and sent a message to Sister Yuan. Jiang Rong looked down at his phone, his brows suddenly furrowed. Not enough goods? What goods? Most of the goods that increase stamina are imported. Jiang Rong frowned. Today, I only cleared over 3,000 people, over 400 times in total, using up 120,000 stamina items, equivalent to over 12 million renminbi. We're all collecting supplies while arranging people to guide others through the game. But now, the shops are saying they're running low on the items they need. Air freight takes 5 days, and with the airport currently grounded, there's no way they can restock quickly. Volunteers are one thing, but supplies are also a problem. Without enough health bottles, even more volunteers will have to wait. And in Nan City right now, every day they delay, the situation worsens. Jiang Xiao had an idea. Contact those players who have the Wangpa Easter egg and see if any of them can go back to Jiangnan town to collect game. Also, contact any players who can cook or have received the chef Easter egg. There should be more than one person who got the Easter egg on the branch server. Jiang Rong, okay. Jiang Xiao lowered her head and sent a message to Wapao. When Wapao didn't reply, Jiang Xiao sent a message to Lu Dayong. She remembered that Lu Dayong also had an NPC token, the big iron hammer. Wapao had no time to check his phone at that moment. Ah! Whose dog is this? Walking your dog without a leash. Wapao tugged at his boxers, revealing half of his red zodiac year underwear, and bit at the dog. The big yellow dog at his trouser leg kept yelling, back off! Back off! Back off! The big yellow dog bared its teeth, and one of Wapao's straw sandals fell off. It turned around and grabbed it and ran off. Fuck. Huapao cursed, limping after him. Believe it or not, I eat dog meat tonight. If you can, don't let me catch you. Wampa got up from the ground and smiled at Huapao. Zhao Bo looked envious. Your grandson is quite lively. Wampa smiled. My grandson is filial. The live streams in Huapao's studio have been quite exciting these days. Nancher is about to start a fight, and Brother Pao is still chasing pheasants in the mountains. Where's my old Brother Pao? Where did he go? This scene is wrong. Stop talking about that. The last streamer I worked with, Brother Pao, was chased and hacked to death by 3 criminals, and Brother Pao was still helping the mayor pick corn. What's that? The guy who lost a kidney is in the hospital, drugged by a serial killer NPC. Another kidney is gone, and Brother Pao is drying his boxer briefs in the yard. The guy on the overpass didn't retreat in time, was robbed by a few NPCs, stripped naked, and left running naked on the street, and Brother Pao is still bathing pigs? Is that outrageous? But I think Brother Pao seems a lot happier. Although he used to be loyal during his live streams, he still felt sad when those people betrayed him. Brother Pao is so happy now, so unrestrained he's forgotten he's still live streaming. He's just taking a shower in the yard. Luckily, the game automatically blurs the video, otherwise Brother Pao's livestream would have been blocked for exposing his penis. Shut up there. Maybe the moderator didn't notice. Don't remind me. Let's record it secretly, and show it to Brother Pao after he leaves the game. It was already evening when Huapao saw Jiang Zhao's message. Feeling a bit helpless, he replied, You can only pick up those pheasant eggs. Pheasants won't lay if you catch them. Last time I caught one, it saw me and retracted halfway through laying an egg. Jiang Zhao? Is it that scary? Could it be because Huapao's face scared him? I wanted to tell Huapao to stay out of the pheasant's presence, but I felt it would hurt his pride. So he replied, Lu Dian will come back to help you catch game. Get the town folks to help. You can pay for it. Any wild boar, wild duck, wild snake, wild loach, anything is fine. Chapter 175. Jiang Zhao prepared a sumptuous meal tonight. Besides pheasant eggs and wild mushrooms, the game meats were considered fresh ingredients, so they were considered a treat if they were time-sensitive. Aqiang and the others had been busy all day. When Shen Jingbin returned, he exclaimed, exhausted, and placed a map on the table. Brother Han, I got a detailed map of that place for you. I also got the movements of the people who've been out there recently, along with their regular times. Wow! We got something delicious to eat today. Shen Jingbin excitedly rubbed his hands and went to get more rice. He happened to run into Jiang Zhao, who was still cooking the last dish in the kitchen, and their eyes met. Jiang Zhao, since we're all working, I won't charge you for now. Shen Jingbin, you're not going to ask for money again, are you? Jiang Zhao's expression was blank, and the aroma of food filled his nose again. Shen Jingbin's heart hardened. He lifted Jiang Zhao's clothes and, like a pervert, gritted his teeth. Come on! Jiang Zhao, ? What do you mean, come on? Before he could react, he saw Shen Jingbin shaking out gold coins like a money tree. Crackling and clattering. He had actually shaken out 200 gold coins, which was 200,000. Jiang Zhao, ? I lost another 200,000 coins. I can't bear to lose these 200,000 without buying 10 meals. Shen Jingbin, with a look of pain on his face, began to act out a scene. It hurts, but it smells so good. Actually, today's meal can be eaten even without paying. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to tell Shen Jingbin. Eat it. It's not bad. Shen Jingbin hurriedly went to get more rice. Lu Han propped up his head and looked at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao came over and saw Lu Han's meaningful look. She looked puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Nothing, just a little envious. Lu Han scooped a bowl of soup for Jiang Zhao and sighed. Some people make money through untold hardships, while others just sit back and have money delivered to their doorstep. Jiang Zhao was the second type. Jiang Zhao, ? Suddenly Jiang Zhao said seriously, I discovered Shen Jingbin has a good habit. Looking at Shen Jingbin, who grunted like a starving ghost at the table, like a pig, Lu Han's movements naturally slowed down in comparison. He absolutely didn't want to be a pig. What? Jiang Zhao said seriously, pay on your own? After all, Lu Han's cake was still hanging in the air. Lu Han, He understood. Shen Jingbin looked at the people staring at him, and said generously, hurry up and eat. It's 20,000 yuan a meal. It's a waste if you don't. Don't blame me if I grab them all. Eat, eat, eat. Eat quickly. Jiang Rong said. Young Master Shen is paying for everything today. Shen Jingbin? Question mark. Why does that sound weird? After finishing their meal, the boys cleaned up the dishes and kitchen, while Jiang Shao went upstairs to wash up and rest. Before bed, he checked the progress. Although Jiang Rong wasn't leading the team that afternoon due to limited stamina, some people were still organizing their own teams to try. As for those playing the undercover game, they were like chicken blood. They had already collected over 2,000 copies, and they were chasing each other. After all, the informant game has a time limit, while the undercover game doesn't. Qin Mengmeng didn't come back tonight. Guiqin wasn't staying here. She went to the hotel to stay in a luxury suite and catch up with old friends. Qin Mengmeng and her mother and daughter went to a reunion. Jiang Shao browsed the forum. Aside from the game guide posts and fundraising solicitations posted by Jiang Rong, the moderator, the other players' posts were becoming increasingly odd. I always wanted to conquer the NPC across the street, but he's too aloof. Today, he even flirted with me. I feel a glimpse of hope. There's a sweet little girl next door who loves cats and petted them until they were bald. Someone drew a strange mark on my door. Is anyone seeing this? The pretty NPC across the street smiled at me. I want to have a romantic relationship with her. Jiang Shao clicked on the third one. Chapter 176. Original poster. There's an inverted triangle drawn in red marker on my doorstep. It was there yesterday, and I scratched it off, but it reappeared when I got home from get off work today. Jiang Shao quickly replied, it might have been marked. I suggest moving somewhere else, and I don't recommend returning to work after the 10th day. As time goes on, more criminals emerge, and unconquered NPCs experience negative statuses, or even transformations. That's why I'm suddenly seeing a lot of sleazy posts about NPCs. Perhaps the NPCs are hiding something behind their smiles. The other person quickly replied to Jiang Shao, but I'm only halfway through my quest. If I move or stop working, I won't be able to complete it. Jiang Shao didn't reply. Quests are clearly designed to speed up the process. Many players will find it difficult to complete them unless they have both the necessary skills and luck. So, this is also a game elimination mechanism, while the rest is simply gameplay. Second stage days, 10. Trigger single deluxe package. Urban Crisis Mission Progress, 1. Criminal List, 4729/10,000. 2. Informant, 3488/10,000. 3. Key Confession, 1/3. At 7 a.m., Jiang Shao woke up, washed up quickly, and went downstairs for a run. 7 or 8 people approached. Led by Lu Han, followed by Jiang Rong. Good morning, Jiang Shao. Shen Jingnan spoke, flashing a flawless smile at Jiang Shao. Good morning. Song Yusheng also raised his hand. Good morning. Aqiang was quiet. There were 2 other people, probably new teammates, who had returned last night. Jiang Shao didn't know their names, but they were both strangely enthusiastic. Jiang Shao nodded, confused. Good morning. She felt a little puzzled. Why were there so many people this morning? Then she started her warm-up run. Jiang Rong nudged Aqiang. Really? Did she really make it for us? Aqiang said. She did yesterday morning anyway. Shen Jingnan straightened his back and glanced sideways. Hey! Brother Han, why are you eating it all by yourself? You didn't even wait for the little cutie to make it for us. Lu Han tore open the biscuit, took a bite, gave Shen Jingnan a contemptuous smile, and began to crunch. What the hell? Shen Jingnan scratched his head, confused. No, what does Brother Han mean? That look isn't right. What did I do? He went upstairs to wash up. Shen Jingnan happily came downstairs. Jiang Shao was sitting at the dining table, her back to him, flipping through a newspaper. He sniffed hard. But there was nothing. Jiang Shao. She called softly. Jiang Shao turned around. Her cheeks puffed as she nibbled on a sandwich, her eyes bright. Shen Jingbin, ? In her prime youth, she actually ate bread. Ate bread. Ate bread? Shen Jingbin was a little mad. What about the free lunch promised to those who got up early? Lu Han walked over and placed a tray of strawberry-flavored milk in front of Jiang Shao. Drink milk? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. She didn't have many drinks in her snack box. Because drinks take up a lot of space, and most of them don't add any stats, she bought very few. Drink. Without hesitation, Lu Han unscrewed the bottle for Jiang Shao and handed it to her. Sizzle, sizzle. Milk goes really well with a sandwich. Jiang Shao was content. Shen Jingnan shuffled over, saying, Everyone's breakfast was pretty simple. His hand had already reached for the milk Lu Han was holding, and just as he was about to reach it, he felt a sudden pain on the back of his hand, and he gasped in surprise. The player's burning skin tissue attacked him, and the pain lasted for 3 minutes. Brother Han. You can't be that serious. A bottle of milk. Shin Jingnan shook his hand, and that was it. Brother Han really didn't treat him like a human being. Lu Han glanced at the alopecia perched on someone's head, and said leisurely. Children grow taller by drinking milk. You want to grow taller too? Chapter 177. Whose child? Jiang Xiao asked. The two of them exchanged glances. Shin Jingnan glanced over Jiang Xiao's head, instantly realizing who Lu Han was talking about, and quickly identifying him. What's wrong with growing taller? Even the third prince can grow taller. Why can't I? Jiang Xiao stood up from her chair, looking up at the two of them, hands behind her back, politely asking like a female teacher. Excuse me, what are your opinions on my 2-meter height? Does she still need to grow taller? She's 1.63 meters tall, so rounding up to 2 meters is fine. Lu Han, 1.84 meters tall, and Shin Jingnan, 1.88 meters tall, lowered their heads slightly. 2 meters? Lu Han quickly realized, no. Shin Jingnan shouted, no, we're the ones who need to grow taller. Ouch. It hurts. A sudden pain shot through the tip of his toe, and Shin Jingnan clutched his foot. Jiang Xiao groaned softly, clutching the remaining milk, and turned between the two of them, pushing them aside with her shoulder before returning to her room. Why would she step on me and not you? Shin Jingnan, seeing Lu Han's stoic expression, gritted his teeth and demanded, what the hell are you two doing behind my back? Lu Han turned around and said calmly, do I even need to do it behind your back? After returning to his room, his previously calm expression instantly twisted into a frown as he wiped the shoe prints off his feet. The kid had stepped on her so hard. Livestream. Brother Han, do you feel like you're not live streaming anymore, or that you don't need to maintain a good image for your fans anymore? Ha ha ha, is Brother Han's ego inflated again? Ha ha, Brother Han was stepped on by his wife, and he was holding back and keeping silent. I'm dying of laughter. Speaking of which, Mr. Hansui is such a cunning person, deliberately creating misunderstandings about his relationship with Shuzi. I can see through it. Bullying my Shuzi's emotional reaction time is like going around the world 3 times? You know nothing. That's called male possessiveness. Anyway, regardless of success or failure, it's fine to leave a mark. What if my wife finally gets the message? Mr. Hansui has some ulterior motives. Jiang Xiao's maximum stamina has reached 270. Jiang Rong sent Jiang Xiao a message last night, after posting on the forum, because Jiang Rong is a police representative and moderator, his post carries a certain authority. Many people have signed up to help out, bringing pots, pans, and small stoves to the municipal bureau to cook on-site. And now it's the 10th day, and there are several more people with stamina over 300. With rotation, we estimate the second mission will be completed quickly. By the way, Brother Han said he's busy. We handle reporting the game ourselves, Jiang Rong said to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao nodded. Jiang Rong, Aqiang, and the others helped prepare some pots and pans, and load the gas and other items into the car. Li Yuqing followed Jiang Xiao. Xiao, this is considered logistics. Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes, even if the troops don't move, we still need to send food and fodder. It's already the 10th day of the second phase, and the variables are unknown. We complete the tasks as quickly as possible. Once we're done, we go into hiding. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Several people have already arrived and started cooking. Hello, I'm a player from the A13 Jiangnan Town server. I also got the chef Easter egg. My name is Jojo. My name is Nan Fei. My name is... There are several people in total. In addition, 2 or 3 people from all 100 servers have received the token and are now returning to Jiangnan Town to send food here. It's true that all eggs shouldn't be put in one basket. No wonder 100 branch servers are open. We can make our own food. I discovered that adding special ingredients to food has an effect. Wild game also boosts stamina. If we can make large batches of food, then the problem won't be too big. If stamina isn't enough, we can just make up the difference. It's called a big pot meal, Jiang Xiao said. Several people nodded solemnly. Jiang Xiao noticed that several volunteers were missing, and she was a little surprised. She couldn't help but ask Jiang Rong, where are Biaohu and the others? Jiang Rong instinctively said, because a new group of volunteers arrived, Biaohu and the others went off with Brother Han to do some serious work. Serious work? Jiang Shao assumed it was about getting guns. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. 82 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 6 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 28 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 13 coins deposited, source, partner contract. Jiang Shao, ? No, how did this account get credited? Especially those 6 coins? Did they go to kidnap the child? Chapter 178. Similar to what Jiang Shao had imagined, but the robbers weren't targeting children, but NPCs. No more. Yahoo pointed his gun at several men. Try to find more. Really? The robbers gritted their teeth. The last one took off his shoes and pulled out 2 smelly gold coins from the back. Last 2,000 coins. Our belongings are truly gone. Handed them over, but Lu Han frowned and refused to take them. The robbers quickly stuffed them into the hands of the old man next to them. Uncle, you worked hard. Eat and drink well. This is our gift to you. Call me grandson from now on. Don't be polite. The old man trembled. Enough, enough. It's okay, uncle, keep it. Yahoo said cheerfully. Uncle, you can go first. The old man clutched the gold coins with emotion. Thank you, thank you. There are still many kind people. After watching the old man walk away, Lu Han pointed his gun at the 4 robbers on the ground. The 4 robbers knelt on the ground, terrified. Brother, what else do you want us to do? Just tell us. Lu Han whispered a few words. Yahoo glanced at the sky, propping one foot on a box. Is the robbing from the rich to help the poor hero Lu all right? Lu Han frowned. I thought NPC money would be easier to make, but I didn't expect those with status and assets to either go into hiding or retreat. Yahoo smiled. Isn't that normal? NPCs have been negatively impacted. Some are cruel, some are selfish, some are cold-hearted, some are timid, some are cowardly, and some are fearful. Lu Han said gravely, let's see if there's anything we can use. And by the way, earn some money for the baby's milk powder. There's not enough time to find so many players right now, let alone verify the quality of the NPCs. Are you planning to build a concentration camp? Are you really planning to come here for fun tomorrow? Yahoo scoffed, stroking the gun in his hand. This gun isn't very good. It's not powerful enough, and it has limitations. A concentration camp should at least have rifles and submachine guns. This pistol is just for intimidation. Let's go back. Several people followed Lu Han, and Byohu rubbed his chin as he looked at him. He wanted to say something, but ultimately kept it to himself. Outside the municipal bureau, there was an orderly scene, and wafts of fragrant aroma filled the air. Bring your own bowl, bring your own bowl. Jiang Shao banged the pot with a large iron spoon, looking very much like the old lady distributing food in the cafeteria. The volunteers, who were mainly responsible for lining up for the meals, totaled over 30. Wow, volunteers still have food to eat. It smells so good. I want to eat too. Ugh, I want to be a volunteer too. To be a volunteer, you need at least 310 stamina. Do you have that? Wow. But I really want to eat. I'm here to complete a mission, after all. The mission is for everyone. We're all here to complete it. But I also donated. How much did you donate? 500 coins. The other person rolled his eyes. Lu Han, Tiger Brand, and the others came over. Jiang Shao was scooping soup for others. The volunteers had brought their own lunch boxes. Anyway, if you're running out of stamina, just go eat. Lu Han came over and asked, what's this? Jiang Shao said, ginseng, black chicken, and wolfberry soup. Very nourishing. Yes, that wild ginseng that cost 300,000 yuan apiece had been bought back. Black chicken and the finest wolfberries were stewed in a pot of soup. Nutritious ginseng, black chicken, and wolfberry soup. Description: this soup combines highly nutritious wild ginseng, fresh black chicken, and premium wolfberries. A bowl of this soup is a boon for your health. Lu Han pulled out a lunch box. Have a bite. Chapter 179. Jiang Shao looked puzzled. Only volunteers can drink this. Wild ginseng, costing 300,000 yuan per head, combined with valuable black bone chicken and goji berries, simmered for an hour and added 12,000 points of stamina. While the price-performance ratio was significantly higher, the cooking time was much longer than simply using the supplies. If it weren't for Liu Yuqing, Jiang Rong, and Song Yusheng helping out, Jiang Shao wouldn't have been able to handle it. I'm volunteering, Lu Han said bluntly. Give me a taste first. Jiang Shao curled her lips at this. She scooped a bowlful into Lu Han's lunch box. Just as she was about to offer the spoon, She suddenly remembered that Lu Han's stamina should be quite high by now. This spoonful was wasted on him. She then returned the spoon to the cauldron and began to shake it. At this moment, Jiang Xiao wasn't called Jiang Xiao. She was called Jiang. Canteen Auntie Xiao. The only 2 pieces of meat were shaken down. Lu Han's mouth twitched. Half the soup was gone. Not even 2 goji berries were left for Lu Han. Jiang Xiao mumbled, "Try it." Lu Han had been out all morning, his stamina dropping from 340 to 313. He could only taste it and take a sip. Stamina plus 5. No wonder he was shaking. Lu Han turned and went to the volunteer office to sign up. Because they had to wait for the food to arrive, many players arrived and sat on the ground. After the volunteers explained the rules, they sprinted in an inverted V formation, taking fire, rescuing, while others threw letters of denunciation. Since there were no more casualties, everyone gathered around the competition area and began singing and playing games. Biuhu put his hands in his hands and started laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Someone nearby asked, puzzled. "Nothing. I just remembered when I was in the army, one year I was asked to lead a group of new recruits. Those new recruits also liked to sit on the ground and sing." Biuhu remembered. Someone sitting on the ground asked, "What are you singing?" "Sing." Biuhu thought for a moment. "We're soldiers." "No. Tell me something we know." The other person frowned. "Do you know how to sing after target practice?" Biuhu asked. "No." Biuhu frowned. "Unity is strength. We used to sing that song during military training at school." Someone suggested. "Okay, then let's sing Unity is strength." The other person agreed. "I start. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron, this strength is steel." The voices echoed, though uneven, yet strangely united. Biuhu was stunned for a moment, his eyes suddenly sore. He hadn't thought about that time in a long time. "Huzi, why are you crying?" Biuhu sniffed. "Nothing. I remember when I was in the army, we couldn't sing any military songs, except Unity is strength." Later, as he sang along with his teammates, he learned. By this point, the number of people reporting had exceeded 5,000. Jiang Xiao took a look. At this rate, as long as supplies kept up, they could complete the second phase of the mission today. Suddenly, 2 black jeeps drove up from a distance, unnoticed. Lu Han had just finished a bowl of soup to regain his strength. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the jeep's window roll down and a black gun extended from its window. His expression suddenly changed. "Be careful." Throwing the lunchbox tossing, Lu Han quickly threw Jiang Xiao to the ground, carrying her behind a wall of greenery. Biuhu turned and shouted, "Everyone, hide!" But it was too late. The rattle of machine gun fire rang out. Someone who had been happily singing one moment was now covered in blood, their face splattered with blood. "Ah!" Screams pierced the eardrums, and the crowd immediately fled. Biuhu's pupils constricted. He pulled out a pistol, and with bloodshot eyes, he fired at the black jeep. Bang, bang, bang. The bulletproof jeep whizzed past. The pistol had no deterrent effect. All players heard a system prompt in their heads. On the 10th day of the game, the terrorist attack was triggered. Terrorist attack. A terrorist appears in a bulletproof vehicle, carrying weapons. He may appear at any time, and machine gun densely populated areas of Nanshur. Players are advised to take cover. The terrorist attack targeted the crowd in front of the municipal government. The next terrorist attack will occur in 8 hours and 28 minutes. Chapter 180. The air was filled with cries and shouts. Some cried, wanting to leave, some trembled with fear, and some pushed their fallen companions. Some tried to escape, but when they got up, they had to shield their companions, taking the bullets with themselves. Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with astonishment. There were pools of blood. Everyone had come with the hope of completing the mission, but this sudden change in the rules of the game shattered all their hopes. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Xiao, then stood up and walked over to Biuhu. Biuhu's eyes were red, and his pistol was empty, yet he kept pulling the trigger. Click. Jiang Xiao stood up. The machine gun fire had damaged many pots and pans, but overall the damage wasn't serious. Biuhu stepped into the crowd and shouted, "Count the players who died." As if suddenly finding a backbone, Lu Han followed suit, sorting out the bodies of most of the players, who hadn't made it out in time. Emotion, emotion, wake up! The girl nudged the boy in front of her. He had been hit by 3 bullets, unable to move or speak, near death. The boy disintegrated into a flash of white light, leaving only his ID card. The girl, clutching it, burst into tears. "I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. Just kill me." Biaohu glanced at her and walked over to her. He protected you because he wanted you to live. The girl clutched her heart. God knows how it felt. She knew it was just a game, but the feeling of someone sacrificing themselves right before her was too much. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. I want to see him. I want to see him. The girl sobbed. I don't want to play this game anymore. The girl stumbled to her feet. Jiang Shao remained silent. If they were scared and wanted to leave, that was fine. The crowd was gradually dispersing. Lu Han frowned. Biaohu, his eyes red, watched the people disperse one by one. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Have you ever seen the border? Have you?" Someone paused. "Have you seen those countries still embroiled in war?" Biaohu shouted hoarsely. "You haven't. But I have. I truly seen it, just across a wall. Those people, those children, were shot at will, just like just now. They offered no resistance at all. Do you know what the true meaning of life is?" Biaohu stepped forward and sternly shouted, "Turn around and look at me, look at me." Most of the people were young, forced to turn and look at Biaohu by the overwhelming sense of oppression. "I am truly a disabled person, a retired soldier. In 2035, I pursued invaders along the border. I sacrificed a leg and 11 teammates to save my life. I became a cripple, unable to fight again. I wanted to die countless times, but I held back. Because my present life is built on their lives yesterday. They wanted to live more than I did, but they couldn't. And what about you?" Biaohu clenched his teeth. "You're afraid, you're running away, you're terrified, you want to leave. That's cowardice. Maybe you want to say this is just a game, that you should be thankful it's just a test. You see those dead again when you wake up. What if one day you really can't see them anymore? Will you behave any better than you do now? No. You're just as much of a coward, a coward. You're hopeless, destined to live in a greenhouse forever." Everyone's heart was in turmoil at Biaohu's words. Biaohu genuinely despised them, at least those who were crying and making a fuss. Of course, Biaohu knew he shouldn't have said that, but he couldn't help himself. The thought of the seeds of the future he and his teammates had once protected being abandoned so easily filled him with deep disappointment. Chapter 181. Biaohu knew he was being extreme. After all, their purpose was to protect these children and give them a better life. Just the scene just now had touched his heart, sending him reeling from a seemingly inextricable memory. No other game had ever made him feel this way. Everyone paused. Biaohu turned around, straightening his back. He wanted to pretend he hadn't said that, but he held back, turning his back to the children and losing himself in his own trance. 2 minutes later, a boy approached Jiang Shao. "I was just shot, and my HP isn't quite at 300. Can you give me a bowl of soup?" Jiang Shao nodded and scooped some soup into a disposable lunchbox. The boy turned around and shouted, "Keep going. Don't be afraid." This time, it was much quieter, without laughter or joy. Everyone seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. The supply delivery arrived soon, and Jiang Shao and the others got back to work. Unlike before, a group of children, who had finished their game, walked up behind Biaohu and saluted vigorously, "Thank you." Biaohu was slightly startled. Another person came over, including the girl from before, and also bowed to Biaohu. Biaohu froze. Okay. I didn't mean to be mean to you. Let's go." Biaohu walked aside. Lu Han didn't participate anymore, but was lost in thought. Biaohu and Lu Han were familiar with each other, and the conversation was natural. "Didn't you think my games were boring and uninteresting before?" "Huh?" Lu Han came back to his senses. Biaohu smiled. "I always thought I never forget the thrill of wielding a gun and slashing the enemy on the battlefield, but I've been playing for so long and haven't found true joy. Until just now." He suddenly understood something. What he missed wasn't the thrill of wielding a gun and slashing at the enemy, but the passion he felt defending this land alongside his teammates, filled with longing and dreams. Lu Han glanced sideways at Biaohu. "Want to try something bigger?" Terrorists' guns aren't fixed." Lu Han rubbed his chin. "The bulletproof car doesn't disappear, it always stops at a destination. In other words, unlike the sniper in the informant game, this one is visible and potentially tangible." Biaohu snorted coldly. "Is that considered big? Will it get bigger later?" Lu Han turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao's face was tense, visibly nervous, but not afraid. Very brave. "I always feel like if it were 100 years ago, you'd be a bandit leader," Biaohu said sincerely. Lu Han frowned. "Why not the military leader? Isn't it a bit of a stretch?" Biaohu looked him up and down. "Military? Forget it, you're a bit of a troublemaker, too." He and Lu Han had worked together more than once. This guy was cunning. Although he had bad luck, he was actually quite capable. He had an endless supply of tricks to cheat people in the game, and he was very stubborn. He wanted to achieve his goals, and most of the time, he wouldn't listen to others' advice. As long as his goal was achieved, he was happy. This was his weakness. Suddenly, Biao remembered something. So, you're thinking of joining the army? Lu Han, ? Him? Join the army? How could that be possible? I hadn't even thought about it, just saying it casually. He stood up and walked over to Jiang Xiao, whispering, something's a little off. Did you notice? Jiang Xiao touched her chin. It's a little strange. Not just a little. Lu Han frowned. If that's the case, then their goal is not simple. The gap between these two links is too big. Chapter 182. Lu Han felt the game wasn't right, because the pacing was off. The first stage could be described as disaster connections, and the second as workplace wealth. But by now, several of Lu Han's NPCs had already gone into hiding. Most importantly, the terrorist attack rule wasn't even announced to the players in advance. Perhaps some of the rules weren't originally designed, but rather improvised. Lu Han frowned. And this level was too brutal. Jiang Xiao nodded, agreeing with what Lu Han said. This was only the second stage. And this was a game of life. While it wasn't limited to natural disasters, a war like this felt a bit too real. Can you guess their motives? Jiang Xiao asked. Lu Han stroked his chin. 2 special endings, one about a police officer and one about a martyr. The stages involved fighting crime and war. Could it be? What? Jiang Xiao asked. Lu Han said seriously, this game planner might be a fervent patriot and military enthusiast. Jiang Xiao, that makes perfect sense. You're such a smart bastard. Zhou Winta chuckled at the screen, that kid definitely wouldn't have guessed. Qiuguli put his hands on his hips. Of course, no matter how smart he is, he couldn't have guessed it. The two of them expressed a rare, unspoken agreement. Planner, forget the players, even a god couldn't have guessed it. Not to mention that the true nature of to live isn't revealed until all players enter the game. Many aspects of the game are subject to temporary modifications and adjustments by a few influential figures. Not only do the players not know the rules, but even the planners themselves don't know them. It would be a miracle if the players could have guessed it, Qiuguli said gravely, but your design is a bit too cruel for the child. Can it be as cruel as your undercover game? I originally wanted them to sacrifice at a 10-to-1 ratio, but the game planner gave me a full damage cap. Zhou Wintao excitedly put his hands on his hips and poked his forehead with his fingers. Just imagine that bullet shot through my head, not in the game, who would survive? Who would survive? The game simplified the difficulty. But Zhou Wintao just added to it. I see this kid. He's very interested in the terrorists' bulletproof cars and weapons. Qiuguli suddenly remembered something. You're not deliberately revealing a flaw, hoping he robbed them himself. To be honest, although Lu Han wanted to rob, he even considered arms transportation and NPC smuggling. However, the game itself doesn't include a setup for robbing firearms. As police officers manage public security, who would consider smuggling arms? Is it legal? Of course not. So, whether it's robbery or smuggling, there's no set method for players to obtain them, just like the sniper in the whistleblower game. Then Zhou Wintao arrived and said one word, change. Why can't we rob? Zhou Wintao and Qiuguli had different opinions. They're already right in front of us. Why not rob them? Are we going to get beaten? Do you know how many of our weapons we acquired back then were robbed? We stole their weapons, and then shot them back. Qiuguli frowned, wanting to say something. Zhou Wintao quickly stopped him. Don't try to persuade me. The police force and the military are two different systems. One maintains national security, the other is a national armed organization. One of us is dealing with the internal affairs, the other with the external affairs. Some kids need courage, because the blade we use to deal with the outside world must be sharp. Qiuguli fell silent. Chapter 183. No matter how fast Jiang Xiao and the others were, they still reached a bottleneck. At 6:30, they were running low on supplies. By 6 p.m., the whistleblower game finally ended after the final round. The required number of whistleblowers had been reached. Ah! Instantly, the field erupted in excited exclamations and screams. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Rong instructed everyone. The undercover game is still going on. Players listed on the forum are not allowed to participate, but other players can still participate. There are some special NPCs in the undercover game, but players won't be notified. If they are rescued by special NPCs, they won't die. It's not a question of whether or not to die. The undercover game only allows 100 players at a time. Any more will be wasted, and we have to queue up to play. Someone couldn't help but say, "That's true." If there were no limit, wouldn't 100,000 players enter the dungeon? Wouldn't that wipe out everyone's lair? A group of people packed up, and Jiang Rong and the others gave him some instructions as they saw them off. It's the 10th day. Be careful. South City isn't very safe. It was getting dark. Jiang Xiao and the others still had to move their pots. Qiang and the others came with help, bringing another car. They put their belongings in one car, with Qiang and Biaohu driving. Jiang Xiao, Liu Yuqing, and Jiang Rong sat in another, with Lu Han behind the wheel. Going home? Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao in the rearview mirror. Jiang Xiao hesitated, then nodded yes. Going home. Lu Han licked his lips, and turned the steering wheel. Jiang Xiao unpacked her snack box, rummaged around, and pulled out a bottle of yogurt candy. No added attributes, just plain delicious. Eat? Jiang Xiao asked Liu Yuqing. Yes. Liu Yuqing smiled, and gave 2 pieces to each person. Even Lu Han was not spared from receiving 2 pieces. She glanced at Jiang Xiao's snack box in the rearview mirror. Last time, it was about 2/3 full. In just a few days, it was only half full. The food supply was gradually depleted. Ding ding. Jiang Rong's phone rang. Wait, Brother Han, take me to the North District. Lu Han asked, something happened? Jiang Rong said, I'm not sure yet. Shen Jingbin asked me to go over. There must be some dispute with the police. NPCs also have checks and balances with each other. Lu Han thought about sending Jiang Xiao and Liu Yuqing back first before going. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Jiang Xiao's eyes rolling. Lu Han paused. Do you want to go and see? Liu Yuqing was startled. Can we go together? Jiang Xiao's eyes flashed with question marks. She hadn't been out much in days, mainly because it was too dangerous to go out alone. Lu Han turned the steering wheel and said to Jiang Rong, navigation. Jiang Rong quickly started the navigation. On the side of the road, a seemingly honest NPC was arguing with a police officer. Sir, do you know what love is? Love is when I have no money, no car, and no house, but Hong, the girl at the hair salon next door, still wants me to support her. I want to, but I know I can't afford it with my current circumstances. So I want to work hard, to improve myself, to give her a better life in the future. Sir, don't do such a thing as forcing a couple apart. It's cruel. The officer impassively handcuffed the man's hands. That's not a reason to steal the electric scooter. Shen Jingmin and his accomplice, dressed in combat gear, watched for a long time, eating sunflower seeds. Lu Han and Jiang Rong got out of the car. Jiang Rong frowned, looking disdainful. You haven't finished your work hours yet? Shen Jingmin turned around and said, Brother Han is here. Just in time. That NPC has the clue you were looking for. Chapter 184. Shen Jingbin's work schedule hasn't arrived yet. But it's not a big deal. He held up some sunflower seeds. Jiang Rong, if you can secure that guy, you learn a lot. The North District has one of the largest used car dealerships. From bicycles to electric scooters and used motorcycles, they formed a massive industry chain that even the local police can't easily disrupt. It's like weeds, impossible to burn. But the guy next to me saw that bulletproof car drive into their processing plant. That guy was there. He's been in some trouble lately, so he has a weakness. Lu Han narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Shen Jingnan said, he's in love. He has a crush on a shampoo girl at the salon, the kind you know. You know, that girl owes a criminal boss a lot of money, and he won't let her go until she's paid it back. The two of them are like Juliet and Romeo. This guy steals electric scooters every day to get the girl's money. What the hell? This is called NPCs have feelings, NPCs have love. I go talk to them. I definitely can't rescue her, it's illegal, after all. Jiang Rong went up to negotiate. Jiang Xiao looked at Lu Han. You want to carjack a car? Lu Han didn't hide it. Yeah. Wow. Liu Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. You're a big shot. No wonder you're so successful on tomorrow, unlike me, who can only play casually. Jiang Xiao nodded. I like playing casually too. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. You play tomorrow too? Jiang Xiao, She had indeed played, but only for 2 days. It was also during that time that I gained 1,000 or 2,000 followers in 2 days, which was quite a lot. Liu Yuqing remembered, but there aren't any fully skilled survival players in tomorrow, because zombies will raid the camp, and initially, you can only use iron axes. In other words, if you don't kill monsters, you're useless. By the time you can wield a gun, you're already at a good level. Liu Yuqing didn't make it to that point anyway. She was completely defeated when she got a bow and arrow, and went out on night patrol. Yeah. Jiang Shao nodded seriously. So, I logged off when the zombies came. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Han, Liu Yuqing, She seemed to have acquired some incredible escape skill. Unable to resist, Lu Han asked, what happened next? Jiang Shao thought hard. Later, survival skills needed to be improved, and I had to complete quests to get items. Quests required going out and killing monsters, not just staying home. If I couldn't unlock the recipes later, I stopped playing. Tomorrow was the type of game she gave up on. Later, she opted for strategy games. After all, if the monsters were terrifying, I wouldn't even think about playing them. Not to mention those with supernatural backgrounds, silently reciting the core socialist values: prosperity, democracy, harmony, freedom, equality. Lu Han was silent. He remembered that tomorrow's life skill was unlocked at level 1. However, life skill recipes were only unlocked at level 10, when a quest opened up a cooking recipe. The quest items had been stored in the warehouse, since they were obtained during the level 3 main quest. Jiang Shao, with a character level below level 3, cultivated vegetables in tomorrow and reached life skill level 10, indicating that she had indeed never fought a single monster. Livestream. Brother Han's halo from tomorrow is completely unbearable to show in front of his wife. No, Brother Han probably thought of that quest. Level 10 life skills. Even a hardcore grinder would have to grind for days. And after reaching level 10, you can truly unlock the life skills gameplay. Hilarious. That's when I became a fan of Shuzi. Even though she only streamed tomorrow for 2 days, I still followed her. Especially when she saw a zombie close up and immediately logged off without hesitation. It really touched my heart. Ha ha ha. My Shuzi refuses to fight monsters. Isn't it better to just lie down and grow? Why refuse? Isn't it better to kill zombies close up? Stop it, I'm having a heart attack. I can't handle holographic zombies killing me close up. I thank you. I really would, the kind of thank you that leaves no one to carry on the family line, no descendants. Chapter 185. Turning around, Jiang Rong had already returned from negotiating with the other party. It's okay. Go to the police station. He'd be detained for a maximum of 1 day. I have a good talk with him there. Okay. Shen Jingdan stood up. The beggar next to him said enthusiastically, Brother Jing, don't you want to eat? It's crowded tonight. I move for you. No, not today. Shen Jingdan waved his hand and said to Lu Han and the others, wait for me while I change into my uniform. He went to the public restroom. Liu Yuqing cautiously nudged Jiang Shao. Want to go for a walk? While things aren't that chaotic yet. It was already dark. Because things weren't very peaceful recently, there were actually very few people on the street. Even the shops would probably be closed in half an hour. Jiang Shao asked seriously, do you know why turtles live the longest? Liu Yuqing paused and shook her head. Because they never wander around, Jiang Shao said seriously. She wanted to go out and take a look, but that didn't mean she wanted to go shopping. To put it mildly, I feel safer with Jiang Rong and Lu Han around. Liu Yuqing, Lu Han glanced sideways, suddenly noticing several figures pursuing him not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly. But it's okay if you want to go for a walk. Jiang Shao thought for a moment, then pulled a gun from her toolbox. Remembering Liu Yuqing didn't know how to use a gun, she handed it to Lu Han. I got it last time, but I don't know how to use it. You do? How about letting Lu Han take Liu Yuqing for a walk? Lu Han's eyes shot down. Want to learn? Jiang Shao was stunned. Before she could say no, I teach you. Lu Han suddenly turned, grasped Jiang Shao's hand from behind, and instructed her to load her rifle. After loading, aim. Don't close either eye. This way you have a wider field of vision. A wider range. A deep voice boomed from above, and Jiang Shao could almost feel the heat on her head. To the people around her, Lu Han was holding Jiang Shao in his arms, a gesture of intense intimacy. Liu Yuqing covered her mouth. Oh my god! Han's Wei is so flirty. Shen Jingdan, eyes wide open, patted Jiang Rong in surprise. Jiang Rong's expression remained remarkably calm. Even the iron tree will bloom. Why get so excited? But in Jiang Shao and Lu Han's eyes, there was only the gun pointed at a figure running not far away. Their outline gradually became clearer as they approached. They both frowned almost simultaneously. Help! Help! The figure ran shyly. You sissy! How dare you disgust me? I kill you! Behind them was an NPC. They didn't look like good people either. Jiang Shao suddenly felt like backing off. Lu Han suddenly spoke, watch carefully, pay attention to the gun's range. This gun has a maximum range of 50 meters, but beyond 15 meters, the accuracy drops below 15%. You should be able to see the bullet's inaccuracy. As the enemy drew closer, he shifted the muzzle from the player's face to the NPC's, and slowly pulled the trigger. Be careful, this gun has a strong recoil. Bang. The gunshot numbed my ears, and the recoil numbed my palms, but the bullet accurately missed the NPC's ear. Although it didn't hit anyone, it successfully frightened several NPCs, making them afraid to act rashly. The man being pursued clutched the wig in his hand and scrambled away. Did you see the location? I saw it. The two of them wore the same calm, rational expression, handsome man and beautiful woman, their expressions identical. Both were emotionless gunslingers. The man rushed over excitedly, and when he saw Lu Han, his eyes lit up. Master Hans Wei, you saved me. The man rushed over, trying to get close to Lu Han. Lu Han didn't hesitate, pulling out his gun and pressing it against his forehead. Don't move. His eyes were cold and indifferent, yet they held a murderous intent. Chapter 186. Hans Wei. I really didn't expect you to save me. I really like you. Please don't reject me. The man was none other than the ardent fan who had met Jiang Shao and Lu Han at the nightclub the other day. Jiang Shao frowned. The man seemed certain that Lu Han wouldn't shoot. He crouched on the ground, moving closer and closer to Lu Han, trying to cling to his legs. Hans Wei, I really like you. Just keep you like a dog. I beg you, please, let me follow you. I really like you. Don't move. Lu Han snapped. Jiang Rong frowned. He guessed that no one except Lu Han himself knew the connection between him and this man. Jiang Shao looked at the man on the ground, her brows furrowed. Don't you have any self-respect? Can't you see he hates you? What do you stinking women know? The man gave Jiang Shao a look of disgust, then turned to Lu Han, saying, Master Hans Wei, I really like you. Unlike those bitches who say one thing and do another, I really do. Click. The sound of a gun being loaded. Lu Han looked at the man indifferently. He knelt obediently, swallowed, and even closed his eyes, feigning sincere devotion. Master Hans Wei, if you want me to prove my resolve with death, I'm willing. As long as you're happy. Lu Han's eyes darkened as he pulled the trigger deeper and deeper. Jiang Shao couldn't help but say, Lu Han. Kill him, and Lu Han would become a suspect. Lu Han paused, but only for a second. Bang. The man opened his eyes and looked at Lu Han with a frenzy. Master Hans Wei, you're truly. The bullet barely grazed the man's ear. Before the man could finish his words, Lu Han dragged him by the neck to the nearest residential building and up the stairs. His body was dragged along the corridor like a pile of mud. Lu Han's face was expressionless, his eyes cold and chilling. Who is this person? Shen Jingdan looked puzzled. Who could have caused Brother Han to change his expression like this? Jiang Shao followed him. Do you know Puppy Zero? Shen Jingdan thought for a moment, then slapped his head. How could it be such a disgusting thing? Shen Jingdan had been Lu Han's number one on the list, after all. Of course, he knew who this person was. Jiang Rong observed Lu Han's condition, and said sternly, We can't let Brother Han kill anyone. Absolutely not. Jiang Shao and Lu Yuqing didn't know what was happening, but they sensed the gravity of the situation. Lu Han dragged Puppy Zero all the way to the 6th floor rooftop. Being dragged along, and stumbling on the stairs, Puppy Zero's face and nose were bruised and battered, his entire body feeling like it had been peeled off. It wasn't until Lu Han dangled him from the rooftop, his neck trapped in his hand, that Puppy Zero finally came to his senses with a start. No! No! The weightlessness at high altitude instantly intensified his fear. He subconsciously struggled, clinging tightly to the wall pillar. Jiang Shao and Jiang Rong arrived, only to see Lu Han radiating a dangerous aura. His eyes were dark, as if he was about to throw him from the building. Lu Han! Don't kill! Jiang Rong repeated, Lu Han, don't kill. Lu Han's sharp eyes swept over Jiang Rong, his defensiveness instantly filling him. The live stream was in a state of confusion over this statement. No, doesn't Brother Han kill players in Tomorrow? Why can't he? Yeah, it's not like he hasn't done that before. In a competitive game, why can't he? By the way, did you see the news? Lu Mingchen, the president of the Lu Group, is returning to China with the company and wants to enter the live streaming industry. He held a press conference and mentioned that Brother Han is his younger brother. I saw it. His name is Lu Hanming. Lu Minga. Apparently, he was in juvenile detention for 3 years for murder. Fuck, I'm going to see it. Look. No, this Lu Mingchen is such a green tea when he's on stage. He actually apologized for Brother Han, saying his brother killed someone in a fit of rage, and now that he's grown up and matured, he's happy for him seeing his brother's success. Shit! Is this whitewashing or smearing? If he hadn't said it, who would have known Brother Han had been in juvenile detention? Who's got no moral compass? Lu Han is a murderer. A murderer? Are you so happy to watch a murderer's livestream? Hilarious. I'm unfollowing him. No wonder he's so unsympathetic in the game. Chapter 187. Zhou Wentao frowned, having naturally seen the news. He asked Xiuguoli, "Is this the trouble you're talking about?" Xiuguoli nodded, "Yes, his biological brother has returned." Zhou Wentao took a deep breath, "But I saw in your file that at the time, there were only clues from various sources pointing to this child's murder, but no substantive evidence. Because so much time had passed, the search for clues at the time was not complete." Xiuguoli leaned on the table, "But the victim is indeed dead, and he was in the process of attacking someone with a weapon." "Who?" Zhou Wentao frowned. "His brother, Lu Mingchen," Xiuguoli said slowly, "because he acted impulsively at the scene, and the victim's blood matched that on the murder weapon. The victim's parents refused to give in, refused to accept compensation, and insisted on severe punishment. He was ultimately sentenced to 3 years. That child was impulsive, at least at the time. Even if he truly didn't commit the murder, he impulsively tried to kill that person to confirm this false charge, and it was for this action that he was convicted." Zhou Wentao frowned. Suddenly, he realized something, and looked at Xiuguoli meaningfully. "Did you arrange this person?" Xiuguoli paused. "Yes, the kid was too impulsive back then. Now that Lu Mingchen is back, I'm worried he won't be able to control himself. I don't know how your police consider criminals, but I do know one thing." Zhou Wentao straightened his back and spoke earnestly. "Never test human nature beyond the bottom line, because anything that crosses that line is evil, including himself. Family and country are the bottom line. If anyone violates it, they will be fought to the death." Xiuguoli fell into deep thought. Zhou Wentao said, "All right, let me see Lu Mingchen's information. He went abroad, so why is he back?" Lu Han looked at the man in his arms, a scent of lewdness filling the air. He had actually peed his pants out of fear. As expected, death doesn't frighten people, torture does. Behind him, Lu Yuqing and the others looked at Lu Han with concern. Lu Han's face remained calm, his eyes slightly drawn back, and his tone was frivolous. "Why would I kill someone? How could he be provoked again?" Lu Han lifted him gently. Everyone held their breath as Lu Han hung Puppy Zero from a steel pillar on the rooftop. "If you don't know how to respect me, then think about it here. Come back to me when you've figured it out." Lu Han let go of his hand coldly, looked at the man, and whispered something through his thin lips. Puppy Zero's pupils constricted. Jiang Xiao didn't hear what Lu Han said next, but she was certain it was a threat, otherwise, the man wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Lu Han curled his lips, turned around, his face calm, and patted Jiang Xiao's head. "Go home." Jiang Xiao immediately covered her head. "Material, slap it bald, okay?" Jiang Rong breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Han for an explanation, but Lu Han didn't even glance at him. After getting in the car, Jiang Rong consciously sat in the back seat alongside Lu Yuqing. Shen Jingbin also sat in the back, leaving only 2 seats, the passenger seat next to Shen Jingbin and the passenger seat next to Lu Han. Jiang Xiao decisively chose Lu Han. Fastening her seatbelt, Jiang Xiao hesitated. "Do you have any questions?" Lu Han noticed. Jiang Xiao nodded and then shook her head, "Nothing." Lu Han whispered, "I tell you when we get back." Livestream. Does anyone know what Hansui said? I'm curious. What did he threaten? I saw it. Hansui said, if you look for him again, he strip him of his pants and hang him upside down in the game, with 30 million fans watching. Are you sure? That sounds like something Hansui would say. No, you're still fans of a murderer? Damn, what kind of values are you talking about? Your values are the ones with the problem. The case was set at the time, but there was no evidence, only clues. I read the news at the time, and Brother Han was the one who was drugged. Even I would want to kill someone. So killing is right. I don't know what your values are. Just look at the facts. Even if you killed someone, does that mean you're bad? Can't you correct your mistakes? If that's the case, then I really hope you never make mistakes again, or you be dead. Chapter 188. Lu Han remained silent, and Jiang Rong hesitated, frowning. Everyone was silent until the car returned to the villa. Lu Han got out and closed the door. Brother Han, Jiang Rong wanted to say something, but Lu Han ignored him. He simply said to Shen Jingden, "Let me know immediately if you have any news." Jiang Shao glanced at Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong raised his hand, then lowered it. Shen Jingden patted Jiang Rong on the shoulder. "I don't know what your relationship with Brother Han is, but Brother Han is furious right now. But Brother Han is a tough-mouthed person with a soft heart. He might not be angry for long. Let's talk about it after he calms down." Jiang Shao remained silent and returned to her room. Lu Yuqing whispered, "What's going on between Jiang Rong and Brother Han?" Jiang Shao shook her head. "I don't know." She had only called Lu Han because killing the player would make him a criminal suspect. But Jiang Rong's expression, tone, and actions just now, his words telling Lu Han not to kill, had a profound meaning in her mind. Lu Han never actually went back to talk about it. Jiang Shao had other things to do. She went to the kitchen and took out 4 wild pumpkins, 10 wild eggs, 2 large bags of flour, and some refined milk and high-quality yeast powder from the supermarket. Refined milk. Description: cold brewed, refrigerated, purified, thick milk. This purified formula has a richer milk flavor and can be used as an auxiliary ingredient for special effects. 500 milliliters costs 10,000 coins. High-quality yeast powder. Description: high-quality yeast powder, used to ferment flour for an excellent taste. Jiang Shao tried making a small blood vial because she discovered a loophole in the rules. Most fresh food made by NPCs has a time limit, but this time limit is mostly due to the presence of meat. Food with meat has a time limit, but without meat, such as steamed buns, does not. Furthermore, fresh food in the warehouse couldn't be stacked because they all had different standard sizes. If she made the buns the same size, they could be stacked in the warehouse. Furthermore, Jiang Shao had discovered a way to exploit this bug. After steaming the pumpkin, Jiang Shao mashed it and added flour, milk, pumpkin paste, and high-quality yeast powder. The flour was kneaded into a beautiful orange hue, like the color of a sunset. Lu Han came down and just happened to see Jiang Shao patting the round orange dough and placing it in a basin to rise. Jiang Shao turned around and was stunned by the sight of Lu Han. Lu Han looked quite at ease, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Is there anything for me?" "Great, it's back to normal." Jiang Shao curled her lips. "Yes. Just pay." Lu Han chuckled. "You talk about asking for money, but I haven't seen you actually ask for it. Donations are pretty quick. Money, it's a sense of security." Jiang Shao shook her head. "Besides, asking for money can save a lot of trouble. For example, if a classmate I haven't seen in years suddenly contacts me, and I feel embarrassed to ignore him, I can just proactively plead poverty and ask for money, and he'd be more than willing to pay. Are you asking for money on purpose to distance yourself from me?" Lu Han understood. Jiang Shao, ? "No, is there still a need to distance themselves from their relationship? Are they related at all?" "Oh." Jiang Shao suddenly remembered, a partnership. But since there's no actual game contract, unlike other games where you can team up, this relationship feels a bit fragile, almost non-existent. Just then, Jiang Rong came over and said stiffly, "Brother Han, can we talk?" Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao and nodded. "Yes." Jiang Rong and Lu Han went to the balcony. Jiang Shao fermented the steamed bun flour and cut it into long strips, each the same size, 1 thumb long and 2 thumbs wide. She placed them in the steamer and steamed them for 15 minutes. Jiang Shao poked them with chopsticks, finding them soft and fluffy. After steaming, they were half the size of a fist, about enough to eat one in one bite. Golden pumpkin milk buns. Instructions: made with wild eggs, wild pumpkin, refined milk, and high-quality yeast powder, they have a sweet, rich pumpkin milk flavor. Effect: increases stamina by 5, satiety by 5. Chapter 189. Lu Yuqing went downstairs to find a drink. Seeing Jiang Shao in the kitchen, she curiously came over. The delicate steamed buns immediately caught Lu Yuqing's attention. "Wow! Jiang Shao, it's so late, and you're still making these?" Stamina booster. Lu Yuqing knew it was a small health vial. But you could only store 99 of these in the warehouse, so at most, they only add 495 points of stamina, one shot out, and most of them would be gone. But this? Lu Yuqing sighed. The warehouse is too small. Jiang Shao only used half a bag of flour, half a wild pumpkin, and a carton of milk to make 50 pumpkin buns. I have an idea. Jiang Shao took out a disposable lunch box, the kind with a high bottom and wide walls. According to the size of the buns, one box could hold 2 layers, 2 rows on each layer, and 5 buns per row. He packed exactly 20 small buns and handed them to Lu Yuqing. Take a look. Lu Yuqing was stunned for a moment when she received them, then exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Shao, you're amazing. You even managed to find this bug. How did you come up with that? Box of golden pumpkin milk buns. Description: contains 20 fluffy and soft golden pumpkin milk buns, a must-have staple for going out. Effect: plus 100 stamina, plus 100 satiety. I remember buying snacks before, and many of them came in boxes. And the standard for boxes is actually standard. Jiang Shao pondered. Just like storage boxes in a warehouse, they can't be overlapped. It's not because they're filled with something, but because the contents are different. If the contents were exactly the same, then it would be fine. The main reason was that there were no stamina-boosting items available outside. One could only buy ingredients. Jiang Shao packed another box. Box of golden pumpkin milk buns *2. After a moment's thought, Jiang Shao pulled out 8 single deluxe meals from the warehouse. As expected, they could be stacked and stored in the warehouse. Jiang Shao paused. An idea suddenly struck her, because the single deluxe meals were her blessings. The food blessing had a chance of receiving a single deluxe meal each day. She had originally thought it would be triggered by chance, and stockpiling them would be a good idea, but she only had 9 single deluxe meals in her warehouse. Why not take them all out and stockpile the golden pumpkin milk buns instead? If the single deluxe meal was triggered, she could enjoy a treat that day. Most importantly, the single deluxe meal only increased satiety by 50, and didn't increase stamina. Even the white milk chocolate bars she had stockpiled only gave 200 satiety. So, this blessing is only suitable for daily triggering, so you can enjoy it that day. Lu Yuqing noticed. Jiang Shao, do you really like this kind of manual unlocking collection game? It's the kind of game that lifestyle gamers love. Unlock patterns, unlock cooking methods, unlock the effects of various food collisions and cooking. Highly flexible. That's right. Jiang Shao nodded. The live streamers burst into laughter after seeing this. Hilarious. Shuzi's hobby has been discovered. She likes unlocking illustrated books, collecting games. But there's no illustrated book in this game, so she loves DIY. Isn't it just about stockpiling? Shuzi is always thinking about how to maximize her warehouse. Oh no, that's just a side effect of security. It's mainly because she's good with her hands and enjoys getting her hands dirty, except for beating people and monsters. So Shuzi's recipe unlocks aren't in the game, they're in her head. By the way, Brother Han shut down the live stream. That's outrageous. No one can hear what he and Jian Rong are saying. I'm forced to come see Sister Han. I like this way of playing too. Wow, the game won't officially launch until the competition is over. I want to play as a casual player and make steamed buns like Shuzi. With the speed of time in the holographic game, it shouldn't be long. Wait! Chapter 190. Lu Yuqing wanted to secretly eat one, but because it was a stamina-boosting food, she held back and settled for the ice cream, which didn't buff any stats. Jiang Rong and Lu Han walked in. Jiang Rong whispered, he needs your help. It's something to do with Su Mu. Based on Lu Han's in-game performance, he's a true demon king. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether Lu Han plays for the livestream or just to vent. After all, Lu Han is such a lone wolf, he never plays by the rules. Lu Han looked up and saw Lu Yuqing and Jiang Shao both eating ice cream. He asked Jiang Rong, want a drink? Jiang Rong hesitated for a moment. Sure. Jiang Shao took a bite of her vanilla cone. No hangover soup today. Lu Han scoffed. He took 2 bottles of wine and handed them to Jiang Rong. The year I left, I was alone. An agent took a fancy to my looks and told me he could make me famous and make me rich. I was inexperienced at the time, so I joined a shell company and nearly got myself into trouble. Jiang Rong lowered his head. Lu Han took a sip. Do you know how I got out? Jiang Rong shook his head. Lu Han whispered, it was him. He saw me on the live streaming platform and showered me with 3 million yuan in gifts. In the end, he was seen by more people because of his support. Jiang Rong was stunned. Lu Han chuckled softly. So no matter what he does now, I don't care. But that person. Jiang Rong frowned. That person was in the juvenile detention center with Lu Han, the same age as Lu Han, but had been in and out a year earlier than Lu Han. The two had been close in juvenile detention. Later, Chiogwili was transferred out and traced the man's father to the contact. Because of his time in juvenile detention, the man had a withdrawn personality and was difficult to approach. So Chiogwili thought of Lu Han. Lu Han lowered his head and whispered, "Jiang Rong, this has nothing to do with me." In other words, he wouldn't betray his friends. Suddenly looking up, Lu Han's gaze shifted to Jiang Shao. "Did you hear that?" Jiang Shao was stunned. Was he talking to her? Jiang Rong suddenly realized and looked at Jiang Shao anxiously. "Jiang Shao, did you turn off the live stream?" Jiang Shao belatedly realized, no. She quickly turned it off. The live stream screen went black, and everyone was stunned. No, who is Brother Han talking about? That's so confusing. Can anyone give me an answer? What exactly did they talk about? A notice suddenly appeared in the pitch-black live stream. ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet lavishly displays private jet *99 ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet lavishly displays Porsche *99 ID. A cold dog deserves only a golden toilet lavishly displays Eternal Guardian *99 bang. Behind the scenes of To Live, Chiogwili was pouring boiling water and burned his hand with this remark. Zhou Wintao quickly saw through the riddle and noticed Chiogwili's twitching expression. He guessed, this is the result of testing. It backfired, but this kid's insight is truly unparalleled. Not only did he easily extract Jiang Rong's information, he also easily found a way to pass it on. Honestly, if this kind of cleverness could be used on the battlefield, how much better would it be? Why did it choose to use it in such a crooked way? Chiogwili said sternly, that person is very likely involved. They must find a way to break through. Possibly? Zhou Wintao countered, is there any evidence? For something like this, even if it's just suspicion, we must proceed. Chiogwili said firmly. The undercover agents fished out of the Heihe River last month couldn't even see their faces, let alone tell their families. Zhou Wintao remained silent. You have your own perspective, but I want to tell you that for a child, warmth is his light. You can't expect him to do the same with your current knowledge, experience, and bottom line. Even a guide should use the correct method. Chapter 191. Jiang Rong scratched his head. He felt like he messed up. When he come in, his superiors had repeatedly warned him not to talk too much around Lu Han, because Lu Han was very clever, and if he caught him, he'd be exposed. But he's still been exposed. Jiang Rong couldn't help but slap himself. I told you to be talkative. I told you to be talkative. Wouldn't it be better to chat with the NPCs? What about Lu Han? Lu Yuqing looked puzzled. Jiang Rong, what are you doing? You want to get peach lips. Jiang Rong hesitated, but Lu Han said calmly, it's okay, he's just a little greedy. Are you guys making food? Jiang Shao hadn't said anything yet. Lu Yuqing had already said, yeah. Xiao is amazing. She made her own blood packs. Look! Jiang Rong and Lu Han were captivated. Jiang Rong couldn't help but exclaim, fuck. Lu Han looked at Jiang Shao and touched his nose. For us? Perfect. This way we have more money to borrow some guns. Jiang Shao looked puzzled. She swore she was just trying to protect herself. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a system notification. 2,000 coins deposited. Source. Partner contract. Lu Han was a little surprised. Success? An ordinary business investment. It hadn't even triggered the investor's blessing, and it was a success. Jiang Shao swallowed the truth she wanted to say and said leisurely, it's just right. I have money to buy special ingredients. The money the two of them sent alone wasn't enough. Lu Han, It felt like someone had clearly arranged everything for me the moment I received the money. Got it. I check it out tomorrow. Lu Han raised his hand and said casually, please prepare some extra blood packs. Jiang Shao rolled her eyes and headed upstairs. Seeing Jiang Rong squatting on the ground, scratching his head, Lu Yuqing couldn't help but squat down and ask, what's going on? Jiang Rong looked aggrieved. Nothing. He just messed up. Lu Yuqing paused. Want a drink? Jiang Rong wasn't in a good mood. Although he got along with Lu Han, and he knew him well, and had helped him several times, he seemed a bit aloof, but he was comfortable around him, not overly enthusiastic, maintaining just the right distance. But he hadn't completed the official mission. So Jiang Rong was distressed. He drank with Lu Yuqing, but he didn't care when he was drunk. Lu Yuqing was about to ask some questions, but Jiang Rong suddenly received an email from the system. Jiang Rong excitedly stood up and hugged Lu Yuqing. I passed. Great. Lu Yuqing was stunned. Jiang Rong held her tightly and Jiang Rong's tall stature and strong male hormones stimulated Lu Yuqing's heart, causing her to skip a beat. Jiang Rong smiled like a child, dazzling Lu Yuqing at that moment. Jiang. Lu Yuqing was about to speak, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Unexpectedly, Jiang Rong suddenly let go and slapped her shoulder vigorously. Good brother, I treat you to dinner someday. With a snap, Lu Yuqing felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Lu Yuqing froze. She clenched her teeth and stared at Jiang Rong intently. The system notification echoed in her mind. Slightly dislocated shoulder. Stamina reduced by 10. Pain persists until the shoulder is repositioned. A plaster cast will heal immediately. How did a healthy man grow a hand? Jiang. A deafening roar erupted from the villa. You dislocated my shoulder, don't you know that? I'm not Lu unless I chop you down twice. Chapter 192. After a hard day, Jiang Xiao washed up and checked the forums as usual. Why are there still NPCs stealing underwear? It's been 3 days in a row. I bought SpongeBob SquarePants underwear specifically, and they were all stolen. Is there anyone willing to share an apartment right now? I'm thinking of moving, and someone followed me after get off work today. Can't you competitive players, who have earned money, and are capable help other weaker players? The last one. Jiang Xiao just clicked into see. The original poster said, I was disqualified in the first round, but I'm still playing. You tournament players are better than the average players. You should help them. A lot of criminal NPCs have appeared in the neighborhood across from me. Several average players are in trouble. Think of a solution. Jiang Xiao was startled and quickly typed a reply. When I saw your message, I was just posting something, but for some reason, my phone suddenly turned into Buddhist scriptures, my bed turned into a lotus, and my pajamas turned into a cassock. I yawned and coughed up a relic. The original poster quickly replied to Jiang Xiao, Am I wrong? Shouldn't everyone help each other? Jiang Xiao didn't reply. What do you mean by helping each other? Don't they know they're working hard to complete the mission? Also, this person specifically asked the competitive players who know how to play the game to help the ordinary players, putting themselves on the weak side and getting away with it. Why don't you think of a way to help? Someone quickly replied to the post. Thank you for your kindness, OP. The first and second missions of Urban Crisis can only be completed by competitive players, but the third one isn't. Could you please help me find some clues so we can trigger military control sooner? Thank you for your kindness, OP. We already completed the second mission in Urban Crisis. We're almost there for the first one, because we don't have enough undercover agents. Players must kill suspects to become undercover agents. Could you be more generous and become a suspect yourself before helping us? Jiang Xiao almost laughed out loud. Seeing the time tick by, Jiang Xiao finally went to sleep. Second phase days, 11. Urban Crisis Mission Progress, 1. Criminal List, 8729/10,000. 2. Sufficient Reports. 3. Key Confessions, 1/3. Jiang Xiao woke up and checked the mission progress. The criminal list wasn't far off, only the last mission was left. She did receive several messages. Sister Yun took Junjun on a trip before school started, so she wasn't in Nanshur. She sent Jiang Xiao photos of them at the beach. Qin Mingming sent a message, most likely complaining because her mother had started to lecture her, but Nanshur had been in chaos recently, and she wasn't sure if she'd find another opportunity to leave. She also grumbled about meeting Zhang Yuan. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan's mother had also returned to Nanshur, so the two met again and had another argument. Jiang Xiao replied to Qin Mingming's message and read the last one. Zhengshan sent, Big Brother said he doesn't have many guns, but he has a bulletproof vest that reduces damage from hot weapons by 20%, but doesn't affect headshots. But he has a request, and needs to discuss it with Brother Han. Armor, of course it's effective. Jiang Xiao replied, What request? Zhengshan, Big Brother said if we need to borrow guns, we provide them in, and he provides the guns and bulletproof vests, but we each get half the prize. Jiang Xiao understood. It seemed this NPC's attributes also lacked firearms. She sent a message directly to Lu Han, who replied quickly, No problem. Zhengshan, Okay, then, I come by at noon and take you to see Big Brother. Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment. You can just take Lu Han and the others. Imagining the scene, it wasn't suitable for a casual player like her. Chapter 193. After her run, Jiang Zhao's stamina rose to 280. She returned to the table and immediately ordered a deluxe set meal for one. Well, she'd been thinking about stocking up on food to trigger the blessing, but now she thinks she should enjoy life while she can. Receive one serving of main course, diced bamboo shoots, and buckwheat noodles. Receive 1 serving of main course, firewood chicken. Receive 1 serving of side dish, stir-fried pork with leeks. Receive 1 serving of soup, braised black-bone chicken soup. Receive 1 snack, golden taro rolls. The main course was actually buckwheat noodles. Jiang Shao was delighted. Buckwheat noodles are made with buckwheat. If too much buckwheat is added, the noodles will turn black and have a bitter taste. This bowl of buckwheat noodles, however, was yellow, clearly made with flour as the main ingredient and buckwheat as the secondary ingredient, so there was no bitterness at all. The firewood chicken was also very chewy, made with an older chicken, and had a rich aroma. However, it was too greasy, which is not suitable for morning consumption, so Jiang Shao used less. She only ate the soup, noodles, and snacks. Lu Han got up later than Jiang Shao. When he came down, he saw Jiang Shao enjoying her meal, slurping noodles while checking her phone. Did you open a blind box? Noticing the food box. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded, saying generously, since there's a way to stockpile stamina items, the warehouse is running low, so I just make room for the blind boxes. Want some? I open one for you. Lu Han paused, looking at the table, the temptation of the blind box of food. Yes. Lu Han couldn't help but open one. Last time, he opened a single-person nutritious meal. It was pretty good. Mashed potatoes and meat, braised potatoes, pork ribs, fried potatoes, sausages, fried potato rolls, potato and pork ribs, green bean soup. After a moment, Jiang Shao stroked her chin and asked a question that puzzled her. How can you make a single-person luxury meal seem like junk food? The fried potato sausage, made with potatoes and meat, was pretty good. The braised potato ribs were also okay, and the potato rolls were a snack, but they just felt unremarkable, unworthy of the term deluxe set meal for one. Lu Han said gravely, is it possible that my luck isn't that bad? It's just that I look worse compared to you. Except for the potato rolls, everything else had meat. How could it be worse? In the end, neither of them finished their meals, because the deluxe set meal was a plus 50, and since both of them were already full, there was no need to eat more. Some leftovers were left in the kitchen. This made Shen Jingmin, who had just gotten up, feel happy. Wow! There's even firewood chicken. Mashed potatoes. What amazing teammates today. Song Yusheng and Ah Qiang came down to see Shen Jingmin wolfing down his plate. Song Yusheng wondered, Brother Shen's leftovers seem to be getting a lot better lately. Ah Qiang was silent. Brother Shen gave me money. Maybe it was the allure of the money. At noon, Zinshen came over to take Lu Han, Ah Qiang, and Song Yusheng there. Shen Jingmin went out to gather information, and Jiang Rong went to the police station to gather leads. Jiang Shao and Lu Yuqing stayed home. Lu Yuqing assisted Jiang Shao, collecting game and other items from the forums, allowing Jiang Shao to focus on making blood bags. In one afternoon, Jiang Shao used up all the wild pumpkins. She made a total of 400, which added up to 2,000 stamina and satiety points. When packaged in boxes, it became 20 boxes of golden pumpkin milk buns. Jiang Shao was very satisfied. Doesn't this feel more secure than a deluxe single-person meal? Lu Yuqing looked at the forum. Jiang Shao, there's someone selling wild game here. They have wild pumpkins and wild mushrooms. Do you need any more? Jiang Shao glanced at a post selling wild pumpkins, wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, wild ducks, pheasants, wild snakes, and other wild supplies. The poster said, everyone knows that criminals are popping up all the time lately. Even NPCs might actively harm players. Only wild supplies and some premium items in the store increase stamina. The stamina in the store is basically gone now. These wild supplies can be used to make stamina boosting items. If you need them, I sell them privately and in large quantities. Jiang Shao frowned. Long-term large quantities? Chapter 194. Jiang Shao directly messaged the other party. How much is the bulk? What's the price? Huapao and Lu Deong were considered lucky if they could collect 30 pheasant eggs a day. If they picked up a lot the day before, they would have fewer the next day. After all, pheasants everywhere in the mountains can't lay eggs every day, and Huapao would have retreated if he hadn't been chasing them. Wild mushrooms only appear after rain, and you can only pick about 40 or 50 at a time, or even 100 on a good day. After picking them in the morning, they were gone by the afternoon. As for wild pumpkins, Lu Deong found a wild pumpkin patch and picked 7 or 8. There were also some small pumpkins, but they weren't ripe yet. They would probably be back in 2 days. The first blood pack Jiang Shao prepared for storage was the golden pumpkin milk bun, because it can be added with the special effect refined milk. If there were no special supplements, I wonder how much stamina a meatless mushroom bun would have. Perhaps you could adjust the quantity? Of course, Jiang Shao hadn't tried it yet. Making buns is different from steaming buns. Steamed buns require a large amount of filling. Basically, 2 chopped wild mushrooms are enough for 1 bun. Short waiting isn't as effective. Wild vegetables are fine, but if the quantity is small, it's impossible to stockpile them in bulk. However, they can serve as temporary supplies for Lu Han and the others. So, Jiang Zhao's understanding of a large quantity is at least 100 plus. After waiting for a few minutes, the other party finally replied. Wild mushrooms start at 10, wild pumpkins start at 3, wild vegetables start at 20, and pheasant eggs start at 10. We have stable, long-term supply, and we have at least 3 reliable sources of wild resources. Wild mushrooms are 2 coins per flower, wild pumpkins are 2,000 coins per piece, wild vegetables are 1 coin per bunch, and pheasant eggs are 200 coins per egg. Meat requires separate consultation. It may not be available, but you can search for it. The other party quickly replied. Is this considered a large quantity? Is she asking too much? Just when she wanted to ask, Jiang Shao took another closer look, thought for a moment, and replied, How do you set your prices? Is there such a huge difference between wild mushrooms and wild vegetables? A single pheasant egg costs 200 coins? Lu Daong and Huapao haven't set a single wild vegetable yet. There aren't many wild mushrooms, as there hasn't been much rain on that server recently. However, the prices on wild mushrooms and vegetables were truly favorable. The other party quickly replied, We have a standard pricing system. A boiled pheasant egg adds 5 points of stamina, so 200 coins isn't too much, right? A boiled wild pumpkin adds 50 points of stamina, so 2,000 coins isn't too much, right? Wild mushrooms require further processing, so boiling 10 of them in plain water only adds 1 point of stamina, and 10 bunches of wild vegetables also adds 1 point of stamina. However, there are more wild vegetables than mushrooms, and their taste is inferior, so these prices aren't excessive, right? Of course, if you want more, we can negotiate. The other party thought Jiang Shao was being too pricey. After reading this, Jiang Shao realized, are they all just boiled in plain water? That's such a waste. Why aren't they cooking? Jiang Shao suddenly realized something. The reason for the highest stamina increase is that, in addition to the ingredients, cooking skills are also required, but most people simply don't have the necessary cooking skills. Or perhaps those who do have the skills don't have the resources available outdoors. For example, that day, only 3 or 4 people received the cook's blessing, and they were all women. What's that? Jiang Shao quickly replied. Having a gold mine, but being unable to smelt it into gold is just a waste? She also sent a message to Huapao. Isn't there any wild vegetables in Jiang'an town? You could dig some up and bring them over. Just as she sent the message, she heard a burst of gunfire. Lu Yuqing was stunned. That's gunfire from the neighborhood. Could it be Lu Han and the others? Jiang Shao quickly went to the balcony to check. Chapter 195. This is terrifying. Zhengshan hid behind the villa, trembling with fear. Beside him was none other than his eldest brother. Brother, are you okay? The middle-aged man in front of Zhengshan clutched his chest, covered in blood. The middle-aged man gasped, I can still breathe a few more times. Zhengshan was sobbing with fear. Wait a minute, I bandage you. Zhengshan searched everywhere. Oh my god! He didn't have a tourniquet. Lu Han had been shot in the arm. He fumbled for a tourniquet, and tossed one to Zhengshan. He then took out a braised egg and ate it. Zhengshan, what time is it? Brother, you're still eating braised eggs. Acham looked at Lu Han, clutching his bleeding arm. After applying the bandage, he said to Lu Han, Brother Han, give me 2. Lu Han threw 2 through the air. One shot knocked out 80 points of health. Health packs are indeed very important. No need. The eldest brother looked at Zhengshan and smiled. It's useless. You can't save me. Zhengshan trembled. He wanted to use a bandage, but heard a system prompt. A key NPC special plot is in progress, and treatment is unavailable. You look like my brother. The eldest brother looked at Zhengshan and smiled. If my brother hadn't died, if he were still alive, you two would have been able to play together. But I chose the wrong path, and it's normal for this day to come. Zhengshan gritted his teeth. Even though treatment was impossible, he still wasted a bandage to bind his eldest brother's wound. Guanyi took Zhengshan's hand and looked at him deeply. Protect your sister-in-law. With that, his eldest brother died. Zhengshan couldn't help sobbing, leaning against his eldest brother. A key NPC dies, revealing a clue. Saving Guan He's wife unlocks the quest item for the urban crisis, the key confession. Zhengshan sobbed, his voice hoarse. The clue to the confession quest is with Sister Ling. Lu Han and the others' expressions darkened. Let's go! They must have gone after that woman. They had to get the clue no matter what. Who knew the clue only appeared after a specific plot point? Song Yusheng frowned at Zhengshan. Let's go, or those guys will take the NPC away. Oh! Zhengshan slowly climbed to his feet. He wiped his face, glancing back every few steps at Guan He. It's just an NPC. Why is he so upset? After hearing the gunshots, Jiang Xiao and Lu Yuqing cautiously locked the doors and windows and watched from the balcony. Over an hour later, Lu Han and the others returned, covered in blood and looking grimy. Jiang Xiao noticed Zhengshan behind Lu Han. Zhengshan slumped back on the sofa. Jiang Xiao noticed Lu Han and a Chong heading down to the basement and followed them. There was a clattering sound. They dumped several guns down. 8. Lu Han looked at the guns on the floor. But there aren't enough bullets. Hearing the noise, Lu Han instinctively gripped the gun, but loosened his grip when he saw Jiang Xiao looking at him curiously. Want to play? Jiang Xiao shook her head. What's wrong with Zhengshan? Why did he look so heartbroken? Lu Han thought for a moment. He captured a key NPC and got a second confession, but both NPCs are dead. He's probably going to come live with us. Things haven't been peaceful in this neighborhood lately. I already sent Jiang Rong back to get the second confession. He needs to hand it over to the police station to complete the mission. Jiang Xiao suddenly understood. Looking at Zhengshan's expression, those who knew the whole story would think his elder brother had passed away, while those who didn't would think Zhengshan was heartbroken. Chapter 196. Zhengshan's aftereffects are quite severe. Lu Han casually explained the situation, and Jiang Xiao finally got the gist of it from Zhengshan. Big Brother's life wasn't easy. He was an orphan from the borderlands. His parents died early due to the war, and he and his younger brother depended on each other for survival. Later, his younger brother was murdered, and to avenge him, Big Brother embarked on this path. Zhengshan sniffed. Big Brother said I look like his younger brother. A lot, especially when I smile. Jiang Xiao paused. She was too embarrassed to say it. It was because Zhengshan had conquered an NPC, and she figured the NPC would say the same thing if it were someone else. And the younger brother could become the younger sister. Sister Ling actually has feelings for Big Brother, but she's always rejected him because of his status. Zhengshan tilted his head 45 degrees toward the sky, tears streaming down his face, a deep sense of sadness. I never thought there could be such a touching and romantic love story in this world. A sexy DJ meets a gangster boss. Jiang Xiao, Sorry, Zhengshan's description is so off-putting. She couldn't empathize with him at all. Not only could she not empathize, but she also wanted to rip Zhengshan's brain apart and remove all those weird adjectives. I'm telling you. Zhengshan prepared to express his melancholy, but Jiang Xiao slapped him in the face. Don't say anything, just swallow it. Lu Han leaned against the wall, looking at Zhengshan and Jiang Xiao, and scoffed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard his phone ring. His expression changed. Aqiang, Song Yusheng, get your guns ready and contact Bihu. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. What's going on? Jiang Rong is trapped in the police station. Lu Han probably guessed. The first confession is from the prison, and the second is from an NPC. However, the second confession has a plot, which means the 3 confessions may be continuous. This is an escort mission. As expected, Lu Han received a system notification after he finished speaking. Escort mission triggered. You have obtained the second confession disk. This USB flash drive contains the video of his surrender and evidence. You must send it to the police for analysis before you can obtain clues for the third confession. The clues are available to all players. However, the mastermind behind this has learned that the USB flash drive has fallen into the wrong hands and has set a trap outside the police station. You must defeat all checkpoints and successfully deliver the USB flash drive to the police station to be considered successful. After hearing the mission, Lu Han frowned. Jiang Xiao noticed that Lu Han's expression was off and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Han pinched his brows. "Nothing, it seems I take it on a very difficult mission." Behind the scenes of To Live, Zhou Wenta watches the screen. This deployment has 138 checkpoints. If you make a mistake on anyone, you lose a life. I spent 3 full days studying and testing it, finally cracking this strategic deployment without losing a single life. Now the deployment has been reduced by 10%, but I'm still giving him 3 days. If he can solve it in 3 days, I help him solve this problem. Xiaogui walked outside to the corridor, preparing to light a cigarette. Just as he left, the young officer came over again. Officer Chio, the first application was rejected. Chiogwili's heart tightened. Why? The higher-ups say the purpose of release is to give people a chance to reform, but using such extreme methods to test it will most likely fail, and it also infringes on human rights. Chiogwili paused for a moment. I understand. After the young officer left, Chiogwili took out a cigarette and, with trembling hands, flicked the lighter several times before lighting it. The smoke drifted across the corridor, and he seemed to be staring at something through the smoke. Zhou Wentao glanced at him and couldn't help but ask the young officer next to him, "What's wrong with him?" The young officer whispered, "He must be thinking about his son." Officer Chio's son died in the line of duty after a former criminal violently attacked a police officer and failed to save him. Oh! Zhou Wentao paused, saying nothing more. Chapter 197. This mission is tricky. Lu Han needs to gather people, because the clues for this mission are very clear. If they can complete it, they get the third confession. They need clues about which NPC they're looking for. It's very likely that the lack of clues now is because they need this second clue to find the third. Jiang Shao understood, and Lu Han glanced at the sky. Jiang Rong is trapped in the police station. Go check him out immediately. Yes. Song Yuxing quickly contacted him. Just then, Shin Jingbin returned. Brother Han. There's news. The terrorist's car is still parked over there. Lu Han lowered his head and sent a message to Jiang Rong, who quickly replied. The person who stole the electric scooter yesterday had asked him about it. He drew a topographical map, along with the handover time, number of people, and weapons at the used car repair shop. Lu Han turned and said, "Get your guns. First, intercept the armored car, then go to the police station to check the trap setup." Jiang Shao asked, "Do you have enough blood packs?" Lu Han said conservatively, "It should be enough for now." Oh. Jiang Shao calculated and found she had nearly 500,000 yuan, but some of the materials were quite expensive. So she looked up at Lu Han and said, "Do you have any money? I go buy some more supplies and materials to make blood packs." Lu Han nodded, and without hesitation handed over his 200,000 yuan belongings. He had also donated a significant amount during the donation process. Turning around and looking at the others, "What about yours?" Song Yuxing and Aqiang gave Jiang Shao their remaining coins, which added up to nearly 2 million yuan. Even the better supplies were expensive. Zingshan asked, "What about me? Should I give?" Jiang Shao asked, "Can you handle a gun?" Zingshan shook his head. Shin Jingnan was about to step forward and shake out the gold coins when Lu Han said bluntly, "You and Zingshan are home. There are 2 girls there." He tossed a gun to Shin Jingbin and said, "There aren't many bullets, so use them sparingly." Shin Jingbin tucked it into his belt. "Okay, I be your escort tonight." Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao. "If anything, call me by phone. If there's any movement, hide in the basement." Jiang Shao nodded obediently. "Okay." After a moment's thought, he handed over the 400 golden pumpkin milk buns he made that afternoon. "Here are 20 boxes of them for you to use. One box adds 100 points of stamina, and there's no waste, so you can eat them all by yourself." Lu Han wanted to say something, but saw Jiang Shao already reaching out to Shin Jingbin. "If you have a lot of money, you can make me a friendly sponsor. Honestly, 2 million really doesn't buy you much." Lu Han, Good. While he was away, she wasn't idle either, sharpening her knives to hunt the pigs and sheep. The live streamers instantly erupted in laughter over this. Wow, it's like the husband is out at work, carefully telling his wife to take good care of herself at home. Mai Shuzai is the adorable head of the logistics department. Collecting money, buying supplies, stockpiling supplies, and being a lifeline. Ha ha ha, the one who told his wife to take good care of herself at home. Don't forget there are 2 men at home. Upstairs, you're not right. Our Shuzai isn't that kind of person. Yeah. Those 2 men were left behind by Han Hui himself to protect Shuzai and the young lady. So, Brother Han, am I cheating on myself? Spread the word. Brother Han found 2 men to keep his wife company late at night at his mansion. So why did Brother Han find them for his wife? Instead of doing it himself? Maybe. Because Brother Han is fast? How is Brother Han fast? Can you give an example and explain how you know? Last time, the whistleblower was shot by a sniper in a second. Doesn't that prove Brother Han is fast? Spread the word. Brother Han is the fastest man on the internet. Chapter 198. Because of the higher stamina limit and the fact that she didn't leave home for a day, Jiang Shao could keep working without worrying. That evening, the person messaged Jiang Shao again, asking if she needed wild game. Since the quantity was limited, she had to pre-order it. Jiang Shao raised an eyebrow. "You're so anxious to find me? It seems business isn't that good. Most people's cooking skills only increase the food satiety, implying that they need to increase their stamina. But that didn't make sense. Among a million players, there must be someone who can cook." Suddenly Jiang Shao thought, could it be the chef's blessing? It wasn't the chef's skill that maximized the game's effectiveness, but the chef's blessing that maximized the game's effectiveness? Jiang Shao felt like she might have figured it out. She asked Lu Yuqing for help, and started making steamed buns. Jiang Shao tried making mushroom buns. Since it was her first time, she used half a bag of flour and stir-fried 30 wild mushrooms with an appropriate amount of green peppers and vermicelli noodles as the filling. She used 3 pheasant eggs to make the dough and made 10 buns, each with a thin skin and a generous filling. Fragrant buns are out of the oven. Thin skin, thick-filled mushroom, and vermicelli buns. Instructions: made with pheasant eggs and flour, stir-fried with wild mushrooms and vermicelli. This is the ultimate vegetarian bun. Effect: increases stamina by 5, satiety by 20. It increases stamina, but it increases satiety more. Jiang Shao felt this attempt might be a failure. After all, she wanted a health boost, not a satiety boost. Eat. Jiang Shao shared the buns with Lu Yuqing, Shen Jingbin, and the others. Zhengshan took a bite. "It's delicious." Shen Jingbin ate 2 in one gulp, feeling slightly touched. "You should still be a good person. This is the first time I had a meal cooked specifically for me, free of charge." Lu Yuqing munched on her bun and looked at Jiang Shao. "Xiao, aren't you happy?" Jiang Shao shook her head. "No, I wanted to make a health pack, but this only adds 5 points of stamina, which isn't what I expected." He lowered his head to send a message to Huapao, again asking Huapao and Lu Daong to look for wild vegetables. Then he looked up and said, "I'm going to the market. Do you want to come with me? The market closes at 8 p.m., so it should be in time." At this moment, Huapao and Lu Daong were in the Jiangnan town, hunting for food at dusk. Huapao looked confused. "Daong, what are wild vegetables? Do you know them?" Lu Daong said in a muffled voice, "I guess those green things are wild vegetables." "Really?" Huapao looked disbelieving. "How about we give it a try?" Lu Daong hesitated. They should be in dire need of it right now. "Let's go to the mountains and pick whatever greens we can. There's always a chance one of them will be a wild vegetable." "Huapao, let's give it a try." Half an hour later, Zhao Bo chased Lu Daong, holding a sledgehammer. "You little brat, those are ginger seedlings they just planted on the mountain. Are you here to help or to cause trouble?" "Old man, I just want to see some wild vegetables," Lu Daong shouted into the howling wind. "You know there's divine retribution for wasting food." Zhao Bo, despite his age, was still strong. He was able to catch up to Lu Daong in a few seconds without even taking a breath. Huapao's screams came from next door. Hey, hey! Stop chasing me! I can just return those eggplant trees to your owner. If he runs fast enough, the dog can't catch him." Woof woof woof. "Impossible." Finally, Huapao stumbled, clutching his anus and screaming. The live stream observed a moment of silence. I suffered from my lack of education. I agree with the above, plus 10085, 10,086 for someone else. By the way, I remember that female streamer bought an encyclopedia. It actually has information about wild vegetables. Why didn't she give it to Brother Pao? Let's just say, is there a possibility that the other party didn't know Brother Pao didn't know about wild vegetables? Then why didn't Brother Pao tell me? Same problem as Brother Han. Damn male pride. Chapter 199. Jiang Shao went to the spice market. Unlike the wholesale market, the spice market primarily supplies spices to major hotels. There are no commercial products here, only wholesale seasonings. Jiang Shao was thinking about the ginseng and refined milk she bought before. They were actually supplementary products. If she was going to make food like blood bags, she'd probably need special seasonings. As soon as she entered the spice market, she was greeted by a variety of aromas, spices. The quality varied greatly. Jiang Shao simply passed by the lower quality ones and said to the others, "Help me find some spices. The more expensive, the better." Such items must be hard to find. After searching for a full 20 minutes, Shen Jingbin finally found a shop tucked away in a corner, just as the spice market was closing. "Here." Shen Jingbin looked. "It's really hard to find." Jiang Xiao saw it and was convinced. Top quality wild Sichuan peppercorns. Description: wild Sichuan peppercorns with a strong numbing flavor are extremely rare and expensive, but they produce special effects when cooked. Premium wild peppercorn. Description: this extremely rare wild peppercorn is seldom found, rarer and more expensive than the wild Sichuan peppercorn next door. Cooked with it, it creates special effects. Boss, how much are these two per gene? Jiang Xiao asked. Wild Sichuan peppercorns are 80,000 yuan per gene, and there are only 3 gene in total, no more. That wild peppercorn is 120,000 yuan per gene, and there's only 1 gene, no more, the boss said quickly. Lu Yuqing was stunned. That's probably the most outrageous price I ever heard for Sichuan peppercorns and wild peppercorns. Do you want it? I'm closing the shop. The boss checked the time. Yes, Jiang Xiao said quickly. Wild Sichuan peppercorns, all of them. This kind of supplementary food with special effects should be considered an Easter egg. Just like that 300,000 wild ginseng, while expensive, there was only one in the entire pharmacy. Cultivated ginseng is slightly more plentiful, but the effects aren't as good. One bottle of refined milk can only make 50 golden milk buns, but it only costs 10,000, and the supermarket still has plenty. Due to lack of funds, I only bought 20 bottles, but that was enough to make a health pack worth 5,000 stamina. Wild Sichuan peppercorns are now 80,000 per gene. Jiang Xiao understands why it's so expensive. Seasonings are different from other things. 1 gene can make a lot. Don't you want wild Sichuan peppercorns? Lu Yuqing asked curiously. Jiang Xiao shook her head. There's only 1 gene of wild Sichuan peppercorns, which is too little. And if I want to use wild Sichuan peppercorns, I can only think of using it as a dipping sauce or pickled peppers, which are different from Sichuan peppercorns. 3 gene of top quality wild Sichuan peppercorns cost 240,000. I also bought some chili powder, but the best kind only costs 200 coins per gene. It seems it's not a special seasoning. Just as Jiang Xiao thought, special effects items are like Easter eggs. After making the purchase, Jiang Xiao said bluntly, "Wait, let's go somewhere." With 4 people, they weren't afraid. Jiang Xiao sent a message to the vegetable seller, agreeing to pick up the goods at the square. From a distance, Jiang Xiao spotted 3 people standing at the foot of the square. TSK, it seems everyone is full of distrust towards each other, but Jiang Xiao was more cautious and asked Zheng Shen to help her get the goods. Jiang Xiao took out her gun and silently aimed at the other party. If it's a pig-killing scam, then we have to resort to violence. The other party seemed equally wary, pushing and prodding each other before sending one person. In the end, they successfully sold 200 bunches of vegetables for 200 coins. After getting in the car, Zheng Shen said, they have a lot of wild vegetables, but they're useless because they can't sell them. They take up space and spoil if they're not used in time. Storing them in the warehouse keeps them fresh, but there's too much, and the warehouse doesn't have enough storage space. They want to copy them out for other things, so they're rushing to sell them. The so-called large quantity is a complete tactic. Chapter 200. Jiang Xiao understood. Let's go back. On the way back, Jiang Xiao received another system notification. 10,000 coins deposited, source, partner contract. Jiang Xiao rubbed her chin. Looks like her friend has money again. 20,000 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 3,000 coins deposited, source, partner contract. Sure enough, they must have gone out to rob. On the way back, there was a traffic light. The light stopped. A pregnant woman was crossing the street. Shen Jingdan waited patiently, chatting with Jiang Xiao. Brother Han and his friends are definitely having a blast tonight. I want to go too. But I'm so polite, I have to stay and take care of the girls. Lu Yuqing couldn't help but ask, is it really not because you're so bad that Brother Han won't take you? Shen Jingdan, don't say it, please. No matter how bad I am, I can still be a helper. Shen Jingdan shouted. Jiang Xiao looked up, saw the crosswalk on the other side, and suddenly called out, be careful. Shen Jingdan snapped back to his senses. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz was coming the other way. Shen Jingdan hit the accelerator and quickly turned around. There was a loud bang. The car lurched violently, and even Jiang Xiao was thrown forward by inertia, her head slamming against the hard window. The violent impact caused a mild concussion, reducing her stamina by 40 points. Jiang Xiao rubbed her head. Fuck. Shen Jingdan reacted and chased after the car, but all he was met with was a cloud of exhaust fumes and a savage laugh. Excuse me. The voice carried far, frivolous and casual, with a hint of dandyism. Lu Yuqing got out of the car and screamed, "Ah!" There was a pool of blood on the ground. The pregnant woman who had just crossed the road had collapsed. "Call 120, Jiang Shao said quickly. No one dared to move with a pregnant woman on the ground. Shen Jingden glanced around. It's the 11th day of the second phase. The situation is getting worse. Every day that passes, the losses in Nanshur grow greater. In a city that disregards the rule of law and has degenerated into a criminal state, weak, good people can't survive. This is the power of evil." Jiang Shao took a deep breath. An ambulance arrived quickly, and a doctor came down to provide assistance. However, Jiang Shao and the others claimed they didn't recognize the victim. The doctor said, "Because there's only one victim, we have the police retrieve the surveillance footage. Someone must accompany her." Jiang Shao thought for a moment and said, "I go." The others were worried about Jiang Shao going alone, so they drove behind her to the hospital. The pregnant woman entered the operating room. Shen Jingden looked around. This is so unlucky. Jiang Shao also wanted to admit that she was a bit unlucky. She hadn't rested much all day, and her stamina was now less than 80. She took out her snack box and started eating, slowly filling her stamina up to 100 or so, feeling a little more secure. "Hello," a pregnant woman was hit and had a difficult labor. "The baby needs to be removed by cesarean section. We need a signature." "Who will sign?" the doctor asked. "I do it," Jiang Shao said quickly. After signing, the operating room lights came on. Jiang Shao asked the doctor, "Can we leave now?" Without stamina, she was panicking. What if she got hit by another car, something more serious, and died instantly? The doctor turned to the nurse, who said, "Yes, the woman's family is on their way." Jiang Shao nodded. It was already 10 p.m. when they drove back, and Lu Han and his friends hadn't returned yet. Jiang Shao washed up and quickly rested to recover her strength. System data updated at midnight. Second phase, 12 days. Urban Crisis Mission Progress. 1. Criminal List, 9321/10,000. 2. Sufficient number of informants. 3. Key Confessions, 1/3. Chapter 201. Lu Han stepped on the face of a terrorist NPC, pointed a gun at his head with one hand, and gnawed on a tea egg with the other. He was a little disrespectful of this fight. The NPC gasped, You, what the hell do you want to do? Not only did they rob him of his guns, but he also stole his money, and then he ate the egg? What's the point? He stared intently at the tea egg in Lu Han's mouth. Tie him up. Lu Han didn't answer. 5 or 6 NPCs were tied up tightly. You're not going to fight? Biao Hu asked. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. There's only one round of terrorist attacks per day right now. I want to see if tying up the NPCs will spur new terrorists. The system still had a prompt. Terrorists haven't launched an attack yet today. After an attack, a timer will appear. Generally, there's only one attack per day, and the mission will refresh the next day, but the time of the attack is still uncertain. Biao Hu, you really nailed the game's bugs. Stepping on the ammunition box, Biao Hu patted it. These supplies are quite good, enough to arm an entire team. Lu Han's phone rang, and he checked it. A friend sent a message. Tell me when you get back. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. Is his friend worried about him? Go back. When everyone knew they needed to come back to rest, they all kept their stamina up. The shearer took his gun and ammunition to the basement, and several NPCs tied him up in the car and locked the doors. Lu Han ate and packed up, then drove the bulletproof car back to the villa complex at exactly 12:30. Jiang Shao couldn't sleep. She was clearly feeling insecure, so she should have quickly recovered her stamina, but why couldn't she? Perhaps it was because the house felt too big, too empty, and the armed forces were insufficient, another kind of lack of security. Shen Jingnan and Zhang Shen felt less useful than the rifle in her backpack, which still had 4 bullets left. Brother Han, are you still awake? A Chong asked as he came upstairs. Lu Han curled his lips. No thanks. Aren't the friends waiting for him? Oh, then I go to bed first. A Chong scratched his head and turned to go upstairs when he saw Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao, you're still awake. I forgot to reply. I was busy counting supplies when you sent the message. Lu Han, ? A group message? It's okay. I'm just a little worried. Jiang Shao finished, then asked a Chong. Did you get much today? A lot. A Chong nodded. Enough to arm an entire team. Jiang Shao nodded, like a leader who had successfully inspected something. That's good. Seeing Lu Han twirling a rifle in his hands, Jiang Shao couldn't help but cast a curious, kitten-like glance. Want to see? Jiang Shao nodded. Lu Han handed over the gun. This is an assault rifle. Does it do much damage? Jiang Shao asked. Lu Han said, one bullet damages at least 80 HP. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened. She'd have to eat at least 16 steamed buns to replenish that much. How many do we have? Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask. We seized 4 rifles, 3 pistols, and 2 submachine guns, but we only had over 900 rounds of ammunition, Lu Han said. Jiang Shao nodded, relieved. That's good. The stronger our forces, the greater our sense of security. Lu Han suddenly remembered. Did you send us all a message? Jiang Shao, yes. Lu Han paused. Just ask me later. Qiang and the others don't like to read messages. Jiang Shao said seriously, what if you can't reply? If everyone sends a message, there's always someone who can. She's just in case. Lu Han suddenly realized that Jiang Shao was worried something might happen to him. He frowned instantly. I won't. Can't you have a little trust? Jiang Shao said seriously, you never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Like today's car accident. Chapter 202. Persuasion failed, so we each rested. The next morning, as usual, we exercised first. Our stamina limit was already 290, about to break the 300 mark. Lu Han left early this morning, bringing a few NPCs with him. Shen Jingnan and Zheng Shen didn't want to stay in the villa, so they followed him out, leaving Song Yusheng and Qiang behind. After washing up, Jiang Shao began researching blood bags. With special wild peppercorns and some wild vegetables, Jiang Shao began experimenting with making blood bags. Using pheasant eggs and flour, but without fermenting them, Jiang Shao taught Liu Yuqing how to roll out dumpling wrappers. 3 pounds of wild peppercorns were ground into peppercorn powder, leaving only 2 pounds and 7 ounces. Chop the wild vegetables and wild mushrooms in a 2-to-1 ratio. Mix 200 handfuls of wild vegetables with 100 wild mushrooms, add a little oil, and heat until 80% hot, then stir-fry. Fill the large pot with the ingredients, add a little chopped green pepper, mix with 2 ounces of peppercorn powder, and add a pinch of salt and chili powder. The filling became a spicy wild vegetable and mushroom filling. After 3 hours of tinkering, the first basket of steamed dumplings with thin skin and thick meat finally appeared. Spicy wild vegetable and mushroom dumplings. Instructions. Fresh wild vegetables combined with chopped wild mushrooms and the right seasoning create a spicy, fresh, and fragrant taste. Effect. Stamina plus 10, satiety plus 10. Great. Jiang Shao tried it out and found that a disposable lunch box could hold 10 steamed dumplings, which translates to 100 stamina and 100 satiety points. And because these dumplings were spicy, they didn't even need to be soaked in water to be delicious. Jiang Shao carefully calculated 200 handfuls of wild vegetables, 100 wild mushrooms, 2 tails of wild peppercorn powder, 1 bag of flour, and 10 pheasant eggs, for a total of 200 dumplings, which translates to 2,000 stamina and satiety points. Buying up a large quantity of wild vegetables and mushrooms, Jiang Shao sent a message without hesitation. If they needed large quantities, artillery and Lu Daong alone wouldn't be enough. At the same time, the Urban Crisis Quest bar changed. Urban Crisis Quest Progress. 1. Enough criminal list. 2. Enough informants. 3. Key confession. 2/3. Key confession also submitted to the police. The mission is almost over. Just one more thing needed to trigger military control. At the same time, Jiang Rong, rescued by Lu Han, breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Han. You're amazing. How did you come up with the idea of using criminal NPCs to test traps? It turned out that Lu Han had kept those NPCs around, not only to observe the traps, but also to test them. This way, they didn't have to think twice. If they encountered any unresolved issues, they could just send the criminal NPCs in, saving time. At the same time, a system notification sounded in all the players' minds. The NPC who concealed the situation in Nen City, causing the situation to escalate, was hiding in the municipal bureau. The final confession from that NPC was needed. Friendly reminder, there are 10 important NPCs in the municipal bureau, all of whom are inaccessible to players. Their families are their only weakness. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Shao frowned. Family is their only weakness. Does this mean their family will betray this NPC? Jiang Shao suddenly thought of Zheng Shen's older brother. After his friendship with Zheng Shen reached 100, the older brother became overly reliant on him, neglecting a fellow NPC and failing to notice that he had long since betrayed him. This clue was only revealed after this plot point. A couple who met in a nightclub, seemingly heartless, but at a crucial moment, swore to their lives to protect the physical evidence given to them by the other party. The stories of these NPCs are so melodramatic, one after another, that I wonder if the plot planner used to be a novelist who received razor blades in the mail. Chapter 203. This should be a common clue. The NPC clue Jiang Xiao and Lu Han currently share is Zhang Yuan's father. At 3 p.m., Jiang Xiao heard a system notification. Terrorists attacked residents of the South District Commercial Street and the North District Market. The next terrorist attack will occur in a random time period after 8 hours and 43 minutes. 2 waves? Jiang Xiao frowned. A Chong heard, okay, Brother Han wants to go again tonight. Jiang Xiao, have you ever considered that the enemy's numbers are also increasing? Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Lu Han is back, and not alone. And Biao Hu, with a large group behind him. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. What's going on? Lu Han said in a deep voice, Biao Hu and his group are here, bringing a group with him. Since chaos is brewing in South City, we naturally need to set up camp first. The more people, the better. Jiang Xiao looked at the people behind Lu Han. Will there be enough shelter? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Lu Han said, the villas aren't full right now. And, in this wealthy villa area, have you noticed? Many NPCs have left. Jiang Xiao nodded. She had indeed noticed. Tonight we go grab another batch of guns. Starting tomorrow, some people might come to us for help. I screen them, at least to ensure we have the ability to protect ourselves. If there are too many people, let them set up tents outside or take over a villa. Lu Han said. After all, if chaos breaks out, these houses will be completely unowned. Since he said so, Jiang Xiao naturally had no objection. It's your decision. Besides, with a large group, there's definitely a greater sense of security. Lu Han brought 3 men and 1 woman, including Biao Hu. The girl went to the 3rd floor, while another good-looking guy lived on the 2nd floor, just below Jiang Xiao and above Lu Han. 13 people now lived in the villa. Although Chen Mengmeng had left, she had kept it for the time being because there were no other girls. So there were still several empty rooms. Jiang Xiao suddenly remembered she had something to tell Lu Han. I have 2 things to tell you. 3 people might be coming. Jiang Xiao showed Lu Han her phone. These 3 people have access to a server's wild resource channels. The other party said at least 2, which Jiang Xiao thought was an exaggeration. So there should only be 1. Jiang Xiao had approached them to purchase a large amount of wild supplies, but they hadn't expected her to follow through and immediately react, asking Jiang Xiao if she knew how to use wild game. They also speculated whether Jiang Xiao had a large network of people. Jiang Xiao suddenly brought her phone close to Lu Han. Lu Han took a step back to clearly read the message. Anonymous Player 92382, NPCs seem to be getting more and more perverted lately. The place we 3 live in is like a pigsty, and the NPC's eyes are looking at us more and more menacingly. And the thing is, he's quite strong. Last time I went out, he stepped on me and broke my toe. I can't beat him, bro. There's a player across the street who was kidnapped by an NPC and taken to the underground Sin City for a black boxing match. He's been beaten to death and can't get out. I'm not afraid of death. I'd be a brave man after waking up, but I can't die so miserably. Bro, please save us. We're not eating and drinking for free. We pay protection money, okay? We won't sell our wild resources to anyone else. The other party mistook Jiang Xiao for Zhengxin and sent several messages. Jiang Xiao thought about the cautious attitude of the 3 people in the transaction last night, and it seemed that they had indeed suffered a lot. Since Jiang Xiao had moved away from the NPCs in the neighborhood, she didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Han nodded, if you think it's okay. Jiang Xiao put her phone away. Then I have them come over. Oh, and see if we can find a few players who can make stamina-boosting food. Honestly, unless she had 8 arms, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Lu Han nodded, okay. Today, Lu Han and his team had gone early because the attackers had already finished their attack. After receiving the news, Lu Han and his team went to the factory after it closed at 8 p.m. They returned at 11 p.m., as usual, with a large cache of guns and ammunition. Jiang Xiao had assumed that moving in with new roommates would be just like before, with no one disturbing each other. But at night, Jiang Xiao realized she had been overthinking things. Not all roommates were neat and tidy, and wouldn't get in the way. Generally, if a player falls asleep and is left alone, they will automatically wake up when their stamina reaches full or their cleanliness or fullness levels run low. However, at night, certain decibels and noises can also wake players. This is especially true of shouting from downstairs. Chapter 204. Jiang Xiao was numb. The noise from below continued for quite a while. Jiang Xiao was bored out of her mind, so she went downstairs to the refrigerator to get a soda. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Lu Han in the living room, his back to her, polishing something. What was this guy doing? Jiang Xiao frowned and approached. Lu Han turned back warily, and Jiang Xiao finally saw what he was doing, polishing his gun. In the dead of night, he was actually polishing his gun. What's the difference between this and that perverted neighbor next door, who loves to smile creepily and sharpens his knives in the middle of the night? Are you still awake? Lu Han asked. Yeah. Jiang Xiao curled her lips and glanced at the gun in Lu Han's hand. It was a black gun with a long barrel. How can I describe it? It was different from those slutty bitches. I come down to get some snacks. Some were frozen in the refrigerator. Lu Han remembered something. Where's your gun? Jiang Xiao had used 2 bullets in her gun that day, and she still had 4. Here they are. Jiang Xiao, assuming Lu Han needed them, handed them over. Lu Han pulled out 2 bullets, unloaded the pistol magazine in front of Jiang Xiao, loaded 2 into it, and handed it to Jiang Xiao, along with 10 bullets. Did you see how it's loaded? Jiang Xiao took it and said quite naturally, actually, I don't really like playing with guns. She didn't like the recoil of pistols. It felt so powerful it almost cracked her knuckles. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. What if I'm not around? After all, she had sent a group message yesterday. Jiang Xiao, ? Before Jiang Xiao could reply, someone in the live stream had already spoken. If you're not around, of course you remarried. What's up? You're still young, and you want your sister-in-law to be a widow? That's right. The beautiful Han Saw is naturally looking for a happy second life. I already thought of the title for tonight. Brother Han's late-night conversation with his wife. Fuck. Why did the above person choose such an eye-catching title? Go be an entertainment reporter. You'd definitely be on the headlines this year. You always be producing hits. What's the direct connection between his absence and her dislike of guns? Jiang Xiao pondered this for a moment before realizing it. Lu Han was probably trying to say that he was gone, and she didn't like guns. So what would she do without the ability to protect herself? This person was overthinking things. Who could resist a cook who could make blood bags? If all else fails, she stockpiles supplies and find a place to hide. Jiang Xiao said, Biao, who is pretty good too. Lu Han licked his lips. TSK, the next client is already found. Turning around, Lu Han looked at the black gun barrel and slowly lowered it. Do you know why I like guns? Because when I was a kid, my dad would always. Noticing Jiang Xiao's clear, curious eyes, Lu Han paused and asked, Want to know? Jiang Xiao, Isn't that what he wanted to say? Lu Han looked at her and said, It's a long story. I tell you later. Jiang Xiao quickly reacted. No, I don't. It felt like someone texted you in the middle of the night. Are you asleep? I have something to tell you. You instantly woke up from your sleepiness, but the other person never replied, and when you called, their phone was turned off. Who wants to hear that? So Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes and walked away. Lu Han, watching this scene in the live stream. I understand Xiaozi's expression. It means, talk or not, if you want to, forget it. Brother Han has 800 tricks, and he's used at least 799 on his wife. Brother Han's wife hasn't been fooled once after hearing all 700 of his tricks. Ha ha ha, so why is Brother Han going to such lengths? Is he looking forward to a date with his wife tomorrow night? It's over, it's over. Brother Han is single-handedly pushing his wife further and further away. There's no hope of finding a partner. Chapter 205. Second Phase Days, 13. Urban Crisis Mission Progress, 1. Sufficient criminal list. 2. Sufficient reporting numbers. 3. Key confessions, 2/3. Jiang Zhao's stamina limit has officially reached 300 after exercise, and she's in such a good mood. There's only one clue left in the urban crisis mission, so this phase should be over soon. Jiang Rong ate breakfast while slurping down a bowl. The police have been implementing violence control for a while now. I feel like if military control isn't triggered, all the prisoners in the prison will be out. Be careful on the streets. Violent control? Shin Jingbin exclaimed. Yes, the game mechanics. Jiang Rong said, there are a certain number of crime areas in the city, and they're often limited. The armed police are armed, but their numbers are limited. They've been trying to use force these days, but their firepower is too strong, and most NPCs are no longer subject to the law, not just the criminals. Jiang Shao came back and heard Jiang Rong say this. Jiang Rong said, at this point, while the crime is serious, institutions like hospitals, police stations, and restaurants will remain intact. However, institutions like law firms will struggle to handle cases. If it degenerates into a city of criminals, the police will likely become semi-ineffective. It's truly powerless. Shen Jingbin heard the system message and opened his beggar group. Someone tagged him. Brother Jing. Let's get out of here. This is terrifying. This morning, my neighbor Samao and I went out and met two people who asked for money. Not to mention asking, they were just as shameless as you were back then. They took out the 2 coins hidden in my underwear. I'm afraid next time they take it, not just my coins, but my kidneys. I'm going to hide too. Luckily, those people under the overpass don't care. Everyone, stay well these days. We meet again someday. Me too. Shen Jingnan finished reading. The beggars are going on strike too. It looks like at least a third of them are. Shen Jingbin's beggars are like a kind of civilian eye. Jiang Shao paused. NPCs that players have conquered, except for key ones, have basically gone into hiding. The remaining NPCs are categorized as good or bad based on the severity of their attacks. So if this city becomes a criminal city, the players will be the most disadvantaged. Several people agreed. Where's Lu Han? Jiang Shao glanced. Brother Han and Brother Biao are out early today, saying they're going to see if they can find the terrorists' armored car ahead of time. According to yesterday's intelligence, the terrorists aren't dispersing all at once. Instead, they're likely marching through the city, shooting wherever they reach a crowded area. However, we can confirm that the terrorists we didn't deal with the day before will gather together the next day, and the number will grow. Jiang Rong said, so there aren't many people left today. Oh. Just as he spoke, the timid girl from upstairs came down. Excuse me, is there any breakfast this morning? Jiang Shao remembered the girl's name as Yao Yao. Thinking of the voices she heard last night, Jiang Shao felt a little mixed. This is a game. Although the perception is extremely high, it's still a game after all. Didn't you bring any food? Jiang Shao asked. Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, Adong left some bread and biscuits in the room, but I don't really like them. Oh. Jiang Shao understood. Just then, Zhengshen and Lu Yuqing came down. Zhengshen shamelessly stood on the second-floor windowsill. Jiang Jia, what can we eat today? Jiang Shao paused. Cooking had been easy for her before, because there were fewer people and everyone was on good terms. Although Lu Yuqing didn't go out, she was willing to learn and helped her a lot. Zhengshen only occasionally asked for free meals. Most of the time, he cooked for himself. The food wasn't as good, but it was edible. Shen Jingnan couldn't help it. He couldn't cook all the time. His dark cuisine was only slightly inferior to Lu Han's. Lu Han could eat a man to death, but he definitely couldn't survive. But now that there were more and more people, Jiang Shao felt it necessary to talk about it. If you want food, you can either bring it yourself or trade it. Looking at the other person, Jiang Shao said, if you can help me, you can make food for physical strength, that's fine too. The other person looked confused. Cooking is fine. Suddenly, Jiang Shao realized NPC? Yao Yao's eyes were still full of confusion. It was indeed an NPC. NPCs don't understand the game's dialogue mechanics, and will be automatically filtered out by the game. If it's an NPC then... Jiang Shao suddenly realized something, and the thought was horrifying. Someone's using NPCs in the game? Shocking, it feels like I unlocked some incredible power. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Shao heard a system notification in her mind. Today's terrorist attackers have been eliminated by players Lu Han, Yang Piao, Fu Yunqiang, Chen Dong, and others, contributing to the city's safety. Then came the pleasant system notification. 200 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 300 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 600 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 400 coins deposited, source, partner contract. They're really robbing NPCs. Chapter 206. Jiang Shao couldn't do anything about the NPC yet, but she was a little curious about how high the relationship between them and the NPC would allow them to do such a cruel thing. Lu Han and his friends didn't return that afternoon. Jiang Shao checked the forums and saw that players had already uncovered all the relevant NPCs. Does anyone know the key NPC who gave the final confession? It should be anyone with connections to the municipal bureau. The original poster said, this is a big world, and social relationships are very complex. So, if anyone knows someone NPC by name, please count them, and see how to determine which one is the correct NPC. The reply came quickly from below. Second floor. I know an NPC. She used to be a servant in a wealthy family. The child she raised now works at the municipal bureau, an elderly woman. Third floor. I also know a girl whose father works as a driver for an NPC at the municipal bureau. Fourth floor. Don't you have any NPCs closer to home? Fifth floor. According to this network of relationships, Qin Shi Huang and I are also related. Sixth floor. According to this network of relationships, I'm also somewhat related to the caveman. Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Since arriving in South City, she only targeted 2 NPCs, Chen Mingming and Li Na. Then, there was Zhang Mingqing's sister Yun. Actually, her circle was quite small. Yun, needless to say, ran a restaurant and was now traveling. Chen Mingming probably had no connection to them either, as she was hiding with her mother. Li Na still hadn't contacted Lu Han. In the game, the Nanshi Municipal Bureau is a general term. All public security management and environmental management in Nanshi must be reported to the Municipal Bureau. After the Municipal Bureau issues unified instructions, each branch will make arrangements. In other words, everything that everyone needs to do on a daily basis only needs to be completed in the branch, and they will not have any contact with the Municipal Bureau at all. She couldn't find a reason to question Zhang Minsheng now. Just then, Jiang Xiao received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Miss Jiang? Yes, that's you? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. This is the hospital. A pregnant woman was brought here last night after a car accident. You signed the consent form for surgery and left your phone number, remember? You agreed to the surgery, but now the child is having problems. The woman is emotionally unstable, and her family isn't around. Could you please come over? The other person finished. Oh. Jiang Xiao was stunned. She immediately felt like she was in trouble. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao spoke to Lu Yuqing. I signed the consent form for the pregnant woman last night, and now the child is having problems. It seems they come knocking on my door. She didn't really think much of the signing. She just thought the woman needed surgery, and the doctor said it was such an urgent matter that they needed signatures from friends and family. Since she wasn't the one who caused the accident, she signed for her. Fuck, this NPC is trying to blackmail you? Xin Jingnan exclaimed, if they really want to blackmail you, I gather 10 of my brothers and go begging at their doorstep. It might not scare anyone, but it's disgusting. Forget it, I'm going to the hospital, Jiang Xiao said. Jiang Rong said, then I take you there. We go together. Xin Jingnan said, one more person is safer. Lu Yuqing, don't go. It's dangerous out there. Seeing this, Lu Yuqing decided not to go out. Okay, Jiang Xiao, I need the dough and chop the stuffing. I season it when you get back. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded. The 3 of them carefully made their way to the hospital. After hearing their purpose, the nurse took Jiang Xiao to a private VIP ward, which was well equipped. Even before they entered, they heard heart-wrenching screams from inside. Mr. Huang, do you know how much I endured for this child? 3 whole years, countless injections, and now your mother says she doesn't want it anymore. Is she even human? The screams were piercing, the other person agitated. The nurse quickly called out, tranquilizer. Tranquilizer. Chapter 207. It was a cesarean section. The baby is only 7 months old. Because of incomplete heart and lung development, it has congenital heart disease. The doctor came out and explained, the woman is very emotional right now. Her husband came last night, and her mother-in-law came this morning. They had a disagreement over the child. Her mother-in-law wanted to make trouble for you, but she scolded her and sent her away. Jiang Xiao expressed her understanding. So she's alone now? Yes, but there's specialized nursing care in the VIP ward here. She just wanted to see you, the doctor said. Jiang Xiao was stunned. So, that shouldn't be a problem. However, the doctor gently reminded her, her family might be in trouble. After all, the woman's mother-in-law is now convinced that since the woman can survive, the child can too. The premature cesarean section is what led to the child having congenital heart disease. It's okay, Jiang Xiao said casually. If you don't complete the mission, Nanshi will be in chaos. Who cares if the law holds you accountable? Just play it off, okay? Only when the other party calmed down did Jiang Xiao go in. Xin Jingnan and Jiang Rong stood guard at the door like door gods. Xin Jingnan looked at Jiang Rong. Why don't you go with Brother Han? Jiang Rong said slowly, Brother Han said he's worried about you and Zungshan staying home. After all, you were driving last night and almost got into an accident. Xin Jingnan jumped up and down. Is that me? The other party was driving against the flow. Against the flow. Jiang Rong nodded. Yeah, that shows you're still not fully aware of the impending chaos in the city. Shin Jingbin. Okay. I can't argue anymore. Jin Yuan calmed down, looking out the window with a pale face, her eyes helpless and dim. Jiang Shao entered, looked at the other person, and said, Hello, I'm the one who called the police and signed the consent form last night. Jin Yuan came to her senses. You're here, sit down. Don't get up, I sit down myself. Jiang Shao sat down consciously. Are you feeling better? Jin Yuan looked at Jiang Shao and said with a wry smile, The police showed me the surveillance footage today. If you hadn't called the police for me, I might have died. Jiang Shao shook her head. It's okay, but I saw blood all over you. Are you okay? You weren't hit. I just got scraped and fell, and then you passed out. The blood you saw. Jin Yuan shook her head. It's okay, I just wanted to thank you, but you shouldn't have signed the consent form for my surgery. Jiang Shao was silent. A moment later, your condition was critical. Although your family was arriving soon, a minute's delay on the operating table could have cost a life. Jin Yuan's eyes flushed. I know you wanted to save me, but my mother-in-law and my husband will give you trouble. They value this child very much. And now the child has a congenital heart disease. Jin Yuan sobbed. But her emotions were no longer as intense as before. Jiang Shao thought about what she had just heard and sat down next to Jin Yuan. Have you seen the child? Jin Yuan's lips trembled. Not yet. The child was in the incubator. When she woke up, she saw her mother-in-law and husband. When she heard the doctor mention the child's congenital heart disease, her mother-in-law left in displeasure, and her husband also looked unhappy. There was no time for her to see him. Jiang Shao blinked. I go check on you. Without waiting for permission, Jiang Shao stood up and asked the nurse where the nursery was. After telling Jiang Rong and Shin Jingbin, she went there. Chapter 208. In the incubator, the 7-month-old baby was wrinkled. Jiang Shao compared it to the baby. It was so small that she felt she could rub it with her own hands. Its eyes were squinted, sticky, like a little old man. Is it a boy or a girl? Jiang Shao asked. It's a boy, the nurse said. Both are boys, but the other one was already dead when it was taken out yesterday. Luckily, the surgery was done early, otherwise this one wouldn't have been saved either. Jiang Shao was stunned. Twins. Just then, the baby opened its hands and grasped Jiang Xiao's direction with 5 fingers, quickly capturing her attention. At this moment, Lu Han had also arrived at the hospital. Jiang Rong had sent Lu Han a message, and just as Lu Han's affairs were being handled, he arrived. After finding out, she walked over and happened to see Jiang Shao. Carrying a school bag and a water bottle, she bent down to take a photo of the baby in the incubator. The faint fangs on her lips shone through, creating an indescribable feeling of warmth and healing. Lu Han raised an eyebrow, but didn't bother her. Instead, he leaned against the doorway and observed Jiang Shao. Children watching children? How long will he be here? Jiang Shao asked. The nurse whispered, about 2 months. Oh! Jiang Shao stood up and poked the baby's face twice on the glass box. Turning around, she saw Lu Han leaning against the doorway, watching her. A smile overflowed in his eyes, too deep to be extinguished. He paused for a moment. Why are you here? Jiang Rong told me. It's nearby, so it was a good opportunity. Lu Han stood up straight. Is it a big deal? Not really. Jiang Shao shook her head decisively. What kind of a problem is an NPC? At most, I have to go through legal procedures and pay them money, not their lives. Besides, given the current situation in Nan City, is the law still effective? Jiang Shao was jumping back and forth on the bug line. Lu Han looked at the VIP ward's configuration and curled his lips. It seems you saved a very important NPC. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. You go and capture the NPC, and I ask. Lu Han said quickly. Okay. Although she could still gather information after capturing the NPC, Lu Han's approach would save her a lot of time. Jiang Shao entered the ward, and Jin Yuan instinctively glanced over. Jiang Shao curled her lips. I've seen it. It's very cute. Soft and sweet. Do you want to see it? Jiang Shao asked politely. Jin Yuan hadn't spoken yet, but she nodded subconsciously. Her body movements betrayed her desire to see the child. Jiang Shao handed her the phone. When Jin Yuan saw the photo of a tiny, milky baby in an incubator, her eyes instantly welled up as she whispered, my child. No one knows the pain of 10 months of pregnancy. This child was a test tube baby. She was already 34 years old and had lost 2 children before. This child was the result of a year of dozens of needles in her belly. What's more, this child looked so much like the other one. They were both her own flesh and blood. Emotion surged again. Jiang Xiao said, "The child needs to stay in the incubator for 2 months. You should know they're twins. This one is the older brother." Jin Yuan's voice churned. "I already lost 3 children. Poor my child, he's still so young, and they're giving him up. But I never have another child. I never have another child." Jiang Xiao asked softly, "Why give up? Just because he's sick now doesn't mean he'd be sick forever." Jin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Xiao. "But they say he's unhealthy. They said the child would be sickly even when he grew up, causing him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, he need his first surgery in 6 months, and the chances of an accident were high." Jiang Xiao asked her directly, "Do you love him? Do you love this child, whether he only lived for a year or 6 months?" Simply because she loved this child, even if it meant prolonging his life for just 1 more day, she was willing to give him everything. Jin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 209. Lu Han returned from a round of inquiries when he heard Jiang Xiao ask, "Do you love him?" For a moment, Lu Han had the illusion that Jiang Xiao was preparing to become a relationship counselor. But then he realized she wasn't talking about a man. Leaning against the door, Lu Han heard the woman lower her head and dial the phone with trembling hands. When the other party answered, the woman said in a hoarse voice, "Huang Xiaodong, this is our child. You and I have no right to give up on him." The other party said something, and the woman burst into tears. "Yes, your mother thinks you can find another one, have another, but I only have this one child." The other party was silent for several minutes. The woman gradually fell silent, and finally, her face pale, she hung up the phone. Looking up at Jiang Xiao, she smiled weakly. "He's my child, I love him. So, she would definitely protect him, no matter how weak he was. Mom could definitely do it. I go see my child." The woman struggled to get up. Jiang Xiao quickly caressed her, remaining silent throughout the entire process. She simply lowered her head as she brushed past Lu Han at the doorway. Lu Han sensed something was amiss with Jiang Xiao. She supported the woman, each step labored, her body extremely weak, yet fragile yet determined as she walked towards the child. The moment she saw the incubator, tears fell from her eyes, and she pressed herself against the window, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Xiao, sensing Lu Han approaching, remained silent, retreating to the windowsill. Lu Han remained silent for a moment, then followed her. "Why are you crying?" Jiang Xiao's voice was a little hoarse. "Nothing, just a little sentimental." She didn't have a mother, but she imagined it. There were countless possibilities. Perhaps she was kidnapped and then abandoned by the kidnappers due to illness. Perhaps her parents were ill and gone, unable to be with her. Because she had never seen it with her own eyes, never felt it, the sight made her feel a pang of pain. But the emotion was fleeting, and Jiang Xiao wasn't used to dwelling on it, so she quickly recovered. Lu Han leaned against the window, not asking why, but kindly raising his hand. "No tissue? Can I borrow your hand?" Jiang Xiao flashed a beautiful glance, then slashed down with a sharp hand. Suffocated by the player's fierce skin attack, her HP decreased by 1, and the pain lasted for 15 seconds. "Hiss." Lu Han gasped, "Jiang Xiao. Are you a woman?" "Jiang Xiao, ? She tried to push out her small breasts. Although they weren't large, they were still quite noticeable compared to Lu Han's. What courage had instigated him to ask such a question? "I mean..." Lu Han took a deep breath. "Can't you see I'm trying to comfort you?" Jiang Xiao turned around and said cleverly, "If someone's being too attentive without any reason, they're either a traitor or a thief." Lu Han, ? The audience in the live stream, ? After a while. "To be honest, I feel a little sorry for Mr. Han, because my Shuzi's reaction time might be a little. Never mind, I can't make this up anymore. I admit it. My Shuzi has no reaction time. God simply pulled the plug on her. I chose to give in. No, this has nothing to do with Han Saw. It's just that Brother Han's red string got used by the matchmaker to wrap around the dishwashing wire. So, everyone can see that Brother Han is interested in Han Saw. It all depends on when they get together. Wow, if my CP comes true, I go to the goddess of childbirth tomorrow. By the way, Brother Han hasn't even properly confessed his feelings. He clearly has feelings for someone. No matter how straightforward he is, as long as he says he likes them, there's no way they won't notice. Relationships, after all, need a formal confession, not just flirting. Yeah. So why didn't Brother Han say anything? Damn your pride? Maybe Brother Han just has feelings and doesn't realize it? Brother Han has never been in a relationship. You guys are making him act like he knows the ropes. Yeah, I apologize. I was a little loud earlier. I turn it down a bit. Chapter 210. After Jin Yuan returned to the ward, Jiang Xiao didn't stay any longer. After giving her contact information, they agreed to meet again tomorrow. Shin Jingnan followed Biohu and the others back in their car. Jiang Rong drove the car. Lu Han said, her man works at the municipal bureau. Jiang Xiao had guessed it. Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao in the rearview mirror. Her man might be the one we're looking for. Jiang Xiao checked her favorability rating. Jin Yuan? 30. It's 30 now. Jiang Xiao said, Wang Po's dishes include potatoes, peas, tomatoes, radishes, and corn. I only need to gain 20 points of favorability to max it out. The peas were sent by Hua Pao, and the corn was brought back to Jiang Xiao by Lu Han after someone found her. So, we know if the key plot NPCs are maxed out by maxing them out. Jiang Rong echoed, Jiang Xiao, with your luck, I don't think we need to try and find the right NPC. This might be the most crucial one. Jiang Xiao blinked. So confident? Could it be that her physique is no longer concealed? There's a road back to the villa area, surrounded by hills and beautiful scenery. Suddenly, the car made a bang. Jiang Xiao was prepared this time. She fastened her seatbelt, so she didn't lose any stamina. The car lost balance, swaying left and right. Jiang Rong braked hard, finally coming to an emergency stop on the right after 2 minutes. Why did this car have a flat tire, Brother Han? You're not so crazy that you flattened it. Lu Han, ? If you have a flat tire, it's a flat tire. Why are you blaming him? Jiang Rong was about to get out of the car and just open the door. Lu Han quickly said, don't go out. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. Bang. A bullet hit the rearview mirror, shattering it and scraping Jiang Rong's hand. Jiang Rong quickly closed the door. Shit! A sneak attack. Nervously, Jiang Rong withdrew his hand. Lu Han said coldly, I checked the car before leaving. A flat tire wouldn't have happened for no reason. Besides, Jiang Rong was driving normally. Jiang Xiao lowered her head and quickly sent a message to Shin Jingbin, Xingshun, and the others, including the location. Lu Han, in the passenger seat, tried to check the situation through the other rearview mirror, only to glance at the tire. Bang. Another bullet shattered the rearview mirror. The bullets must have come from the left and right sides. They must be flanking us from both sides, and they have strong anti-detection capabilities. Lu Han flung the car door open. Bang. Another shot struck the door. Lu Han frowned at the bullet. Jiang Xiao, open the right door. Jiang Xiao did as he was told. Lu Han, gun in hand, jumped out of the car, wedged between the two doors. Just as he extended a hand, bang, another bullet grazed Lu Han's arm, leaving a burning sensation. But he wasn't injured. At the same time, the three heard a system notification, triggering the roadblocker game mechanism. As the number of criminals in Nan City grows, in addition to the daily crimes committed by NPCs who have become criminals, the criminal game mechanic will randomly trigger. In this game, roadblockers will set traps for passing vehicles, causing them to stall with flat tires. Meanwhile, two snipers will closely monitor players from the sides and rear if they attempt to leave the vehicle. Exposing a limb will result in a sniper shot, while exposing the entire body will result in a direct headshot. You have 3 minutes to escape. After 3 minutes, 30 criminals armed with powerful guns and explosives will surround you and threaten your safety. Chapter 211. The rules of the game silenced the group for 3 seconds. But the time limit was only 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, 30 criminals would surround them, again armed with powerful guns and gunpowder. Jiang Rong reacted quickly, grabbing a bullet from the car door. The same bullet from the informant game. Lu Han glanced at it. Instantly he understood. The damage was likely still 300. Jiang Xiao, what's your current maximum stamina? 300. Jiang Xiao paused. What a coincidence. Even with full stamina, a shot would kill you. There's a tree 10 meters up the hill to the right ahead, that can serve as cover. Do you see it? Lu Han asked. Jiang Xiao looked in the direction Lu Han had indicated. It was a large tree 2 people could hug. It was also part of the scenic area along the way, with a sign saying Century Tree. I see it. Jiang Xiao spoke calmly, but her heartbeat was already accelerating. She had never played war games before, and this was her first time facing a firearms ambush. Lu Han stood up and quickly jumped into the rear driver's seat, saying to Jiang Shao, "You go to the passenger seat." Jiang Shao didn't hesitate. The already small space became even more cramped with the two of them tucked in. Jiang Rong instantly understood the strategy of protecting the general. Following him, he jumped to Lu Han's side and said, "Brother Han, let me go first." Lu Han said, "My maximum stamina is higher than yours." Lu Han's tone held a calm, commanding presence, and Jiang Rong obeyed unconditionally. "I count down to 3 seconds. Then run at the same time. You must run as fast as you can across the ditch and behind the tree." Jiang Shao realized something. Lu Han was planning to run at the same time as her, taking a headshot. Even though it was the same bullet, what if there was no damage limit? Lu Han. Jiang Shao frowned, wanting to ask a question. "Jiang Shao, there are only 2 minutes and 39 seconds left. This is the fastest way I can come up with." "This is the only way," Lu Han said gravely. The rules didn't specify it, but with only 3 minutes, there wasn't enough time to test the sniper's bullet speed and the actual damage. Jiang Shao stopped talking. Her palms pressed against the door, sweating with nervousness. Lu Han paused before counting down, his voice heavy. "Remember, run forward, don't stop. Whether I'm shot or not, keep running. Keep running until you're safe." "Okay." Jiang Zhao's throat was dry. Jiang Rong couldn't help but purse his lips, his eyes serious, ready for action. He was Jiang Zhao's second cover. 3. Jiang Shao clenched her palms. 2. Jiang Shao raised her head, her gaze fixed firmly forward. 1. Lu Han rushed out first, growling, "Run!" Jiang Zhao's taut calves instantly gave way. Bang! The gunshot ripped through Jiang Zhao's head, a dull thud. Someone fell. She didn't look back. She ran straight and determined, towards her target. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Finally, Jiang Shao hid behind the tree. A gasp followed behind her as expected. Jiang Zhao's heart sank, unsure what she was expecting. She turned to look at the person behind her. "Brother Han, you've been hit," Jiang Rong gasped. For a moment, Jiang Shao couldn't describe the feeling. It was like someone had blown a giant bubble into her, and then it exploded the next moment. She slowly cast her gaze to the ground behind Jiang Rong. Lu Han lay on the ground, blood spreading beneath him, motionless. Bang! Suddenly, another bullet struck Lu Han's leg. Lu Han trembled violently, and more blood flowed. It sounded like a provocation, a shock, a threat. Jiang Zhao's pupils shrank. Jiang Rong instinctively said, "It's over." A headshot cost 300 HP. Even with this second shot, the mastermind wouldn't survive. Not far away, 30 criminals were gradually closing in on Lu Han, about 30 meters away. "Move!" Jiang Rong instantly became alert. Brother Han's death couldn't be in vain. "You can't leave." Jiang Shao pulled a pistol from her bag and aimed at the criminals in the distance. "He's not dead yet. He'd be truly dead when those criminals come over." His legs were still shaking. Jiang Zhao's hands trembled too. She had never fired a gun by herself. She disliked guns, the feeling of her jaws trembling, the recoil threatening to tear them apart. But now she had to overcome her fear. After taking a deep breath, she firmly aimed at the approaching criminals. Chapter 212. Jiang Shao watched the approaching criminals, recalling the moment Lu Han had taught her how to shoot. The range of this bullet, the distance, and the visual error. When they were within range, Jiang Shao fired. Bang! The leading criminal was hit by a bullet that pierced the NPC's neck. The NPC had no stamina, so a throat shot killed him instantly. Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had aimed at the head, it didn't matter, as long as she achieved her goal, it was fine. The other criminals immediately dispersed cautiously, looking towards the source of the sound. "Change cover," Jiang Rong said quickly. Although Jiang Shao was holding a pistol, Jiang Rong felt she was shooting with a close-range sniper technique. Thankfully, there were plenty of trees nearby, making it easy to hide if they spread out. The bullet's impact at least temporarily deterred them from making any rash moves against Lu Han. Instead, they kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, keeping an eye on the direction Jiang Shao and the others were heading. "They're armed. Go after them first." Jiang Shao changed position, found a better angle, and fired again, aiming just above the enemy's head, but only hitting the arm. Pistols are like that. They're easily misaligned by subconscious body movements. Without proper training, the accuracy is significantly reduced. But Jiang Shao was different. If she aimed for the head, she could hit the neck. If she aimed for the face, she could also hit the hand. She didn't become a body contouring machine. They're coming. We need to lure them away. Jiang Rong said, this place isn't far from the villa area. Jiang Xiao said, I just sent a message to Shen Jingbin and the others. Let's go! Thankfully, the woods along the road were crowded. Jiang Rong and Jiang Xiao led the men away and entered the forest. Lu Han lay on the ground, utterly uttering. You've been shot in the head, your health reduced by 300. This was the first message Lu Han heard. The criminal insulted you with a second bullet, reducing your health by 60. Due to the unique game mechanics, your health is locked at 1 for 5 minutes. If your teammates block the criminals for you within 5 minutes, you have a chance of survival. If your teammates can't rescue you within 5 minutes, you have another 5 minutes to think about your death. This was the second message. Shooting someone in the leg is bad enough, but shooting them in the inner thigh nearly pierced their balls. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was extremely strong. Lu Han couldn't move, staring at the sky, listening to the footsteps and gunshots. He couldn't speak until he heard the other party lead the other person away. He had 5 minutes to utterly. If this weren't a game, but reality, would you accept this ending of death? Lu Han subconsciously followed the voice's lead. Accept it? If he was supposed to protect the children, it didn't seem unacceptable. Still 1 minute. Are you afraid of death? Lu Han thought, maybe not. If he died like this, there was nothing to be afraid of. 1 minute countdown. If you had a chance to live, what would you want to do? What would you want to do? Lu Han licked his teeth. He wanted the children to cook for him every day, tie me up and cook in the kitchen. Just watching, even without saying a word, is a delight. I believe you found what you want most right now. I hope you can work towards your goal. Even if you exit the game, you can still achieve your dreams in real life. You can restart the game countless times, but you only live once. Thank you for participating in this live broadcast of the game's open beta and sharing your life reflections with the audience. 30 seconds left to exit. Chapter 213. Lu Han closed his eyes and waited for the countdown. The system remained silent for the last 30 seconds, but the wait felt incredibly long. He was indeed filled with thoughts, but they had nothing to do with the game, everything to do with reality. 5 seconds to the countdown. 5 seconds to the last. Lu Han suddenly felt the urge to leave. He actually wanted to live. The sound of footsteps. Lu Han thought someone had returned. 3 seconds to the countdown. Snap. A hemostatic bandage was applied to Lu Han's forehead. Congratulations. You were rescued by your teammates in your final moments. You can move now that the bleeding has stopped. Lu Han opened his eyes and was greeted by Aqiang's large nostrils, a single, delicate nose hair peeking out. Lu Han, Brother Han, eat. Aqiang held out 2 stamina-boosting chocolates. Lu Han stood up, silently pushed Aqiang aside, and took out a box of steamed dumplings, devouring them eagerly. Where are Jiang Xiao and Jiang Rong? Liao Hu asked. Lu Han reacted, didn't you see them? No, we rushed over as soon as we got the message and saw you, Brother Nian Han, lying on the ground alone. He followed the direction of the woods. Lu Han quickly grabbed his gun, stuffed 3 dumplings into it, and mumbled, follow me. Achong, Can you swallow the dumplings before you talk? There was only 1 bullet left. And Jiang Xiao had been hit twice, 1 in the shoulder and 1 in the calf. The bandages stopped the pain, but her health was down to 150, and she wasn't in a good position to take health packs. Because the enemy was outflanking them, it was difficult for them to gain visibility. Jiang Xiao had hit 5 people, and Jiang Rong had killed several, so there were still about 10 or so. We split up later. I distract them first, then you can run. Jiang Xiao nodded. And so the 2 of them split up. Jiang Rong shouted, run. At the noise, Jiang Xiao leaped away like a rabbit, small and nimble. Bang. The other man quickly fired a shot into the brush, reducing Jiang Xiao's stamina by 80 points, striking her in the calf. But Jiang Xiao had managed to roll into a blind spot and took a deep breath. Where's the guy? Gone. Did he go down? Let's go after the other one. Hearing the noise, Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She first took out a bandage to stop the bleeding, then opened a box of steamed dumplings and began to eat, needing to refill her health packs. She quickly finished the box, her stamina back up to 147. For today's little incident, she already used 3 bandages. Jiang Xiao honestly felt that stockpiling only 70 bandages wasn't enough. He took out another box and ate the second one a little slower, making a rustling noise. He was about to finish before slipping back to check on Lu Han. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps behind him, trampling on branches. Jiang Shao quickly picked up her pistol and stood up, aiming at the person behind her. Lu Han's face met Jiang Zhao's, and Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. Are you okay? Lu Han looked at Jiang Zhao's gun, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of an accidental discharge. Well, Biao Hu and the others went to rescue Jiang Rong. There aren't many people left, but they can handle it. Lu Han looked at Jiang Shao and raised an eyebrow. Not bad. He saw several NPC corpses that hadn't yet vanished. Jiang Shao retracted her gun. I said I go back and see if you were dead. Bending down, she picked up the steamed dumplings on the ground. There were still 8 left. Lu Han walked beside Jiang Shao and took a steamed dumpling from her food box. Jiang Shao, okay, since he's been shot, I let it go. Lu Han scoffed, his pace quickening as he snatched the remaining food box from Jiang Shao's hand. Jiang Shao, have you finished yours? She made quite a bit, didn't she? Lu Han's eyes arched upward, a hint of a smile lingering as he glared at Jiang Shao. I just risked my life for you. It's not too much to ask for more blood, is it? He shoved another one into his mouth. Meaning he hadn't finished it, but he just wanted to eat hers. So cheap, even a bitch wouldn't be this cheap. Jiang Zhao's heart, which had been throbbing a little moment ago, now coalesced into a surge of passion, concentrated in his hands. Then Lu Han screamed miserably. It hurts. It hurts. My waist won't give up. It won't give up. Chapter 214. The two men hurried back to the roadside. The ambushing NPC wasn't driving. This game is random, and the tire's blowout was caused by rapid corrosion from strong acid. There shouldn't be any games on this road, Biao Hu said. There are still a few NPCs here. Lu Han glanced and saw only 8 living NPCs. He walked over, grabbed an NPC by the neck, and a gentle smile crossed his face. Do you have money? Give me some and I let you go. Biao Hu and his men weren't surprised. This was the first time Jiang Shao had seen it. The NPCs seemed easy to trick. This was also a bug Lu Han had discovered. Aside from the special key NPCs, who had plots, more lifelike and emotional, the criminal NPCs seemed to be just there to complete the game's mission. In other words, they were a little clueless. After hearing Lu Han's words, the other party said, Really? Really? Lu Han nodded seriously. Soon, Jiang Shao received a system notification. 600 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 800 coins deposited, source, partner contract. 300 coins deposited, source, partner contract. This sounded several times in a row. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han curiously. After looting each NPC, Lu Han personally sent them off. Turning around, have you finished counting the items? Not bad. There are even 2 sniper rifles. Biao Hu said, I like them. Lu Han nodded, okay, I go back and collect the supplies and prepare to receive the others. Looking up, he saw Jiang Shao with a complicated expression. What? Jiang Shao tooted. I just figured you were robbing. After all, the NPCs are all in hiding. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao. Where would I get the money to buy you snacks if I don't rob you? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Lu Han and Jiang Shao with great interest. Shen Jing then nudged Qiang, a wink. Jiang Shao nodded. Curiously, she asked, what about the snacks? Her snack box hadn't been restocked in a while. Lu Han, Isn't it because I haven't robbed enough money? After a pause, Lu Han casually said, I buy some other time. Shen Jing then silently raised his middle finger downward. This is lame. Brother Han is lame. As a former number 1, I can't stand it. Jiang Shao, Then Jiang Shao opened her snack box and pulled out a piece of wife cake. Looking at Lu Han with great seriousness, he said, while there's no wife in the wife cake, at least there are sesame seeds. After that, he took a bite right in front of Lu Han, leaving a semicircular tooth mark on the cake. The round shape was adorable, and paired with Jiang Zhao's expressionless face, it was incredibly cold. Livestream. I'm dying of laughter. Sister Han seems to be saying enough. I had enough of your promises. Brother Han is a little lame. I give Sister Han a couple more rockets to help him support his wife. Helping him support his wife? Your motives are a bit shady. As a die-hard fan who's been observing Shiozi for months, I think Shiozi's attitude towards Han's Wei has changed a bit. Please elaborate. Tugga loves this kind of frivolous analysis. Shiozi's retaliating with snacks. Before, Shiozi would show disdain or get a little violent, but now Shiozi's bringing out wife cakes. She's implying that Brother Han's constant promises will make him lose his wife. Isn't this a more serious mockery of Brother Han? So Sister Han is making a crazy allusion to Brother Han? They're actually making eye contact. No. It's just pure sarcasm. How about a fight? Chapter 215. It was already 7 o'clock when we returned to the villa. They had already accepted several people, the ones who had brought wild game. They thought they were talking to Zhongshan, so they simply let him take charge, letting this beautiful misunderstanding continue. However, they didn't stay in the villa, just set up camp in the yard. This operation of seeking protection was very thorough. Lu Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Shao. How are you today? Did you get into any trouble? Jiang Shao shook her head. No, that pregnant woman wanted to thank me. Then I'm relieved. Lu Yuqing patted her chest. It's been 13 days now, and it's very dangerous outside. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded. Are you ready? Yes. Lu Yuqing said. Zhongshan said quite a bit. Jiang Shao took a look and saw 3 full basins of chopped vegetables. According to the ratio of 1 basin of wild vegetables to half a basin of wild mushrooms, that meant at least 800 wild vegetables and 400 wild mushrooms. Seeing this, Zhongshan flattered. They originally wanted to give it to me for free, but they wanted the finished product to be 28 points. I didn't agree, so after talking to them, I'm temporarily accepting these. I also have a batch of wild pumpkins. You're working so hard. Once the girls who make blood bags come over, you can relax a bit. When will they be here? Jiang Shao asked. Jiang Rong came over, eating a small golden steamed bun. Soon, tomorrow. Lu Yuqing noticed the bruise on Jiang Rong's face. What's wrong with your eye? Jiang Rong casually said, nothing. I just got beaten up by an NPC. Lu Yuqing was surprised. Did you take any medicine? No, Jiang Rong said bluntly. Safflower oil can remove bruises, but it's completely unnecessary. The bruises are just unsightly. Oh. Lu Yuqing went upstairs and came down with a bottle of safflower oil. It wasn't very useful, but girls love to look good. What if there were bruises? Even if they weren't, they still wanted to look good. Jiang Rong's eyes lit up. Thank you. He opened the bottle of oil, sniffed it, and said, Did you buy this because you get beaten up all the time? After all, who would buy this stuff normally? Lu Yuqing? ? Jiang Rong had just opened the bottle of oil and was about to apply it to his face when Lu Yuqing snatched it away and pressed her thumb hard against the bruise. Yes. That's right. Not only do I get beaten up all the time, I also beat people up all the time. Hiss. The bruise wasn't supposed to hurt, but Lu Yuqing's grip was so strong that it made Jiang Rong's scalp tingle. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yuqing was gone, taking the oil with her. Jiang Rong looked puzzled. Auntie? Jiang Shao started kneading dough to make steamed dumplings. It seems there's no such thing as an auntie in this game. That night, Jiang Shao ate a piece of cake, opened a blind box, and then continued making dumplings. Running low on stamina, she made 100 steamed dumplings, but she hadn't used up the filling yet, so she stored them away. Lu Han and the others went to scout the area near the residential complex. After washing up and lying in bed, Jiang Shao checked the forum as usual. The most popular post was a new one. Today, I checked into a hotel with an NPC girl. You never guess what I encountered. Jiang Shao knew NPCs had a high degree of freedom, but Jiang Shao couldn't help but click on it. The original poster, ah. Seriously, the NPC girl, who originally didn't want to talk to me, suddenly became very enthusiastic towards me. I wanted to win her over, and she was also interested in me. Honestly, I lost control, so the girl and I went to the hotel. And then, I was actually caught in a trap. Damn. They told me I triggered a trap, and if I don't resolve it within 24 hours, I will be blackmailed for a long time in all the subsequent stages. Now someone is banging on the door, trying to rush in. They're so fierce, I already knocked the girl unconscious. What should I do? Chapter 216. Jiang Shao burst into laughter after reading it. I really didn't expect it. But the game they encountered today was probably of the same type. Game mechanics like this are likely random encounters on the map, like the reporter's expose she encountered on the subway before, accidental yet inevitable. For example, someone set a trap on this road, and any player who came along would fall into it. And this trap is targeted. It can only be said that the worse the world gets, the more traps there are. Without regulation and the deterrent power of the law, everyone is becoming increasingly brazen. Plus, since the game itself is a criminal mechanic, the game deliberately designs many such traps. After a pause, Jiang Shao responded, You player, what are you afraid of? knock on the window and run out, then try to call the police. The other party hadn't explained their situation clearly, and was mostly talking about the other party, so there was nothing else to do. I continued reading, and there were several more articles. I went grocery shopping today. The NPC used to rip me off secretly, but today they did it openly. They even threatened me with 3 strong men. Damn it! After buying groceries, I hid away and won't leave again. I already quit my job and am planning a retreat. And then I discovered that this voyeur next door was drilling holes in the wall of my rented apartment to spy on me. He drilled holes in every hole I filled, and then he drilled holes in every hole I filled, until the wall was reduced to honeycomb briquettes. Guys, keep up the good work. I really don't know how to defeat NPCs. I'm a socially anxious person, and I'm going to go into the shell alone. This is probably the last mission. This isn't a team-based mission, it's just about luck. So Jiang Xiao turned off her phone and went to sleep. Second stage days, 14. Trigger single deluxe package. At 3 a.m., Jiang Xiao woke up. The sounds downstairs were especially clear in the quiet darkness. Young people are truly energetic. Her stamina had returned to 200. She left without hesitation and began her night run. As soon as Jiang Xiao left, Lu Han's door to the first floor room opened. Lu Han, with his messy hair and a furious expression, was about to charge and bash the door open when he saw Jiang Xiao running past. His eyes narrowed. TSK. Jiang Xiao ran a few steps and heard footsteps behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly picked up speed. Lu Han? ? She then quickened her pace, trying to catch up with Jiang Xiao. But Jiang Xiao panicked even more when she heard that. She hadn't brought her school bag with her, so she had to fumble for her darts from the storage. As she rounded the corner, she gripped the darts tightly. Hearing footsteps, he lunged at the opponent without hesitation. Lu Han felt a sharp gust of wind and instinctively reached out to grab the opponent's wrist. Jiang Xiao hadn't expected the opponent to be so agile. Although her arm was restrained, she used her strength to swerve the dart, attempting to break free. The sharp blade instantly sliced through Lu Han's arm. The opponent used special equipment to inflict a superficial wound on you, reducing your stamina by 10. Hiss. Jiang Xiao, are you trying to murder me? Lu Han let go, looking at his arm. The cut was severe. Jiang Xiao only then realized it was Lu Han. In the dark backlight, she couldn't see who it was. She let go and put the dart back into the warehouse. Who told you to follow me? Jiang Xiao took a step forward, using the light to see that it was Lu Han. Her eyes fell on Lu Han's head, and she couldn't help but stare at him twice. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Can I go for a night run too? Jiang Xiao remembered that the other person's room was the same as hers, on the first floor, and must have been woken by the noise from the second floor. She muttered, then why were you chasing me? Sneaking around in the middle of the night. You deserve it. Can't chase me? Lu Han asked back. Jiang Xiao said seriously. Next time, call me, or I accidentally hurt you. Jiang Xiao went out, ready to continue her run. Lu Han licked his lips. Okay, I chase you next time I call you. Jiang Xiao thought this sounded strange. She didn't say anything wrong, turned around, and continued running. Lu Han called out after her. Jiang Xiao. Huh? Jiang Xiao turned back, puzzled. Lu Han ran past her, stroking the alopecia on her head with one hand. Short legs? Jiang Xiao, damn. Chapter 217. Exercise for an hour while maintaining a heart rate above 120, and your maximum stamina will increase by 10. You reached your maximum stamina increase for the day. Jiang Xiao finished her run and, upon hearing the notification, slowly stopped. Running any further would be a waste of stamina. I'm going home first, Jiang Xiao said. Lu Han paused. Not running anymore? Yeah, running any further would be a waste of stamina, Jiang Xiao said. The maximum stamina is now 310. Lu Han also stopped and walked slowly. Okay. Jiang Xiao was surprised. Are you okay? She remembered that Lu Han had run a little late, so it should take a few more minutes. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. I can go back to my room and do a few push-ups. It's late, and I'm worried someone might follow me. Jiang Xiao, That's not necessary. He was the one following others. At 6 a.m., Jiang Xiao woke up. Stamina recovery doesn't seem to depend on a maximum stamina value. As long as you're clean and well-fed, 8 hours of sleep will guarantee full stamina. Therefore, stamina recovery is based on a percentage. That's right. If a person's stamina value is extremely high, Wouldn't they need to sleep all day and all night to recover? After washing up, Jiang Shao went downstairs to prepare a bowl of spicy pickled cabbage wontons. Coincidentally, Lu Han had also come out. Seeing Jiang Zhao's back, he walked over to the water dispenser and coughed softly. When are you going to the hospital today? It's not safe out there. I take you there. Jiang Shao was making wontons. After noon, make some soup and go see her. Do you want some wontons? Yes. Lu Han straightened up and looked at Jiang Shao politely. That's really troublesome. Jiang Shao rolled her eyes. You can just say you don't need to bother me. She was clever, having already seen through everything. Right. Lu Han averted his gaze and took a sip of water. Jiang Rong will be picking up a few girls later. Like you, they have the cook's blessing and can make blood dumplings. There's a few empty rooms upstairs. Jiang Shao was delighted. This would make things much easier for her. All she had to do was hand over the seasoning ratios. Okay. Jiang Shao seasoned the wontons and sprinkled them with small dried shrimp. A bowl of pickled cabbage and seafood wontons was ready. Lu Han lowered his head to eat the wontons. They were small, and Jiang Shao cooked 15, just enough to fill up a meal plus 30. Lu Han ate quickly. Jiang Shao was still eating slowly, but he was already holding the bowl and drinking the soup. Gulp gulp. The sizzling sound of the broth lingered. Shen Jingbin rubbed his eyelids in a daze and came out. Who's raising pigs? It was so loud, clang. Lu Han placed the bowl on the table, and Shen Jingbin suddenly came to his senses. Hey, Brother Han, it's you. Jiang Shao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Han looked up, his eyes sharp, and threw his chopsticks directly at Shen Jingbin. Shen Jingbin narrowly avoided it, and went downstairs. Hey, I didn't mean to. Jiang Rong also came out. There's a large group of people coming today. Our villa can't accommodate them. Let them stay next door. They went to check out the area. This residential complex covers dozens of acres, and there are a dozen or so villas in the row alone, but more than half are empty. Lu Han nodded and stood up. He said to Jiang Shao, let's go out first. I pick you up at noon. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded. Lu Han and the others left, leaving a few people behind in the villa. Jiang Shao was busy. The girl who made the blood dumplings hadn't arrived yet, so she started wrapping the remaining steamed dumplings. It took her over an hour to make 300. Then she found an old hen and started to make chicken soup. Chapter 218. Jiang Shao spent 2 hours simmering the fragrant fish maw and chicken soup. At 11 o'clock, a system notification sounded. Today's terrorist attackers had been eliminated ahead of schedule by players Lu Han, Yang Biao, Fu Yunqiang, Jiang Rong, and others, contributing to the peace of the city. They were gone for about 4 hours. Jiang Shao checked the time. Half an hour later, Lu Han, Biao Hu, and the others returned. Jiang Rong, when will those girls arrive? Yang Biao asked. Jiang Rong frowned. Soon. I contact a few more people, preferably those with access to wild resources, and have them all in place by tonight. Also, I need to buy some more stuff this afternoon. Because tomorrow is the 15th day, all the criminals in the underground crime city will escape on the 15th day. Jiang Shao realized, you guys don't have any blood bags? The steamed dumplings and golden buns she had made for Lu Han, besides the dozens of braised eggs, only added up to a little over 1,000 stamina points. The steamed dumplings and golden buns only added up to a few thousand stamina points. Jiang Shao had experienced this once before yesterday, using a roundabout tactic to consume over 200 health packs, not to mention they were dealing with even more. I can still hold out for another day. Bihu was particularly forthright. But you're too tired alone. When someone comes, you should relax a bit. You can just do it for Lu Han then. Jiang Shao felt a little strange. Lu Han took the car keys Jiang Rong tossed over and said to Jiang Shao, let's go. Jiang Shao said nothing, but poured 2 bowls of chicken soup into her thermos and took them away. Then, she said, by the way, you can have some of the chicken soup in the pot. No. Aqiang and Shen Jingbin looked polite. As soon as Jiang Shao left, several people rushed to the kitchen like hungry wolves. Mine. Fuck, it's mine. Come on. Are we brothers? If we are, then stop fighting. Bullshit. My last name is Shen, and your last name is Jiang. How can it be the same? True. Brothers. Jiang Shao followed Lu Han into the car, and Lu Han said, I shared the blood buns you made earlier with them. From now on, you don't have to give all the blood buns you make to me. Stock up for yourself. Jiang Xiao was embarrassed to say that she had already stockpiled some for herself. The most troublesome thing about blood buns is that the production volume and speed can't keep up. And Jiang Xiao has obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she wants to stock up the warehouse until it reaches 99. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao noticed something under the chair. Looking down, a bag of snacks. Excited little hands quickly pulled out from under the chair and rummaged through it. From sparkling milk to fruit jelly, spicy chicken feet, and seaweed rolls. Though none of them increase stamina, they look exquisite and quite good. And there's that mixed yogurt she bought last time. Finally, I can have a Rujiamo today. Meat in the pancake. Jiang Xiao brought out her storage box. Swish, shake it all in. Lu Han watched in the rearview mirror as Jiang Xiao happily held her snack box and shook it against her ear, like she was shaking a piggy bank. Look outside. Jiang Xiao instinctively looked up and saw that sandbag trenches had been built outside the residential complex. Did you do that? Yes, Biaohu commanded them. Lu Han said, this residential complex is located along the map boundary, and the defense is top-notch. The map boundary is the South City map. Although the map appears large, beyond that, there are invisible barriers and a blurry horizon. Players can't pass through, and no NPCs can cross there. In other words, it's very well defended. The downside is that they can only defend, not attack. However, their tactical positioning is also to defend, not attack. NPC criminals tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. They're not a specialized organization and have poor discipline, so our defense here will be much easier. Lu Han said solemnly, don't worry. At least your safety is guaranteed after this phase. Jiang Xiao didn't understand much of this, but just hearing Lu Han's words gave her a strange sense of peace. He touched the snack box, unpacked the mixed yogurt, and after a moment's thought, he pulled out a cup of lychee-flavored yogurt that he thought was pretty good and handed it over. Want some? Lu Han chuckled. I'm driving, and my hands aren't very handy. Help me insert the straw. Jiang Xiao did as he was told, inserting it, and handed it over. Then he tore open a bottle of blueberry-flavored yogurt and completed step 1, licking the lid. Lu Han looked in the rearview mirror and said, Why does the yogurt lid suddenly smell so good? Chapter 219. In a flash, the two arrived at the hospital. Jiang Xiao went to see Jin Yuan with some soup. Jin Yuan wasn't in the room. Jiang Xiao waited for a moment and saw Jin Yuan emerge from the baby's room. She seemed to have regained some strength and looked better than yesterday. She thought her mention of visiting was just a courtesy. After all, Jiang Xiao had done her best. I brought you some soup. Jiang Xiao smiled. Are you feeling better today? Jin Yuan smiled palely. Yes, I was. I just went to see the baby. He's very well behaved. Jiang Xiao nodded. She helped Jin Yuan back to her room and let her taste the soup she had made. Jin Yuan hadn't intended to drink it, but the aroma of the chicken soup was too tempting. Try it. I removed the fat. Considering you just had surgery, it won't be as greasy. Jiang Xiao said. It's okay. I had gas yesterday morning, Jin Yuan said. Where are your family? Didn't they come to see you? Jiang Xiao asked. Jin Yuan lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. Don't mention them. Jiang Xiao didn't ask any more questions, but simply told Jin Yuan to drink her soup. Just then, the door suddenly opened and someone came in. Jin Yuan, I'm not saying anything about you, but this child is really a problem. Seeing Jiang Xiao, the other person was stunned. Jin Yuan looked up at the woman, put down her bowl, and her expression was slightly cold. Mom. The middle-aged woman frowned. Jin Yuan, while my son is at work, I want to have a good talk with you. This child is unhealthy. In our hometown, they say that a child with a congenital defect will bring disaster to 3 generations. Then our whole family will be in trouble, and everything you have now will be gone. Mom, I told you, I don't believe this. You don't believe me, but I do. The middle-aged woman sternly said, I'm your mother-in-law. We can't have this child. If you still want to be my son's wife, then don't have this child. Then my son can find another one and bring it back to you to raise. Isn't that the same thing? Jin Yuan stared at her in astonishment. Mom, how can you say that? Huang Xiaodong and I have been married for 14 years. How can you give up your own child to raise someone else's? The middle-aged woman frowned and muttered, I don't know if it's unlucky for you that you can't have any children. When my son married you, I knew something was wrong. You looked like you were a bad luck factor. Jin Yuan clenched her hands and clenched her teeth. Mom, you know best how Pumping died, don't you? You also know best how the second child died, don't you? Forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you. The middle-aged woman stopped talking and said, Did I ask you to contact that person? Jin Yuan remained silent. The middle-aged woman said disdainfully, You can't even do your own thing. I call it myself. Jin Yuan hurriedly got out of bed and tried to grab the phone. Mom, what are you doing? He saved my life. What life? He's done this to my grandson. I'm going to get back at him. The man angrily pushed Jin Yuan away. Jin Yuan was weak and fell. Jiang Xiao quickly supported her. Be careful. Lu Han, standing outside, frowned, but didn't come in. Because the storyline was playing, no one knew what this NPC's storyline was. Hurry, stop her. Jin Yuan pleaded with Jiang Xiao. But it was too late. Jiang Xiao's phone rang, the sound clearly audible in the ward. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Xiao and frowned. The phone kept ringing. Jiang Xiao pulled out her phone, watched the other party press the answer button. Hello. The middle-aged woman reacted, hung up the phone instantly, and rushed towards Jiang Xiao. That's you. Why did you sign that? You left my grandson half dead? You have to pay. Jiang Xiao was about to touch him. Jiang Xiao was about to kick him, but someone grabbed him by the collar and threw him aside. Chapter 220. Lu Han gently lifted the woman and tossed her aside, where she banged her head against the wall. The woman immediately burst into tears. Oh my! How dare you, daughter-in-law, join others in bullying my mother-in-law? What sin have I committed to let my son marry a woman like you? I can't even hold my grandson. Jin Yuan's face remained normal, and she trembled. Doctor, my mother-in-law is emotionally unstable. Give her a sedative. The doctor entered, and the woman stood up straight. Why give me an injection? I'm fine. And Jin Yuan, my son is my son. You think he listened to you? Forget it. And you bully me. Do you know what my son does? You know? I make you suffer sooner or later. Then the woman left. After she left, Jin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiao helped Jin Yuan back to a seat. Are you feeling better? Jin Yuan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to have made fun of you. That's my mother-in-law. She looked up at Lu Han. Your friend? Jiang Xiao nodded. Jin Yuan slowly sat down, looked at Jiang Xiao, and whispered, Do your parents know? Jiang Xiao, ? We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, Jiang Xiao explained. Jin Yuan sighed. I'm a few years older than you. I've been through it all, and there are some things you must listen to. When you get married, never marry someone whose parents don't approve, even if you love each other. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Lu Han quickly spoke, I don't have parents. I used to have, but not anymore. Jiang Xiao looked at Lu Han with a hint of surprise. Their eyes met. Jiang Xiao said calmly, What a coincidence. I don't have parents either. She never had, but her coach was like a father to her. Jin Yuan suddenly smiled. That's great. Gazing out the window, Jin Yuan whispered, He's a few years older than me. I married him right after graduating from college. Back then, he had nothing, but he worked hard to get into postgraduate studies and become a civil servant. My family lived in the city, and my parents didn't approve of us being together. His mother also thought he was a very talented person and deserved better. But he and I had a great relationship. We both believed that love could conquer everything, and that as long as he loved me, we could live a good life together. But later, she realized she was wrong. 14 years. It turns out that love alone can't conquer everything. The thorns of time and years will leave wounds between them that will never heal. He's constantly juggling between her and her mother-in-law, but it's still the same. They're both exhausted. She's a little tired. Turning her head, Jin Yuan looked at Jiang Xiao. Tell me, should I keep going? Jiang Xiao was stunned. After a moment, she said, I don't know what you're talking about, but no matter what choice you make, there will always be regrets. Once you've chosen a path, you either endure it or turn back. Of course, she didn't know if her answer was right, because she hadn't experienced marriage. Jin Yuan lowered her head and murmured, either endure it or turn back. Can I still turn back now? Youth, love, children, she'd lost them all. Her parents were old and retired, no longer able to help or support her. Jiang Xiao thought seriously, yes, anytime, as long as you have the courage. When you have nothing to lose, turning back is a way of regaining something. The thing you can turn back to is within you in that moment. Just like a dream, it can be extinguished and reignited at any moment. Whether you end up in a state of confusion or find a new self depends on yourself. Jin Yuan bit her lip, and a flower blossomed on her lips after a moment. Thank you. After all, she had nothing to lose. Suddenly, Jiang Shao heard a system notification. The key NPC Jin Yuan's favorability has reached 50. Congratulations to the player for finding the final key figure needed to resolve the city crisis in this stage. Raise Jin Yuan's favorability to 100 within 48 hours to trigger the final confession and surrender plot. If the favorability doesn't reach 100 within 48 hours, a different plot will unfold, leading to the complete breakdown of Jin Yuan and her husband's relationship. It turns out to be the final key figure. Jiang Shao instantly figured it out. She take the remaining 5 of Wang Po's dishes, cook them tomorrow, and feed them all to Jin Yuan, maxing out her favorability in one fell swoop. Max it out. Just play through the plot and resolve the situation. Chapter 221. The two of them returned, and Lu Han specifically chose a crowded road. Jiang Shao was a little confused. Are you going to a less crowded place? There was a bit of a traffic jam in the crowded area. Jiang Shao rolled down the window. The driver next to her was also very impatient, honking his horn. Are you going to leave or not? You have to scold me. A bit angry, Jiang Shao rolled up the window. Lu Han said, going to a less crowded place might trigger the game. Going to a crowded place is better. What do you mean? Jiang Shao blinked. Lu Han was out more often, so he received more messages. All the triggers for the game are not fixed, they are all random. Lu Han said, the trigger could be the location, the time, or a specific NPC, but the chance of triggering the game in a crowded place is lower. Jiang Shao understood. It was just like the trap game in the post, and also like their road robbery game last time. But you? Jiang Shao touched her chin, a little hesitant. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. The chance of triggering the game is low, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Like Lu Han? Lu Han slowly stepped on the accelerator. Jiang Shao, I'm not very confident in your luck. Lu Han, ? Just as he finished speaking, the car in front suddenly stopped unexpectedly. Bang! Crash! Bang! Another bang, and the car behind followed suit. Jiang Shao jerked forward twice, but thankfully she was wearing her seatbelt. At the same time, a message appeared in their minds, entering the public crisis game. Please pay attention to the rules. This accident hides a major man-made public security crisis. Players need to find clues within 10 minutes. Public game clues, all players contribute. Clue progress, 0%. Game countdown, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Lu Han, Jiang Shao couldn't help but whisper, sure enough, you shouldn't trust the choices of a non-African. Lu Han tried to save face. Giving the system the correct final crisis information is the only way to escape the game's perimeter. This proves that this game is scoped. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the car door. What's going on? Check out the front? It was the owner of the car behind. Jiang Shao and Lu Han nodded. They looked at the crowd surrounded not far away. Clearly, that was the game center. Jiang Shao tried to walk back, but as expected, she encountered an invisible barrier, meaning she could only go forward, not backward. A traffic police officer approached from a distance. Officer, what's going on? Jiang Shao asked kindly. The traffic officer said, I was checking cars. I didn't realize someone up ahead was distracted and didn't notice the signal. They braked suddenly, causing a chain reaction behind them. We were able to handle it all at once. Oh. Okay. Jiang Shao and Lu Han handed over their ID cards. The traffic officer checked the ID card and found no problem. Wait here. Someone will come to tow the car. Okay. After the traffic officer passed, Jiang Shao looked around. There are many public crises, construction crisis, natural crisis, public security crisis, accidents and disasters, and health crisis. Lu Han looked around. This was the city center, the most densely populated area. The weather is normal, there are no trees around, and the probability of natural crisis is very low. There are no high-rise buildings, and this isn't near the airport, so the probability of construction crisis and high-altitude crisis is also low. A health crisis on the street is unlikely unless there's a virus outbreak in the city, like tomorrow's. But if a virus breaks out, it's definitely widespread. The game scope seems small at the moment, so that's impossible. Jiang Shao understood. So the only possibilities are public security crisis and accidents and disasters. Chapter 222. The two of them walked forward. After about 20 meters, they finally saw an argument going on up ahead. Why were you slamming on the brakes? My new Porsche hasn't even been on the road for 2 days, and it got hit. It'd be a shame for anyone. I didn't mean to do that. The first driver stiffened his neck and wiped the sweat from his head. You're the first one. The police told you to stop, but you didn't see. You still stepped on the accelerator. The person in front said unhappily. It's not about money. Who would like a newly bought car to be wrecked? It's like a newly bought toy. You haven't even had enough fun with it, and someone throws a broken corner. Who would be happy? It's not just us, Jiang Xiao reminded Lu Han. There are people crossing the sidewalk, and there are players too. Lu Han looked up and noticed a group of people just passing by. Some were about to turn back, but they felt their hands in the air, realizing they could only move forward, not backward. I was just, something urgent at home. I was distracted and didn't pay attention. Sorry. The driver wiped his sweat repeatedly and bowed humbly in apology. Lu Han asked, Is it hot today? Jiang Xiao frowned. It couldn't possibly be hot. Autumn had recently arrived in Nanshire, and the temperature had only been 20 degrees Celsius these past 2 days. He's very nervous. Jiang Xiao realized. Officer, I have an urgent matter. It's really urgent. I have to meet with a client right now. I'm really busy. The driver said, I leave my ID and driver's license with you. I pay the fine another day, okay? The officer hesitated. The man behind him was upset. Why? Everyone has urgent matters but you? The man explained, no. Suddenly, the man received a call. He carefully grasped the phone, stepped aside, and nervously said, I'm not late. I got stopped by the traffic police. Give me a few minutes. I won't. This action confirmed Lu Han's position. He's the main NPC causing the crisis. After that, a system prompt appeared. Clue collection 10%. The driver of the black Tesla is the main NPC causing this public crisis. Oh, and this is a public game, open to all players. Jiang Xiao analyzed the man's words and demeanor. He was nervous and servile, not like someone meeting a client. He's definitely not there to discuss business, but he definitely needs to be at a certain location by a certain time. So, it's not like he didn't notice the police's signal just now. He was deliberately trying to get away. Jiang Xiao finished quickly. Clue collection 30%. The driver of the black Tesla is the main NPC causing this public crisis. He needs to be at a certain location by a certain time. He attempted to evade the traffic police's inspection area but failed. 7 minutes left. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han approached the black Tesla. Lu Han spotted a black bag inside. At the same time, a boy nearby was also looking. Suddenly, another system prompt was heard. Clue collection 50%. The owner of the black Tesla is the primary NPC causing this public crisis. The traffic police were ordered to inspect the vehicle for contraband, and his car contained dangerous contraband. He needed to arrive at a specific location within a specified timeframe. He attempted to circumvent the traffic police's inspection but failed. There's contraband in the car. Jiang Xiao quickly retreated, unsure of what it was, but immediately moved away. At this point, the traffic police also sensed something was amiss. What's in your car? Open it up and take a look. Chapter 223. Nothing. The man opened the trunk. Just some supplements. The traffic police frowned. There were indeed some supplements in the trunk. The police checked and found nothing wrong. But there was a large black bag on the back seat. And now halfway through the game, plot analysis. The game gives us 10 minutes to discover the problem, which means the crisis will erupt in 10 minutes. So the sooner we discover it, the better it will be for us to escape. Jiang Xiao frowned. As she spoke, the police had already asked him to open the bag. A large amount of cash appeared before everyone's eyes. So much cash? The police officer was immediately puzzled. I just withdrew it from the bank. I need to pay someone. They don't need bank transfers, just cash. The man pulled out his phone and showed the police the source. Really? I work in construction, and I have a lot of workers. Jiang Xiao frowned, feeling as if she had overlooked something. Clue collection 60%. The owner of the black Tesla is the primary NPC causing this public crisis. Traffic police were ordered to inspect his vehicle for contraband, and he was carrying dangerous contraband. He arrived at a designated location within a specified time frame, attempting to circumvent the traffic police's inspection area but failed. The police also found a large amount of cash in his car. Cash clearly couldn't be contraband. Jiang Xiao suddenly thought, area-wide dangerous contraband. A bomb. He's carrying a bomb. Lu Han's pupils shrank. Yes, only this thing could have a ranged effect. Since they couldn't leave the area, and could only move forward, not backward, the current range was fixed at approximately 10 meters. Once the timer expired, all players and NPCs within that area would be affected. Clue collection 70%. The owner of the black Tesla is the primary NPC causing this public crisis. Traffic police are inspecting his vehicle for contraband, but his car is carrying a dangerous, time bomb-like contraband. He must arrive at a specific location within a specified time frame. He attempts to circumvent the traffic police's inspection but fails, and the police also find a large amount of cash in his car. Jiang Xiao turns to leave, but remains within the specified area. No 100% clue collection is required for players to escape. Lu Han checked the time. 3 minutes left. Even if the cause of the crisis is discovered, it won't work. All clues must be collected. But the police took notes while observing the other party's reaction. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, "He's been threatened. He must be taking all that cash to someone. The other party might have found a weak spot. He's afraid to tell the police because they planted a time bomb in his car. If he tells the police, they activate it. Otherwise, who would use cash coins for legitimate income? Starting clues are all guesswork. The more outlandish, the easier it is. Clue collection 100%. The owner of the black Tesla is the main NPC causing this public crisis. His daughter has been kidnapped, and he needs 300,000 cash coins to redeem her. If the police learn of this, the kidnappers will activate the time bomb and kill her. Traffic police inspect vehicles under orders to check for contraband. His car is carrying a dangerous contraband time bomb, requiring him to reach a specific location within a specified time. He attempted to evade the traffic police's inspection area but failed. The police also found a large amount of cash in his car, and, after 2 minutes and 46 seconds, the time bomb device was found. The remaining time is for you to escape. Note, there are 100 NPCs on the field within the bomb damage range. If 30 NPCs know that there is a bomb on the car, the time bomb will explode after 5 seconds. Chapter 224. Hurry! Jiang Xiao said, "We absolutely must not let the NPC know. This is not the time to be sober. Even if the NPC knew, they wouldn't be able to escape. They only had 5 seconds, and the crowds would be so chaotic that they would even get themselves into trouble." Almost all the players who heard the system prompt reacted. "We must run. The NPC can't save us. This is not the time to be sober." He Xiang, who had also entered the game, was stunned. Because the news he heard was different from everyone else's. You have a dedicated profession, and now there's a career option. If you're driving a vehicle, the bomb will not count down while the vehicle is in motion. You have a safe driving distance of 300 meters. Drive away from the crowd to minimize casualties. Once the vehicle stops, or reaches 300 meters, the time bomb will explode, but you will receive the game's special ending. He also saw the NPC answer the phone again, tears in his eyes. "Nan, Daddy's almost here. Wait for him. Nan." The other party seemed to be threatening something, and the man clutched his phone in fear. "Please give me a little more time. I really. The police officer seemed to sense something. "Sir, how can I help you?" The other party quickly hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Nothing. He Xiang stood there, the countdown seemingly having no effect on him. Why would Dad save someone else's dad? Why wouldn't he come back? I don't have a dad. I hate him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Run! There's a bomb!" Lu Han frowned and cursed, "Fuck! Who's so sanctimonious? These NPCs are useless now. 5 seconds is too short. If chaos breaks out, the players themselves will get caught up in it. Bomb! There's a bomb!" The information has leaked. 30 NPCs have learned of the bomb. The bomb will detonate in 5 seconds. 5. Hurry! Lu Han frowned, shielding Jiang Xiao, his back to the bomb. "Get in the car. It's bulletproof. 5 seconds left. It's too late to run. The only way to get to the car is from this distance. A bulletproof car isn't as good as an explosion-proof one, but it's better than nothing." "Okay." Lu Han shielded Jiang Xiao. They just ran to the car, quickly got into the rear driver's seat, and closed the door. "Get down!" Lu Han shouted. Jiang Xiao closed her eyes and lowered her head. Lu Han subconsciously crouched over her. Time froze for a few seconds. But there was no explosion. A player with the dedication class drove a dangerous vehicle away from the crowd, congratulating everyone on their escape. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Lu Han, who tilted his head to look in the direction of the bomb. The dangerous vehicle started up, and was driven away from the crowd, over 20 meters away, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xiao realized, it has something to do with the class. A player got a class dedicated to resolving public crisis, Lu Han reacted, quickly got behind the wheel, and drove towards the other party. Although he didn't know what had happened, if the bomb hadn't exploded, perhaps the other party also needed help. Jiang Shao returned from the middle of the rear passenger seat to the front passenger seat, keeping a close eye on the vehicle ahead. The previous game was just like that. Lu Han's game mechanics required the help of teammates. But now, the other party might be alone. 200 meters after turning the corner, he came upon a sparsely populated road. Lu Han was about to step on the accelerator to catch up. With a loud bang, Lu Han subconsciously stepped on the brakes. The fierce fire wave shattered the windshield and cut into the faces of Jiang Shao and Lu Han. What was reflected in their pupils was the raging fire burning in the car, as warm as the brilliant summer flowers. Chapter 225. Lu Han and Jiang Shao waited for a long time before the fire truck arrived. The fire was put out, and reporters arrived to report. The two finally got out of the truck. As they watched the wreckage being towed away, a piece of ID card, visible only to players, was left on the ground. Lu Han walked over and gently picked it up. I am an ordinary person, but also a father and a son. I chose this path because I don't want anyone to lose their father, mother, son, friend, or family. I want my family to be proud of me, and my children to be role models. If one day I die, don't be sad, because by then I will have saved countless lives, and the lights of thousands of homes will be reunited because of me. Rescue Hero. This special ending pays tribute to the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the rescue effort. Lu Han put away the ID card, looked at Jiang Shao's red eyes, and rubbed her head. Sad? A bit heavy. Jiang Shao turned. Some people, in obscurity, make tremendous contributions to life. Their shadows stretched long across the live stream. Jiang Zhao's emotions were clearly low, a rare absence of insults. I find Brother Han quite warm. That's right, a warm man who is only warm to his wife is a good man. If Brother Han still wants a beating right now, I take off my slippers and smack him in the face. I've been watching the live stream for days now, and I'm wondering what kind of ending I choose, a life of mediocrity or a legacy of stature. Those who came before us illuminate and guide the way for those who come after us, but those who follow us, walking along the path of light, become increasingly lost. He Xiang acquired a dedicated profession, rescue team member. After accidentally saving an NPC, he was given a rescue certificate. With this certificate, he could find nearby locations in need of rescue. He didn't like it. Who would be so foolish as to risk their own life to save others like that man? So, he rarely responded to calls for help. It wasn't until he entered this public crisis game that he realized the dedicated profession had hidden attributes. But when he saw the father's panicked look as he tried to save his daughter, he couldn't help but wonder, if his father had encountered such a situation, would he have saved him in the same way? Perhaps, only by experiencing the same thing could he understand why he made such a choice. After the explosion, his vision went black, and he heard a mechanical sound. Your life and to live has ended prematurely, resulting in a special ending. Rescue Hero. The following is a summary of the true story behind this ending. Although your life and to live has ended, your life in reality has just begun. I hope you can find your own direction through the game. Finally, thank you again for your participation. He Xiang's eyes welled up after reading the backstory. A moment later, he exited the game and stood up from the game cabin. He walked into the living room, where a photo hung on the wall. Under the photo lay a firefighter's helmet. He looked at the smiling man in the photo, placed the helmet on his head, and whispered hoarsely, "Dad." He gently pressed the helmet down and buckled it. Since childhood, he hadn't understood why his father would rush off whenever he received a phone call, why he was never on time, and he hated his father for losing him forever in order to save someone else's father. But in that instant, he suddenly understood. So he forgave him. Behind He Xiang, his mother slowly appeared, observing the tears of relief on his face. She simply hoped her child would understand her husband, and not live a life filled with resentment and hatred. Chapter 226. Jiang Shao and Lu Han returned to the villa, having already lost quite a bit of time. Jiang Rong came over and said, "A few NPCs sneaked in today, but we took care of them all." Lu Han nodded. "How was the harvest?" "Not bad." Jiang Rong said, "By the way, the girls Biahu mentioned are here too, but there are too many people here, so we took them to live next door." "Yes." Lu Han nodded and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao remembered, "Oh, by the way, if you can still go out, go to the pharmacy where you were and see if they still have ginseng. Wild ginseng costs 300,000 yuan apiece." Jiang Shao gave the money to Lu Han, keeping 500,000 yuan for herself. "Also, they gave me some to make blood packs. I didn't make much, and a lot of supplies cost money. Give them all. Okay. Lu Han thought about it and agreed. Except for Huapao and the field supplies Lu Daong and the others brought over, I moved everyone else next door. And I also had a Dong and the others move out. Lu Han still felt a little awkward as he spoke. After all, we were all single, and who wanted to hear nonsense in the middle of the night? Jiang Shao nodded. After all, it was Lu Han who paid for Huapao's outdoor supplies. Later, Lu Han returned the bracelet to Huapao and allowed him to return to Jiang'an town. Only then did he discover a hidden rule in the game that allowed him to return to his spawn server with the token. Therefore, Huapao was a separate resource for her and Lu Han. As for the subsequent supply of game, they wanted protection, and Jiang Shao alone couldn't offer them that. So, they were a public resource. This meant that the villa was now occupied solely by Lu Han and his group, with several rooms still vacant. Lu Yuqing found some quiet time and flattered Jiang Shao. Thanks to you, I don't have to go there. I don't like crowded places. If there were over 20 people living in one house, it would be too crowded. Jiang Shao blinked, then make me a few more steamed buns. After making steamed dumplings last time, there aren't many wild mushrooms and vegetables left. It take 2 days. There are already 10 wild pumpkins. 100 golden pumpkin milk buns require 1 wild pumpkin. Jiang Shao tried again, and found that 1 bottle of refined milk would also work. The key is the right amount. You can mix it with water, and add pheasant eggs. The key is to balance the game flavor and sugar flavor, not too sweet or too bland. And the most important thing for the steamed buns is the chewy, fluffy texture. But making steamed buns is much simpler than making steamed dumplings. Just roll them into long strips, and cut them into equal sizes. The trouble lies in steaming. Fortunately, the buns are small, so they only take 10 minutes to boil. A pot can hold 50 buns, but even so, it still takes over 3 hours. Finally, 1,000 golden pumpkin milk buns came out of the pot, 20 to a box, for a total of 50 boxes. Each box increases 100 stamina points, and Jiang Shao also has 18 boxes of steamed dumplings, each also increasing 100 stamina points. Jiang Shao thought for a moment, then shared the 50 boxes of golden pumpkin milk buns with Lu Yuqing. This is to thank you for helping me. We don't have to hand it over now. We can keep it for a rainy day. Then I take it. But you don't have to give it to me anymore. I didn't contribute much, and I didn't get the supplies. I still help you later, so don't be shy. Lu Yuqing said. Jiang Shao nodded. She gave the remaining 10 boxes of steamed dumplings to Lu Han, as Lu Han's stock of braised eggs was likely low, so the remaining items were steamed dumplings. As for the steamed buns, she accepted them without hesitation. Then Jiang Shao took out Wang Po's vegetables, potatoes, peas, tomatoes, radishes, and corn. What should I do with all this? Jiang Shao began to think. She wanted food that Jin Yuan could devour in one gulp. Chapter 227. Lu Yuqing watched Jiang Shao find a blender and some him. Curious, she asked Jiang Shao, "What are you going to do?" An experiment, Jiang Shao said. Previously, Wang Po's dishes were all cooked whole, but she remembered giving Chen Mingming a rigiamo, a steamed bun with rigiamo, once, and the shredded potatoes inside the bun also increased her favorability. This showed that Wang Po's dishes weren't limited to a single format. Lu Yuqing found watching Jiang Shao cook a real treat, so she watched with curiosity. Jiang Shao blended the potatoes, peas, radish, corn, and ham into a puree. It was quite a lot, too much to fit in a whole bowl, but it was a bit watery, so she added some cornstarch to adjust the flavor. Then she mixed the mixture with warm water, and let the dough rise for half an hour. She then brushed it with oil, and rolled it into a square. After rolling it out, she added the filling and wrapped it. Lu Yuqing finally saw through it. Jiang Shao. You're making spring rolls? Yes. Jiang Shao nodded. Heat the oil until cooked through. The wrapped spring rolls were placed in the pan and fried. The sizzling sound delightful. The crispy yellow wrapper was appetizing at first glance. As it crackled, the spring roll wrapper visibly puffed up, finally becoming a firm, floating strand in the pan. One portion of ingredients yielded 30 spring rolls. There was one last tomato left, so Jiang Shao chopped it up and added it to the pan, adding a little sugar to make a tomato sauce. Lu Yuqing's mouth watered with greed. This smells so good. How could anyone resist the golden fried spring rolls? Jiang Shao placed the spring rolls on a plate, one by one, each in a strikingly uniform shape. She also arranged them beautifully, drizzling each with tomato sauce. Since she had made so many, Lu Yuqing grabbed a piece and bit into it, a crisp sound between her lips and teeth. What heavenly spring rolls! The mixture of these ingredients, the sweetness of the vegetables, the perfect amount of seasoning. Add tomato sauce. Wang Po's dish was already delicious on its own, and Jiang Shao was just the icing on the cake. Delicious, right? Jiang Shao said. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Lu Yuqing asked, but will it work if I make it today? Wait. Jiang Shao carried the plate, went up to the third floor, and knocked on the door. Yao Yao soon emerged, blushing as she looked at Jiang Shao. Hello. Yao Yao was visibly shy. But Jiang Shao knew this was just an NPC trait. While shy, it didn't mean she had feelings for others. I fried some spring rolls. Would you like to try some? Jiang Shao asked. This was the kind of food that should be given to NPCs. Yao Yao sniffed. Smells so good. I'd be fine then. She hadn't wanted to eat the cookies or bread anyway. Jiang Shao handed the chopsticks over. Yao Yao took a piece and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It's really delicious. After Yao Yao finished the whole thing, Jiang Shao heard a system notification. NPC Lu Yao's favorability reached 50, revealing the NPC's character analysis. She's Leopard Brother's woman. Because Leopard Brother has a violent streak, Lu Yao took advantage of him being drunk and injured him, escaping the underground city of crime. Anyone who can take her in and raise her will be willing to do anything. Leopard Brother has been searching for Lu Yao. Whoever adopts Lu Yao will face fierce retaliation when Leopard Brother leaves the underground city of crime. However, anyone who touches Lu Yao and then abandons her will face personal revenge from Lu Yao. Jiang Shao was stunned. This NPC is terrifying. She looks harmless, but she's actually a hot potato. Do Lu Han and the others know about this? Yao Yao gave Jiang Shao a shy, innocent smile. What's wrong? No, nothing. Jiang Shao gave a dry laugh. Eat more. I go down first. Chapter 228. Jiang Shao quickly relayed the news to Lu Han. Lu Han, with a grave expression, went to find Biao Hu. Biao Hu frowned and called Chen Dong over. Does this NPC know that if she stays here, she'd be hunted down and retaliated against by the criminals? Faced to Biao Hu's question, Chen Dong frowned. She's just an innocent girl. Lu Han's eyes were sharp. So you knew, but you didn't tell us. After hearing Lu Han's words, Biao Hu instantly understood. He said in a deep voice, Lu Han, it was my negligence. The problem wasn't the NPC. The most important thing was that Chen Dong had been hiding something so crucial. Tomorrow would be the 15th day, and the criminals in the underground crime city would be released. No one knew what would happen. They had been busy all this time, sheltering players and seizing guns, not to face retaliation but to get through this phase more safely. But Chen Dong had silently buried this bomb beside them. Lu Han said bluntly, Chen Dong, take your guns and your men and leave. This is my limit. Chen Dong looked at Biao Hu. Biao Hu said coldly, Chen Dong, we work together on the same server, but I trust Lu Han more than you. As a teammate, you shouldn't hide something this important under any circumstances. Even if you apologize, I won't trust you anymore. Trust is like that, 100% or 0%. I leave on my own. Chen Dong was young and had a thin skin. Biao Hu had clearly been a long-time teammate of Lu Han's, and he didn't want to shamelessly stay. Lu Yuqing watched Chen Dong enter with a sullen face, dragging Yao Yao with him as he began to leave. Yao Yao looked puzzled. Where are you taking me? Chen Dong said, get out. We won't be allowed here. Why? Yao Yao looked puzzled. Chen Dong glanced at Jiang Shao, then turned to Yao Yao with a cold face. It's because you eat everyone's food. Yao Yao looked aggrieved. Jiang Shao's face was expressionless. With a loud bang, Chen Dong slammed the door. Lu Yuqing frowned. Chen Dong isn't usually talkative, but I didn't expect him to be so secretive. He almost got us all killed. Jiang Shao agreed. As teammates, we should be honest. Otherwise, making a mistake at a critical moment would be a real headache. After midnight. Second phase, 15 days. Entry and exit restrictions have been relaxed. Remaining undercover players can evacuate the underground Sin City after 8 a.m. 100,000 criminal NPCs will also enter Nanshur to unleash their frenzied revenge. Players, please take precautions and stay safe. Lu Han, still awake, paused after hearing the news and logged into the forum. The post quickly refreshed with new messages. Ah, I can finally leave this dark place. God knows, I still can't leave even after completing my mission. I'm so scared. The NPCs here are so moody. Although I'm not doing undercover missions, it's still dangerous. Any money-making venture is a gamble with your life. I was one of the last to go undercover in the underground city of crime, and I'm lucky to have survived. I wonder if it's safe out there now. Has anyone organized a place for us to hide? I'm pretty good at self-defense. But because I've been down there for so long, I only come down when I'm running out of things. I'm running low on supplies and money. Lu Han clicked on it to take a look. Someone else responded below. We can barely protect ourselves. We really can't save you. Find a place to hide. Yeah, it's too difficult. Hopefully you be out. If you get out, the criminals will be out too. Who knows what will become of them? I only bought enough food for myself and stockpiled it at home. I can't do anything. Lu Han glanced at the other person, who looked slightly disappointed. He proactively clicked on their chat box and sent their location. After leaving this place, I got food and guns. I need a group of people capable of self-defense. If he heard correctly, undercover agents could indeed leave the underground crime city, but that didn't mean they were no longer undercover, did it? Chapter 229. Because the criminals would leave the underground crime city after 8 a.m., Jiang Xiao sent a message to Lu Han at 6 a.m., asking him to go to the hospital early to prevent any accidents along the way. It wasn't just Lu Han. Jiang Rong, Aqiang, Biaohu, and the others were all up. Biaohu smiled. Today, we're responsible for getting Lu Han's child safely to the hospital. Bring your equipment. It was quite a big deal. Jiang Zhao's brows furrowed, and she looked at Biaohu in confusion. 3 cars drove up, with Lu Han in the middle. After getting in, Jiang Xiao whispered, "Did Biaohu and the others misunderstand something?" Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Misunderstanding what? About our relationship, Jiang Xiao asked seriously. Why did you say I was your child? Lu Han was stunned. He sneered at Jiang Xiao, maybe we're too close, so they thought we were a couple. Although the question was lighthearted, Lu Han's eyes were focused on Jiang Xiao's reaction. Oh. Jiang Xiao nodded. Then just explain it to them. I'm afraid your 36 million fans might misunderstand and cyberbully me. After all, you have at least 10 million female fans. Lu Han thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Jiang Xiao was just a small-time streamer. There had been other female streamers who had tried to approach him before, and quite a few had been cyberbullied by fans. Of course, a big reason was his cold response. Could it be because of this little kid that she didn't dare covet him? After a pause, Lu Han asked Jiang Xiao, have you ever been in a relationship? No. Jiang Xiao reached down and fished out her nail clippers from her bag. There were even long nails in this game. Let's cut my nails first. I never been in a relationship before. Do you want to try it together? Lu Han asked bluntly. Jiang Xiao's hand trembled, and her fingers instantly bled. You inflicted a minor skin injury on yourself, reducing your stamina by 5 and causing minor bleeding for 2 minutes. Applying a band-aid will stop the bleeding immediately. Livestream. Ah! Why did Brother Han suddenly get so brave? Confessing directly? Woo woo woo. Don't worry, Sister Han. Brother Han has over 30 million followers, and half of them have already come over to you. We're just watching you two from the top of the wall. Still have fans? Don't get out of my way. I knock them out if they show up. Together, together, together. ID. Han Go won't clean the toilet if he's no longer single. Generously spawns romantic train *99 ID. Han Go won't clean the toilet if he's no longer single. Generously spawns lifetime *99 ID. Han Go won't clean the toilet if he's no longer single. Generously spawns lifetime *99 ID. Han Go won't clean the toilet if he's no longer single. The bucket generously spawned eternal love *99. Hilarious. Boss Toilet, how much does he want Han to be single? He even changed his ID for Han. Wow, after all, Han has been a game streamer for 2 years, and has quickly become famous, yet there's really no dating news. Han is 21 this year, right? He's not ugly nor poor, and he's almost 22, and still hasn't been in a relationship. So pitiful. I think the above person offended you. You've been single for 28 years. Is it because I'm ugly or poor? Lu Han frowned when he saw Jiang Zhao's nails bleeding from the cut, and threw a roll of hemostatic bandage over. No need. Jiang Xiao quickly put her finger in her mouth and mumbled, you just scared me. After all, the wound will heal if it's not bandaged. Lu Han said nothing more. Was this Jiang Zhao's rejection? Actually, he wanted to ask why. Jiang Xiao said seriously, Lu Han, I suggest you don't fall in love online easily. Lu Han, ? Jiang Xiao said seriously, perhaps in real life, I'm a woman who owes 3 million yuan in online loans and reluctantly agreed to be with you just to cheat you out of your feelings and money. Once I ripped you off, I just walk away. Lu Han, expressing rejection in such a refined and elegant way, using self-deprecating humor? Chapter 230. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xiao, do you think I'm stupid? She certainly wasn't being self-deprecating. What she meant was that she didn't fall in love online. Because she didn't trust the person, she suspected they were a mess behind the scenes, and these suspicions couldn't be dispelled by Lu Han's words in the game, nor by any evidence. Ultimately, it was because Jiang Xiao hadn't considered it at all, and it was difficult to reject him outright, so she used this subtle way to tell him. Jiang Xiao said seriously, during training, I heard about a weightlifter on the national team who fell in love online. The person said his family was poor, and he was selling tea for his grandfather. He used his annual salary to buy 2 kilograms of tea from the person, but he was blocked. Then he fell in love again online. The person sent him photos, and he was so beautiful. He didn't sell tea either, so he spent 2 years' salary to buy her a bag. But when they met, he found out she weighed over 300 kilograms, even heavier than his weightlifting record. She was talking about a true story. This game is a holographic online game based on brainwave projection. The characters within are all the most perfect imaginings in the player's mind, and there's a gap between them and reality. Lu Han chuckled. The streamer was stunned by Jiang Xiao's self-deprecating rejection, but once Jiang Xiao finished, their attention was instantly drawn back. Brother Han is so happy after being rejected. He's truly my brother Han. Generous. Brother Han is even actively looking for a man for Sister Han. A simple rejection is nothing. What's Brother Han's strength? Is he thick-skinned? Is there anything he can't overcome? That's right. Is Brother Han the kind of person who gives up easily? Clearly not. Am I the only one curious about who that weightlifter is? So miserable. Although I feel sympathy, I can't help but laugh. Upstairs, +1 me too. +10001. After a while, Lu Han realized what was happening and asked softly, Are you on the national team? Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment. I used to be, but I'm retired now. So, online dating is unreliable, whether the other person is missing limbs, heavily in debt, or whether it's real or fake, no one knows. Lu Han nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It was already 7 o'clock when they arrived at the hospital. Jiang Xiao carried the lunch box upstairs. Diaohu and the others looked around warily, noting the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. When Jiang Xiao went in today, there was another man there. I told Mom not to come over for now. You're right, this is our child. We can't afford to give up on him. Jin Yuan's husband, Huang Xiaodong, was actually there, apparently having stayed there all night. Facing her gentle husband, Jin Yuan took a deep breath. I know I was grumpy the past 2 days, but I really... Whenever your mother shows up, Huang Xiaodong hugged Jin Yuan. It'd be fine. No matter how many surgeries I have, I accept it. You don't have to listen to what my mother says, she's just saying it. Jin Yuan nodded. Go ahead. You should go to work. Huang Xiaodong nodded. There was a problem with the surveillance footage from that night. I had someone investigate. I'll let you know as soon as I have any information. Jin Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. After Huang Xiaodong left, he saw Jiang Xiao, who was about to knock at the door, and was stunned for a moment. I came to see. Jiang Xiao began. Jin Yuan looked up. You're here so early? Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, I just made spring rolls, porridge, and soy milk, so I brought them over for you to try. Jin Yuan nodded. Xiaodong, this is Jiang Xiao, the man who saved me that night. Huang Xiaodong nodded and looked at Jiang Xiao. Sorry, I have to go to work now. We can have lunch together if you're free. No, I just came to see Jin Yuan. Jiang Xiao said stiffly. You go ahead. After Huang Xiaodong had completely left, Jiang Xiao went to see Jin Yuan. Chapter 231. Smells so good. But I just had breakfast, Jin Yuan said. Luckily, Jiang Xiao was prepared. Just one, try it. I made it this morning with 5 or 6 kinds of vegetables. Have some soy milk. Jiang Xiao's spring rolls were fried very finely. Unless Jiang Xiao had any other options, she just let them go. But now she's an NPC, so shamelessly I have to force it on her. If she refuses, she have to eat it. Luckily, a 50% favorability rating is still quite respectable. Jin Yuan tasted one. It smells so good, but I really can't eat any more. If you really can't eat any more, then don't. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. A system notification chimed in. NPC Jin Yuan's favorability rating has reached 100. Plot A will trigger within half an hour. After Plot A, the police will receive Huang Xiaodong's final confession within 24 hours. This NPC lead has been completed. Please wait patiently for military control to be triggered. Plot A. So if you don't conquer the game within the time limit, Plot B will follow? It's a shame you can see A but not B. Jiang Xiao left. Lu Han leaned against the wall, not impatiently, but scraping the dust off bit by bit with his dagger. Want to eat? Jiang Xiao handed over the spring rolls and soy milk. Lu Han looked down and saw that Jiang Xiao's eyes were calm, incredibly calm, as if he hadn't mentioned what happened in the car. Yes. Lu Han still took the gift obediently. Jiang Xiao also observed Lu Han. He was calm. As for why Jiang Xiao didn't take Lu Han's words seriously, it was because, although Jiang Xiao had never been in a relationship, she had heard people blush and their hearts flutter when they talked about someone they liked, their hearts almost pounding with shyness. Although not a boy, she had seen boys blush and hang their heads nervously when confessing their love. But Lu Han was different. He was calm. He calmly opened his lunchbox, pulled out a spring roll, and slurped down his soy milk. Finally, he glanced at Jiang Xiao with a flirtatious sidelong glance and handed her a spring roll like a cigarette. Want one? The visual effect was a bit strange. Jiang Xiao took one. Okay, the rest are yours. Turning back into the room, Lu Han pulled out his phone. It contained the message he had just sent to Shen Jingbin. Lu Han, she rejected it. Shen Jingbin. Wow, who could actually reject Brother Han? Brother Han, if you're feeling down, come into my arms. I let my 108 beggars gang brothers comfort you. Lu Han said simply, get lost. Putting away his phone, Lu Han continued carving on the wall. He didn't even know what he was carving. Jiang Xiao rejected him. Was she sad? Lu Han didn't know what it meant to be sad or not. He felt a little disappointed, but that was okay. It wasn't a big deal. Just ask again next time. Jiang Xiao played with Jin Yuan for half an hour and teased her son. On the third day, the child seemed to have grown noticeably bigger, his squinting eyes finally opening. Suddenly, a man came over. Madam, we found him. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. The man pulled out a video. It showed the scene of the car accident that night. A flashy Lamborghini, driving the wrong way, dangerously passed between Jin Yuan, Jiang Xiao, and their car. The boy poked his head out of the car and raised his middle finger towards the back of the car. Jin Yuan was trembling with anger as she watched the video. Who is he? Have they called the police? Has he been arrested? The man said, no. No one dared to do anything to him. Why? Jin Yuan glared at him sharply. The man said nothing. Jiang Xiao reacted quickly, saying, because he's someone you can't afford to offend. Jin Yuan's eyes darkened, and she turned to the man questioning, you said? The man lowered his head and said, he's Director Shang's son. Chapter 232. Director Shang. Jin Yuan clearly knew who the other party was, gritting her teeth. Even Director Shang should apologize. If it weren't for the car accident, if the other party hadn't been driving against the flow, how could her child have been born prematurely? Jiang Xiao understood. The subsequent plot would involve Jin Yuan seeking out the other party, likely a complex love-hate relationship. But Jiang Xiao was already numb. She just wanted to wait for the military to take control, and her patience with the NPCs was gradually wearing thin. The others rushed back to the villa area in the final 20 minutes. Just after 8 o'clock, a loud rumbling sound echoed from the southeast. Stand alert. Lu Han quickly ordered. Biao Hu solemnly told everyone, from now on, take turns guarding the area 24 hours a day. Jiang Xiao realized that Biao Hu and his team had gathered hundreds of players. Most of them, like in the last few days of the first phase, had set up tents on the road, cooking and living. Lu Yuqing leaned on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Honestly, I really feel safe now. Jiang Xiao returned to her room. She received several messages, 2 from Chen Mingming, reminding her not to go out. A few more from Sister Yun and Junjun. Then, Lu Daong sent a video. It showed Huapao standing in the river, half his underwear in his pocket, frantically throwing pheasant eggs at Lu Daong. Lu Daong, put your phone down. You're filming me taking a shower. Are you a pervert? Lu Daong held his phone trembling as he spoke. Jiang Xiao, I'm telling you, you're such a waste of an agent. You actually threw pheasant eggs at me. What a waste. Jiang Xiao, Are you sure it wasn't because you took the photo first? Jiang Xiao suddenly felt that Huapao and Lu Daong were the ones with the most leisurely time. Hidden away in a small town in the south of the Yangtze River, a peaceful retreat, Liu Yuqing came down to find Jiang Shao. Let's goof off for the remaining days. By the way, where are you going next? Jiang Shao was puzzled. Can I choose it myself? Yes, islands, snow-capped mountains, small towns, forest scenery. You told me last time it might be a check-in spot, and I thought about it, and it's indeed possible. Liu Yuqing presented various pieces of information, so I did some research, and there are actually a lot of clues. This island has beautiful scenery, and group purchases are available. 700 coins for 5 days and 4 nights, absolutely worth it. Bring your own swimsuit, perfect for surfing. And this town is also romantic, with fireflies to watch at night. This. Jiang Shao frowned. Do you think players can choose for themselves? Liu Yuqing smacked her lips. Not the players themselves? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment. I previously suspected it might be a scenic spot check-in, but after these 2 rounds, I think the planning isn't that simple. They might be up to something. Let players randomly draw. Players who complete 100,000 tasks go to different places than those who complete 1 million tasks. And how did they get there? Jiang Shao guessed, but she wasn't sure. She had previously suspected the second stage would be about money, but what happened? Too many unexpected things happened in that second stage, so she was already starting to doubt herself. Don't predict life, live in the present. Now Jiang Shao said to Liu Yuqing. Don't worry about the next stage. Just focus on this one. I have a feeling triggering military control won't be that easy. Will the game let them off so easily? She didn't think so. The arrival of the 15th day had little impact on Jiang Shao and the others. After all, they prepared a lot of supplies to get them through the next few days. After finishing her run, Jiang Shao was posting a thread and saw someone had posted a video. One showed a criminal NPC arresting a police officer and beheading him in front of everyone. Another showed a criminal NPC dragging a woman into a house. After several gunshots, only the criminal NPC emerged alone. The title of the long thread had also changed from its previous humorous tone to one of fear and terror. This is terrifying. I thought it was just a rise in crime, but this is political chaos. It's right downstairs from me, and I feel like I might not see the sun tomorrow. I feel so terrified. I was born in peace and raised under the protection of the country. I'm grateful to the country for allowing me to grow up with the spring breeze. I want to quit the game. I live on the top floor, and there's always someone watching us from next door. What should I do? I don't dare leave, and I'm afraid they break in. What if I jump out the window? Jiang Shao wanted to shut down the game. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. The final crucial confession in the urban crisis has been obtained, triggering military control. In 8 hours, the military will take over South City, beginning with the West District, to eliminate criminals and maintain public order. The power of military control comes from the contributions of taxpayers. During this phase of the game, a total of 241,729 players paid taxes, averaging 8,273 coins per player, totaling 2 billion in military supplies. Each clearing consumes a certain amount of military supplies. Once all supplies are consumed, the military ceases clearing and marks the end of the area. Players who pay their taxes legally can enter military-controlled territory, enjoying absolute legal and safe protection. Please be prepared. Chapter 233. Starting the cleanup from the West District? The West District Heavy Industrial Zone? Isn't that the entrance to the underground crime city? The tone of the post suddenly changed. Will 2 billion military supplies be enough? When will the North District be cleared? Is it too late for me to pay my taxes now? It turns out every penny of tax I contribute goes to the army's weapons. If I contribute an extra 2 cents, can we get to the North District faster? Please take a few more steps, thank you, soldier. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I'm hiding in the West District. Come on. I'm ready for asylum. I don't pay taxes. Wow, I don't even earn enough to pay my taxes. So am I still a legal taxpayer? Jiang Shao clicked on the last one. The original poster. Wow, I only earned a little over 30,000 coins in the second round so far, and I haven't even reached the tax payment point yet. I guess the mission is definitely over, but I still want to keep playing. Jiang Shao replied. Not paying taxes and not earning enough to pay taxes are two different things. In the personal income tax app, you can see that you still paid taxes, but the amount is 0 because you don't have enough money. You're still a legal taxpayer. Players with 0 legal income are considered illegal taxpayers. Jiang Shao returned to her room to wash up and prepare dinner. Lu Yuqing came down to help. Now that there were fewer people in the villa, eating was easier. The two girls were preparing to cook when Shen Jingden rushed in. It's over, it's over. Jiang Shao help me. Huh? Shen Jingden scratched his head. I don't have a single cent of legal income. I want to destroy my suit now, but if I do, all the money I have will disappear. Jiang Shao, do me a favor. Pick up this money for me. After I pick it up, I find a way to sell it to you. That way, I can start a business. Of course, we split the money 80-20. Jiang Shao was puzzled. Why don't you go find Lu Han and the others? Go find them? What would I have left if I went find them? Shen Jingden exclaimed, they're all just a bunch of fake brothers who only care about their brothers and never give up. Oh, I see. 55 points. Jiang Shao said without hesitation. No way. Shen Jingden glanced at Lu Yuqing beside him, who quickly said, 55 points too. Shen Jingden gritted his teeth. Okay. 55 points, 55 points. Then Shen Jingden lifted his clothes and began shaking like someone with Parkinson's disease, closing his eyes and trying to avoid seeing anything. Ah, where's my money? Where's my money? The sound of gold coins clattering and falling. Pick it up. Lu Yuqing happily lowered her head to pick up the money. Jiang Shao went to the kitchen to get a dustpan and followed Shen Jingden to collect it. Lu Han came in, raised an eyebrow. Is the money tree throwing money? Shen Jingden quickly hugged his clothes tightly when he heard it. What are you doing? Jiang Shao casually tossed a gold coin over. Catch it. 1 gold coin is worth 1,000 coins. Lu Han caught it. Shen Jingden immediately yelled, little boy. What are you? He was halfway through his sentence. Shen Jingden slapped his head. Fuck, I forgot you two are family. Lu Han raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his lips. I can't get the money you gave her. Lu Yuqing was stunned. What's going on? Family? Officially announced? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Lu Han had just come in to get something, and saw Jiang Shao having fun catching the gold coins. He said to Shen Jingden in a deep voice, when you're better, come meet us at the defense line. Shen Jingden nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Let's go! If I stay even a second longer, I'm afraid Lu will steal his money. This guy has a terrible habit lately, stealing money to buy snacks for children. Shen Jingden felt a strong possibility that he was being targeted. But now, looking at Jiang Shao holding the dustpan, Shen Jingden suddenly felt like he just delivered himself to the door. No, if he offered himself, there might still be some left. But once Lu Han peeled off the skin, there would be nothing left. Chapter 234. After Lu Han left, Lu Yuqing whispered to Jiang Shao, have you and Lu Han officially announced your relationship? No. Jiang Shao shook her head. Lu Yuqing quickly countered, no, but they're together, right? Even a hint of something sweet would do. No. Lu Yuqing felt a little disappointed. Suddenly Jiang Shao said, but he asked me if I wanted to try dating. Lu Yuqing's curiosity was instantly rekindled. And then what? And I said no. Jiang Shao blinked. Why? Lu Yuqing was surprised. Hans Wei is so great. Why did he say no? He's the dream of millions of girls. Not only is he handsome, but he's also capable, and he's very clear about rejecting other women. Although I never seen him show any particular affection for any woman before, that's what's happening now. Jiang Shao earnestly told Lu Yuqing, online dating is dangerous. Online dating is just as dangerous as it is. Jiang Shao felt that falling in love could easily lead to idiocy. She herself was someone who couldn't possibly fall in love, so she couldn't understand. So she hoped everyone would calm down. Luckily, Lu Han was just joking. If he'd been serious, she might have rejected him more seriously. Lu Yuqing chuckled, and was about to say something when Shen Jingden interrupted her. Hey, you two aren't even serious about picking up coins. The two of them realized what was happening and continued picking up coins. In total, they had picked up over 4,000 coins, or over 4 million. Lu Yuqing said happily, I finished mission 2 by picking up coins. Jiang Shao finally realized, you didn't complete mission 2? Lu Yuqing nodded. Yes, I only completed mission 1, but I'm playing it safe. Anyway, I can complete both missions 1 and 2. But now it's all good. Mission 2 is complete. Thank you, Shen Jingden, the money-giving boy. Lu Yuqing quickly clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully to Shen Jingden. Shen Jingden quickly reiterated, I'm not giving you two money. Without a penny left, Shen Jingden destroyed his suit and heard a system notification. You have abandoned the beggar class. As a professional breaker, you cannot obtain a new class for 30 days, and all your money will be reduced to zero. In addition, to prevent you from exploiting game exploits, you will not be able to accept any funds from anyone other than NPCs for the next 72 hours. Shin Jingbin, ? What the hell? That wasn't what you said before I destroyed it. Why can't you accept any funds from anyone other than NPCs now? Shin Jingbin burst into tears. He clutched his torn armor, weeping and wailing, brothers, I'm so sorry. His 108 beggars sect brothers. His connections, second only to Skynet. His red envelope group. His gossip group. His peeping group. All gone to ashes with the destruction of his armor. He was now a complete loser, and he couldn't even have money. That money. Jiang Shao had collected over 2 million, and after tax, there was still 2 million left. According to his share of the profits, Shin Jingbin would have to pay over 1 million. Except for contracts like Lu Han's, which required him to pay taxes unilaterally, and Shin Mingming's share, which was already after tax and then distributed to Jiang Shao, which was exempt from tax. All other monetary transactions and gifts were taxable. Failure to pay taxes once would result in loss of legal taxpayer status, and recovery would only be possible after paying the tax. Although loaning funds was tax-free, it would still be impossible to complete the mission. In other words, the game can't give you endless opportunities to exploit bugs. A sum of money will dwindle as it's traded back and forth. Shin Jingbin clearly had no interest in money now. He waved his hand wearily. Give me the money in a few days. For now, I need to remember my lost brothers. Without gossip, life has no meaning. Chapter 235. Second Phase Days, 16. Deluxe Single Meal Triggered. Military Control Progress, not yet started. Target Clearance Areas, West District 0%, East District 0%, North District 0%, South District 0%. Military Supplies Cost, 2 billion/2 billion. Jiang Shao woke up to a system notification. The deluxe single meal was served as breakfast. West District, East District, North District, South District. Is this the order? North at the top, South at the bottom, West on the left, East on the right? Wouldn't the South District be cleared last? If 2 billion military supplies aren't enough, then the South District likely won't be cleared. But this is the East District. That means it's the second area to be cleared. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao felt that Lu Han was quite lucky. Suddenly Jiang Shao paused. Is it possible that 2 billion military supplies aren't enough for the clearance? Military supplies? Jiang Shao paused and searched for a list of military supplies on her phone. It turned out to be there. Jiang Shao looked at the top-ranked items. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 8 billion. Not that much, not that much. We're not fighting at sea. Next down, nuclear missile launchers, 2.8 billion. Not that much, not for a tiny Nansher. Jiang Shao took a deep breath. Strategic bombers, 230 million. Rocket launchers, 170 million. Looking at all of them, Jiang Shao felt the absolute worst. Poor. War is a money-burning business. At the very bottom, there was the cheapest item. Jiang Shao saw it. Army, 1,000 per person, limited to 200,000 personnel. Navy, 1,000 per person, limited to 200,000 personnel. Air Force, 1,000 per person, limited to 200,000 personnel. Even higher up, even the cheapest rifle bullets were 3 coins each, and a box of 500 rounds cost 1,500 coins. It felt like life was cheaper than weapons. Jiang Shao got up, ran, and made breakfast. At 8 o'clock, she heard a system notification. Military control has begun. Since military strategy and clues are not yet available in this game, the system will automatically generate the optimal military supply allocation plan for this cleanup. Jiang Shao blinked. Not available in this game? Does that mean it might be available in the future? This game is quite interesting. All the major game livestreams were instantly buzzing with activity, especially Lu Han's. Fuck, it's not open yet. Is there something we can't see? It's already an open beta, and we can't even see it. That's right, too much. We can't even see this. I think this would suit Brother Han perfectly. Brother Han is a master of strategy. In Tomorrow, he'd figure out what guns each player uses, and what positions they're suited for. He'd be so good at arranging them. Yeah, but the guns in this game don't seem to be very detailed. There's only a general list of types, not the clarity of Tomorrow where you can build your own gun and see all sorts of possibilities. Nonsense. Tomorrow is a doomsday zombie survival game, and this is more like another kind of survival. Soon, everyone noticed the progress bar starting to change. 1%. 2%. In just 1 hour, military supplies had reached 1.7 billion. Military control progress, not yet started. Target clearance areas, West District 10%, East District 0%, North District 0%, South District 0%. Military supplies consumption, 1.7 billion/2 billion. But Jiang Xiao was a bit shocked by what she saw. The forums were also starting to get agitated. 300 million spent in just 1 hour? Is this a war? This is a waste of money. Forget about the East District. Even I feel dangerous in the West District itself. What if the military supplies are gone and the clearance is only 30%? I'm a bit panicked. Jiang Xiao found it a bit strange. Lu Han came down and saw Jiang Xiao cooking wontons while checking her phone, her head drooping. And she looked even shorter. Chapter 236. He walked over, took a look, and after taking a sip of water, he calmly said, "That's normal. Purchasing military supplies is expensive in the early stages, but later on, it only consumes resources, not main weapons. Take, for example, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It costs 8 billion, but only one is needed. As long as the carrier survives, subsequent replenishment is by bombers. Sniper rifles, armored vehicles, and tanks are all the same. They might be expensive, but only one is needed. Subsequent consumption is consumables like shells, bullets, gasoline, fuel oil, and grenades." Jiang Xiao was startled. Looking up, she saw Lu Han and realized that all that's left is time, right? Lu Han nodded. "Have you seen the military supplies list on your phone?" Jiang Xiao nodded. "Yes. There's a senior commander in there. Purchases are limited to 3, but they're the highest ranking in the military, costing 200,000 each. This is the most important thing. Just to protect a senior commander, we need a lot of ground forces and armored vehicles. A whole regiment is not too much, because he will be the backbone of the war," Lu Han said. Jiang Xiao blinked. She didn't understand what Lu Han was saying. She just thought it sounded impressive. In reality, she hadn't seen the so-called senior commanders. She only looked at the highest and lowest. She had no idea what the rest of the group in between was. Turning around, the wontons were ready. Jiang Xiao put them in a bowl and took a sip of the broth. Today, they were having shrimp and seaweed wontons, which were especially delicious. Lu Han glanced into the pot. He couldn't help himself. "Because I was rejected for dating you, I don't get breakfast, right?" Ahem. Jiang Xiao coughed violently, choking on the soup she just drunk. Turning around, Lu Han pinched his brows with a wistful look. "I was planning on asking you every day if you wanted to date me. So, I never get to eat again." Lu Han was torn between eating and brazenly asking Jiang Xiao if she wanted to date him. Jiang Xiao? ? To be honest, for a moment, Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. But then Jiang Xiao's rational mind told her, "Is this what a normal person would say when confessing love?" Jiang Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Lu Han, are you serious?" Lu Han rubbed his chin. "Do I look so nonsensical?" Jiang Xiao shrugged. "At least that's not how I see other people dating." "How do other people date?" Lu Han frowned, as if this was the hardest question ever. "Sorry, no one has ever told me how to date." After saying that, Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiao, how about you tell me how you want to date?" This question stumped Jiang Xiao. Oh, she didn't know. Suddenly, Lu Han's phone rang. Looking up, Lu Han asked Jiang Xiao, "When we get back to the real world, I hand over my property deed, salary card, and bank card. Will you talk to me?" On the second floor, Jiang Rong, Shen Jingmin, and Zhang Shen gestured towards Lu Han. "Come on, Brother Han." No, from this moment on, Lu Han isn't called Brother Han, but Brother Yong. Brother Yong. "Come on, Jiang Xiao, eh?" Lu Han lowered his head. This time, it was Shen Jingbin's message. Lu Han read it word for word. "I drive my Ferrari, fill the trunk with 999 red roses for you, take you on a romantic Ferris wheel, buy you bags and dresses, go on a date with you, confess my love to you under the moonlight, and then you'll..." Before Lu Han could finish, something cold pressed against his forehead. Jiang Xiao had already drawn her gun. She looked at Lu Han, expressionless. "I shoot you." Chapter 237. Although Jiang Xiao thought she was expressionless and tried to keep a straight face, her fair face was naturally rosy, and the healthy glow of blood oozing through it transformed it into a vibrant rosy hue. So, in Lu Han's eyes, Jiang Xiao's face was definitely not cold, but rather a hint of shyness. Lu Han glanced coldly at Shen Jingmin. It must be their presence that made the child feel uncomfortable. He looked at Jiang Shao and said in a calm tone, "There's a saying on the battlefield. Don't point your gun at others easily, otherwise they will think you're provoking them." Jiang Shao said nothing. She admitted that she had been a little impulsive because she hadn't controlled herself. Lu Han's words only made her think he was mentally ill, but as she continued to listen, she knew she was mentally ill. She had to do something. But she couldn't put the gun down now. Lu Han's words made her feel like he was provoking her. If he could let go of that, then what about Face? Don't ask why Face suddenly seems so important to him right now. It's just inflated pride. But we have another thing to say. The next moment, Lu Han chuckled, gripping the gun, his eyes fixed on Jiang Shao. "I trust you. Even if you pointed a gun at me, I wouldn't hesitate to suspect there were enemies behind me." With a snap, Jiang Shao seemed to hear her own inflated pride burst like a bubble. Lu Han pushed Jiang Zhao's gun down without hesitation, saying, "I won't ask you about lunch. Remember to cook for me, and I go get you some pocket money." His voice was deep and natural, and he patted Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Zhao lowered her head and put the gun away. Lu Han's words, "I go grab some pocket money for you," echoed in her ears. In all honesty, Lu Han was quite thick-skinned, but she didn't seem to mind. The live streamer noticed a subtle detail. "Ah, my Xiuzi's ears are red." Xiuzi, who doesn't even blush when his face is red, now his ears are red, he must be moved. Hilarious. Brother Han's outrageous actions make me think he's on the verge of being forever single, you know? I'm not surprised at all that Sister Han pulled out a gun. I even hope she shoot. It's unbearable to watch. It's so offensive. Wow. Brother Han might not even realize that his most alluring line is, "I go grab some pocket money for you." Please, please don't tell Brother Han or else. Brother Han might actually go to Sister Han's door with a loudspeaker and yell, "Honey, I'm going out to grab your pocket money." He yells so loudly that the police would want to arrest him. Hilarious. I was going to say that's outrageous. But then I think about it, Brother Han could actually do it. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to let Brother Han's love life retain a hint of romantic fantasy? Liu Yuqing noticed Jiang Rong and Shen Jingbin upstairs, trying to get some gossip. "Hey," Brother Han said 3 sweet nothings, and the levels were obviously different. Who taught him that? She seriously suspected they were involved. The first one was fine, but the second one was clearly memorizing a line. Jiang Rong quickly distanced himself from the incident. "I taught him the first one. My mom said I had to hand over my paycheck and the property deed if I wanted to get a wife." Liu Yuqing's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Jiang Rong with a gleaming look. He's quite teachable." He glanced at Shen Jingbin. "You taught me the second one?" "Yes. Flowers. Beautiful women. Luxury cars. Bags. Romance." Shen Jingbin said confidently, "If I just give them these, the girls will flock to me. His tricks never fail. Whenever he drives out in his Ferrari, he's sure to seduce anyone." Chapter 238. Liu Yuqing rolled her eyes. What a foolish suggestion. Who taught you the third one? Liu Yuqing still thought the last one had the highest rank. Jiang Rong and Shen Jingbin looked at each other, shaking their heads. Brother Han figured it out on his own? That's right. Liu Yuqing smiled. Looks like Brother Han is quick to grasp things. For lunch, Jiang Shao made Sichuanese bacon rice with wine. It's simply stir-frying peas, diced bacon, ham, and other ingredients in oil until fragrant. After steaming the glutinous rice, add it to the pot and toss with the ingredients. Add salt and peppercorns, and the salty rice with wine is ready. It's still delicious even without the vegetables, but Jiang Shao still opened a blind box of food as a side dish. This big pot rice is simple and delicious, the best big pot rice Jiang Shao could ever come up with. After making it, Jiang Shao sent a message to Lu Han, asking Biaohu and the others to come back for dinner. When Lu Han returned, he looked at the pot of steaming rice and wine and raised an eyebrow. The kids had cooked enough today, he wanted 3 bowls of rice. It's 12 noon now, and it's been 4 hours since 8 o'clock. 40% of the West District has been cleared, with 330 million in lost supplies. We reach the East District by tomorrow at the latest. I wonder if the military control will be suspended. Biaohu came over to discuss something with Lu Han. Why go from the West District to the East District, and not Southwest, Northeast, or Northwest Southeast? Wouldn't it be better to encircle and attack the criminals? Of course, if Biaohu hadn't brought his own bowl, Lu Han would have felt his question was quite insightful. It's a pity his attempt to freeload was too obvious. But he didn't hide it. The best solution would be to not only eliminate the criminals, but also minimize the losses in South City. If we clear the area from the West District to the East District, South City will be split in two. The West District is the criminal den. We need to destroy their den first, then clear the East District, creating a barrier. The remaining criminals will flee to the North and South Districts, splitting their power. But we also be attacked from both sides. Yoo-hoo was puzzled. Although the line has been opened, if the enemy still has connections, attacking from both North and South would be dangerous. Lu Han picked up a pea and popped it into his mouth. So, start from the West District. The West District is where all the firearms enter, and the vehicles used in the terrorist game also enter from the West District. Starting the cleanup from the West District will effectively cut off their source of ammunition. Yoo-hoo suddenly realized, I almost forgot. The West District was the arms entrance. This clue was centuries old, but Lu Han hadn't expected to remember it so clearly. Jiang Shao came downstairs, and just happened to overhear the two of them talking. Although she didn't quite understand, she understood the logic. Opening the refrigerator, a look of worry crossed her face. The after-dinner fruit is gone. Only 2 pears left. Lu Han watched as Jiang Shao took a pear to the kitchen, peeled it, diced it, cut it into pieces, and placed it in a delicate little bowl. It was quite a ritual. After washing the dishes, Lu Han glanced at the refrigerator. There was only 1 pear left. He remembered there were watermelon, grapes, oranges, and apples a few days ago. Not leaving? Biao-hu asked. Let's go. Lu Han left. In the afternoon, Jiang Shao heard constant system notifications. It was still about a partnership contract, but the maximum was only 600 coins, and the minimum was 3 coins. Jiang Shao chose to block it. At 6 p.m., the system notification came. The military has completed the cleanup and system restructuring of the West District. The West District is now a 100% protected zone, and legal and tax-paying players can enter. Military supplies, 1.48 billion/2 billion. Next cleanup time, 8 a.m. tomorrow. What about the CD? Jiang Shao was about to go downstairs to make dinner when she heard Biao-hu and Shen Jingbin come in. Lu Han has gone crazy, you know? Jiang Shao paused. Chapter 239. Shen Jingbin was surprised. Huh? Running naked in public? Biao-hu, bullshit. Even more outrageous than running naked. You know how he robbed an NPC a few days ago? He didn't steal guns or cannons, but money to buy snacks for his kids. I can understand. After all, a future wife is more important than games. I understand that a guy who's been single for over 20 years is a bit crazy. Biao-hu was furious. But he went even further today. Not only did he steal money, he also stole peaches. That snob was a bit aggressive, but he already taken a bite of the peach, so you wouldn't rob him. And then you even punched him in the face for a peach. Although that NPC really deserved a beating, not only didn't he tell her when asked properly, but he also refused to sell her the peaches. He already been beaten to death by the criminal NPC, leaving him with only 1 front tooth, and Lu Han had knocked out another one. Shen Jingbin remained calm. Being a bandit is normal anyway, isn't that normal? Shameful. You don't know the details. It's really hard to describe. Biao-hu snorted. Shen Jingbin wasn't present, but he was nearby, mumbling something. You have to understand, Lu Han's illness hasn't been going away for a day or two. Lu Han entered. Huh? What were you talking about? Nothing. Biao-hu stood up. I go check on you. Jingbin, are you okay? Me? I'm planning to run away too. Shen Jingbin said, my current identity will probably be exposed. I think of a solution. Lu Han was holding a bag, and Jiang Shao watched him stuff peaches into it one by one, filling the entire refrigerator. Supplies like fruit don't have standard sizes, as each portion can vary in size and shape, and their freshness can't be preserved, so they can only be stored in the refrigerator. Lu Han lowered his head. Jiang Shao quickly received the message. There are peaches in the refrigerator, help yourself. Jiang Shao paused, then replied, how did you get them? Lu Han, an NPC with good eyesight sent them, a whole truckload. Jiang Shao replied, what would you like to eat tonight? Lu Han narrowed his eyes. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the child seemed a little gentler. Sure enough, sending peaches worked. Biao-hu was experienced though, he catered to his needs. He quickly replied, whatever you cook I eat. 2 people, one upstairs and one downstairs, had the audacity to send a message. The livestream room was buzzing with activity. Fuck, Han Sa asked me that question. I know how to do it. I was the one who witnessed Han Ge grabbing the fruit that afternoon. Ha ha, I know how to do it. The fruit stall was occupied, and a few criminal NPCs wanted to overturn it and wouldn't give it to Han Ge, so Han Ge got in a fight. And then what? And then Han Ge won. He was eating heartwarming steamed dumplings while fighting, but the poor peaches got overturned and trampled on the ground. Yeah, after fighting the NPCs, Han Ge squatted on the ground, picking up the nice, big, beautiful ones one by one, washing them before bringing them back. Fuck, I watched the replay. I never seen Han Ge look so pitiful. Squatting on the ground, picking up peaches from a pile of rotten ones, he looked like he was in the garbage. A homeless man rummaging through garbage in a garbage dump. I noticed that while Han Shui's words were a bit provocative, he was right about Shuzi. I feel like Shuzi has a happy future. This is a classic example of, don't judge a man by what he says, judge him by what he does for you. Stop spouting toxic chicken soup up there. Not all men are the same. Can't you women understand? Seeing your man rummaging through garbage, like he's in a garbage dump, is a sign of pride? That woman is not good enough. All the efforts were voluntary. Besides, it was Han Shui who pursued Shuzi first, and he never told her how she got her peaches. What does it have to do with Shuzi? That's right, Han Shui didn't feel ashamed at all, so why are you jumping out? Chapter 240. The situation in the live stream intensified. That's because Brother Han is always shameless. When has he ever cared about face? But all men are Brother Han? Not necessarily. You haven't given anything. You haven't truly loved someone. If you can't do it yourself, why deny others? Why should a man unilaterally make such low sacrifices for a woman? Is it the same? Didn't you see my Shuzi actively caring about her? It's a two-way street. The prejudice above is too strong. Alright, just focus on the couple, and don't get too caught up in it. Everyone understands. Which is more important, face or wife? Did I enter the wrong live stream? Is this Brother Han's? Why are they discussing such a grand and profound topic between men and women? This is wrong. Because of a small detail directly exposed a serious conflict between patriarchy and feminism. It even became a trending topic for 3 consecutive days. Chen Fanxing had been keeping an eye on Jiang Xiao, watching Lu Han in the video. He knew this kid was pursuing Xiao Xiao in the game, so he had to keep a close eye on him. But after seeing Lu Han's profile, he frowned again. His previous name was Lu Mingde? He'd been in juvenile detention and murdered someone. Chen Fanxing held back and continued reading. He saw that Lu Han's biological brother, Lu Mingchen, had recently returned. He had been smearing Lu Han online, claiming he was the Lu family's illegitimate child. The Lu family was once a top-tier wealthy family in China, with complex relationships, and there were many cases of brothers smearing each other behind the scenes. This made Chen Fanxing frown. Jiang Xiao was an ordinary child. Being with someone with such a complicated relationship wouldn't be a good idea. Continuing to read, I discovered that Lu Mingchen had been repeatedly exposed for committing crimes abroad over the past 2 days, returning to China after being unable to stay. An entertainment star also revealed that Lu Mingchen was not only a drug addict, but also had a tea fetish. He was arrested by police at the airport yesterday. It was quite an interesting story, a clearing up Lu Han's dirty laundry. Could it be that Lu Mingchen had offended someone? Was he helping Lu Han? But regardless, Chen Fanxing felt that his background was a bit too complicated. Jiang Xiao went to bed early that night. There was a lot of noise coming from the villa. Someone had attacked the area at night. Several people came to inform Lu Han, and Lu Han quietly went out to deal with it. There were intermittent gunshots, but they were all far away from the rest area. The next morning, Jiang Xiao woke up and learned that something had happened at the camp. Biao Hu was gone. Jiang Xiao had heard it from Jiang Rong. Well, after Chen Dong left, he was pursued by a gang of criminals because of that NPC. They were quite numerous, and they were determined to fight to the death. Chen Dong betrayed Biao Hu to save his life. You know, Chen Dong was from the same server as Biao Hu, and he's considered half his subordinate. If someone like him were here with Brother Han, he wouldn't be able to stay. Jiang Rong sighed. Chen Dong said he had organized a shelter outside. It wasn't large, but it was short on resources. He asked Biao Hu to share some of the supplies he had brought with him, and he also wanted to ask Biao Hu for guns and ammunition. Biao Hu had a batch of guns, which he and Chen Dong had looted while on a mission. Brother Han ignored them, but they were primarily after the guns, and they were all gone once Biao Hu left. Not only that, because the military's control over the munitions had been cut off, the criminals learned they had looted a batch of guns, and were hoping to strike before the military arrived. Jiang Rong had just finished speaking when Lu Han came in and stopped talking. Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Shao thought he was going to ask about breakfast, but Lu Han unexpectedly asked, "Are there any more blood bags?" Chapter 241. Jiang Shao still has 50 boxes of golden milk buns. That adds 5,000 points to her health. Lu Han's request for so many at once was undeniable as to what he was up to. Jiang Shao immediately handed out the 50 boxes of golden milk buns, piling them up like a mountain on the table. Lu Han then took them away. Soon, Jiang Shao received a system notification. Player Lu Han has gifted you 680,000 yuan. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han in confusion. "Why are you giving me money?" Lu Han whispered, "I ask you for my belongings when I come back." It seemed he had made up his mind to leave. After all, if a player dies, all their possessions will be wiped out. Lu Han meant for Jiang Shao to keep them safe. Jiang Shao didn't see why that was wrong. After all, she was the one keeping Shen Jingbin's money. Lu Han finished speaking and went to the basement to get guns and ammunition. He cleared out a large pile of items from his warehouse and replaced them with ready-to-eat supplies. He used most of the warehouse to store ammunition. Shen Jingbin also loaded his gun. "Brother Han, are you really going to abandon your wife and go wandering the world with me?" Shen Jingbin currently has no legal income, according to information provided by players in the West District on the forum. After the military cleans up, they will evict illegal taxpayers, so Shen Jingbin, like a criminal, can't stay here. "We have to wait 3 days. "Not just you," Lu Han said. "There are several others too." When the two of them left, Jiang Shao had already cooked a large bowl of beef noodles for them. It was fresh, spicy, and rich in braised beef. "Wow, there's a lot of meat today." Shen Jingbin was surprised and sat down like a starving ghost. He took 2 bites and suddenly choked. His shoulders began to tremble. Jiang Shao looked over, puzzled. Lu Han frowned. Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask, "Is it terrible?" Shen Jingbin looked up, tears welling up in his eyes. "No. I suddenly remembered a saying, eat more, it's easier to get going." This situation was perfect. Jiang Shao, Lu Han, The two of them stood up simultaneously, ruthlessly leaving Shen Jingbin alone at the table. Jiang Shao went back to the kitchen to clean up. Lu Han came in with noodles, sipping them against the refrigerator. "Jiang Rong, Aqiang, Song Yusheng, and the others will stay. Don't worry. Once this place is under military control, they can come back to me. I keep you safe during this time." Jiang Shao paused. "We be cleared in 4 days at the latest." Lu Han took a risk at this time. Lu Han narrowed his eyes and explained, "After the military's control and purge, players can't attack each other. Qin Dong is preparing to leave for the West District. We'd be too late to catch up. Besides, while the undercover agent can still get information about Lu Yao from the criminals, getting information about Lu Yao will also lead to information about Qin Dong." Jiang Shao nodded. Lu Han put down the bowl and watched the child carefully peel a peach from the refrigerator. His delicate hands moved swiftly, smoothly, and beautifully. The tender white peach flesh was quickly peeled, as white and rosy as the child's face. Jiang Shao knew Lu Han was leaning against the kitchen door, but she didn't even look up at him. Lu Han scoffed and suddenly said, "Jiang Shao." Jiang Shao raised her eyelids. Lu Han's hand, propped against the sink, suddenly approached her. Jiang Shao was forced to reflect his outline in her pupils. She subconsciously stepped back, but there was no way to retreat. Behind her was the sink. "I'm not a very moral person, but I do have one strength. Do you know what it is?" Jiang Shao shook her head. Lu Han curled his lips, protecting others. Jiang Shao didn't understand for a moment how this had anything to do with her. Her clear eyes were a little lost. Lu Han couldn't help but reach out and rub her little head. "Follow me, and you won't suffer any harm." Chapter 242. By the time Jiang Shao realized what was happening, the heat in her blood had already spread from her neck up to her ears. Turning around, she saw only Lu Han, clutching Shen Jingbin's collar as he left, and a casual, frivolous, "Let's go." Cleanup was about to begin at 8 o'clock. "Me! I haven't finished my soup yet." Shen Jingbin wailed in agony. His beef soup, he even had a piece of meat he couldn't bear to eat until the end. Jiang Shao couldn't help but curl her lips, her eyes narrowing into crescents. She couldn't feel it herself, but Lu Yuqing, coming down from upstairs, could see it clearly. Jiang Zhao's smile was so bright and sparkling that it practically overflowed from her eyes. She couldn't help but take a picture with her phone. Then he sent a message to Lu Han, "Brother Han, I think you have great potential. Keep working hard." The live stream was a whirlwind of love and hate. Woohoo! Ever since Shuzi started live streaming games, I never seen her smile so beautifully. So beautiful. Yeah. She didn't like to smile before. She was just an emotionless, level-clearing machine, and she didn't like interacting with fans, so the live stream was always chilling. She's finally grown up. Isn't Brother Han abnormal? He used to say such sweet nothings? And, follow me, I won't let you suffer. Ah, I never would believe Brother Han could say that. I hope Brother Han can be more normal, because I'm a little fed up. Although the two haven't officially announced their relationship yet, the dog food is already rolling in. You guys are just... When they're not showing off your affection, you're so worried, and now that there's a sign of it, you're complaining again. It's a tough situation. But, they've broken up. We might not see each other for days. I'm going to have to split screen again. This is too much. I'm used to being on the same screen as my husband and wife, and it's really hard to keep switching back and forth. Second phase, day 17, 6 p.m. After a burst of gunfire and roars, the East District clearing progress reached 100%. The so-called military control is when Jiang Xiao heard the doorbell ring and 4 soldiers standing in a neat line outside saluted. Hello, the East District is now under military control. We're clearing out criminals. Please cooperate. Several people came out and, as the NPC requested, checked their IDs. We set up a guard post nearby. If anything happens, please contact us immediately. After the other party spoke, Jiang Xiao nodded and heard a system prompt. Your area has been placed under military control and is considered a safe zone. During the military control period and in the area, no harm can be caused to any other players. Entry and exit are permitted between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Entry and exit are prohibited at other times. So that's how it is. After Jiang Rong and the others left, he turned to Jiang Xiao and the others and said, now that this place is safe, let's go find Brother Han. Lu Yuqing blinked. Are you all leaving? Just me and Jiang Xiao? Pingzi and the others are next door, along with a few other girls. Jiang Rong rubbed his head. We also agreed to go help Brother Han, and bring him any remaining ammunition in the warehouse. After this, all firearms must be surrendered. Lu Yuqing instinctively said, then we go with you. A Chong frowned. It's inconvenient to take you with us. Jiang Xiao blinked. It's okay, go ahead. When are you leaving? Jiang Rong said, after 8 a.m. tomorrow. That's when the next round of restrictions on the other districts begins. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded. Then I make some blood packs tonight for you to take away tomorrow. Jiang Rong's eyes filled with tears of joy. Thank you so much. True good fortune. Brother Han has found them a wonderful sister-in-law. Chapter 243. That evening, Lu Yuqing helped Jiang Xiao make small blood dumplings. Just the other day, Hua Pao and Lu Deong had delivered a batch of wild vegetables and pheasant eggs, so they decided to make spicy vermicelli and wild vegetable dumplings. The filling, stir-fried with wild vegetables and vermicelli, tasted quite good, but the key point was that Jiang Xiao made these spicy vermicelli and wild vegetable dumplings extra large, adding a lot of stir-fried vermicelli, given the limited raw materials. So the final result was this: extra large spicy vermicelli and wild vegetable buns *50. Description: extra large spicy vermicelli and wild vegetable buns, delicious, with thin skin and thick meat, a rare delicacy. Effect: satiety +20, stamina +8. It wasn't quite a successful blood dumpling, but it was manageable, given the lack of wild mushrooms. Lu Yuqing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Jiang Xiao made a few vegetarian vermicelli dumplings with vermicelli, and shared them with Lu Yuqing. Jiang Xiao, is it really okay for us to stay here? Lu Yuqing asked. Jiang Xiao said, not being a drag is already the biggest help. If we go, they have to worry about protecting us. Somehow, Jiang Xiao thought of the last time Lu Han helped her deflect a bullet. Just as she spoke, Jiang Xiao's phone rang. Lu Han sent a message. It was a video. The video showed an NPC child, rescued by Lu Han during the chaos of war, then brought to him and filmed by him. Lu Han wasn't on screen, but his voice could be heard, deep and deep, coming through the video. This is a child too, even shorter, he said, patting the child's head in a provocative manner, rolling his eyes. Jiang Xiao noticed that in Lu Han's other hand, he was holding a tall, dark bread stick. It was also very filling, but the taste and texture weren't very good. TSK. Jiang Xiao turned, facing the kitchen light, holding a bite of the bun in her hand, and took a photo to send to Lu Han. Lu Yuqing's eyes sparkled, and she made a heart-shaped gesture. Jiang Xiao, Are you and Brother Han together? No. Jiang Shao grabbed the bun and took a bite. But you two are so sweet. Lu Yuqing looked envious. Even though it hasn't been officially announced, I'm really into it. So when are you going to agree to be with Brother Han? Jiang Zhao's ears flushed slightly, but her face remained calm. It depends. She didn't dislike Lu Han. And sometimes, you have to admit, she even had a special fondness for him. But relationships, when it comes to love, you need the right time. After finishing her meal, Jiang Shao packed up the buns and sent them to Jiang Rong and Aqiang. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Everyone knew that the raw materials for blood buns were scarce. Second phase days, 18. Deluxe single package triggered. Military control progress. Target clearance areas. West District 100%, East District 100%, North District 0%, South District 0%. Military supplies consumption, 1.12 billion/2 billion. At 7:30 a.m., Jiang Zhao's stamina limit reached 350 after a run. She made a few bowls of noodles, the usual extra-large beef noodles. At 8 a.m., the military began clearing the North District. Jiang Rong and the others also set out on time. As Lu Yuqing was about to see them off at the door, she suddenly blocked Jiang Rong's path. Remember to report back. Every 8 hours, no, every 4 hours. Huh? Jiang Rong was stunned. Why? Lu Yuqing sneered, her hand moving with a dashing gesture. Just tell me. Will you report it, or won't you? Jiang Rong shuddered, feeling the tang sword at his neck. He gulped, reported. Satisfied, Lu Yuqing lowered the sword and made way. Go ahead. She refuses to listen to my polite words. Jiang Rong, Mom. This woman is terrifying. Chapter 244. Jiang Rong and his companions walked away. Lu Yuqing and Jiang Shao returned to the villa, which had once housed over a dozen people, but now suddenly felt empty. Lu Yuqing said somewhat dejectedly, Jiang Shao, now it's just the two of us, relying on each other. It's a bit sad. Just as she raised her hand, wanting to hug Jiang Shao, she emoted, comfortable. The most comfortable sleep I had in days. Man. Lu Yuqing turned quickly, why are you still here? Zingshan looked puzzled. Where else would I be if I weren't here? Shouldn't you be going out with them? Clang 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 clang? Lu Yuqing was shocked. Jiang Shao blinked. Clang? Zingshan was incredibly resolute. No, I'm a life slacker. I'm a loser. I'd rather die lying down in a safe place than standing and collapsing in a dangerous place. Lu Yuqing looked disgusted. Zingshan went outside to take a look. There were 2 rows of soldiers in the neighborhood, all looking very serious. He shrank back. This session is finally coming to an end. The temperature has dropped these past few days, and autumn is here. Players are starting to feel it more. Outside, the leaves in the neighborhood were changing and beginning to fall. It was noon on the 19th day of the session. Lu Han, covered in blood, stood on the rooftop of a commercial building in the South District, with Chen Dong at his feet. He pointed his gun at Chen Dong's head. Do you know why we're chasing you? Chen Dong gritted his teeth. Isn't it all about that idiot Byohu? He's just stupid. What does it have to do with me? He never said he was trustworthy. Lu Han frowned and loaded his gun. Byohu had handed Chen Dong his weapon without warning because he trusted him. Who knew that, to curry favor with the criminal NPC, Chen Dong not only sent Liu Yao back, but also betrayed Biao Hu. Brother Han, stop! He's a tournament player, Shen Jingbin warned. Lu Han sneered and fired his gun at Chen Dong's ear. The loud gunshot left Chen Dong deafened for a moment. Jiang Rong quickly tied Chen Dong up. No one would kill Chen Dong at this moment, adding another suspect to their arsenal. But the military was clearing the area immediately. If they didn't kill Chen Dong, they wouldn't have another chance later. Chen Dong grinned, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha. Then his voice abruptly stopped. The rooftop door opened, and a pair of red high heels slowly approached. Chen Dong stared in astonishment at Liu Yao's drastic change. Liu Yao squatted down, leaning over Chen Dong, her red lips curled gently as she slowly pulled a dagger from her arms. Chen Dong, I said whoever brings me out of hell, I follow him forever. But I also said whoever sends me back, I kill him. If she hadn't escaped, it would have been fine. It was Chen Dong who told her about the outside world, who promised to take care of her and keep her safe, that she followed him. To his surprise, Chen Dong ultimately sent her back. The most terrifying thing in the world isn't the known demons, but the angels you thought were there to save you, only to be pushed back into the abyss once again. Just as Liu Yao was about to kill Chen Dong, the door to the top floor of the commercial building was suddenly kicked open. The military had arrived. Hold still. Hands up. We've been ordered to take over and clean up Nanshire. Everyone is obliged to cooperate. Hand over your ID cards. Lu Han quickly complied. Shin Jingdan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he rushed through the deadline yesterday. Although he hadn't completed the task, at least he was a taxpayer. Finally, I can go home. Chapter 245. At 6 p.m. on the 19th day of the second phase, a system notification arrived. Through everyone's concerted efforts, public order in Nan City has been maintained. After the military took control of Nan City, all areas have been cleared, and the criminals have been apprehended. To restore order in Nan City, all traffic has been suspended. Players are temporarily unable to leave their respective areas. Nan City will return to normalcy within 24 hours, and the military will withdraw. Upon hearing the system notification, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuqing glanced at her phone. Does this mean they won't be back for now? We have to stay out for another 24 hours? Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded. Zingshan looked up at the sky nonchalantly. If he can't come back, then he can't come back. Lu Yuqing rolled her eyes at Zingshan. That's so heartless. Aren't you worried about them not having enough food and drink out there? Zingshan, ? No, we're all safe now. What's the difference between being out there and being in the villa? Aren't all the food and drink just dry supplies? Looking at Lu Yuqing's expression, TSK. You're so anxious. Could your husband be out there? Lu Yuqing blushed instantly, then quickly realized and rolled her eyes at Zingshan. You're so heartless. Jiang Xiao listened to the two bickering and took a picture with her phone held up to the clear sky. Her phone rang. Lu Han sent a photo of a steamed bun with a bite taken out of it. Lu Han, this one has plenty of fillings. Jiang Xiao, ? Zooming in on the photo, Jiang Xiao saw something different. It was the bun she made for Jiang Rong and the others, an extra-large spicy wild vegetable vermicelli bun. Lu Han, more than mine. Envy was written all over his face. Jiang Xiao, pretentious. I decisively chose to read it without replying. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xiao sent a message to Huapao and Lu Deong, asking about the situation in Jiangnan town. Huapao replied with a video. Jiang Xiao clicked it, and saw a plucked chicken, roasting over a fire with branches pierced through it. Lu Daiyong's voice could be heard in the video. Fuck. Where's my chicken's butt? Fatty, did you steal it? Your chicken's butt stinks. Who would steal it? Huapao revealed his fat face, grinning idiotically. Jiang Xiao. We're roasting a chicken. Suddenly, Huapao's eyes fluttered, and the video watched him frantically take off his flip-flops and throw them at Lu Daiyong. Lu Daiyong. You dare touch my chicken leg? Believe it or not, I'd break your leg. Jiang Xiao, forget it. I'm going to chase my leg. The scene flipped, and then it ended. Well, the scene was still cheerful. She simply thought that after the second phase, Lu Daiyong and Huapao would also need to go on a mission. Wild game couldn't be supplied permanently, and even if she offered more now, she wouldn't be able to produce much. So she sent Huapao a message, telling him not to look for it on the last day. After sending the message, Jiang Xiao wanted to make other long-term blood packs. In addition to wild peppercorns, wild Sichuan peppercorns, and condensed milk, the only ingredient with special effects in South City was the ginseng sold at the pharmacy. There might be others, but Jiang Xiao hadn't discovered any. The ginseng was out the last time Jiang Rong went to buy it. She didn't know when the pharmacy would restock it. Just as she was thinking about ginseng, her phone rang with a message from Lu Han. Want it? What do you want? Then Jiang Xiao saw the video Lu Han had sent. It was a traditional Chinese medicine store restocking. It was now under military control. It turned out that South City was about to return to normal, meaning resource points were being refreshed. Lu Han and his friends happened to be wandering around the South District when they saw supermarkets and stores everywhere restocking. Jiang Xiao was stunned. How did Lu Han know she wanted this? Instinctively, she touched her stomach. Could it be that Lu Han didn't actually leave, but instead became a worm in her stomach? Chapter 246. The live streamer instantly became excited upon seeing the two interacting. Wow, Brother Han knows she is so well. This kind of chemistry is hard for me to accept without getting married. If they don't get married, I never believe in love again, seriously. But, Brother Han has no money. Someone will probably get there first. After all, everyone knows that special ingredients can be used to make a killing. Even if some people can't make it, they might still collect the ingredients and sell them for a high price. You have no idea how good Brother Han is at getting free stuff. At this moment, Shin Jingdan looked at the price tag on the ginseng. Holy crap, 300,000. That's insane. Can eating 10,000-year-old ginseng make you immortal? Jiang Rong was quite knowledgeable. When I was playing the whistleblower game, I asked someone to buy it. It's expensive, but Brother Han's kids make it really well. One pot alone adds 12,000 stamina points. Then Lu Han glanced at him sharply. Jiang Rong felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Han, what are you looking at me for? Borrow some. Lu Han gestured. The money was all with the kids, and he had no more on him. Shen Jingdan hurriedly said, borrow some too. I return it to you when I get back. It must be something good if Brother Han wants it. Jiang Rong couldn't help it. Brother Han is getting married soon, so he needs to replenish himself. What do you, a single guy, want? Why can't I? Shen Jingdan snapped out of his thoughts and slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha, Brother Han, this Jiang Rong kid said you're weak. Only when you're weak do you need to replenish yourself, okay? Jiang Rong felt a chill in his heart. Lu Han raised his eyelids and admitted, yes, I am. At that tone, Jiang Rong knew he was doomed. He hurried to the counter. Boss, I want this ginseng. The boss immediately wrapped it up with a smile. Jiang Rong hurried back and solemnly placed the ginseng in Lu Han's hands. Brother Han, it doesn't matter whether you lend it or not. There's no such thing as borrowing between brothers. Take it anytime you need it. Just then, a child messaged on his phone. Do you have money? Lu Han's eyes narrowed, and he decisively accepted the ginseng. He then replied to Jiang Shao with 2 words. It's a gift. The family doesn't have much money, so they have to be frugal. Reputation isn't important. Jiang Shao, ? Could Lu Han be so lucky as to get 300,000 worth of special supplies for free? But thinking about it, it didn't seem impossible. Jiang Shao thought about it. The ginseng black chicken and wolfberry soup she made with ginseng before, while much more effective, only kept for 3 days. Anything with meat couldn't keep long term. So Jiang Shao sent another message to Sister Yun. She suspected Sister Yun might have other recipes, but the NPCs in this game were rarely proactive. They basically didn't answer unless you asked. Sure enough, Sister Yun replied quickly, sending a new recipe. Jiang Shao rubbed her hands, wondering what the new recipe would look like. However, not all the ingredients in the recipe were available here. So, after Jiang Shao looked over the recipe, she sent a message to Lu Han. Buy 2 similar ceramic jars. And if the market has any brown sugar and walnuts, bring some extra. On the 20th day, at 6 p.m., Nancher finally returned to normal. Jiang Shao and Lu Yuqing prepared dinner. Today, Huapao sent over a smoked wild duck. It was smoked to perfection. Jiang Shao roasted the duck with green beans, and the smoked duck skin was charred and incredibly chewy. As soon as Lu Han and the others entered, they were greeted by the aroma. Zhengshan stood at the table drooling. Lu Yuqing looked at him with her arms crossed, chopsticks in hand, matching the red mark on Zhengshan's hand. Zhengshan, you're finally back. He just wanted to taste it first. So why did he get beaten? Lu Han went straight into the kitchen and placed a large ceramic jar there, along with the brown sugar and walnuts Jiang Shao had requested. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. You guys eat first. She was going to research a new recipe. Chapter 247. She opened the supplies Lu Han had brought back and took a look. The walnuts were already pre-peeled, saving her the trouble. She washed the walnuts and drained them. She also washed the ginseng, sliced it along with some ginger, and placed it in the ceramic casserole Lu Han had brought back. She added water and brought it to a boil over high heat. After boiling, she reduced the heat to low and simmered for another 40 minutes. Finally, she added an appropriate amount of brown sugar, stirred well, and turned off the heat. The new recipe was ready. Ginseng walnut soup, special recipe description. This ginseng walnut soup is made with top-quality wild ginseng and premium walnuts. The medicinal properties are dissolved in the broth, making it a top-quality medicinal dish. Effect: increases stamina by 16,000, satiety by 1,600. Lu Han came in to wash the dishes and saw Jiang Zhao's soup. Are you planning on using this to get through the next stage? Jiang Shao nodded. Just in case. After all, everyone's on quests now, so not many people stay in Jiangnan town all the time. Other towns will sell wild game, but Nanshur is so big, the chances of encountering it are low, and even if you do, the quantity won't be large. Why not just make a pot of soup? No need to overlap. Just take up one storage space, and take a sip out from time to time. Do you want it? Jiang Shao paused, then politely asked Lu Han. No, keep it, Lu Han said. He still had quite a few of the health packs Jiang Shao had given him earlier. Lu Han felt that the stages ahead would rarely require such strenuous effort. After all, only players with the chef's blessing could make health packs, and that wasn't common. Yes. Jiang Shao immediately put the ginseng soup, including the pot, into the storage room. As expected, it showed that it couldn't overlap. But with such a large mobile blood bank, the sense of security was instantly maximized. At 12 a.m., the system sounded on time. The second round ended. Congratulations to all players still in the game, you're all still alive. This round was a long and special one, because some people left during it, and it was their departure that gave you the opportunity to be here now. Hearing this, everyone's expression fell into a heavy mood. Some are alive, yet already dead. Some are dead, yet still alive. Their life journeys may have stopped here, but their inscriptions will be forever engraved. Though they sacrificed, they brought courage and left behind hope. This round honored 3 special endings: unsung heroes, players who sacrificed their lives fighting crime, a total of 397 valiant martyrs, players who bravely charged to protect Nansha, a total of 32 rescue heroes, players, both professional and non-professional, who sacrificed their lives simply to save others, a total of 1,273 players. Everyone was stunned. Rescue hero. This ending, known only to Lu Han, Jiang Shao, and the fans who watched their live streams, was unknown to anyone else. This is because only players with the rescue class will drop their ID card upon death. The game counts rescue heroes not only for those with classes, but also for those without. For example, the player who shielded a teammate from the incoming terrorists. Or for those who, when confronted by a criminal, fought off the attacker to allow their companion to escape. The game surprisingly filtered out all of them, over 1,000 of them. Players with these 3 special endings will never be shown on the live stream, nor will they be able to continue the competition. Players still competing now have 1 vote to choose whether to display them on a black screen to the live stream audience and advance directly to the top 3 finals. All live streams are currently closed, and everyone has chosen to remain anonymous. A vote of over 50% is considered acceptable. Chapter 248. 2 words appeared before Jiang Zhao's eyes. Yes or no? 10 seconds left to vote. She chose yes without hesitation, her mind racing back to that girl running for the report box without hesitation, and Lu Han unhesitatingly shielding her from the bullet. Winning or losing didn't matter, nor did the prize. The significance of this yes wasn't because of who these people were, but because of what they did. Lu Han pressed yes without hesitation. The logic was simple. If they were children, they would definitely choose yes. 10 seconds later, 92% of the players chose yes. Players who achieved the special endings above directly advanced to the top 3, with their rankings determined by fan votes in the live stream. This long memory will become the most passionate and enriching youth of your to-live lives, but it also represents the past third of your lives. If everyone had the same starting point and the same environmental conditions in the first round, then the second round will be a crucial stage in widening the gap. From then on, in your to-live lives, you will gradually move in different directions. Starting from the third round, all participating players' live streams will be mandatory and open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. in game time. Players should be aware of the impact on their live streams. If a live stream is shut down due to a warning from an administrator, fan voting will be affected. Fan votes will affect your ranking in the game. If a player dies, their live stream will be closed, but fans can continue to vote until their ranking falls outside the top 100, at which point voting is closed. There are suspected criminals in the game who have taken on the identities of participating players. Fans will be aware of any players who have been replaced by suspected criminals. You can still participate in the competition, but your achievements will be attributed to the players you replaced. Forcibly shutting down the live stream will be considered a forced withdrawal. You have 8 hours to consider your decision. Next, all players, please monitor your dashboard and check the third stage's tasks. You will enter the next stage in 20 days. Friendly reminder, starting from the third stage, NPC favorability will increase or decrease based on the frequency of contact, number of meetings, chat topics, responses, and whether or not you decline requests. When your favorability drops to 0, you will lose contact information, but your blessings will remain. Please explore other hidden rules on your own. The system prompt ends. Jiang Shao saw her task panel. Number of days for the third stage, 1. Please check in at 2 scenic spots within 20 days. The selected scenic spot will be randomly selected. Jiang Shao will directly select the selected spot. Task 1. Check in at the Yukunshan Snow Peak Scenic Area within 20 days. Task 2. Check in at the Jiangnan Town Tianqi Mountain Scenic Area within 20 days. Jiang Xiao was somewhat surprised. She actually drew Jiangnan Town. This was pure luck, right? She remembered Tianqi Mountain. There was a Tianqi Lake on the mountain behind Jiangnan Town. However, the first stage had a limited range for the player's movement, meaning there wasn't an open area. Jiang Xiao checked her stats again. Her stamina cap had reached 370, but there was an extra attribute. Identity, capitalist. Looking down further, she had a career as a junior fashion model, which unlocked 2 points of fame, but now it had been reduced to 1. It seemed like long periods of inactivity would cause fame to drop, but there was nothing she could do. After all, the NPCs had all gone into hiding, leaving everyone vulnerable. In times of chaos, such a career was truly useless. Chapter 249. Shortly after the system message came out, Jiang Xiao received a message from Lu Yuqing. I'm a capitalist. Lu Yuqing too? Almost simultaneously, messages arrived from Cannonball Shen Jingbin and Zheng Shen, and their phones buzzed like a barrage of fire. Shen Jingbin, capitalist? Cannonball, capital? Zheng Shen, capital? Jiang Xiao replied in unison. ? Wow, all 3 major capitalists sent congratulatory messages in unison. Cannonball, that idiot Lu Deong said I was too ruthless, earning your money but not working hard to find you eggs, so he gave me the title of capitalist. That idiot is a proletarian. Soon, Jiang Xiao also received a message from Lu Deong. Jiang Xiao, are you a capitalist or a proletarian? He also sent a text emoticon. It was like, if you're a capitalist, I cry for you. Jiang Xiao quickly replied, those who only complete the first task are proletarians, and those who complete the second task become capitalists. Lu Deong, Okay, he thought the game discriminated against the rich and the poor. He hadn't expected the second task to involve identity labels. Lu Deong felt a sense of comfort. Don't ask, the answer is indifferent to fame and fortune, money and material possessions, and disdain for dirt. Noble. It's definitely not a case of playing it down, because of a lack of desire to win. Jiang Xiao took a look at the forum. Many people were surprised that the task involved identity labels, but they also knew that the task was the same for everyone. Visit 2 scenic spots within 20 days. As for how to get to the scenic spots, there's a travel app on your phone that allows players to purchase tickets after verifying their ID cards. Jiang Xiao looked directly at the package route to Yukuan Mountain. The app quickly prompted and offered a choice. There are 2 routes to Yukuan Mountain. 1. Nanshur Airport Yukuan Bus Station Yukuan Mountain, a total journey time of 5 hours. 2. Nanshur Railway Station Yukuan Bus Station Yukuan Mountain, a total journey time of 27 hours. Route 1 offers a private chauffeur-driven shuttle service throughout the entire journey, which sounds comfortable, but it's expensive. The entire trip costs 30,000 coins, or at least 60,000 for a round trip, not including hotel accommodations. Route 2, while more arduous, is self-sufficient and affordable, costing less than 3,000 coins for the outbound trip. If you can stomach a standing ticket, you can get it for under 1,000 coins. Jiang Xiao, being frugal, decisively chose Route 2. After clicking on it, Route 2 immediately turned gray. Jiang Xiao couldn't click it. She pressed it several times, but it still didn't work. A moment later, Jiang Xiao had a bad feeling. She quickly opened the forum, and sure enough, everyone had already noticed. Starting from the 3rd stage, some options are unavailable due to the status, distinguishing between rich and poor players. So, the capitalist identity requires the option of burning money. Jiang Xiao quickly checked her funds. Excluding the money she'd taken from Shen Jingbin and paid to Lu Han, she now had a total of 1.3928 million in her account. Just a trip to the snowy mountains would cost 60,000 coins round trip, not to mention the possibility of unexpected events or special side quests once she arrived at the scenic area. Jiang Xiao truly felt that her money was insufficient. If she had known this was the option, she should have been ruthless and taken more. But now that she had reached the 3rd stage and her partnership contract with Lu Han had been terminated, Jiang Xiao felt truly insecure about traveling and being unemployed. Ding. The phone rang. It was Lu Han. Scenic spot? Jiang Xiao had checked several people's messages so far. Although she had good luck, most of the people she knew hadn't drawn the same place as her. Aqiang and Jiang Rong had drawn Tianqi Mountain, but they were proletarians, so their methods of getting there were different from Jiang Xiao's. Furthermore, Jiang Rong had a job, so he needed to request leave from the police before he could go, and the time was very short. Jiang Xiao messaged Lu Han, but he didn't reply. Jiang Shao guessed that Lu Han and she weren't at the same mission location. It seemed like everyone was going their separate ways at this point. Chapter 250. Currently, the To Live live stream is fully closed. All fans watching only see 3 open black live streams, with no visuals, only large titles corresponding to the 3 special endings. There are also separate introductions. The slogan below the Voluntary Martyrs livestream reads, "If you have a passion for the country, join us, see our beautiful mountains and rivers, protect this land together, and feel our significance. Joining the military will cost you 2 years, but not joining will cost you a lifetime." Attached, recruitment link. Those who meet the requirements can sign up. Ages 17. 24. After reading this, Zhou Wintao quickly said, "Wait, the national requirement has changed this year." 26. 26. The staff member quickly took control. "Okay, we change it right away." Zhou Wintao glanced at the nearby screen. Below the Unsung Heroes livestream read, "Our purpose is to fight criminals. To join us, you need not only courage, but also outstanding achievements. The evil we face is more cunning and treacherous, and the situations we face are more dangerous. Therefore, we need you to complete excellent studies before applying to us." Appendix. Admission requirements for major police academies. Chioguli read it and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Only when you have a goal can you strive for it." As for the rescue heroes, there was no promotional information, simply, every ordinary hero. "Thank you for your help this time." Zhou Wintao saluted the game's general manager. "We will not be participating in the following stages. This game is very meaningful, and you are an excellent gaming team." The other person smiled repeatedly and said, "It's okay. The plot you arranged is within the reasonable range of life." Chioguli nodded, and was about to thank him, when the young police officer next to him came over. "Officer, your second plan has been approved." Chioguli was stunned for a moment, then delighted. "Really?" His first plan was to use holographic games to test criminal psychological profiles, aiming for more accurate and earlier prevention, but it was rejected. His second plan was to use holographic game environments to create scenarios and induce emotions in criminals, just like they did with Yang Lisan. No bottom-line tests would be conducted, but only details from his life would be simulated to inspire his goodwill towards society. This was the so-called new holographic prison, but it wasn't perfect yet. It was just a preliminary idea. Zhou Wintao patted Chioguli on the shoulder. "You've been so gloomy for so many days. Finally, there's some good news, isn't it?" Chioguli, "Why am I so gloomy? Don't you know what's going on?" The 2 bigwigs left. The planners breathed a sigh of relief. The game could finally get back on track. Although the 2 parties' entry into the game changed the game's mechanics somewhat, it gave the team new inspiration. At this moment, a notification appeared in the livestream room the audience was watching. Starting from the next round, all participating players' live streams will be mandatory. The To Live livestream lobby is divided into 3 halls: the Newcomer Hall, the Popularity Hall, and the Voting Hall. All viewers who spend 1 hour in the livestream room will receive 1 vote. The top 3 players, who advance to the next round with a special status, will share the prize money. Other players who advance to the top 97 through audience voting will receive the usual prize money and, in addition to future game livestream partnership opportunities provided by Tomato, will also receive additional funding. Chapter 251. The next morning, Jiang Shao woke up and went for a run. After half an hour, she still didn't see any notifications about her stamina limit increasing. Instead, the stamina bar was dropping due to exercise. Jiang Shao knew her stamina limit health Easter egg had run out, so she stopped. Today was the first day of the 3rd phase, and she had to prepare for the ticket purchase and check-in mission, but before that, she needed to make preparations for the scenic spot. Knowing where she was going would allow her to be more prepared. Jiang Shao figured that since they were all checking in at the scenic spot, they would definitely have enough basic supplies. At this stage, everyone had enough basic satiating supplies, so she might need something else. After returning, Jiang Shao checked her dashboard. Name, Jiang Shao, real name verification, blessing, senior chef's blessing. Identity, capitalist. Occupation, junior fashion model, 16 out of 100, satisfaction, 109 to 160. Cleaning, 138/150. Stamina, 354/370. Reputation, January 10th. Status, unavailable. Warehouse, 20L mineral water *99, cleaning travel set *99, energy drink *99, box of hardcover white chocolate *99, special darts *5, ginseng walnut soup *1, snack box, several snacks, first aid kit, fever reducer *20, mosquito repellent and anti-itch patch *20, hemostatic bandage *70, burn medicine *20, antidote *20, antidiarrheal medicine *20, frostbite medicine *30, universal garbage cart, high-intensity flashlight, camping tent, winter clothing, military blanket, sleeping bag, and other tools, storage box, rice, flour, seasonings, and spices. Survival fund, 1.3928 million. After looking at the warehouse for a while, Jiang Xiao reluctantly took out the snack storage box, seasoning storage box, medicine storage box, and the universal garbage cart. She placed the special darts on the right side of her backpack and slung it across her back, leaving 5 empty storage spaces. Just as Jiang Xiao was cleaning, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Xiao. Lu Han's voice rang out. Jiang Xiao quickly stood up and opened the door. Lu Han leaned against the wall, his eyes immediately glancing at the boxes Jiang Xiao had taken out. Stocking up supplies? Jiang Xiao nodded. Let's get everything ready first, then buy tickets to visit the scenic spots. With only 20 days left, who knew how long a scenic spot would take? Well, I'm going to the street to stock up on supplies. Want to come with us? Lu Han lowered his head, glancing at Jiang Xiao's fringe. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Lu Yuqing just came out from beside her. Are you going out to restock supplies? I'm going too. I'm going too. Lu Han agreed together. When they went downstairs, they saw Jiang Rong, Aqiang, and the others all up. You going out to restock supplies? We're going too. The car is full, so you can drive another one. Lu Han said. I do it. Aqiang volunteered. The 4 of them took a car to the market, parked, and each went to find the supplies they needed. Lu Han looked around and said to Jiang Xiao, please help me stock up on cleaning supplies and food supplies. I go check over there. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded. After finding the supplies, Jiang Xiao paid the boss a deposit for the items she had chosen, then sent Lu Han his location, asking him to pick them up later. Then she went to buy the rest of the supplies. She chose a small first aid kit, the kind that could be carried in one hand. Then, she spent 300 coins on a pair of warm, high-top snow boots with fleece, along with various winter supplies, including woolen pants, a down vest, and more. Jiang Xiao was heading to the snowy mountains, after all. She even bought a suitcase to carry all her supplies. Since she was still in Nanshur, she didn't need to wear such thick clothing. She would need to change once she reached the scenic area. Lu Han finished selecting his supplies and came over. Jiang Xiao was already slapping 2 hamburger-shaped earmuffs on her ears, with a wool scarf draped around her neck. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but pinch the hamburgers by her ears. When she took them off, she caught Lu Han staring at her and instinctively asked, do you want any? Lu Han, yes. The shopkeeper, with a smile, handed 2 to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao finally realized that Lu Han wasn't going to the snowy area, so why was he carrying earmuffs? Chapter 252. Everyone prepared their own supplies before returning. Because they were visiting different scenic spots, everyone's supplies varied. Jiang Xiao had stockpiled a bunch of odd and eccentric items, though she couldn't guarantee they would all be needed. They had originally agreed to leave together at noon, but just before leaving, Jiang Xiao suddenly received a message from Chen Mingming. She said to them, you guys go ahead. I have work to do. Work? Work at this hour? Shen Jingbin was puzzled. Jiang Xiao nodded. Chen Mingming had sent a message saying that she'd been thinking hard at the hotel for the past few days, and had finally designed a new dress for a new fashion competition. However, the competition required the model to be photographed and uploaded, so Jiang Xiao would need to cooperate with her in the photo shoot tomorrow. So Jiang Xiao's trip would have to be postponed. Okay, then you stay home and take care of yourself. We go do our mission first. Lu Yuqing said goodbye to Jiang Xiao. Lu Han said to Jiang Xiao, send me a message before you go. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and nodded, okay. That night, Jiang Xiao cleaned out her personal belongings, packed her supplies, and then laid down on her bed, browsing online forums. Many people were already on their journeys by then. I can't even upgrade to business class on the train. Am I someone who needs a few hundred coins? There's a guy in the bunk below me, and his feet stink. I was going crazy. I pinched my nose and kindly used his blanket to cover his feet, but within 3 minutes, he kicked them off. Now my nose is numb, telling me my sense of smell is temporarily impaired from the constant exposure to odors. The guy in the bunk below me on the train snores at least 50 decibels. I can't sleep, so what did I say? His snoring is like a sawing motion. I remembered the 2-coin shop I passed by that day. A pair of 2-coin earbuds were offered to me, but I ignored them. Stop talking. I'm on the lower bunk on the train. A thug harassed me in the middle of the night. It's disgusting. I won't sleep tonight. I'm taking medicine. I encountered an NPC thief at the train station. He told me my money had been stolen, and half of it was gone. This has made my already meager life even worse. I'm so lost. Do you think capitalists are happy? You can't even imagine the hardships they endure. Jiang Shao clicked on the last one without hesitation. The poster posted a photo, steak, fruit, and a small bottle of champagne. What caught my eye was a high-end banquet buffet, surrounded by NPCs in formal attire, and beautiful waiters, attentive, pouring wine. The original poster. Sure enough, it's the extravagant life of the capitalists. This one, for 88,000 yuan, is a bit pricey, but it's a treat I never experienced before. But at the same time, I'm confused. I'm used to this kind of extravagance, so how am I supposed to survive if I go back to ordinary life? Sigh. Second floor, 2A. Third floor, get lost. Fourth floor, Versailles confirmed. Jiang Shao, But it's clear that while being a capitalist costs money, it also has its advantages. It allows you to avoid many low-level situations. While being a proletarian allows for cheaper travel options, it also presents many uncomfortable situations, and that's just one aspect of the outbound journey. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that the lack of a set time for clocking in during this segment was quite beneficial. She could first check to see if they encountered any dangerous situations before going, so she could avoid them herself. Chapter 253. There was a benefit to not leaving early. Without wasting the supplies in the warehouse, Jiang Shao happily enjoyed her simple life in the villa. She woke up promptly in the morning, made soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried some small soup dumplings. Breakfast took an hour to prepare, but Jiang Shao was very satisfied with the result, her appetite perfectly satisfied. At 11 o'clock, Qin Mingming arrived with photographer Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao was holding a makeup bag in one hand, and a dress designed by Qin Mingming in the other. Qin Mingming excitedly hugged Jiang Shao. I almost didn't get to see you. Qin Mingming was so excited that she almost cried. God knows that after her mother's visit, something went wrong, and she ordered her to return. Qin Mingming went on a hunger strike for 3 days, and worked hard to draw up her designs. Ultimately, her mother was helpless, and left an invitation letter supporting her dream, before she hurried away. This time, the entry was Qin Mingming's, a competition her mother had fought for. This competition held far greater value. Even if she didn't take first place, just being selected for the finals was a testament to Qin Mingming's ability. Jiang Shao soon received her professional assignment. Job assignment: help Qin Mingming complete her design for this competition. The higher the perfection of the presentation, the higher her ranking in the competition, and the more fame rewards she receive. Her professional income is tied to her fame. Current presentation perfection, 0%. Income. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Shao was instantly energized. You know, she has no source of income now. That damn capitalist identity is a money-burning one. The three of them quickly got busy. Zhu Xiao drove up in a car. The back of the car was filled with Qin Mingming's belongings: a dress, shoes, makeup, and various hair accessories. Qin Mingming took Jiang Shao to a room in Zhu Xiao's photo studio. The rules for this competition required photos to be taken against a white backdrop. Qin Mingming designed a black summer dress with gold-trimmed ruffled sleeves, an everyday style, but the V-neck and nipped waist imbued it with a sophisticated feel. After Qin Mingming styled Jiang Shao, she was mesmerized. At this moment, Jiang Shao was no longer the adorable child in a large t-shirt. She now possessed a queenly air. Jiang Xiao's downcast eyes and silent demeanor evoked a certain coolness. Qin Mingming accessorized her with high heels and a clutch. Simply sitting on a still platform, Jiang Shao was constantly changing poses. Jiang Shao learned quickly, but this ensemble was definitely one she had never seen before. Under the black hem of the dress, her legs were slender and straight, and the nipped-in waist accentuated her slenderness. Her hair was tied back in a bun. Her cool expression contrasted with her gentle, elegant hairstyle, yet the harmony was perfect. My mouth is watering watching the live stream. Xiaozi's legs aren't legs, they're the spring waters of the Seine. Slurp. I want to lick them. Xiaozi's waist isn't a waist, it's the scimitar of the Death Eater. Slurp. Let's lick them together. Wow, so pretty. How could Brother Han call me short? These proportions are absolutely amazing. My mouth is watering. Shuzi, come into my arms. That's it? Is Brother Han worthy? I can't tell if the person above is a hater or a white fan. Oh! I mean, is Brother Han worthy? I think Brother Han is still single. He doesn't need a wife. Marriage is a man's grave. If someone has to go to the grave, I'm willing to suffer the pain of marriage in his place. Brother Han's figure is amazing too, okay? If you haven't seen it, go watch Brother Han crossing the river tomorrow in a skin-tight camouflage t-shirt. You get wet? Where are you wet? Wait! Super moderators, come out. Someone upstairs is speeding. Car crash. Chapter 254. After shooting for an entire afternoon, Jiang Zhao's stamina was steadily dropping. It had to be said that this job was truly physically demanding, with no rest for hours. Current work display perfection, 90%. Qin Mingming murmured as she looked at the photos, I always feel like something's missing. The black dress and the camera lens displayed a sophisticated, elegant, intellectual, and soft look. As a design approachable to the masses, it felt perfectly suited for formal wear, but Qin Mingming still felt something was missing. Jiang Zhao sat down to rest for a moment. Honestly, her feet were numb from standing. She hadn't expected modeling to be so tiring, so she pounded her legs. Zhu Xiao looked at the photos with a confident smile. It looks good to me. Perfect in every way, from every angle, from the clothes, the model's pose, to the photographer's technique, it was absolutely perfect. Qin Mingming rolled her eyes. She showed it to Jiang Xiao, can you take a look at the original photo? Is there anything wrong with it? Jiang Xiao didn't quite understand, but the system's 90% rating indicated there must be some flaws. But after looking at it for a long time, Jiang Xiao still shook her head. No, it looks perfect to me. Qin Mingming sighed, a little regretful. I can't find any problems, so that's all I can do. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but ask, the photo looks pretty much the same as those magazine covers. Do you think there's anything else wrong? Just 10% off. She has OCD. There are problems, but I just can't find them. Qin Mingming paused, her eyes suddenly brightening. She hugged Jiang Xiao and kissed her fiercely. Xiao, you're my muse. Jiang Xiao, ? What did she say? Qin Mingming quickly found Zhu Xiao. Think of a way to make the photo look vulgar yet elegant. Zhu Xiao looked puzzled. No, why do you want vulgarity? Everyone wants a sophisticated look, but you want vulgarity. What's wrong with you? These are the photos for the competition. Qin Mingming said, it's MZ's dress design competition. They're all photos with white backgrounds. Everyone must be trying to capture the dresses perfectly, looking sophisticated. That's why putting them together won't stand out. We have to find a way to present them. Jiang Zhao's words woke her up. Indeed, this kind of photo shoot is magazine-worthy. But everyone's probably shooting the same kind of photos, and the photos are just for the competition. How can we stand out? We can only submit 6 photos, and to showcase different angles, we must come up with different approaches. Zhu Xiao reacted quickly and said to Jiang Xiao, put down your bag, take off your shoes, and put on the straw hat next to you. The woven straw hat was completely out of place with the dress. The glamorous high heels faded, but the dress's elegance remained. With the two of them tinkering, a visual display of high-end elegance and ordinary ambition was finally completed. Current work display perfection, 100%. Finally, it reached 100%. Working from noon until 10 p.m., Qin Mingming ordered a late-night snack for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao realized she couldn't handle such intense work without good stamina. Her stamina, which was over 300 points, was now down to just over 100. After finishing her work and sending Qin Mingming and Zhu Xiao off, Jiang Xiao finally had time to check her phone. She received a message from Lu Han. Li Na has contacted a lawyer. Tomorrow, she will bring Li Fei to the welfare institution. I'm going to a scenic spot tomorrow and won't be back. Li Na should contact you directly this morning. Do me a favor and treat you to a nice meal when I get back. Jiang Xiao remembered that the matter between Li Na and Li Fei hadn't been resolved. Enjoy a delicious meal. Jiang Xiao replied, okay. After washing up, I lay in my room and read today's Tieba headlines. Chapter 255. Today's forum has seen a lot of updates, and Jiang Xiao has received a lot of information. I'm truly a poor capitalist. I thought completing 2 quests would yield better rewards, so I relied on mutual funds with friends to reach the 1 million quest level. But I'm actually broke. I really brought this upon myself. Now I can't check in, I have to earn money first. This is the true pain of achieving capitalist status. I relied on exploiting a bug, which prevented me from completing subsequent quests, and I haven't found the right way to make money. I've taken a detour, and now I must find a solution. I'm staying at a residential guest house. On my first day, there was a gas leak next door, and the kids were playing with fire. It almost blew me up. I'm going crazy. I'm trapped in an elevator, my heart rate is racing, and I might be suffocating here due to lack of oxygen. I didn't expect my death to be so miserable. Shit! I just went somewhere, and glass from the third floor fell and nearly killed me. Luckily, I saw the warning sign. I just picked a cheap hotel in the scenic area, but it feels dangerous. The innkeeper looks at me strangely. Similarly, the capitalists who had earned enough money to complete the mission in the previous stage only had a few 100,000 yuan in hand. The airfare and car transfers here were tens of thousands, and now there's not much left. The only hotel room available is the top-of-the-line presidential suite, which costs 188,000 yuan. I'm begging like crazy. I decided to camp out all night, pitching my own tent. Jiang Xiao frowned when she saw the post. Could the third stage be an accident? Jiang Xiao clicked on each one. The first poster about the gas leak said, "I'm so unlucky. My train arrived in the evening, and I need to rest in the city for a night before booking a scenic spot for tomorrow. I checked into a cheap B&B next to an ordinary residential building. I was wondering why the hallway smelled so bad, and then, within 3 minutes of moving in, it exploded. Holy crap! A bomb dropped from the sky, knocking my health down by 200. Luckily, I had enough, or I'd be dead. Second floor. Those who survive a disaster will surely have good fortune later. Third floor. Good luck to the original poster." Jiang Xiao thought, "You smelled gas when you entered, but ignored it. This guy's attention to detail is incredible." As for the second elevator, the same thing happened. Although the original poster didn't mention it, a player from the same hostel on the 7th floor replied to the original poster. There was an elevator outage sign in the corner, but someone kicked it over. You didn't write it, so you didn't see the message. Also, elevators usually have ventilation holes. You probably didn't suffocate to death. You probably felt the lack of air because you were nervous. The original poster replied to the 7th floor, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, the 7th poster replied to the original poster, "I just asked, the elevator malfunction is due to poor quality. This elevator wasn't designed with ventilation holes at the factory. Are you okay?" The post had been posted for 4 hours, and the original poster hadn't replied yet. The next few replies were all the same. "Goodbye, original poster." Jiang Xiao, She really needs to pay attention to detail. The inn was a very affordable budget-friendly inn, so Jiang Xiao only glanced at it briefly. As for the one who pitched his own tent outside to save money, Jiang Xiao immediately added it to her radar. She hoped the original poster would share some follow-up information tomorrow morning. If the original poster didn't proactively update, she would press for more. In any case, seeing the message on the forum was another reminder for Jiang Xiao to pay attention to detail. This wasn't a so-called tourist check-in quest, the disaster was an accident. The more information they shared, the higher her chances of staying safe while out and about, taking risks others took to ensure her own safety. Chapter 256. Fei Fei, take care of yourself. I'm going to work far away, but I come back to see you when I have time. The next morning, Jiang Xiao contacted Li Na and together, they sent Li Fei to the welfare institution. Li Na was growing thinner and thinner. "Sister, you must come and see Fei Fei. Fei Fei is very well behaved and obedient." Li Fei, eyes red, was taken away by the NPC caregiver Lu Han had arranged earlier. Li Na looked at Jiang Xiao. "Thank you." "You're welcome, you." Jiang Xiao wanted to ask Li Na where she was going, but Li Na gave Jiang Xiao a deep look. Jiang Xiao couldn't ask anything. That was Li Na's last look in this world. 2 hours later, the NPC Li Na disappeared from Jiang Xiao's phone contacts list as Li Na. 50, dead, unreachable, deletable. Jiang Xiao also noticed that Zhang Yuan's favorability had dropped to 20. It had previously risen to 30 due to the meal, but then dropped again. However, she and Zhang Yuan didn't contact each other much to begin with, so sending a message to maintain a 20-point favorability level was too much for Jiang Xiao to say. If she were to ask about him and Chen Mingming, Jiang Xiao's favorability with Chen Mingming was 100, so contacting Zhang Yuan privately felt a bit strange. Forget it, let's just leave this NPC alone, biting off more than she can chew. After sending messages to Sister Yuan to maintain a regular relationship, she asked Zhang Minsheng some questions about live streaming. Whether they would be useful or not, she would keep in touch first. After lunch, Jiang Xiao went to the market again to pick up some odd items. Besides the items in her suitcase, after reading the forums, Jiang Xiao also packed them in her backpack just in case. Many of them could be life-saving tools. Jiang Xiao booked a flight for 3 p.m. The flight took 1 hour, and the connecting flight to the scenic spot took another 3 hours, meaning she could reach the scenic spot by 9 p.m. at the latest. So she had to leave at 1 a.m. and spend about half an hour at airport security checking in her luggage. The plane that picked Jiang Xiao up was a private jet, a discreet black SUV, pristine and clean as if it had just been washed. The handsome driver, well dressed in a black suit and white gloves, politely helped Jiang Xiao load her suitcase into the trunk, then opened the rear driver's door for her. The black interior was spacious and comfortable. Mineral water, snacks, motion sickness medicine. Let me know if you need anything along the way. If you need to use the restroom, we can go to the highway service area in advance. The driver was very helpful. Jiang Xiao took a look. After all, he was a private driver who quoted a price of 3,000 yuan, so his service was truly excellent. But Jiang Xiao still took a cautious photo. The driver, still showing his 8 white teeth, showed no sign of anger. He even offered, "Ladies, you should be more careful when you're out and about. Do you need to see your ID?" Jiang Xiao nodded and quickly took a photo of the other person's ID before getting in the car. They arrived safely at the airport. The probability of a plane crash is 1 in 200,000, the lowest of all modes of transportation. But if one does happen, the mortality rate is almost 100%. The airport security checkpoint was strict. Jiang Xiao took a quick look. Strict security meant that the damage passengers could cause was limited. Jiang Xiao had 5 darts in her backpack, but fearing they wouldn't make it through security, she put them in her carry-on compartment and temporarily took out her small first aid kit. It wasn't until just before boarding the plane, after seeing Lu Han's message asking about it, that Jiang Xiao remembered to send Lu Han a message confirming she was boarding. Chapter 257. Jiang Xiao was in business class, which was wider and more comfortable. The pretty flight attendant enthusiastically asked Jiang Xiao if she wanted coffee or milk. Jiang Xiao ordered a glass of milk and prepared to sleep to recover her strength. She half heard a conversation next to her. Didn't the senior say she wanted to quit her job and go back to take care of the kids? Yeah, I haven't been back for 2 years. The kid's grown up a lot, almost bigger than me. His mom must have been hardworking all these years. Oh, and I heard Yang Xian took some time off to get married this year, but it didn't work out. Jiang Xiao regained consciousness slightly. She glanced curiously at the 2 men, one in his 40s, the other in his 30s. Yeah, he said. She delayed too long and didn't keep her promise. She got married outside a year ago, and the child is almost 6 months old. Poor Yang Xian only found out after she returned. The middle-aged man laughed. The older man said, "You're on the same team as Yang Xian. Isn't this your chance?" "What are you talking about?" The middle-aged man scoffed. "You look happy, I see. And our project?" The other man suddenly stopped talking when the sensitive topic was brought up, saying earnestly, "I think you two have a chance." And then nothing more. Because we were in business class, everyone was tactful and kept to themselves, speaking only occasionally. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after a safe journey until the plane landed. The driver contacted Jiang Xiao and picked her up at the airport, enthusiastically asking if she wanted to eat and if he could wait for her. Jiang Xiao shook her head and checked the time. She had to get to the bottom of the scenic area as soon as possible and check into a hotel. She checked accommodations on her phone. Because she was a capitalist, she couldn't choose any hotels below 3 stars. The highest one at the foot of Yukuan Mountain was a 4-star hot spring hotel. Even 4-star hotels have standard rooms, business suites, and deluxe suites. Capitalists can't even choose between standard and business suites. Deluxe suites are 20,000 yuan a night, but they include 3 meals and a free hot spring voucher. Not bad, much better than the 188,000 yuan one. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't read that post yet, so she quickly checked to see how the poster was doing. After building over 100 stories, the poster hadn't replied until 2 hours ago. The poster said, "Okay, everyone, stop asking. I was setting up my tent outside last night and got robbed. My phone was completely stolen. I called the police today and just got it back. But my money is gone, and all my supplies are down by half. Seriously, I'm a capitalist, but I'm standing outside the scenic area police station with nothing I need. I'm so broke I'm losing my pants. I don't know if this is a system setting or something. A reply came from below. It's a system setting. Choosing other options as a capitalist is bound to put you in danger, like getting robbed or something. After seeing this, Jiang Xiao no longer hesitated. Arriving at the hotel at 8:30 p.m., Jiang Xiao immediately booked a deluxe suite. Deluxe suites are limited. There's only one available right now. Is it okay for 2 days? The manager at the counter politely said, because someone has already reserved a suite for 2 days later, the other suites are also booked. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. No, it's okay. Not to mention how many players have come to this map. It's likely that some capitalist players, while not necessarily wealthy, are working hard to earn enough to check in. And this 4-star hotel is the only one at the foot of Yukuan Mountain. So, she might only have 2 days to check in. Here's your room card. The hot spring voucher is valid once per day, for a maximum of 4 hours. The hot spring pool is in the back room of the hotel. The waiter quickly took Jiang Xiao upstairs. Entering the room, the waiter was about to leave when Jiang Xiao quickly called out, "Wait a moment." The waiter paused, then smiled. "Anything else?" Jiang Xiao pulled a detector from her backpack and said, "Wait a minute, I checked the room first. Girls should be careful when staying in hotels. Who knows what tricks this game might have." Chapter 258. The waiter's face froze as he watched Jiang Xiao scan the entire 100 square meter luxury suite with a detector, even forcibly checking the security lock on the door. He was stunned. After a moment, the waiter smiled politely. "This is a 4-star hotel with over 1,000 security guards. You can be assured. By the way, could your elevator malfunction? If so, how long will it take to send someone to repair it?" Jiang Xiao asked. "Our elevators comply with regulations and are regularly inspected. There's always someone in the security room supervising them," the waiter said politely. "Oh, what about your firefighting equipment? How often are they checked? If there's a fire, when will the firefighters arrive?" Jiang Xiao asked. "Our security guards are professionally trained, and our firefighting equipment is regularly replaced and inspected," the waiter responded, "and there are 3 fire exits. This room is ideally located, closest to one." Jiang Xiao nodded. "Oh, then what preparations are there for an earthquake? What magnitude earthquake can this building withstand? What about a strong wind? What force of wind can it withstand? Sir, we're by the sea. How could there be a typhoon?" Jiang Xiao's questions became increasingly demanding. The waiter panicked. Just then, Jiang Xiao's phone rang. Jiang Xiao looked down and saw a message from Lu Han. "Sir, you must be tired after all this journey. Please rest first. I won't disturb you." The waiter took the opportunity to speak and quickly closed the door. "Hey." Jiang Xiao looked up and saw the waiter scurrying away. She blinked. "I haven't finished my questions yet. For example, are there any management methods to prevent passengers from littering at high altitudes? Forget it." Lu Han sent a message. "Arrived?" Jiang Xiao stroked her chin, thinking about how many messages Lu Han had sent since he left, quite frequently. Touching her phone, she wondered, could Lu Han have become love-brained? If you have questions, just ask directly. Lu Han had just arrived at the airport when he received a message from Jiang Xiao. Love-brained? Lu Han? ? Before she could react, Jiang Xiao sent another message. "Actually, no need. I'm fine completing the mission alone. We can finish it and then reunite." Lu Han, Was that unnecessary? For a moment, Lu Han wanted to carry the plane and run away overnight, otherwise Jiang Xiao would accuse him of being love-brained. Seeing the news about the 2 people in the live stream, I burst into laughter. Ha ha! She probably didn't realize that Brother Han was already at the airport, ready to catch a flight to see his wife overnight. Brother Han is the fastest person I ever seen to complete a first scenic spot mission. He crossed the desert in a day and a night, relying on drugs, killing gods and Buddhas. Speaking of which, Brother Han is really a bit lovesick. I kind of look down on her. This woman is slowing down his sword drawing speed. Brother Han, I've been single for over 20 years and finally found a wife. What's your business? Brother Han, I just want to be with my wife, and no one can stop me. Brother Han's wife, get out of here, it's hot, and I don't want to be with her. This is hilarious. So it's not because Sister Han doesn't love you, it's because the weather is hot, and she doesn't want to be with you. That's right, it's all the weather. Brother Han, so love can fade? Weather, yes. But Brother Han's wife is already wearing winter clothes. It's only a few degrees over there, at the foot of the snowy mountains. Chapter 259. Jiang Shao woke up early at 8 a.m. The hotel delivered breakfast and provided free toiletries for added cleanliness. Jiang Shao retrieved a sweater and trousers from her suitcase, changed into winter clothes, and bundled up like a dumpling before setting off. It took just over 10 minutes to get from the hotel to the scenic area entrance at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Shao, carrying her water bottle, checked her storage to make sure she had enough before heading up the mountain. Entry to the Snow Mountain scenic area required a ticket, a flat rate of 400 coins, which was quite affordable by comparison. Jiang Shao checked the map. To check in at the Snow Peak scenic spot, she had to enter first. The entrance was one way up the mountain, and the descent was another. Hello, please keep your ticket. All subsequent activities require your ticket before proceeding, the ticket seller said. This is a tourist rule. All activities require your ticket. Jiang Shao accepted the ticket and heard the system prompt. The player has triggered the scenic spot check-in quest game. Afterwards, the player character must proceed according to their chosen role. Failure to do so will result in a check-in failure. Your role is a capitalist. The system will prompt you to make a choice when presented. Please enter the scenic area first. A cold breeze blew, and Jiang Shao shrank back. Even though she was dressed warmly, the temperature still felt chilly, especially once she entered the scenic area. Jiang Shao carried a snow thermometer, which read 3 degrees Celsius. Please reach Xinjiantai first. The system has issued a quest. Jiang Shao mentally calculated that it would take about an hour to get from Yutai to here. The higher she went, the heavier the snow, and the lower the temperature. Miss, do you want snow spikes? They're expensive going up. They're only 120 yuan a pair here. Someone came over to try to sell her some. Jiang Shao blinked. Thank you, but no thanks. She bought them at the market for only 30 yuan a pair. Here they're 120 yuan. It's so dark. It's freezing. The person next to her said, but since we're here, it would be a waste if we didn't go to the summit to take a look. Jiang Shao was carrying a small backpack, but it was packed with stuff. As they continued to climb, after about 10 minutes, the ground started to become thicker. The temperature dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. Jiang Shao noticed a sign nearby warning, slippery snow. She quickly strapped on her snow spikes just in case. Just as they were climbing a section of the snow ladder, the person next to them suddenly fell. Jiang Shao quickly grabbed the ladder. The person didn't catch Jiang Shao, but grabbed the nearest person. Then, a series of thudding sounds began, and 7 or 8 people were dragged down by the person. Oh shit! I fell, and my stamina dropped by 40. Holy shit, how did my stamina drop so quickly? Me too. I shouldn't have pulled you up if I known. Why don't you blame that NPC? Player? Jiang Shao remembered someone on the forum asking if there was a group for a check-in date. It's true that this kind of trip would be better with a group, so you can help each other. After all, it's not all about grabbing supplies anymore. But now Jiang Shao patted her chest. Fortunately, she had deliberately distanced herself from everyone. After all, it's really easy to get pulled and dragged in the snow, especially on these mountain stairs. If you can hold on to someone, it's fine, but if you can't, it's a disaster. Jiang Shao wasn't sure she had the strength or weight to hold onto the other person, so she chose to play it safe. Just like saving someone, you have to ensure your own safety first. So, be wary not only of system prompts, but also of unexpected situations caused by NPCs. Ding. The phone rang. Jiang Shao fished out her phone and glanced at it with difficulty through her gloves. Lu Han had sent a message, "Are you in? Got the check-in?" Jiang Shao, wearing gloves, found it difficult to reply, so she simply sent Lu Han her location. "Busy," she replied. "Don't ask anymore. It's hard to reply with gloves on." Chapter 260. An hour later, Jiang Shao noticed her stamina was rapidly depleting. Normal work normally consumed over 100 stamina points a day. But now, in just 1 hour, she already consumed 60 stamina points, even after drinking a sports drink. Finally, she reached Xinjiantai. Capitalist players cannot continue hiking. Please choose a more convenient way to reach the summit. Choose a more convenient way? Xinjiantai is a short-term tourist stop. There are many food vendors along the roadside. Cold noodles, which cost 8 coins outside, cost 30 coins here. Jiang Shao filled her kettle with free hot water at the service area. Raising her body temperature should reduce the rate of stamina depletion. She didn't buy any food, so she ate some white milk chocolate instead. She bought a box of 20 bars, so she ate 4 or 5, and put the rest in her backpack. According to the mission, she would find other convenient ways to reach the summit. Girl, would you like to ride a horse? You don't have to walk, it's tiring and troublesome. Take a horse and let it take you up the mountain, saving you half the time. A snow groom came over and asked. Jiang Shao realized, how much is that? 300 per hour, and we reached the summit in less than 3 hours. The other man said, I lead the way. I'm familiar with this snowy mountain. We can take a shortcut. And riding a horse is something you city folks can't experience. My horse is very strong. Is it likely to get into an accident? Jiang Shao asked. The groom's face turned grim. What are you talking about? How could there be an accident? I take in so many guests, and nothing has happened. Jiang Shao silently checked on her phone. The probability of a horse accident in the mountains is 25%, and the probability of death in an accident is 20%. The probability of an accident alone was 25%. Isn't that just courting death? Jiang Shao decisively gave up. Soon, Jiang Shao found a second option, a sedan chair with bearers. It was slightly cheaper, 180 yuan per hour, with a 10% chance of an accident and a 10% chance of death. A 10% chance of an accident was still too high. Jiang Shao walked further up and, as expected, found a third option, the Snow Mountain zip line. Jiang Shao quickly checked the odds. The Snow Mountain zip line had a 1 in 100,000 chance of an accident, but a 50% chance of death. Jiang Shao thought about it carefully. What I mean is, if you have a horse or sedan chair accident, you're more likely to get injured. The extent of the injury might be more than just a loss of stamina. Someone on the forum has already broken a leg, which reduced their stamina limit and prevented them from checking in for a short period of time, effectively disqualifying them from the competition. Choose the cable car. The cable car costs 800 yuan, but it only takes half an hour to reach the summit, only 1/5 of the way. While the other methods have a lower risk of death, they take much longer, increasing the chance of an accident. Jiang Shao watched the towering cable car descend from the top of the snowy mountain, layer by layer, like telephone poles. Jiang Shao quickly paid and boarded the cable car. The cable car was a small metal car. It was like riding a Ferris wheel, except the space was a bit cramped, but Jiang Shao was more than enough for just one person. The scenery outside was also beautiful. Jiang Shao looked out. All she could see was a vast expanse of snow. The visible scenery began to shrink, and looking down, she saw a towering sight, but it also brought a sense of peace. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Shao suddenly heard a click. The car swayed slightly and unexpectedly stopped. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. No way, with a 1 in 100,000 chance of an accident, it could still stop. He slapped his face. No, it wasn't an accident. It just stopped, not shattered in midair. Maybe it was just from being with Lu Han for so long that he picked up some of the negative energy. Maybe it would be fine soon. Chapter 261. Jiang Shao glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m., and even in this snowy area, the temperature was dropping steadily higher. Suddenly, the cable car body shook. Jiang Shao quickly grabbed hold of the body, fearing it would fall off and crash down the 100-meter-high snowy mountain. Jiang Shao looked up and saw, beneath the rolling snowy mountain not far away, drifts of snow were stirring up clouds of snow mist. Avalanche? Jiang Shao realized that the avalanche might have affected the cable car. There was also a cable car line over there, a winding mountain road. Luckily, the avalanche didn't affect this area. I wonder how many players would have been affected. Jiang Shao sat back and opened the window. It was just a small opening, allowing for ventilation, but she couldn't even extend her arm through it. The entire cable car was bolted from the outside, preventing it from being opened from the inside for the safety of the players. Ding. Jiang Shao's phone rang. A message from Lu Han. Are you there? Jiang Shao was puzzled. Could she still be gone? She replied. Then she took some snacks from her bag and waited quietly. After waiting for about an hour, the cable car still showed no sign of starting. The temperature dropped sharply. Jiang Shao looked at the thermometer and saw it had already reached 0 degrees Celsius. This was still daytime. If it were night, wouldn't it be over 10 degrees below zero? Flat snowflakes drifted down from the sky, scattering on the transparent cable car shed. Jiang Shao glanced cautiously, but could only wait. Because of the 100-meter height, if the cable car fell, it would be game over for her. Fortunately, she had made all necessary preparations, so she wouldn't starve or freeze to death. 2 more hours passed, the snow fell heavier, and the temperature dropped even lower. Jiang Shao stood up. half bending due to the cramped space in the cable car. She found one of those hand warmers that warms when squeezed, and after warming it, she stuffed it under her neck. The snow outside was falling harder and harder. Within half an hour, the cable car roof was covered in a blanket of white snow. The temperature remained at 0 degrees Celsius, and even without exercise, her stamina was dropping faster than usual. Jiang Xiao nibbled on a few more bars of milk chocolate. She had been trapped in the cable car for 3 hours. Jiang Xiao felt a vague sense of crisis. What if this accident wasn't just any ordinary one? Taking out her phone, Jiang Xiao tried to call 119, but the system alerted her. It's impossible to request rescue at this time. Please attempt self-rescue. As expected, the moment she heard this system alert, Jiang Xiao knew the worst possible outcome. If she foolishly waited for rescue, she would likely lose time. So, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Pulling a safety hammer and nylon rope from her backpack, Jiang Xiao felt the glass surrounding the cable car. The door couldn't be opened from the inside unless the glass was broken. However, the glass was made of tough and laminated glass, and only a safety hammer could crack it, bit by bit. The temperature would drop as the night progressed. We had to hurry. Just then, the cable car suddenly began to shake. Jiang Xiao, unsteady on her feet, clutched the seat tightly, and had no choice but to sit back down. The shaking continued for most of the day, and suddenly there was a knocking sound overhead. Jiang Xiao looked up. The cable car roof, previously buried in snow, suddenly had been scraped open. A face, obscured by the snow, revealing only a pair of eyes, met Jiang Xiao's gaze. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Why was he here? The man was wearing winter clothing, with a strong nylon rope tied around his waist, the other end of which was hooked to the cable car. His long, slender, peach-shaped eyes curved as he looked at the people in the cable car. I found the child. Hey! And it's a child in a stroller. Chapter 262. The cable car body shook violently, but thankfully it was sturdy enough. Jiang Xiao watched Lu Han dangerously cling to the cable car from the outside, nearly falling off, and then pull the latch outside. The moment the door opened, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Jiang Xiao's face paled instantly, and she instinctively huddled into her high collar. With Lu Han's entrance, the already small space was squeezed even further, leaving Jiang Xiao no room. Why are you here? Jiang Xiao asked in confusion. Lu Han reached out and tugged. The nylon rope was still attached to the cable car outside, and since the door opened from the outside, it couldn't be closed from the inside. Pulling off his mask, Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao. Nothing, I just found. Huh? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Lu Han lowered his head and slowly approached Jiang Xiao. The cable car's center of gravity instantly tilted to one side. Jiang Xiao's eyes flashed with panic, and she quickly pushed Lu Han, who was leaning too close, away. Stay still over there. Lu Han was pushed onto a stool, leaning back against it, staring at Jiang Xiao with a soft chuckle. Jiang Xiao was baffled by his laughter, and her eyes caught Lu Han's hand, wondering, what's wrong with your hand? Lu Han glanced at it, seeing it covered in bruises and purple. He said lightly, just frostbite? Why aren't you wearing gloves? Jiang Xiao asked. Wearing gloves will reduce friction. Lu Han was about to take the medicine box out, but suddenly stopped. Jiang Xiao realized, can't take it out? Yes. Lu Han nodded. The system prompted that there was insufficient space to remove the item. Jiang Xiao took out her small medicine box. The advantage of this small box was that you could unpack the purchased medicines and store them separately, and the medicines would not expire. However, the disadvantage was that it could only hold 5 of each type of medicine, and a maximum of 5 different medicines, so the box was very small and could be carried in one hand. Jiang Xiao only brought 4 kinds of medicine to the Snow Mountain scenic area, 5 hemostatic bandages, 10 frostbite pills, 5 fever reducers, and 5 burn pills. Because the weather here is mosquito-free, avoiding outside food guarantees diarrhea. Didn't I warn you that if the storage box is too big, you won't be able to get it out? Because of this hidden rule, Jiang Xiao replaced many of her belongings with smaller boxes. The backpack can be worn directly on the back, and it contains many tools. Lu Han nodded. So he replaced the oversized trash can with a small storage box that holds only half the capacity. Probably. About 7 or 8 of the small first aid kits Jiang Xiao was holding. Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes. Greedy. She took out the frostbite medicine and handed it to Lu Han, who shamelessly held out his hand. I'm already in such a state, and you're going to let me apply the medicine myself? My healthy hands were frozen like black radishes. She looked like she was playing the victim. Jiang Shao didn't move, only muttering quietly, "Lu Han, you don't have to come over. I can leave on my own." Lu Han looked at Jiang Shao and chuckled. "Jiang Shao, I told you I ask you every day if you wanted to date me." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then stuttered, "Why? Why are you talking about this again?" The tips of her ears flushed. "Can't you just finish your mission? What's the point of talking about dating while playing games?" Lu Han stared at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. "I think this statement needs to be said in person to show sincerity. So, at least I have to ensure your safety before I can ask you this question every day, before I can wait for the day you agree to it." A cold breeze blew in from the doorway, but Jiang Zhao's face still felt hot. "Lu Han, didn't I tell you online dating is dangerous?" "Well then what? Cheating me out of my money, fine." Lu Han nodded, his tone incredibly serious. "I thought about it carefully. If you want my money, then I want your heart. It's only fair." Jiang Shao froze for a moment. After a moment, she carefully reached out and touched her heart, speaking earnestly. "Lu Han, privately trading human organs is illegal." Chapter 263. This answer completely stumped Lu Han. He couldn't help but tilt Jiang Zhao's hat. Playing dumb? He reached out and snatched the chilblain medicine from Jiang Zhao's hand. "You say no, but you can't help but apply it. So what are you afraid of?" Jiang Zhao's hand fell empty. Afraid? Was she afraid? How could that be possible? "I just feel." "Feel what?" Lu Han asked seriously, his eyes devoid of a frivolous smile, but rather a serious inquiry. Jiang Shao said seriously, "Lu Han, the person you know may not be the real me. The real her wasn't that good. You don't even know the real you, let alone me." Lu Han looked at the snowy scene outside. "Jiang Shao, if you want me to know the real you, we can have a long time to get to know you. I'm not asking you this now, not necessarily for an immediate answer. I just feel." Lu Han spoke with a tone of exaggerated disappointment. "Feel what?" Jiang Shao was puzzled. Lu Han's eyes shone with resentment. "If I don't ask, you might forget about it." Jiang Shao, Probably not, livestream. Ha ha ha, Brother Han knows his wife too well. If he doesn't remind her every day, she forgets she has a husband. In short, he doesn't know what's going on. Han Shui's shameless methods are truly tailor-made for Shizi. Brother Han's method: I just need to call you my wife every day, and one day you realize you're my wife. The above person got it right. Honestly, did you see how Brother Han got here? He was incredibly unlucky. He went to the wrong cable car and ended up getting buried by an avalanche. Brother Han escaped with his own strength, and now he's here looking for her. Because wearing gloves on the cableway creates little friction, and is slippery and dangerous, he's forced to climb with his bare hands. His hands are frozen, didn't you see? So Brother Han is clearly out there. If you don't agree, I seriously suspect she's keeping him hanging. Jiang Shao paused for a moment. Watching Lu Han apply frostbite medicine and his hand heal, she held back her words. Lu Han reminded her, "Check your phone, Tiaba, the weather." Jiang Shao reacted and quickly pulled out her phone to check the posts. There was a post about a snow mountain scenic area. A kind reminder: anyone who's won the snow mountain scenic area should not come for now. There's been an avalanche at Yukuin Snow Mountain. The weather forecast says it will be extremely cold all week, with snow getting heavier. No one is allowed to enter the mountain for the time being. It's all in vain. I check in at another mission scenic area first. Second floor replied to the original poster. Really? You're not trying to stop us from checking in, are you? Third floor replied to the original poster. Wow, delete this post. Even though we're all competitive players, we're still competitive. It's a waste of time for them to come here. Jiang Shao was stunned. Quickly checking the weather forecast, she located the location, with a high of 4 degrees Celsius and a low of minus 30 degrees Celsius. It's so cold. The wind will pick up in an hour, and the temperature will drop even faster. Lu Han warned. Jiang Shao had just noticed the wind. Snow mountain wind is truly deadly. It seems we have to leave. Furthermore, at this altitude, if it's windy and night falls, the temperature can drop significantly below the ground. The cold weather clothing she was wearing was rated for temperatures down to minus 25 degrees Celsius, meaning they would likely freeze to death if they stayed there overnight. Chapter 264. We have to go now. Jiang Shao frowned. The door couldn't be closed now, and when the wind picked up, the temperature inside wouldn't be controlled. They had to get out of the cable car, down to the ground, set up a tent, and get their sleeping bag and other insulation. Maybe they could even survive the night. Lu Han put on his gloves. Looking at Jiang Zhao's exposed ears, he casually pulled a small object from his bag and put them on. Jiang Zhao blinked. After a moment, he took off the earmuffs, revealing a set of cat ears. She looked puzzled. Prettier than a hamburger. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Jiang Zhao, This aesthetic was awkward. The hamburger was clearly prettier. She reluctantly accepted it. How long did you climb when you got here? Jiang Zhao looked at the ropes outside. The challenge now lay in getting her rope onto the cable car. Almost 2 hours. Lu Han glanced at it. I have a way to go faster. What way? Jiang Zhao watched Lu Han pull a set of props from the warehouse, her face instantly filled with surprise. A parachute. She had never imagined Lu Han would stockpile such ridiculous supplies. She had never imagined it. Lu Han said, although I only have one set, I can take you for the jump. How about that? If you want to climb the cable car, I can also accompany you, but you need to be physically strong enough to keep up with my pace to complete the rest of the climb in less than 2 hours. The key lies in Jiang Zhao's strength. Climbing the cable car is not only physically demanding, but also requires significant muscle strength. Furthermore, if a strong wind picks up in an hour, the cable car will become unstable. Even the slightest fear or surprise would mean being stuck, unable to move forward or backward. It's less than 200 meters down here. Will a parachute work? Jiang Zhao asked seriously. And we have to bring 2 people with us. Jiang Zhao had never studied parachutes. This was her blind spot. She only vaguely knew they weren't suitable for use at too low a height. But if they were to take the cable car, Jiang Zhao wasn't one to be pretentious. A parachute was clearly safer than a cable car. Lu Han tilted his head and looked at Jiang Zhao. Let's take a gamble. Jiang Zhao was stunned. What bet? The worst-case scenario is that we both declare the game over. Lu Han's tone seemed almost joking. Before Jiang Zhao could react, she subconsciously agreed, okay. She blinked. Lu Han wasn't expecting Jiang Zhao to agree so quickly. He reacted quickly and swooped in, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Little kids, your body is very honest. Jiang Zhao, ? What does your body is very honest mean? That's a very ambiguous phrase, isn't it? Belatedly realizing, Jiang Zhao patted her face to cool down. She must have been seduced by male sexuality. Seduced, Lu Han quickly donned his gear. Because the cable car wasn't spacious enough, he sat down on a chair and waved to Jiang Zhao. How do you want me to carry you? Should I hold you from behind? Or from the front? Carrying her back was definitely out of the question, as Lu Han was carrying a backpack and a parachute on his back. But Jiang Zhao also had a backpack. Lu Han's arms were wide open, clearly meaning that Jiang Zhao could hold him from the front or from behind. Of course, Lu Han preferred Jiang Zhao to hold him from the front. Jiang Zhao decisively shifted her bag to the front and held it herself. Looking at Lu Han seriously, she said, Lu Han, I can't promise you a relationship yet, because we haven't actually met or gotten to know each other in real life. But we can form a game couple to try getting along. As she spoke, Jiang Zhao's ears flushed, and they even twitched involuntarily. A couple is just an online couple, not real life. Lu Han clearly noticed this detail and chuckled, okay. Is there a difference? There isn't. Chapter 265. Lu Han tied Jiang Zhao and her together from behind, his expression solemn. Ready. With his hands firmly gripping Jiang Zhao's shoulders, the two of them jumped from the cable car together. The overwhelming feeling of weightlessness and the sight of plummeting towards the ground made Jiang Zhao close her eyes. Her bangs were blown upright by the wind, and her woolen hat flew off. Behind Lu Han, the massive parachute followed the two of them as they jumped. At 80 meters in the air, its wings spread wide, like a gliding insect chrysalis. The fall gradually slowed, and Jiang Zhao could see the ground. Still high, her heartbeat was rapid. Jiang Zhao, we're going to hit the mountain. Because the jump was too short, and this wasn't a flat land, there was no way to cushion the impact. Jiang Zhao looked at the snow rock, which was actually heading straight for her face, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. I'm going to be disfigured. I'm going to be disfigured. At that moment, Jiang Zhao felt someone forcefully twist her body apart. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Han had already reversed direction, and in a split second, they collided with the snowy rocks. A muffled groan escaped. Jiang Zhao had sustained considerable impact and heard a system notification. Moderate impact, reducing her health by 40 points and inflicting mild dizziness, which would recover after 10 minutes. Jiang Zhao was stunned for a moment. She realized she couldn't move, and for 10 minutes, swish swish, icy cold spread across her neck. The snow fell, burying them both. The snow continued to fall. The two of them were encased in the snow. Jiang Shao felt her health decreasing, from 200 to 120, and it continued to fall. 10 minutes later, her mobility finally returned. Jiang Shao struggled to get out of the snowdrift. But Lu Han, beneath her, remained motionless. Lu Han! Jiang Shao pushed him away, thinking of her own moderate impact. She already been slightly dizzy for 10 minutes, and Lu Han's impact was more severe than hers, so he should have been unconscious for even longer. Jiang Shao shoved Lu Han out of the snow, revealing his face. Luchen was indeed unconscious, his face pale. She wondered how much health he had left. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled, but thankfully, he was still breathing. She pulled her large pot of blood packs from her storage, drank a sip herself, and then fed Lu Han a sip. After adding nearly 200 health points, Jiang Shao put the pot back. Lu Han's complexion had cleared, and there were no injuries on his body. Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and looked around. This wasn't a normal mountain road. But she was certain they were close to the summit. The mountain was now closed due to snow, so since she was already there, she decided to find the scenic spot and check in. So Jiang Shao wandered around a bit, about 20 meters away from Lu Han. As she was walking, the snow suddenly broke from under her feet. Jiang Shao lost her balance and fell, sliding several meters down. She caught hold of a nearby tree trunk and stopped herself. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. She was face down, and her hat was gone. Her face was frozen, and her hair was soaked with snow, which had melted and turned wet. The cold kept biting her, and she frowned. She seemed to be getting unlucky. It took Jiang Shao several minutes to finally get up, fasten her snow spikes, and climb back up. When she found Lu Han again, he was still asleep. Jiang Shao checked the time. The wind was about to pick up, from the southeast. She pulled out her compass. The southeast wind was blowing head-on here, and they needed to find a place with the back of the mountain to set up camp. A few minutes later, Lu Han started coughing violently. Finally, he was able to move. Get up, let's go! Lu Han shouldered his backpack and nodded obediently, okay. Jiang Shao remained silent throughout the rest of the journey, but she seemed to keep slipping. No matter how careful she was, unexpected traps would still appear, like snow suddenly falling from trees, or sinking into a snow pit where Lu Han had stepped. Over and over again, even the best moods would become somewhat subdued. Her face was tense, so she remained silent. Lu Han observed Jiang Shao. Bad mood? Jiang Shao felt as if she had experienced Lu Han's African luck. To be honest, good luck can make one feel good along the way, but this kind of bad luck, like constantly stepping on traps, can make one feel a surge of anger, especially for Jiang Shao, who had been so smooth sailing since entering the game. Seeing Lu Han, she suddenly remembered how he had come to her without saying a word, and she was actually quite touched. Now she was in bad luck, but if Lu Han's act of shielding her led to him getting into trouble, her gratitude would turn into guilt, adding another layer of psychological burden. She couldn't help but ask Lu Han, why did you think of coming to me? Chapter 266. Jiang Shao had always acted alone. At least she couldn't understand why Lu Han, who had always been accustomed to solitary action, would come back to find her. Lu Han pondered for a moment. Why he looked for Jiang Shao? The reason was simple. While crossing the desert alone, high on drugs, he encountered an accident. This accident made him realize that he couldn't do this alone, he needed a companion. He thought of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao didn't like companions. It was obvious that even in cooperation, Jiang Shao still preferred the lone wolf lifestyle. The meaning of companionship was mutual support and assistance. Even Lu Han himself would sometimes ask for help, but Jiang Shao didn't. She never asked, or perhaps she was so lucky that everyone would automatically offer everything to her. But this had a fatal drawback. Hasn't I explained it already? Lu Han didn't say much. Actually, you don't have to look for me. Jiang Shao said, if anything happens to you because you look for me, I feel bad. Jiang Shao, it's my business if I look for you. If you don't like me looking for you, that's your personality. Lu Han said softly, but I think you need me. Jiang Shao was stunned. I think you need me. After a while, Jiang Shao said, although I agreed to be your partner because I have feelings for you, I'm not a love-brained person, and being alone. Jiang Shao, this has nothing to do with being a love-brained person. Lu Han said, are you unused to being alone, or are you realizing you're in trouble here, and that something unexpected might happen, and you don't want to implicate me? You might be very capable on your own, but I'm actively pursuing you because I'm waiting for the day you need me. Jiang Xiao stopped talking. They didn't look like a newly formed couple at all. Jiang Xiao's hat had fallen off, so she had to wrap it tightly around her winter coat, but it was a little too big and kept falling as she walked. They needed to get to a sheltered spot first. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared before them. As Jiang Xiao hesitated, carefully considering which path to take, Lu Han spoke, "Should we give it a try?" Jiang Xiao frowned. "Try what? Do you know why you might become unlucky?" "Because luck is a part of life. Although the rules don't mention it, and the data panel doesn't clearly indicate it, it's always controllable in the game. Do you remember the Easter egg I got for adopting Li Fei?" Lu Han turned to look at Jiang Xiao. "When luck is against you, even if you're strong enough, you can't always accomplish everything alone. You can't always handle difficulties alone. No one's life is smooth sailing. The blessing Jiang Xiao gave up showed that luck can be controlled in the game. So why not give it a try?" At this moment, did her luck get worse or worse? Relying on luck itself is life's greatest drawback. For some reason, when Lu Han said this, Jiang Xiao had a feeling that Lu Han might be right. If, from the outset, the game planners had labeled every player with a certain amount of luck, some good, some bad, then this bonus of luck would be like a constant buff, transforming players and leading to blind confidence. How do we try? 2 forked roads. You choose one, and we go our separate ways. Lu Han said, "You take the one you chose, and I take the other. Luck is in your hands, you decide. Let's see how far you can go on your own. If we meet again, and nothing happens to you, I represent you." Chapter 267. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and pointed, "I choose this one." They both drank their functional sports drinks, and went their separate ways. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han parted ways, but she didn't relax. She carefully observed her surroundings, trying not to trip or slip. Even so, half an hour later, Jiang Xiao accidentally stepped on a trap, and fell into a snow pit. The pit was narrow, about 3 meters high, but surrounded by snow. Jiang Xiao poked it lightly with a dart, and the snow rolled down, making it impossible to fix it. This was an unbreakable trap. The only option was to wait for help, and her heart sank. More importantly, it was still snowing, and the entrance to the cave was covered with dry grass. If the snow continued to fall, it would completely obscure the entrance. Jiang Xiao shuddered. She pulled out her phone to send a message to Lu Han, but it said the temperature was too low, and the phone was unusable. Jiang Xiao was stunned. The snow cave was narrow, and it was impossible to release anything. Jiang Xiao could only nibble on a chocolate bar, and huddle in the cave's depths. Luck is also a part of life. Jiang Xiao, let's see how far you can go alone. Lu Han's words echoed in her ears. In fact, before Lu Han, she had never considered whether to walk alone or with someone else. She practiced darts alone, ate alone, traveled alone, and played games alone. She had never planned for another person in her life. In the snow cave, the cold permeated her cold weather uniform, seeping into her limbs and freezing her. She waited for who knew how long, but Jiang Xiao was almost frozen. A rustling sound was heard, and Jiang Xiao was hit in the face with snow. By the time they cleaned up, a figure had appeared before them. Lu Han tugged at the rope, securing it securely. The originally narrow cave suddenly became crowded. Jiang Xiao stood up, only to stumble into Lu Han's arms. The prolonged inactivity in sub-zero temperatures, coupled with poor blood circulation, caused the incoordination that persisted for half an hour. Raising the ambient temperature to warm, the limbs could alleviate this prematurely. Lu Han didn't notice, simply supporting Jiang Xiao and jokingly saying, "Jiang Xiao, you're lucky to have found me here to rescue you." Jiang Xiao lowered her head and tentatively moved her hands. "Can you get up?" Lu Han asked, lowering his head. Jiang Xiao whispered, "I feel frozen, numb." Lu Han realized that staying here any longer would only make things worse, and quickly removed his gloves. "Take off your backpack. I carry you up." Jiang Xiao looked up, and Lu Han had already taken out the other half of the rope, ready to tie her to himself. She didn't refuse. Lying on Lu Han's back, she felt him tying her up tightly with ropes. Her uncoordinated limbs caused her claws to flare wildly, but Lu Han patiently tied them together. Then he climbed up the rope. Jiang Xiao's face rested on the back of Lu Han's neck, the scent of fresh snow between her nostrils. She could sense Lu Han's warmth, but she couldn't smell his scent. This was a mind projection game, and Lu Han didn't use any scent-inducing fragrance, so there was no scent. Lu Han was the second person to appear. She had to admit that sometimes, if someone like him appeared, it could solve problems she couldn't solve alone, like now. when her luck ran out. But as someone who had been working alone for so long, Lu Han's kindness in coming here for her felt like pressure, a pressure that made her want to repay him. Getting closer and closer to the cave entrance, Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask, Lu Han, why me? Lu Han paused. After a moment, Lu Han said, Jiang Shao, I've seen you before. Jiang Shao was stunned. Chapter 268. Jiang Zhao's first reaction. Could it be that her Olympic silver medalist status in darts could no longer be concealed? Lu Han whispered, when you were 13. Jiang Shao, I don't think I ever seen you. 13 years old. She was training like crazy at 13, okay. The next moment, Lu Han climbed on top. He untied Jiang Shao and casually handed her a large bucket of water. Jiang Shao reacted, hot water. Lu Han's bottle of water was actually hot water. I go get my bag. Lu Han chuckled and put a hat on Jiang Zhao's head. He had meant to give it to her earlier, but Jiang Zhao's words had angered him. He was angry for a moment, then waited until he was no longer angry before giving it to her again. Jiang Shao touched the furry hat and hugged the hot water bucket tightly. So warm. She wondered when she had met Lu Han before. When Lu Han came up with his bag, Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask again, did you live near Tongjia Street in Tongcheng, Yashur? When she was 13, she lived with her coach. Lu Han was a little dazed. When had he seen Jiang Shao? The champion was Jiang Shao from Yin Country, 13 years old. She was the youngest champion in the World Darts Championships Junior Division. If Jiang Shao hadn't said that day that she was on the national team, he wouldn't have remembered her. The 13-year-old girl was on TV, proudly raising her head and talking about her country. A top foreign darts coach noticed her talent and enthusiastically invited her to join, but she declined. She looked at her coach with a confident glint in her eyes. When darts is accepted into the Olympics, I will win the first gold medal for my country. That year, he was 15 years old, imprisoned for malicious wounding and suspected murder. Every day in the juvenile detention center, they were allowed to watch TV for an hour, but the programs were healthy, which is why he saw her. They were about the same age, but their lives were so different. She held the championship trophy, shyly and confidently discussing her dreams, while he could only admire her from the screen. But before that, he too had been a child of destiny. Even within Lu Mingchen's lies, at least within those lies, he had shone brightly. For a moment, Lu Han even had a dark thought. What would it be like if this girl, like him, suddenly fell to the bottom? Anger, resentment, or resentment? Thinking back to the first time he had met Jiang Shao, she was independent, intelligent, self-sufficient, and at the same time quite a bit of a cynic. But he could see that there was no hope in her eyes, only a resigned acceptance of life's fate, a resigned drifting with the flow. Lu Han seemed to see a glimpse of his past self. He thought such a teammate would be simple and hassle-free, since he didn't trust others either. But if the other person was as decisive and straightforward as himself, he could try to have such a teammate. Such cooperation would be the most stable benefit. Even if they didn't cooperate, they would part ways amicably. But at first, he just considered her a teammate. But then, what to know when I met you? Lu Han deliberately dragged out his words, turned his head, and looked at Jiang Shao with a lecherous look. Guess for yourself. Jiang Shao, She could guess with a feather duster. Off-screen, behind the scenes of To Live, Chen Fansheng couldn't help but ask the staff, is there really such a thing as luck? The planner smiled. Yes, some people are born with great luck, while others may experience a lifetime of hardship before experiencing good fortune, and some may never experience it at all. For players born with great luck, if their luck suddenly changes, can they change their lives and save themselves? This is also a level of the game. For those players who started out unlucky, but were able to change the situation through their own strength and get to where they are now, why not give them some luck? The planner said seriously, but game luck only controls disasters, traps, and the frequency of encounters with NPCs. Some luck is beyond our control, it's the player's own. Chen Fansheng was puzzled. Oh! Which kind? For example, what kind of teammates the player chooses, and how much their teammates can do for her. This kind of luck is beyond the game's control. Just like Lu Han, even after taking drugs to complete his scenic spot check-in mission, he still had to go find Jiang Shao. This is something none of them can control. It's Jiang Shao's own luck. Chapter 269. Jiang Shao successfully recovered with the hot water Lu Han provided. His limbs recovered. Hot water cools quickly in this weather. After Jiang Shao recovered, she asked Lu Han to take it away. Luckily, Lu Han had packed a parachute, and there was space in his personal storage. Hot water has certain requirements. It must maintain a constant temperature to be considered standard. Lu Han said, I cleared out a compartment in my personal storage. You need to carry this later. It must maintain a consistent temperature to be considered standard. For example, if he stored hot water, it would only show 95 degrees Celsius after being roasted and cool to 95 degrees Celsius before it was collected. Jiang Shao stood up, took a deep breath, and with a red nose, cleaned herself up. Following Lu Han, they searched for the back of the mountain. Lu Han broke off a branch and gave it to Jiang Shao. No matter where you go, explore the path first. You be like a blind man in the snow. This will reduce the chance of triggering traps. Jiang Shao paused. Her brow furrowed. Yes, it was such a simple thing. Jiang Shao had bought her own cane, but Lu Han's sudden appearance had made her seem to forget it. Plus, Lu Han had been walking ahead, so she instinctively followed his lead. Behind her, Jiang Shao realized something was amiss. Lu Han suddenly smiled. Sorry. Jiang Shao was stunned. Lu Han said honestly, you would have been more cautious without me. It's just that I came to you without your permission and said some half-truths to change your mind, let you down, and make you think you needed me. In fact, once Jiang Shao realized what was happening, she would surely realize that she wasn't desperate and would find a way to resolve the situation. But Lu Han's presence would undoubtedly affect Jiang Shao. His words would sometimes cloud her judgment. Rather than waiting for Jiang Shao to discover it herself, it would be better for Lu Han to admit it sooner rather than later. Jiang Shao blinked. Lu Han glanced at the branches weighed down by the snow. I'm approaching you under the pretext of liking you. I'm deliberately entering your comfort zone to make you feel pressured. When Jiang Shao asked him, Lu Han sensed Jiang Zhao's confusion and incomprehension. She had always enjoyed a life of solitude and non-interference. While it seemed warm and healing, it was like sunlight without warmth, simply appearing warm. She wouldn't extend unsolicited kindness without a purpose, and even if she did, she wouldn't appreciate it if someone approached her too closely. She was humble, polite, attentive, and calm, seemingly immune to all forms of ill will. But the Jiang Shao Lu Han noticed was kind and aloof. She superficially extended her human touch to others, but in reality, she kept none for herself. Wherever she went, whatever she did, she never actively sought company, even always prepared for separation. On the day the second session ended, Liu Yuqing's expression was clear, reluctance, sadness, and loneliness. But Jiang Shao only sighed slightly. Lu Han believed she must have been very happy alone in the house after everyone left. She might even be thankful for taking a slow approach, having the pleasure of observing what others had experienced first, and learning from their mistakes. Jiang Shao, this person's words really deserved a beating. It's windy now, and it blow all night. It's no use walking any further. Lu Han glanced around. This is the leeward slope, so we spend the night there. Traveling in the wind and snow increases the risk. Yeah. Jiang Shao took out the large trash can and began packing the tent. When she was done, Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had already crawled into her tent and started packing her supplies, taking out her quilt for insulation, and even using a heat pack to keep her room warm. Lu Han was right across from Jiang Shao. But Jiang Shao had already decisively zipped up her quilt. As expected, she didn't show any lingering feelings for him. Chapter 270. At night, the wind blew fiercely outside, a whistling sound piercing through the air. The temperature continued to drop, exceeding -15 degrees Celsius, and the heat seeped into the tent. However, Jiang Shao covered her sweater with heat pads to maintain warmth, which lasted for about 6 hours, though she didn't sleep much. One reason was her bad luck in the game. No one can be forever strong and perfectly avoid any disaster. Humanity's climb to the top of the food chain stems not from independent action, but from the wisdom of unity. In this unexpected phase, teammates still needed mutual support. Or rather, this line had been consistently followed since the first phase, even non-players needed the help of NPCs. So, Lu Han fulfilled his responsibility as the first partner and came to her to say this, which was fine. But Lu Han then said, Jiang Shao, I deliberately entered your comfort zone to make you uncomfortable. In fact, Jiang Shao didn't quite understand. Did she even have a comfort zone? Even if she did, why would he disrupt hers? This was difficult for Jiang Shao to understand. She quietly opened the tent. It was pitch black outside. Inside Lu Han's tent, there were faint sounds. He seemed to be coughing. Jiang Shao pulled the small automatic lantern from the large storage compartment, wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, and called out, Lu Han. The cold wind instantly turned her face pale. She called out again, thinking Lu Han was asleep, and was about to close the door. Lu Han popped his head out from the other side. Cold? In the dim nightlight, Lu Han's head hung from the tent's opening, looking eerie. Jiang Shao shook her head. Not cold. She's got so many hand warmers. Lu Han tooted, you want me to hold you to sleep? Jiang Shao, She stretched out her little hand, grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, and threw it at Lu Han without hesitation. Lu Han didn't dodge, and was hit squarely in the face, catching a mouthful of snow. Jiang Shao couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you dodge? Lu Han wiped his face and said gravely, Jiang Shao, if you can't sleep, I crawl into your tent and coax you to sleep. Jiang Shao quickly clung to the tent, hanging her head from the entrance like Lu Han, her eyes rolling as she looked at him. Lu Han, according to what you're saying, there's a good chance that the next round, or the one after that, of the game will feature a team mode. And it's not just a team mode in the ordinary sense. Lu Han narrowed his eyes. That's why the kid can't sleep. Lu Han nodded, seeing Jiang Shao still not withdrawing her head. Ask any other questions? Lu Han, why are you disrupting my comfort zone? Jiang Shao no longer hesitated and asked Lu Han earnestly, isn't it better to lie down? Lu Han smiled. It's not that it's not, it's just that I'm a bit of a pushover. Seeing you lying down alone makes me a little jealous, and I want to come in and lie down with you. Oh. Jiang Shao withdrew her head and zipped up the tent. The temperature inside had dropped significantly since she stuck her head out, so she quickly wrapped herself in the blanket to warm up. That night, Jiang Shao had a dream. She dreamed of herself standing on the edge of a cliff, staring at the lone, falling cliff, yet her body was still involuntarily moving forward, on the brink of danger. Jiang Shao, even without the darts, there are still many beautiful things in the world. Look at the morning sun, and find the meaning of your life. She seemed to have been searching for a long time, but she never found it. Just as she was about to fall off the cliff, a voice suddenly woke her. Jiang Shao. Chapter 271. Are you awake? Lu Han asked outside the tent. Jiang Shao's stamina had barely recovered. She glanced at the time. It was past 4. She dressed and went outside. The sky was only slightly light. Lu Han checked the weather. The wind had died down, but only for 8 hours. It would pick up again at noon. Get ready to wash up, have breakfast, and then head to the scenic area to check in. Jiang Shao turned to pack up the tent, and noticed that a corner had collapsed under the weight of the snow. It wasn't on her side, so she hadn't noticed. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether this was good luck or bad luck. She pulled out a deluxe single-person meal from the tent. It had been triggered after midnight. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Shao asked, opening the meal. In the snowy area, satiety is lost through normal exercise, and stamina is lost faster. However, preparing a meal here could take hours, making it a bit of a hassle. Receive 1 crab roe soup dumplings, main course. Receive 1 boiled prawns, main course. Receive 1 marinated river prawns, side course. Receive 1 clam soup. Receive 1 sea urchin steamed egg, snack. Today's set menu is quite good. Lu Han lowered his head to clean his backpack. No, you eat it yourself. I just nibble on the chocolate. Jiang Shao was stunned. Oh. Sitting back in the tent, Jiang Shao looked at the delicious set meal, and took a bite with her chopsticks. She should have been full of anticipation, but no matter how she ate, it didn't taste as delicious as before. It felt like something was missing. Lu Han squatted on the ground, dismantling his tent and tossing it into the largest trash can. He took out his compass, looked at it, and then visually estimated the height of the snow-capped mountain. They needed to find the trail back, as climbing the trailless snowy mountain would be very risky. Lu Han. Jiang Shao put down her chopsticks and called out. Lu Han turned around. Jiang Shao looked at him. I want you to have dinner with me. Lu Han's narrow eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips. Invite me? Jiang Shao paused, then nodded seriously. Yes, I'm not planning on breaking up our relationship. Okay. This was already a big step for a child, I guess. Lu Han didn't act pretentiously. He stood up and sat in Jiang Zhao's tent. Instantly, he filled Jiang Zhao's small tent. Jiang Shao even had a small table across the middle. Soup dumplings? Lu Han took a bite, and the scalding broth burst forth. Hiss. A little hot. Jiang Shao carefully cut it open, and let the soup dumplings air out for a while. It's cold here. If you don't eat them right away, they get cold soon. The hearts of those watching the live stream were pounding with excitement. Ah, my Shiozi responded to Brother Han. This is the first time Shuzi has taken the initiative to invite Brother Han to breakfast. No, haven't we had breakfast together before? Did he invite me before? At most, I make an extra portion for you to eat or not. Anyway, Brother Han was so shameless that he wanted to eat. Fuck, that's true when I think about it. But has Brother Han become too shameless? He didn't even offer to eat today. Maybe Brother Han isn't too shameless. It's because he's already taken the initiative. But if the other party is still very resistant, then you be thankful, right? That's the feeling. I was shocked yesterday when Shiozi agreed to be a couple with Han Ge. But who knew they'd start arguing before I could even savor the candy? Ugh, I ended up licking a candy covered in glass shards. And licking glass shards? Honestly, I've been following this female streamer since I started watching A Bite of China, then The Emperor's Treasure Hunt, then How the Savvy Businessman Became Rich, and now I feel like I'm watching a dating show. What other surprises are there in this live stream that I don't know about? Wow. Shocking news. Shuzi's coach was interviewed, and a reporter mentioned Shuzi, and actually said something bad about her. I want to go watch it. Chapter 272. Chen Fanxing was interviewed again, because the new Olympics were approaching. Coach Chen, you put so much effort into building the national darts team. Because of a mistake, they only won silver at the last Olympics. With this Olympics approaching, do you still have confidence in the players? The reporter asked with a smile. Chen Fanxing looked at the reporter. Reporter, first of all, let me make it clear that the last Olympics wasn't a mistake. The players certainly gave it their all. Darts is a niche sport in China. Our environment, venues, and training methods aren't up to par. Winning a silver medal in darts' first Olympics is already a remarkable achievement, especially since the players were only 16 years old at the time. Sorry. The reporter realized his slip of the tongue. But I heard that the player at the time, Jiang Xiao, retired and became a game streamer. Many people have different opinions on this, and much of the controversy stems from the public's difficulty accepting it. She's retired. Chen Fanxing looked at the reporter. She made her own choice. If she finds it difficult to accept, who can take charge of her life from now on? Can you? The reporter smiled awkwardly. It's just that everyone remembers that Jiang Xiao was very popular back then. After all, she was a top seed who won the World Darts Championship in the junior division at the age of 13. Chen Fanxing looked at the reporter. I remember 3 years ago, you were also reporting on my player, about how his mistake on the court led to him missing the gold medal. The reporter smiled. Yes. Chen Fanxing held back. May I ask, have you ever trained? Are you an athlete? The reporter was stunned by the question. No. Chen Fanxing said sternly, if you really don't have anything to report, I hope you can focus more on the hardships, efforts, and breakthroughs athletes go through to achieve their goals. The reporter could only follow up with, Coach, could you give me an example? Chen Fanxing said calmly, for example, if you write a controversial article and it generates buzz, you can receive a generous bonus. However, athletes only receive a base salary if they don't win any awards. Every penny they earn depends on their annual participation in various competitions. Winning prestigious awards is the only way to secure subsidies. Therefore, the probability of athletes suffering from depression is 30%. With the exception of a few aerobic exercises, most sports training intensity reaches the point of exhausting the body's potential and is accompanied by, with a 30% higher risk of contracting occupational diseases than the average person, they have dedicated their best years to sports. Barring injury or accidents, an athlete's career can last up to 15 years. During these 15 years, they not only overexert themselves, but also sabotage their best education and social time due to closed-door training, leading some athletes to lose their social skills after leaving the training team. Jiang Xiao is a very talented athlete. I'm saddened that she retired due to injury, but I'm happy for her to start a new life. There's no distinction between high and low professions. Anyone who brings positive and uplifting energy to others is a good professional. Chen Fanxing emphasized the words cannot continue. As for this year's Olympics, I believe my athletes will still do their best. After speaking, Chen Fanxing stood up, his graying temples revealing a sense of age and weakness. The reporter sat there for a long time, fascinated by Chen Fanxing's words. Chapter 273. After the two finished eating, Jiang Xiao packed up her tent. Lu Han carried a backpack, which contained some snow tools that he could use at any time, so he didn't need to store them. Jiang Xiao put away her backpack and followed Lu Han alone, holding a branch. It took an hour for the two to finally find their way back to the mountain trail. Come up. Lu Han climbed up the trail first, tied a rope to the wooden fence, and threw it down, leaving Jiang Xiao to climb up on her own. But when bad luck strikes, it's truly bad luck. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to reach the fence, snow from the cedar suddenly slammed down on her face, the heavy pile of snow knocking her unconscious. Jiang Xiao. Lu Han reached out to pull her back, but it was too late. Jiang Xiao was hurled back into the original snowdrift, leaving a human-like figure in the snow. Lu Han jumped down from the pile, looked at the hole, and squatted on the ground, grabbing a handful of snow. "Are you okay?" Jiang Xiao paused for 3 minutes, her face cold. She accepted the fact that the snow pile had hit her instead of Lu Han, meaning she had lost her excuse to mock him. Then she struggled to her feet, and Lu Han reached out. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment, but finally, she climbed out of the hole with Lu Han's hand. Lu Han brushed the snow off her head and body. Her hat had been buried in the snow, and it was probably soaked and unusable by the time he picked it up. Without hesitation, he took off his own hat and placed it on Jiang Xiao's head. In an instant, half of her face was obscured. "I can't see," Jiang Xiao protested. Although they were the same woolen hat, the yarn's elasticity was determined by the larger head. The hat, stretched by Lu Han, looked larger on Jiang Xiao's head, so large that it covered her eyes. Jiang Xiao tried to take it off. Lu Han pulled the hat back against her head. "Now you can see it." The overly wide view suddenly made Jiang Xiao feel insecure. She reached out and touched her smooth forehead. "Where are her bangs?" He gritted his teeth. "Lu Han." Lu Han was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "The hat being big isn't a problem. It just keeps me warm." Jiang Xiao, Never mind. How could a man as straight as Lu Han, straight as a ruler, understand the sense of security bangs bring? Preparing to get out of the deep snow pit, just as one foot stepped on it, the other collapsed. Even though Jiang Xiao and Lu Han reacted quickly and grabbed each other, they both heard a sharp sound. "Caw-caw." "What's wrong?" Lu Han asked. "I twisted my ankle." Jiang Xiao frowned. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Even with an ice pack, it takes half an hour to heal. "Can you walk?" Lu Han asked. "Yes." Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. "It hurt, but not too much, bearable." "Okay, pull me up." Then Jiang Xiao felt a weight on her shoulder. Lu Han placed his backpack on Jiang Xiao's shoulder, turned around, and squatted in front of her. "Come up." Jiang Xiao hesitated. "What? Are you still shy?" Lu Han raised an eyebrow. "Who's shy?" Jiang Xiao jumped up without hesitation, wrapping her small arms around Lu Han's neck. "Hold on tight." Lu Han said this in a deep voice. He grabbed the rope and quickly led Jiang Xiao up the scenic path. They jumped into the fence and were about to leave when Jiang Xiao called out, "Wait, stop. I'm going to find an ice pack. Otherwise, it'd take 3 days to heal." "Huh? You stocked up?" Lu Han asked. Ice packs are considered a bit of a junky item at the pharmacy. After all, who doesn't have ice in their refrigerator? But one good thing about ice packs is that they can be fixed to your feet after being filled with ice. Well, I bought some of the various medicines from the pharmacy, but not much. Jiang Xiao pulled out the large trash can. Lu Han saw Jiang Xiao's large trash can, probably the only one of its kind. It was filled with all sorts of strange and bizarre items. "What is this?" Lu Han touched a piece of wood. "Ah, that's a hoe." Jiang Xiao took a look and finally found the bag of medicine. She bought an ice pack. Lu Han had just pulled out the hoe and saw a piece of wood next to it. "What's this? Is it another hoe? Why buy 2? Jiang Xiao glanced at it, her face panicking. "Don't move." Snap. Lu Han pulled out a brand new red toilet plunger. Lu Han, ? Toilet plunger, ? Jiang Xiao, Chapter 274. This? Lu Han still couldn't figure it out. What else could a toilet plunger be used for besides unclogging the toilet? Even if it was necessary to unclogging the toilet, that didn't seem to have anything to do with life. Highly lethal? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xiao was prepared for ridicule, but Lu Han's tone made it unclear if there was a hint of mockery. Did Lu Han think she bought the toilet plunger to use against her enemies? But what kind of lethality could a toilet plunger have? After a while, Jiang Xiao thought about it. I don't know about its lethality, but if used against an enemy, it would probably be more insulting than lethal. Lu Han scoffed. Very good, I like it. I take it. Jiang Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Even a toilet plunger appeals to you. After watching this in the live stream, The host couldn't help but ask, I was out eating. Can anyone tell me what Shuzi was thinking when he bought that toilet plunger? It was a huge sale. Buy one sickle, get one free. No, Shuzi just muttered something at the time. What did he say? Tell me, upstairs. Don't keep us in suspense. Shuzi said, will an NPC have a clogged toilet, and no one wants to clear it, leading to a dispute and accidental injury? If possible, she could have simply handed over a small toilet plunger to resolve this unexpected plot issue. Hilarious. This is such a brilliant idea. Who would have thought of that? I discovered that Han's wife's ideas are just as imaginative as Han's, perhaps even more so. Maybe this is how couples think? Jiang Xiao wrapped an ice pack around her ankle and put on her shoes. She should be back in about half an hour. Lu Han carried Jiang Xiao on his back as they walked the snowy trail without any further incidents, proving his luck was indeed slipping. Jiang Xiao, lying on Lu Han's back, felt free from having to walk. When people are free, they tend to overthink things, especially since they were so close. But Lu Han's silence made the atmosphere a little too quiet for Jiang Xiao, but she really didn't know how they should interact. Since they had decided on a couple, they should at least express their feelings. To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Xiao found a new topic. Lu Han, do you have any friends? After asking, she sensed a moment of silence from Lu Han. Jiang Xiao, That was it, even more awkward. After about 2 minutes, Lu Han replied, yes. Jiang Xiao had already decided to quickly brush the subject off. That's right. After all, you're a big streamer with 36 million followers, so you must have a lot of friends. What question had she asked? Lu Han's smile faded slightly. He sensed Jiang Xiao wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Or perhaps, Jiang Xiao wasn't actually curious about him, and was forcing herself to fulfill her obligations as a couple, trying to escape her loneliness. Lu Han paused. If the two of them always talked about in-game topics, then after leaving the game, they would still have no interactions, truly just a game couple. He didn't want this outcome. After a moment, Lu Han took the initiative and said in a deep voice, Jiang Xiao, do you think I had to bother you? Jiang Xiao blinked. How would she know? Because someone taught me that leaving your life to fate means compromise. I have to fight for what I want, who I want, and the results I want. No matter how difficult the process, no matter how many obstacles there are, as long as there's a glimmer of hope for the desired outcome, I try. Lu Han's eyes seemed lost in memory. Is that person your friend? Jiang Xiao quickly realized. Yes. Lu Han's voice followed with a deep, confident tone. Jiang Xiao, I calculated that the probability of you liking me is much higher than the probability of you hating me. Jiang Xiao, Is he saying that with a straight face? Jiang Xiao's ears flushed, and she fell silent. She closed her eyes and fell asleep on Lu Han's back, leaving him to carry the burden alone. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xiao, half asleep, heard Lu Han call her. Jiang Xiao to the right, look at a 45-degree angle. Jiang Xiao drowsily opened her eyes and followed the direction Lu Han indicated. Her pupils gradually dilated, and the reflection in them was tinged with a dawn light that seemed to shake the years. Atop the mountaintop, a sea of clouds rolled, the mist converging into a wave-like scene. The rising sun shone through the clouds, dazzling and brilliant. Jiang Xiao had a thought. What the coach said was indeed true. There are many beautiful things in this world, such as the morning sun. Chapter 275. The sight of the morning light over the sea of clouds meant they were not far from the summit of the snowy peak, only 10 minutes away at most. Jiang Xiao checked the time. She had already slept for an hour, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Jiang Xiao patted Lu Han's shoulder. My foot is healed now. I can get down and walk on my own. Lu Han set Jiang Xiao down, removed the backpack from her shoulders, slung it over his own, and drank a bottle of sports drink. Jiang Xiao removed the ice pack from her foot, looking as if it could be used a second time, and was about to get out the large trash can. Lu Han unzipped his backpack, put it in. Jiang Xiao looked at Lu Han. Lu Han gave a look. This small detail gave Jiang Xiao an inexplicable feeling. 17 minutes later, the two finally reached the summit of the snowy peak. The summit was actually quite small, but the view was spectacular. A distinctive feature of the snow peak is an enormous cedar tree. Jiang Xiao imagined it would resemble something out of a landscape painting, like the welcoming pine, whose lush branches and leaves almost obscure half the summit from afar. Only now, covered in snow, it creates a completely different scene. We detected that you reached the summit of the snow peak. You need to ask a tourist or player to take a full-body photo of you and the cedar tree beneath it for your check-in. Jiang Xiao was stunned. This task actually involves taking a photo? Selfies aren't allowed? Does she need help? Unfortunately, she didn't have a gimbal or phone mount, so she couldn't take a full-body selfie. What's wrong? Lu Han noticed Jiang Xiao's hesitation. I need to take a photo for your check-in. Jiang Xiao immediately asked, Can you take a picture for me? Help? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xiao assumed Lu Han wouldn't agree. No. What do you mean by help? Isn't taking pictures of your girlfriend your duty? Don't be so polite next time, or I think it's my fault. Lu Han was incredibly serious. Jiang Xiao instinctively said, Not girlfriend. It's couple. Is there a difference? Lu Han bent down and snatched Jiang Xiao's phone. Couple, game pairing relationship. We're still in the game. Is it okay for me to call you girlfriend? Jiang Xiao insisted. Just call me by my name. Calling her by random names would upset her. Okay. Lu Han opened his phone and casually said, Girlfriend or kid? Choose one. Jiang Xiao, ? Seeing Jiang Xiao didn't say anything, Lu Han raised an eyebrow. What's the difference between calling you by your name and others? After a long pause, Jiang Xiao finally relented. Xiao. As long as she could deceive herself, then Lu Han wouldn't be calling her kid, but Xiao, her friend. Lu Han nodded, Okay. Then, my little one, get ready and stand over there. I take your picture. He kept making his presence felt, as if to make Jiang Xiao remember clearly. Jiang Xiao quickly ran over and took her place. Right, a little to the right. That's right. Strike a pose. Lu Han picked up his phone. Strike a pose? Jiang Xiao gave a deadpan V sign. Lu Han felt uncomfortable watching her. Why are you making a heart sign? That's so tacky. Try something else. Jiang Xiao frowned and changed her gesture. A pen refill. Lu Han subconsciously said, What era are you still making heart signs? Even an 80-year-old woman would shake her head when she saw it. Jiang Xiao, ? Lu Han hesitated to press the camera button and asked Jiang Xiao nitpickingly, Didn't you look pretty good when you modeled for the NPC last time? For some reason, this time the photo turned out like a steamed dumpling with a blurred face. Jiang Xiao couldn't help herself. She grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and rushed towards Lu Han, leaping up and stuffing it into his neck. Lu Han! I'm just going to punch you in the face. Are you going to take it or not? If you say one more word, I stuff you in the face with a toilet plunger. Why are there so many things going on? Why had she been so obsessed with agreeing to be his partner? Was he a good match? Was he a good match? Was he a good match? Chapter 276. The two of them played around for a while on the snowy peak, and Lu Han finally got a chance to take photos of Jiang Xiao and check in. You successfully checked in at the Yuquan Mountain Snow Peak Scenic Area, and you received a clue about an unclaimed NPC Easter egg in the area. In the Forbidden Mountains beyond Yuquan Mountain, a group of researchers are conducting a research project. Their laboratory was destroyed and flooded by an avalanche, trapping them. The player who rescues them may receive some future reward, but the details are uncertain. Jiang Xiao looked up at Lu Han, puzzled, and asked, Did you find any clues about unclaimed NPCs in the first scenic area you checked in? Huh? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Yes, but I didn't go. It wasn't a required quest. What was it about? Jiang Xiao was still curious. Lu Han frowned, thinking, There's a group of desertification control workers in the desert. I didn't see what their specific quest was. Oh. Jiang Xiao paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Lu Han had given up a potential Easter egg for her. For a moment, she felt a complex mix of emotions. She looked at Lu Han and said earnestly, Lu Han, although I'm your partner, I still want to remind you not to lose yourself too much in relationships and blindly follow others. Lu Han, ? After a moment, he reacted and scoffed. Jiang Xiao, who's lost themselves? I've been single for so many years, and you're not allowed to find a girlfriend? I'm just pursuing the girl I like, so that's considered blindly following someone. The kid said this, meaning he'd be single for 8 generations, right? Jiang Xiao was being very serious, but you haven't even tried to explore the game. Lu Han said frivolously, So what? You said it's just a game. He had always known what he wanted. Whether he was conquering the game or conquering Jiang Xiao, it didn't matter to him whether he completed it or not. His popularity wouldn't be affected. Besides, the quest clue mentioned a possible reward, which meant it was also possible he worked for nothing and gained nothing. Jiang Xiao said righteously, You're a game streamer. You're being unfair to your fans. She remembered Lu Han's words. He wasn't a sensational streamer, but simply enjoyed exploring games and wanted to share the fun and strategies with everyone. Lu Han stroked his chin. That's true, but I believe my fans will understand. After all, rather than exploring the game, he wanted to explore life with her first. Jiang Xiao thought it might be the willfulness of a diehard fan. But she was going to go and see. It was the third day of the second phase, with 17 days left. If they could finish it within 7, there shouldn't be any problem. Lu Han, you still have a scenic spot check-in mission. Go and complete it first. Jiang Xiao didn't want to burden Lu Han. So what if she had bad luck? She had thought it through. If Lu Han could rely on strength, so could she. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. I don't want to be widowed at such a young age. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. Lu Han changed his tone. Jiang Xiao, this is it. I'm leaving in 3 days, regardless of whether you get the Easter egg or not. Presumably this was Lu Han's final line. Jiang Xiao nodded. Okay. Lu Han took out a telescope and surveyed the terrain. The map over there is larger, but the view isn't very clear. Jiang Xiao frowned. The mission is announced to players who successfully check in. No matter how large a map is, it has boundaries. If they don't exit and there's no server separation, it might be a dungeon. A dungeon is a mission that occurs after entering a map, and it requires special conditions. For example, an NPC might be only a few hundred meters from the edge of the map. After a few hundred meters, the NPC will discover the scenic spot ahead. However, the dungeon map means that the NPC has a special mission and can only stay in this map and circle around. They cannot leave by other means unless the player helps them find a way to escape from the dungeon map. Chapter 277. There's a warning sign between the scenic area and the Easter egg map. The sign reads, Danger ahead, please enter with caution. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han pushed aside the fence, and the moment they emerged, Jiang Xiao heard a system notification. You have left the scenic area and entered the public dungeon map, extremely cold. This map will experience heavy snow for 12 hours daily. The temperature will be -8 degrees C, -40 degrees Celsius. This is a closed map. The only way to leave this map is to receive rescue and automatically access the public map. Dungeon mission, rescue stranded researchers. Time, 48 hours. Description, within this snowy mountain map lies a group of unknown researchers. Due to a sudden disaster, they've been trapped. They carry important research data. Clues will randomly drop throughout the map, allowing players to find the researcher's location. Please help them. The game map will display the health status of the researchers, the number of rescues, and the public map players. You only have 48 hours to complete the mission. If you fail to find a researcher within 48 hours, the quest NPC will disappear from the player's view and cannot be triggered again. Once rescued, the player can leave the closed map. Lu Han sighed. Jiang Xiao looked back and saw that the scenic area fence that had been there a moment ago had vanished, leaving behind a snowy plain. The layers of snow-covered peaks in the distance were all covered in snow. It was just a stroke of luck that it wasn't snowing in this map right now. Check the mission data panel. Rescued researchers, February 13th. Current number of public game players, 7. Current surviving researchers, 9. Countdown, 48 hours. Currently, there are only 9 surviving researchers, but players have only rescued 2, so 2 of them are already dead. This may be related to the time it took the players to rescue them. There are only 7 players currently participating in this game. You have one too? Jiang Xiao was surprised. Lu Han stroked his chin. It seems that while the clues are only for players who check in at the scenic spot, the map quests are valid for everyone. This means that if a player manages to find time, they can not only complete their quest within 20 days, but also unlock other Easter eggs. However, Jiang Xiao is not greedy, while Lu Han's face practically shows the word greed in capital letters. How about taking advantage of this good luck and getting more? Go ahead. The longer you wait, the shorter the NPC's survival time. Jiang Xiao ignored Lu Han and began searching for clues. Lu Han followed Jiang Xiao to observe his surroundings and check the time. It was 1 p.m., -8 degrees Celsius, right at the highest temperature. Because the quests didn't have any clues, the two walked for about 20 minutes. Jiang Xiao passed a branch when a ball of snow suddenly fell in front of her, almost hitting her head. Jiang Xiao looked up and saw a bright red scarf peeking out from the bare branch. Jiang Xiao reached out and grabbed it. A brightly colored scarf. Researchers tied it to a treetop, so the rescue team could find it. The scarf lasted 8 hours. It's a red scarf, but when it was discovered, it was covered in snow, its color invisible. It lasted 8 hours. If the person was moving, they could still move within 8 hours. Jiang Shao surveyed the surroundings. Because it was a public dungeon map, the snowy landscape was vast, with scattered branches. Lu Han took the clue item and examined it, then examined the tree. This tree is very short. It shouldn't be this short. The child didn't even need to put footrests on it. Jiang Shao said, heavy snow has covered this land. Looking around, all I could see were treetops. I wondered how heavy the snow had fallen. Lu Han nodded. It's good it's not a glacier. Chapter 278. Indeed. Jiang Shao agreed with Lu Han. Although glaciers and snowfields are both extremely cold environments, there's virtually no vegetation on glaciers, and with the ice breaking, there are many dangers. The red scarf is a clue. The snowfield is all white, and the red scarf is to make it more conspicuous. Jiang Shao glanced at the sky. The rescue team should be a helicopter. Besides finding the NPC, the most important thing is to pay attention to the rescue helicopter's route and time. After all, the Easter egg quest only lasts 48 hours. Whether or not to find it, and how many NPCs to find, depends on the player's luck and skill. After saying this, Jiang Shao put the red scarf away. After all, it's a striking color. Lu Han glanced at it, and collected some branches. Go down the mountain. Since the NPC is looking for help, they won't be heading up. Of these 4 directions, 2 are heading uphill, and the other 2 are. Jiang Shao saw Lu Han's movements and didn't stop him. They really needed branches. Choosing a direction down the mountain, the 2 continued forward. Jiang Shao glanced at her thermometer. It was now -9 degrees Celsius. The cold wind stung her face, making it hurt. Lu Han paused and followed, put them on. Jiang Shao looked down and saw a pair of sunglasses. They were the cool kind. Is there snow blindness in the game? Jiang Shao knew what Lu Han meant. Lu Han said, just in case. The 2 of them put on their sunglasses simultaneously, like a pair of blind people walking in the snow. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao stepped on something that looked off. She looked down and said, look. Lu Han squatted down and spotted a series of very shallow footprints in the snow. Scientists' footprints. These footprints indicated that researchers had passed through this area 6 hours prior. We're heading in the right direction. Lu Han looked up and pulled out his binoculars. 1 kilometer northeast, 45 degrees, he said. A kilometer in the snow took at least half an hour to walk. Jiang Shao had discovered another clue along the way. In other words, Jiang Shao had already found 3 clues since receiving the mission, while Lu Han hadn't found a single one. Entering the cabin, Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim, my luck seems to have returned. Lu Han, ? Does finding more clues count as luck? Turning around, Lu Han spotted what appeared to be an object hidden beneath the bed in the cabin. He squatted down to feel for it. As he touched it, he heard a snap and felt a piercing pain in his fingers. Your stamina points have been reduced by 15. The mousetrap has caused you mental damage. The pain lasts for 3 minutes, and your finger is bruised. Use safflower oil to relieve it. Lu Han, Why is that damn familiar feeling of being a non-hero back again? Jiang Shao blinked, watching Lu Han's features contort as he strained to pull a damn mousetrap from his hand. Jiang Shao, wow! It wasn't her. What does this mean? Lu Han dropped the mousetrap to the ground in frustration. Jiang Shao suddenly remembered. Could it be that luck is related to the map? My luck decreases when I'm in the scenic area? It's not because of anything else. The clues for the NPC in this rescue mission are randomly dropped, not fixed. If they don't find the researcher within 48 hours, the NPC will become invisible to them, meaning the Easter egg mission has failed. They just have to save themselves, so this one also relies on luck. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao quickly pulled out her phone. The best way to verify this is to check the forums to see if others have experienced the same situation. Chapter 279. Sure enough, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Although there weren't many posts, some people were still hinting, wow, this stage is so easy. I was so unlucky up until then, barely making it past the 100,000 quest. I saw a player capsize and drown in a pool, and then I narrowly escaped with a scare. Ha ha, is my luck about to change? Damn, this is such an unexpected stage. So many traps. I feel like even drinking water is catching my teeth. What's going on? Did the planner secretly adjust the luck attribute? Jiang Shao tried to click in. But suddenly, she couldn't. The temperature was too low, and the phone wasn't working properly. It was already minus 10 degrees Celsius, and it wasn't even 2 p.m. yet. Jiang Shao sent a message directly to Lu Han. In the third stage, luck is affected by the scenic area map. Within certain scenic areas, the player's luck will reverse. Information accuracy, 100%. Sure enough, luck is affected by the scenic area map. This means that if Jiang Shao enters the next scenic area, she will still be unlucky. A 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. It turns out that lying down at home is the safest option. Lu Han licked his teeth. Strength speaks for itself, luck doesn't matter. Jiang Shao rolled her eyes. Typical rumor-mongering. Isn't it like the air is filled with the juice of 100,000 lemons squeezed simultaneously? It's not important, but it makes me happy. With luck, the game can be completely ruined. Jiang Shao took the mousetrap and read the instructions. A trap set by researchers. Occasionally, cute little animals would stumble through the snow. Researchers used simple tools to create this trap, hoping to lure some animals for a feast. Jiang Shao raised an eyebrow. There are wild animals roaming in the snow. So this isn't a mousetrap. There's a diesel generator behind the house, but it's out of diesel. Lu Han walked around outside and came back. There are some cans in the cupboard, but they're all empty. There was also a brazier in the hut, swirling some gray charcoal. It looked like it hadn't been there long. Lu Han pinched it and said, the enemy must have stayed in this house last night. Jiang Shao understood. So they might have left now. We need to catch up, or they might get further away. Lu Han took a look. They're out of food. They might be exhausted and moving slowly. Water is not a problem in the snow, but it's difficult to move without food. The mousetrap was tied with a hard potato peel to lure food. Add to that the scattered empty cans in the house, and it's certain that the enemy has run out of food. Perhaps they just gone out to look for help or food, which is why they placed the trap inside the cabin, which hadn't been closed yet. That makes us even more urgent. Jiang Shao left, and the two of them hurried without saying a word, their faces equally serious. After walking for about an hour, they reached another fork in the road. Lu Han and Jiang Shao exchanged glances, and said in unison, 1 hour. They each searched separately for an hour. If they didn't find the person, they would return to their original location. If the other person didn't show up, they would follow their respective footsteps. Jiang Shao calculated the time. It was 3 o'clock. It would be dark around 6 o'clock, so they had at most 2 hours. They should return to the hut before dark to build a fire and rest. They absolutely couldn't go out at night. Below minus 15 degrees Celsius, the body would feel intensely cold. Even with a heat patch, if it wasn't in a draft-proof location, the heat would dissipate rapidly and eventually lose its effectiveness. Jiang Shao couldn't replenish her energy in such low temperatures. Because the blood pack was a liquid, its temperature would drop each time it was taken out, so it was best to keep it in a warm, liquid state. After walking separately for over 40 minutes, Jiang Shao, thinking she'd lost the person, turned around and nearly tripped. A man's feet appeared before Jiang Shao, buried behind an inconspicuous rock. Congratulations, you have found a scientist who still has vital signs. Please provide first aid measures such as restoring their physical strength and body temperature within 4 hours, otherwise the NPC will die. Chapter 280. Jiang Shao dragged the NPC out with great effort, wiped his face, and paused. The other person's face looked familiar. It was the NPC she had met in business class the day before yesterday, the middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. Jiang Shao patted his face first, testing his breath. Now they had to get him back to the cabin, build a fire, warm him up, and feed him. Jiang Shao struggled to drag him. The return journey, originally an hour, took half an hour, less than a third of the way. Thankfully, Lu Han arrived to help, and the two of them managed to get the researcher back to the cabin before 6 o'clock. Jiang Shao quickly closed the doors and windows, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. Lu Han laid the man on the bed, then used a lighter to light branches he had picked up on the road, adding some alcohol. The fire quickly burned brightly. The two of them moved swiftly, their coordination smooth. Jiang Shao didn't use a heating pad because it only applied locally, making it unsuitable for a researcher's current situation. A human body temperature dropping to 35 degrees Celsius will cause a coma and loss of function. Recovery requires a completely warmed environment. Lu Han quickly said, "I go get some pine branches." At this temperature, the ground and pine branches will freeze dry, making them highly flammable. "I go." Jiang Shao took out the trash can. "I have an axe." Check him for any wounds. If his clothes are wet, they need to be dried first. Okay. Lu Han nodded. It was 6 o'clock, and it was already dark. But fortunately, there were still a few pine trees within 50 meters. Jiang Xiao, carrying a small lantern, found a pine tree, took out her axe, and began to chop. Over and over, she felt like Wu Gang. Fortunately, the pine tree was brittle, and with the axe, it took very little effort. With a token chop, it snapped after a dozen or so hits. The weather was getting colder, quickly dropping to minus 15 degrees Celsius. Jiang Xiao shivered and hurried back, dragging a thin, slender pine branch, like a mouse running on a snowy night. All right. As soon as Jiang Xiao entered the house, she felt the temperature rise. She quickly tossed in a few pine branches so Lu Han wouldn't have to add more alcohol. After finishing, Jiang Xiao nibbled on a few chocolate bars. Her stamina was only around 80, and the daytime drain was high. Jiang Xiao needed blood dumpling soup every once in a while. Now, seeing Lu Han bring out the fried dumplings, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a little envious. She stocked up on a pot of blood dumpling soup, but Lu Han's fried dumplings were clearly her own, so why did they look so delicious now? But Jiang Xiao was too shy to ask. She lowered her eyes, and nibbled on a few more chocolate bars. A box of dumplings suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jiang Xiao looked up at Lu Han. You're welcome. Lu Han curled his lips. Jiang Xiao wasn't polite. I did it, too. For some reason, she suddenly felt like a cunning rabbit with many burrows, as if Lu Han had become her food supply. Yes, all yours. Lu Han continued, following Jiang Xiao's words. By the way, this is the identification I found on the NPC. Also, his leg is injured, probably from a fall, but I'm not sure if it's broken. We have to wait until he wakes up to find out. Lu Han handed over an ID badge. Jiang Xiao took it. The badge read, S80002 Research Institute Personnel. Wu Zhibing's face began to sweat from the rising temperature in the room, and he seemed to be slowly recovering. It seems like a very important project, Jiang Xiao said subconsciously. Lu Han added a few more pine branches to the pot. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao said naturally, I heard that research institutes don't name important projects. They don't tell others what they're researching. They only have numbers, and the more important the project, the higher up it goes. Fans in the live stream suddenly realized, this game is a tribute to researchers, right? It seems so. I'm starting to get the plot. But if there's no player participation in a profession, it can't really be considered a tribute. Ha ha, tell me, researchers require a tremendous amount of specialized knowledge and research, dealing with scientific data every day. What player could possibly master this profession? And if they could, they let you play the game? Scientific research is just science. Researchers are obsessed with gaming projects their entire lives. Anyway, this kind of career isn't something you can just do if you want it, because it requires an incredibly high IQ. It's not just high, it's overwhelming. I have a classmate who does research. Back in school, he slept in and went clubbing every day, yet still managed to top his class. I studied until 3 a.m. every day and could only get into a mediocre second-tier university. I have to admit that there are real differences in talent and IQ between people. But if you don't have talent and don't work hard, you're really just giving up. Talent is just luck, and most people don't have it. And hard work is the only chance for the untalented to catch up. At least for the untalented, you have a chance through hard work. Chapter 281. So, there might be other missions? Lu Han pondered Jiang Zhao's words. This game isn't very human. The first part might be a bit subtle, but everyone has already witnessed the second part. Jiang Xiao said, there are many questionable points in the game's rules that deserve further investigation, don't you think? Lu Han nodded in agreement. The biggest question is that researchers with no vital signs are still counted in the mission. Logically speaking, without vital signs, they should be dead, meaningless to rescue, yet they are still counted in the mission. The mission also hints that they are carrying important research data. Jiang Xiao pondered the game's hints. So, in the end, this mission isn't just about rescuing researchers, but also the research data. Lu Han paused. Actually, I've always been curious. Lu Han stood up and looked out the window. It was pitch black outside. Snow fell heavily, faintly drifting in through the cracks in the window. In the room, only the brazier was lit. The rules don't mention a disaster. You said the snow fell suddenly, and it's undeniable that in polar weather, it snows for 12 hours straight. But why did these researchers disperse? Lu Han stroked his chin. If they're conducting research here, do they mean they just arrived, or have they always been here? Probably always. Jiang Shao thought for a moment. Lu Han was surprised. How did you know? I overheard their conversation on the plane. Jiang Shao remembered. I ran into him on the plane coming here. I heard him chatting with other NPCs in business class. Lu Han, ? Is he so lucky that the NPC just showed up? Never mind. This isn't the first time. This is annoying. Lu Han looked down at Wu Jibin's research badge. Indeed, if you're on a business trip, you don't carry this important badge with your ID card, used to enter and exit the institute, because it's easy to lose it. Even without luck, one can still figure it out with skill. Jiang Shao was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Lu Han, I noticed you have a medical condition that needs treatment. Huh? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. What? How could he not know? It's called, if you don't show off you die. Jiang Shao glanced at him with a piercing look. Lu Han, live broadcast. This is hilarious. How could Brother Han have this peacock syndrome? He just wanted to show off his wife's skills. Nothing wrong with that. That makes sense. When males try to attract females, they subconsciously display their superiority. It's human instinct. Why do I feel like Brother Han and Sister Han are about the same? One shows off their good looks, the other their intelligence. Shiuzi, I have intelligence too, but I don't need to show off my intelligence when I can use my good looks. This is hilarious. The person above revealed the truth. Brother Han lost this battle. Anyway, you're saying they didn't request aid because of the snowstorm? Jiang Shao said, if the research institute had always been located here, they wouldn't have been unaware of the weather, wouldn't have been unprepared, and wouldn't have fled without food. Yes. 13 researchers, more likely fleeing than lost in the snow due to a disaster, would have been more likely to flee. If the snowstorm had submerged their research facility, they would have had supplies to last them for a while. The mission would have become rescuing the researchers inside, as it wouldn't have been their turn to escape, and they would have dispersed and run. Lu Han nodded yes. Bang. Even though Lu Han quickly dodged, the bullet still grazed his shoulder. You've been hit. Your health has decreased by 40 points, triggering severe bleeding. Your health continues to decrease, and using a tourniquet can eliminate this. Lu Han clutched his shoulder, not rushing to apply the tourniquet. He said coldly, Jiang Shao, hide him. Chapter 282. Wu Jibin was still sweating, his breathing gradually returning to normal, but he still hadn't woken up. Jiang Shao reacted quickly and dragged Wu Jibin under the bed, tucking him in and hiding him. Her movements were a bit rough, and Wu Jibin bumped his head, leaving a large bump. But Jiang Shao didn't care anymore. I distract them. Lu Han threw Wu Jibin's coat on without hesitation. Jiang Shao frowned, about to follow him out. Hide well, don't get discovered. Lu Han gave Jiang Shao a deep look. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Without knowing how many people were in the cabin, if they thought Lu Han was the only one in the cabin, they would pursue him with all their might. If they revealed the presence of a second person, they would suspect a third. Wu Jibin couldn't move right now, so Lu Han had to impersonate him to distract them. Jiang Shao quickly slipped under the bed and hid herself. Lu Han glanced at Jiang Shao, confirming she hadn't revealed her true form. He then applied pressure to the wound, deliberately letting the blood flow to the ground, and left the hut. The moment the door opened, a cold wind and snow rushed in. Jiang Shao held her breath. A minute later, hurried footsteps rushed into the room. Jiang Shao was so nervous she could hear her own heartbeat. The enemy had a gun, though she didn't know how powerful it was. But leaving from this position was definitely disadvantageous for Jiang Shao. After the military's control in the previous stage, players were forbidden from carrying guns in Nan City. All the guns and ammunition in their possession had been rendered inoperable, disappearing the moment they were taken out of the warehouse. So, crawling out now would mean ramming her head into the muzzle of a gun. But Jiang Shao also noticed there was only one enemy. The other party glanced at her and quickly left. Jiang Shao waited a few minutes longer before cautiously climbing out. The door to the room was wide open, letting in a draft, and the temperature inside plummeted. She couldn't confirm whether the other party was still watching from outside, but she didn't dare open the door. She found a blind spot and dragged Wu Jibin out. She took out a few heat patches and applied them to Wu Jibin. After that, Jiang Shao hid behind the door, took out her darts, and crouched cautiously, her mind involuntarily recalling Lu Han's reaction just now. Her face froze for a moment. After a moment, the corners of her eyes curved slightly, the light emanating from her pupils melting into a beautiful pool of water. She murmured softly, it seems. Not bad. The Lu Han portrayed on the live stream was also cold, self-righteous, and vindictive, and would deceive his opponents. When they first met, Lu Han was also arrogant. But now, in such a major event, Lu Han's first reaction was to protect her, and it happened more than once. Coupled with Lu Han's direct and forceful confession, Jiang Shao found it hard to ignore the feeling of Lu Han taking her under his wing. Knowing she was an orphan, Jiang Shao felt a loneliness about the world that she couldn't resonate with others. Even to her coach, Jiang Shao knew clearly that if it weren't for her talent, he wouldn't have chosen her. The birth of her dream was more like a way of repaying her coach, thanking him for saving her from adversity. Therefore, the realization that she could no longer achieve her dream was doubly devastating. She wondered if she still meant anything to him now that she couldn't help him fulfill his dream. Although Jiang Shao knew Lu Han might be doing it for the game mission, she could still sense that this protectiveness might also be due to her. Yes, it was simply because of her, Jiang Shao, and had nothing to do with her talent or whether she could win a gold medal. The live stream was abuzz. Ah! Shuzi is laughing like she's in love. So what did Shuzi mean by that? Praising Brother Han? Let's not talk about whether Brother Han deserves a beating for pursuing girls. Actually, sometimes Brother Han just keeps quiet. His silent devotion is quite touching. So, why did Brother Han, who's always been so kind, start to talk? Does anyone have Brother Han's address upstairs? I go give him some mute potion. No need to thank me. I'm just doing this so that the couple we all support can finally get together. Chapter 283. On a snowy night, it wasn't just Lu Han who was being pursued, Li Luo was also. Li Luo hid nervously behind a stone wall, daring not to utter a single sound. Heavy snow drifted down upon him, the biting cold nearly freezing him. His strength dwindled, and the sound of his pursuers' footsteps lingered in his ears. The overwhelming pressure in the dead of night made his heart pound, and an uncontrollable fear welled up in his heart. Li Luo clenched the USB drive in his hand. He thought this mission was probably impossible to complete. He had been too greedy, after all. He should have just stayed put, completed the mission, and left. But thinking of the old man's face, Li Luo felt a pang of resentment. The footsteps were getting closer. He was about to be discovered, but it was too late to run. There was no other hiding place nearby. Bang! Gunshots were heard not far away. The two pursuers following Li Luo quickly ran in the direction of the gunshot. Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. What a close call! I almost died. Just as he was about to go back to Professor Chen, Li Luo suddenly remembered something. No gunshots. Could there be another player? Li Luo gripped the USB drive tightly. Even if those two pursuers didn't come after him today, they would continue to do so tomorrow. If this player was really skilled, maybe they could find a way to stop them. Gritting his teeth, Li Luo half stumbled and half crashed towards the direction of the gunshots. Before he reached the target, he heard a gunshot. Bang! Li Luo looked over. NPCs were wearing flashlights. There were actually 3 more NPCs, and one was lying on the ground. 4 voices scuffled, and another NPC fell. The player's shadow, outnumbering 2 at once, instantly gained the upper hand. Li Luo shouted, "Don't let the pursuers get away. Otherwise, there will be more and more." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp, piercing sound, as if a blade had pierced flesh. Li Luo felt nervous. Is it a player, or an NPC? The NPC with the flashlight collapsed, and Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was a very powerful player. Before Lu Han could speak, Li Luo quickly said, "Big brother, do me a favor. Help me save an NPC. Please, please." Although he didn't know what this big brother looked like, he seemed very powerful. Lu Han frowned and was about to pull out his flashlight. Suddenly, the data panel in the corner of his eye changed. Rescued researchers, March 13th. Current number of public game players, 8. Current surviving researchers, 7. Countdown, 48 hours. Another one dead. Lu Han ignored Li Luo, confiscated the gun from the NPC, and turned away. Li Luo also noticed the change in the number of researchers, indicating that one had perished. Li Luo thought of the old man and had a rough guess. After all, the pursuers had split into 2 groups, 2 chasing Professor Chen and 2 chasing him. Professor Chen was likely in grave danger. Thinking about it, Li Luo realized he had nowhere else to go, so he simply followed Lu Han, perhaps seeking their help. As Lu Han neared the hut, he saw Jiang Shao running out. Jiang Shao had been keeping an eye on the situation outside. "Is it resolved? Are you okay?" The two spoke simultaneously. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head subconsciously. No, you must have led them away. I see 2 of them. Is the NPC alive? Lu Han asked. Jiang Shao nodded. I feel like I'm about to wake up. I wonder if these people will come again tonight. No. The pursuers won't appear until after dark at 6 p.m. tomorrow. The voice behind her instantly caught Jiang Zhao's attention. Behind Lu Han, in the dim light, a thin, bespectacled man with a pale face, his expression filled with relief at having survived a disaster, yet even Jiang Shao was instantly wary. Player? Li Luo, seeing Jiang Shao, instinctively introduced himself. My name is Li Luo. I'm 21, a sophomore, and still single and never in a relationship. Before Li Luo could finish, Lu Han dragged Jiang Shao into the house without hesitation. Ignore him. Introducing yourself as single right off the bat, what a bummer. Chapter 284. Lu Han led Jiang Shao into the house. Jiang Shao added some firewood to the brazier, brightening the room a bit. That guy. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Han puzzledly. Lu Han said without hesitation, he wants to pursue you. Jiang Shao, ? Li Luo, ? I don't. Li Luo squeezed through the crack in the door that Lu Han was about to close and glared at him. You're slandering me. Lu Han sneered. Then why did you say you're single? Jiang Shao took a deep breath. For some reason, whenever Lu Han spoke, she wanted to pinch him, to grab the flesh around his waist, to pinch him like hell. But hold it in, Jiang Shao, hold it in. You're talking about that? Li Luo quickly said, that's my catchphrase. My mom says I'm too much of a homebody. That way, I never find a wife. Whenever I meet a girl, I just say I'm single. Maybe some girl would be blind enough to like me. TSK. What a request. So low. Help me move him to the bed, Jiang Shao said to Lu Han. After hearing Li Luo's reasoning, Lu Han felt a tinge of conviction. A fellow single man's compassion. No, he was no longer single. Realizing this, Lu Han looked at Li Luo with even more compassion. He walked to the wall and said to Li Luo, come help. Oh. Faced with Lu Han's deep command, Li Luo, completely powerless, obediently helped. A completely unconscious adult man would weigh even more. Jiang Shao wasn't idle either, closing the doors and windows. Lu Han had already lifted Wu Jibin's lower body. I had thought it would be easy for the 2 boys. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Han was about to throw Wu Jibin onto the bed, there was a thud. Li Luo's hand slipped, and Wu Jibin's head hit the bed with a thud. Lu Han's head tightened. Did you do it on purpose? Sorry. He's just too heavy. Li Luo felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected it. He was really heavy. It was mainly because Li Luo had thin arms and legs, as little strength as a girl, and wasn't much taller than Jiang Shao. Let me do it. Jiang Shao felt she had been careless. What if this player was deliberately trying to murder their NPC? Lu Han quickly stepped over. No need. Grabbing Wu Jibin's armpits, he tossed his upper body onto the bed, and then quickly tossed his lower body onto the bed as well. All right. He clapped his hands before looking at Li Luo. How do you know they won't show up until tomorrow? Li Luo quickly held up the USB drive. This is the rule of the top secret mission. You can only take it from a researcher when he's on the verge of death. Only then will a new mission be triggered. He won't reveal the truth until he's dead. Triggering top secret mission, escape pursuers. Mission description. Professor Chen has gathered a group of researchers here to research a top secret project. The project has achieved a major breakthrough, but upon completion, they're targeted by malicious individuals who deliberately attempt to steal the data. To prevent the data from leaking, Professor Chen has destroyed the laboratory. Each of the 13 researchers holds a copy of crucial information related to the project, and they are all guardians of the research results. The player who obtains the USB drive will also become its guardian. If all the researchers who haven't been rescued die, the location of their bodies will be announced. The USB drive can be recovered from the bodies and returned to the National Research Center in Nan City to complete the mission. Rules for avoiding pursuers. 1. After dark, pursuers will appear within 50 meters of the USB drive, searching for it and its guardian. The slightest sound or light will attract the pursuer's attention, and the pursuit will continue until dawn. 2. Each USB drive will initially have only one pursuer, but if the pursuer sees the number of guardians increasing, the number of pursuers will also increase. 3. Pursuers cannot be completely killed. Even if the current pursuer is eliminated, the same number of pursuers will appear the next day. Li Luo looked at Jiang Shao and Lu Han nervously and said, "You are ostensibly rescuing researchers, But your real mission is to protect this hard-earned and important experimental data. Lu Han quickly grasped the key point in Li Luo's rules. If the pursued sees the number of guardians increase, how much will the number of pursuers increase? Chapter 285. Add 1 2. Li Luo frowned. No. For a moment, Li Luo couldn't articulate the rules. The game says there's only one pursuer initially. Jiang Xiao said, if the number of USB guardians seen by the pursuer increases, an equal number of pursuers will be added the next day. Lu Han looked at Li Luo. There are 2 people chasing you. But there were 4 pursuers tonight. It's just that when they appeared tonight, Professor Chen and I separated. And we went after Professor Chen. After saying this, Li Luo looked dejected. But Professor Chen is now. I'm afraid he's in great danger. He remembered the earnest words Professor Chen had said to him when he handed the USB drive to him. Child, I'm old. I can't run anymore. Carrying me around would be a burden. I distract the other 2 in a moment. You still have a chance. I'm handing you this USB drive. You must protect it. It's the fruit of 30 years of research. You must deliver it intact to the nation. It's worth more than my life to me. You must protect it. For researchers, research results are of a value far greater than life itself. Thinking of this, Li Luo felt an urge to tear up. Professor Chen seemed to have planted a seed of emotion in his heart, but only a little. Lu Han and Jiang Xiao frowned. Unsure of what had happened to Li Luo, Jiang Xiao asked, what about yesterday? How many people were there? Yesterday. Li Luo remembered. Yesterday I was with another player. He also had a researcher, but we separated last night when we escaped. So, 4 of you were spotted by the pursuers yesterday? Lu Han asked. Yes. Li Luo nodded. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han exchanged glances. So last night, your pursuers thought there were 4 guardians of the USB drive in your hand, so 4 pursuers appeared today. But he has his own USB drive. Li Luo said. The game mechanics are that each USB drive has its own pursuers and guardians. The number of pursuers increases based on the number of guardians they see, regardless of the number of USB drives. So, as long as the number of USB drive guardians within his target range increases, the corresponding number of guardians will appear the next day. Jiang Xiao quickly offered a theoretical guess. Really? Li Luo frowned, a little unconvinced. That's just a theoretical guess. How can you prove it? Experiments still need results. Lu Han, Isn't verification the easiest? Soon, Li Luo received a system notification. Player Lu Han sent you a verification message, and the information was 100% correct, confirming Jiang Xiao's guess. Li Luo's eyes widened. It was actually possible, but soon, Lu Han sent a second message to verify. In the game of avoiding pursuers, pursuers will increase based on the number of guardians they discover within the range of the USB drive they're tracking. If different USB drives overlap, pursuers will increase based on the number of guardians they discover within their range. Information accuracy, 100%. It will increase. Lu Han confirmed this and told Jiang Xiao, if different USB drives overlap, pursuers will increase based on the number of guardians they discover within their range. So, there were 2 pursuers chasing Wu Zhibin. It's possible that Wu Zhibin encountered a player while carrying the USB drive, and the pursuer was accidentally led away. Therefore, there were now 2 pursuers chasing Wu Zhibin today. How did you find out the game can verify? Li Luo asked curiously. Jiang Xiao noticed something was wrong. You didn't know? Li Luo shook his head. He didn't know. You don't even read the information on the forum? Lu Han asked. What forum? Li Luo was even more confused. Lu Han and Jiang Xiao's expressions changed. Jiang Xiao probed, newbie? Li Luo rubbed his head. I'm not very good at games. If my mom hadn't told me I had a chance to find love playing this game, I wouldn't have joined. But so far, I haven't seen any chance of finding love, but I encountered several terrifying things. Lu Han felt a bit scheming. How come there's still such a cute newbie in the 3rd round? Jiang Xiao whispered, even luckier than me. Chapter 286. How did Li Luo survive to the 3rd stage? It's true that the lucky ones were silent, the ordinary ones were heartbroken, and the unlucky ones were heartbroken. Li Luo entered the game in the 1st stage, still clueless. He foolishly let a player rip off his survival funds. He was already hunkering down, waiting for death, and quitting the game. He then met an NPC, a grandparents and grandchildren. The little girl was kind and gentle. Her parents worked outside, and they kindly took Li Luo in. When the mudslide hit, Li Luo was still dazed. But then he happened to meet someone from the mayor's volunteer team, who alerted him. The little girl took Li Luo to the mayor's house for shelter. With food, drink, and supplies, they made it through the first stage safely. In the second stage, the little girl's parents learned of the disaster and took them to the city for a few days, and Li Luo happened to go along. After arriving, he happened to help the girl's parents solve a problem. He also met an NPC and inexplicably signed a contract, which gave him an Easter egg job, completing the first mission of the second stage. The job Li Luo got just happened to match his preferred major. Li Luo practically lived in the lab, which had everything, so he had no idea what was going on outside. Didn't you hear about the mission? Jiang Xiao asked doubtfully. Li Luo pushed his glasses up, a little embarrassed. Yes, but my mom said, with my tiny body, how could I possibly fight anyone? Don't rush into anything dangerous. I didn't do the missions. I'm broke and clueless, so it would be a waste of time. Besides, my job doesn't require me to do anything. I just stay in the lab. Supplies and other things were delivered. Jiang Xiao hadn't expected such a thing. Lu Han, feeling mixed emotions, couldn't help but ask, "What Easter egg profession?" "Haha, drone research." Li Luo said excitedly, "I didn't expect there was a drone research role in this game. It's so realistic. I happen to have a drone, and even though I won a prize, I always felt like something was missing. I didn't expect this game's drone to give me such a sudden burst of inspiration." You get it. When it came to drones, Li Luo was incessant, as if he had opened a can of worms. Jiang Xiao couldn't understand what he was saying about gyroscopes and sensors, the technical terms pouring out one after another. But Li Luo's smile and his eyes shone brightly like the sun, and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but cover her ears. Lu Han looked at Li Luo. "According to what you said about the third stage, you probably don't want to participate either." Li Luo was interrupted. He rubbed his nose. "I really didn't want to participate, but I have a drone that I need to test in the extreme weather here. I didn't expect someone to trick me into coming here right away, and I ended up here without a clue. Having my own lab, complete equipment, and no need to deal with people, it's simply too good to be true." Lu Han and Jiang Xiao frowned. Li Luo was definitely the luckiest person they ever met, so lucky that it felt like he was truly having everything delivered to him. Yet Li Luo was still the one with no future. "It sounds..." Jiang Xiao pondered, feeling something was off. It felt as if Li Luo's situation was deliberately orchestrated. Li Luo's eyes were slightly sad. "I met Professor Chen by chance. I didn't expect him to be working on a research project too. He told me a lot, but he might not be around anymore." Li Luo's intuition told him that the newly deceased researcher was Professor Chen. Although he was just an NPC, the old man's words remained fresh in his memory. Professor Chen. At that moment, Wu Zhibing woke up. Chapter 287. Awake? Jiang Xiao shuddered. She hurriedly helped Wu Zhibing to his feet. Wu Zhibing's face was pale. He glanced at Jiang Xiao, then at Lu Han and the others. "You saved me. Are you feeling better?" Jiang Xiao asked hurriedly. I'm fine." As she spoke, Wu Zhibing felt a persistent headache. He reached out to touch his head, gasping in pain. "Hiss. Don't touch it," Jiang Xiao said hurriedly. "Well, just now, someone was chasing us, and in my haste, you bumped your head twice." The two bumps, symmetrical, resembled the missing horns of a small green dragon. But that didn't matter. As long as he wasn't dead, he could live. "Oh." Wu Zhibing got out of bed. Thank you for saving me. I have a favor to ask of you." Although he knew the NPC was commissioning a task, he still had to go through the process. "Please go ahead," Jiang Xiao said. "I thought I heard someone mention Professor Chen just now. Is he okay?" Wu Zhibing looked over, but Lu Han and Jiang Xiao were expressionless. Li Luo paused. He might have been in trouble. He used the word maybe euphemistically, but his expression told Wu Zhibing the answer. Wu Zhibing's eyes welled up. Then, did he leave anything behind? Li Luo clenched his hands and suddenly stepped back. Although he knew Wu Zhibing was also a researcher, the USB drive in his hand was given to him personally by Professor Chen. Lu Han suddenly said, "Li Luo, give him the USB drive." "Why?" Li Luo looked at Wu Zhibing, looking frail. "What if something happened to him? We're still here." Lu Han said solemnly, "The game scales based on the number of guardians the pursuers see within their range. If all the USB drives are in one person's possession, we can narrow the pursuer's range and control the number of guardians, making us more effective." Lu Han has never been one to shy away. Rather than avoiding pursuers, it's better to proactively control them. If the researcher alone holds all the USB drives and waits in the hut, Lu Han will be in a better position. Dealing with the pursuers after nightfall would buy us another Christmas Eve. A good deal. Besides, Li Luo had no intention of completing the mission, so he certainly didn't care about the reward. For Li Luo, it was something else he wasn't willing to give up. Wu Zhibin said, I just wanted to confirm. Since the USB drive is in your hands, it means Professor Chen is truly in danger. He must have given it to you out of trust. I just hope you won't let Professor Chen down. We've been researching for 30 years to achieve this result. If there hadn't been a traitor in the Institute, we wouldn't have been unable to contact the rescue team. Li Luo couldn't help but ask, so what exactly is this information about? Wu Zhibin looked at Li Luo, then at Jiang Xiao and Lu Han. Well, I'm in your hands anyway. Wu Zhibin pulled out a USB drive from his pocket, identical to the one in Li Luo's. This is information on a chip for magnetic field positioning in extreme weather conditions. Although it's just a chip, it's very useful. Wu Zhibin looked at Li Luo and said word by word, if it's installed on military weapons, no matter what kind of extreme weather conditions, it can serve as a guide, accurately guiding our interceptor missiles to intercept enemy nuclear missiles launched at us. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han were surprised. Although it was just a game, they didn't expect it to be so realistic. Li Luo was stunned. Professor Chen has devoted over 30 years to researching this core conductor, waiting for this day of success. Chapter 288. Professor Chen was born in a time of war. Back then, the enemy they faced had highly advanced weapons. They bombarded us with artillery shells wherever they pleased, cities, towns, rivers, valleys. They recklessly invaded our land, and we had no ability to retaliate. Professor Chen's family was also killed in the war. In this world, mastering the most advanced technology means mastering the most powerful force. Only then can we counter the enemy, and even strike back if they attack again. Wu Zhibin spoke forcefully, this is what Professor Chen has always done. Although we are making progress, the enemy will also be making progress. Therefore, scientific research is endless, and cannot, and must not be stopped. Lu Han looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's eyes locked with Li Luo. She had an inexplicable sixth sense. She felt that this plot was prepared for Li Luo. Professor Chen. Li Luo lowered his head and murmured, suddenly realizing something. Professor Chen, is your full name Chen Xiao? Professor Chen Xiao. Yes. Wu Zhibin nodded. No. Li Luo shook his head. His eyes gleamed with doubt as he looked around. Wu Zhibin sighed. Li Luo said nothing more, but with a complicated expression, he turned to the doorway to get some fresh air. He didn't care that he was shivering from the cold. Wu Zhibin rubbed his stomach and shyly looked at Jiang Xiao and Lu Han. I'm a little hungry. Jiang Xiao quickly held out some food. Thank you. Wu Zhibin devoured the cake as Lu Han handed him a bottle of water. Since we can't contact the rescue team, we have to wait another 3 days. After that, they come here for a patrol. We have to find a way to get noticed by them. Jiang Xiao and Lu Han finally got the correct clue to the rescue. That meant they had to wait another 3 days for the rescue team to arrive. Suddenly, Li Luo rushed in and confronted Wu Zhibin. Professor Chen, if you want to find me, just find me. Why go through all this trouble to get me to play this crappy game and waste my time? Wu Zhibin looked bewildered. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. I'm really angry at him for doing this. Li Luo said angrily. Lu Han realized something and said in a deep voice, Li Luo, he's just an NPC in the game. What do you mean an NPC must be a real person? Li Luo insisted on getting Wu Zhibin to admit it, becoming slightly agitated. Lu Han and Jiang Xiao tried to stop Li Luo for a long time, but Li Luo stormed out again, his temper flaring. Jiang Xiao wrapped her winter clothes tightly around her. He'd freeze to death. More importantly, she wouldn't do something that would waste her energy. Lu Han nodded. I go check it out, Jiang Xiao said. Lu Han said solemnly, I go. Zipped up. Wait. Jiang Xiao stopped Lu Han and pulled out a few heat packs from the storage compartment. Put a few of these on to keep warm. Lu Han paused. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Jiang Xiao's head, chuckling softly. The kid is really caring. Jiang Xiao, No, she was just worried he'd freeze to death. But Lu Han didn't care. The kid was worried about him anyway. After applying the heat packs, he went out to find Li Luo. If you don't go in now, it's getting colder outside. You freeze to death soon. Frozen to death, so to speak. I don't want to play this rubbish game anyway. Li Luo was so determined to freeze to death that he plopped down in the snow. Lu Han sat down with Li Luo, and the two of them were quickly buried in the icy snow, like two stupid dogs. Li Luo couldn't stand it any longer. I just freeze to death alone. Why can't you figure it out? I'm not. Lu Han pulled out a box of fried dumplings, and took a bite right in front of Li Luo. I have a blood bag, just here to gossip. Li Luo was silent. This person was really strange. Ate you? Li Luo shuddered. This crappy game is so cold. Yeah. Lu Han nodded in agreement. Li Luo looked at Lu Han. Aren't you cold? Lu Han calmly pulled out a few heat pads, cupped them in his hands, and fanned them into a fan shape as if to show off. It's cold, but with a partner, it's not cold anymore. Li Luo, ? Why can others find partners in games while I'm still single? Chapter 289. Who is Professor Chen Xiao you're talking about? Lu Han asked. Li Luo glanced at him. Why should I tell you? Although this person saved him, he also showed off. Don't ask, it's just jealousy. I'm a game streamer, Lu Han said. Li Luo snorted. He doesn't play games, so he doesn't care. I have 36 million followers, Lu Han said. Li Luo snorted. What's it to him? Over 5 million of them are female. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. Li Luo gradually sensed something was wrong. He straightened his neck slightly. Aren't you looking for a partner? Lu Han glanced sideways at Li Luo. I help you put up a dating ad for free. Li Luo, shock. Live stream. What does Brother Han mean? No female fans anymore? Helping players find love online? Fuck. Brother Han is being so kind? He's single himself, and he wants his fans to find love too? Brother Han, I need a girlfriend too. Hey, brother above, wake up. Brother Han doesn't have many female fans to begin with, and we're still single. Brother Han is helping others find love. You think that's a good thing? Yeah. Shit, Brother Han is being ungrateful. I don't love him anymore. No plus. I'm going to climb over the wall and get to Han Saw. I hope she meets more single women and thinks of us when she's looking for a partner. Me too. From now on, Brother Han is just a stranger. No, isn't Brother Han that? He still misses us. Li Luo was instantly energized after hearing Lu Han's words. Me. I'm Li Luo. I'm 21 years old, a sophomore in college, never been in a relationship, and I'm studying. Shut up. Lu Han's head tightened. Didn't I tell you to say it now? Ah. Li Luo realized it belatedly. It's just a live stream now. What you say won't work. Lu Han said coldly, I have a fan club. After the game, send me the information and any requests. I post them in the group chat for you. Oh. Li Luo nodded. Professor Chen, what's going on? Lu Han continued. Not a big deal. Li Luo rubbed his head. Last year, I participated in a homemade drone competition, and my drone won a prize. Then a project team approached me about joining. I can't tell you what the project was, but I declined. Later, their people contacted me several times, but I never went. Why not? Lu Han asked. I don't want to go. Li Luo hugged his knees, staring off into the distance. I'm not a very pleasant person. I've never been in a relationship because my interests are different from most people's. I'm not very good at communicating with others. I just enjoy playing with drones, and don't want to listen to any lectures. As soon as his people arrived, they asked me what I wanted to do in the future, and whether I considered long-term plans. They also lectured me on all sorts of things. I'm so fed up with that person. Li Luo frowned. He truly hated complicated things, and he hated that person's overbearing, superior attitude even more. He didn't like it. He didn't like being told what to do. From childhood, his mother's nagging felt like a form of soft control. Warm in winter, cool in summer, add more clothes and pants. He wanted to live on campus, but his mother wouldn't allow it, saying it wasn't good. As a result, all his classmates did, and he had to go to school alone. His mother would then tell him how hard it was for her to raise him alone. Of course, he knew it. When his grades dropped, his mother would nag him. He thought that if he could just pass the mathematical Olympiad and get into a key university, his mother would stop nagging him. But after he started college, her nagging changed. He wanted to pursue a doctorate, and his mother started worrying again about his lack of time spent out, and when he find a girlfriend, get married, and have children. It had been like this since he was a child. But he also knew that if his father hadn't been gone, his mother wouldn't have to worry so much alone. He couldn't rebel against his mother, so he could only rebel against others. Chapter 290. You mean Professor Chen? Lu Han asked. No. Not. Li Luo thought of that kind-looking old man and felt an indescribable feeling. He's different from that person. In fact, he had contacted Professor Chen in the game, but only through phone calls. This time, he had come here by chance to meet him. He had unexpectedly found him to be such a kind old man. Not only did he not refute him, but he also fully appreciated his wild ideas and even asked him more effective questions, which inspired him to think more. He had never imagined that an old man over 70 could be so understanding. He was more kind than any elder he had ever met, and more comfortable to get along with. It was a pity that the other person was just an NPC. For a moment, Li Luo felt that he could only be understood by a game NPC. How absurd, yet also how surprising. Li Luo even thought, should he quit the game and come back to find this NPC when he had time? After all, drones were his real passion, but Professor Chen only existed in the game. I'm just so angry, Li Luo said angrily. I don't know how he did it, but he's deceiving me by not coming to see me himself. Lu Han rubbed his chin. Old man, have you ever considered that he might not be able to come to see you? As a holographic game player, Lu Han understood that holographic games are essentially brainwaves. Players who enter the game become the person they imagine themselves to be. No. Li Luo was stunned. Holographic games are brainwave games. Someone once tried connecting a paralyzed person into a brainwave world. In that world, the paralyzed person is normal, the deaf can hear, the mute can speak, and the lame can recover. Lu Han whispered, however, once the body's functions die, the brainwaves disappear as well. Someone else has tried connecting brainwaves, allowing the dying to continue living in another form, but all have failed. Suddenly, Lu Han had a thought. Could it be? The child refused him, because she felt a difference between the game and reality? Li Luo suddenly realized. He thought of Professor Chen's days with him, how he had difficulty moving, constantly looking at his hands and feet, and occasionally letting out strange sighs. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, a group of people carefully helped an elderly man in the game cabin into a wheelchair. The old man looked tired, his face showing the signs of aging, and only a sense of unwillingness sustained him. Professor Chen, you're already old, why do you have to work so hard yourself? The middle-aged man next to him frowned, and addressed Qin Xiao respectfully. Qin Xiao was indeed a man half-dead. Young people with ideas tend to be arrogant, it's normal. Professor Chen's voice was weak, but it made everyone hold their breath and listen attentively. Because the old system is over, the young people of the new era crave more freedom and self-reliance. Why must it be him? He's just a young boy. The middle-aged man was puzzled. I have several excellent students. Without new ideas and fresh blood, this goes on day after day, year after year. Maybe this project will achieve a breakthrough in 10 years, but scientific research is all about time and speed. Professor Chen gestured for them to push themselves in front of the screen and looked at Li Luo. You always think of yourselves as elders and seniors, and you deny their egos, thinking that if they want to improve, they must learn from you. But have you ever considered whether they are willing to learn from you or not? They are willing to learn from you. What they want to learn is to respect their teachers first, and then follow their example. Due to the times, they haven't experienced those times firsthand, so they can't empathize with us. But their footprints are made step by step. We also started as individuals, then moved on to small families, then to society, then to groups, and finally to the nation. Only when we reached that day and that stage did we understand that without the larger community, there would be no small family, and without social peace, there would be no individual. This child may not be outstanding yet, but he dares to explore his imagination and is unwavering in pursuing it, fearing no loneliness. That is the essence of a scientific researcher. Times are advancing, and the future will ultimately be in their hands. Our job is not to blindly deny them and force them to follow our lead, but to guide them correctly.